Chapter 1, Ranghang. The original star, a planet capable of naturally nurturing humanity and other forms of life. Through billions of years of evolution, the original star has transformed into a domain, supreme ruler governing countless planets and creatures. The original star operates under its own universal laws, situated light years away from the domain. As the hegemon, the domain would not willingly witness the emergence of a new domain. However, the vast distance imposed by the cosmic laws prevents it from delivering a fatal blow to the original star. Yet, limitations do not imply a lack of solutions. The annihilation of the original star from within has become the method through which various domains seek to extinguish the newly birthed original star. Greed is an inherent trait of all beings. The second annihilation plan for the original star blue was thwarted by Master Fan 200 years ago, yet this failure compelled the Zero Domain to launch a grander third annihilation scheme. Consequently, blue began accelerating its transformation into a domain due to the interference of the Zero Domain, and formidable warriors quietly emerged, heralding the dawn of a new era, new epoch dedicated to martial arts. Beyond the borders, at an illegal drug manufacturing site, a towering man with a stern countenance addressed the crowd before him. Once inside, resolve the conflict swiftly, eliminate any resistors expeditiously, and control the remaining personnel without delay. Understood. The crowd murmured in unison, understood. Move out, and exercise caution, commanded the imposing figure as he issued the offensive order. Just as the group prepared to act, someone in the crowd inquired, "Captain, what should we do about the wild child?" The tall man pondered for a moment before responding, "As per directives, capture if possible. However, if life is threatened, take necessary measures." 10 months later, at the National Advanced Martial Artist Assessment Site for graduating students. At 10 o'clock sharp, Ranghang stood before a machine that simultaneously assessed his height, weight, hearing, vision, and blood vital metrics. The final score would be calculated based on these evaluations, constituting the easiest of all assessments. The blood test merely served to confirm the absence of disease. Without a doubt, Ranghang effortlessly secured a perfect score, though the results would not be disclosed for several days. The full score was 200 points, contributing 29 to the overall score. The second assessment involved a 100-meter sprint, a conventional event. Wu Hao watched with excitement as Ranghang positioned himself on the track. With a sharp signal, Ranghang shot forward, crossing the finish line in under 5 seconds, leaving Wu Hao utterly astounded. The maximum score was 100 points, accounting for 19 of the total. The third assessment, a 5,000-meter run conducted on a treadmill, yielded results far more precise than on-field running. Once again, Ranghang's performance was nothing short of astonishing. The maximum score was 100 points, contributing 19 to the overall tally. The fourth assessment tested strength, where Ranghang's performance appeared somewhat ordinary. The maximum score for this category was exceedingly high, typically attainable only by exceptionally powerful martial artists. Ranghang did not appear to fit the mold of a strength-based martial artist. Ultimately, he achieved a score of 98 points, contributing 19 to the overall score. In the fifth assessment, Ranghang shattered the records with his extraordinary reflexes, earning a perfect score of 100 points, which made up 19 of the total score. The sixth assessment featured a pressure test, where achieving the standard was synonymous with a perfect score of 100 points, contributing 19 to the overall score. The seventh assessment evaluated his rank, determined by a machine and high-ranking martial artists. Attaining a professional first rank would also yield a perfect score of 200 points, contributing 29 to the overall score. In the end, Ranghang's total score reached an impressive 898 points, marking the highest score in history for students of the Advanced Martial Arts Department in Hogwarts since its inception. The cumulative score of 900 points paralleled that of the cultural assessment, serving as a reference criterion for admission into martial arts-related university programs, exclusively applicable to applicants in those fields, essentially a designation for exceptional talent. Following Zhang Heng, Chen Hao, Ma Tianyu, and Wu Hao swiftly completed their assessments, their performances significantly influenced by Zhang Heng, resulting in exceptionally high scores. Chen Hao, a student from the Beicheng Yude Academy, had previously attended the Experimental Academy. Just a year prior, he was merely an amateur 6th rank but experienced a meteoric rise in power after being ostracized by classmates. Ma Tianyu, hailed by the media as the most gifted student in Nanlin in 200 years, had achieved early fame, consistently surpassing his peers in strength. Wu Hao, with an extroverted personality and impressive capabilities, remained relatively unknown as the second strongest student after Ma Tianyu. Although official rankings were not disclosed, private media outlets ranked the varying achievements annually, with professional first ranks drawing the most attention. In previous years, the top positions were dominated by the two super cities, Daijing and Modu. This year, however, Nanlin Province astonished everyone by emerging as a super dark horse. Outside, Wu Hao wore an exuberant expression, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this is incredible. It seems you'll be ranking nationally." Ma Tianyu shared in the excitement. Indeed, an extraordinary performance. Chen Hao, however, bore a somewhat dejected expression. While I also performed exceptionally, the gap between us is considerable. Wu Hao casually wrapped an arm around Chen Hao. What are you talking about? With these results, you already stand above the rest. You'll be waiting for you in Daijing. Let's conquer the strongest universities together. Ma Tianyu glanced at Zhang Heng and asked, "What about you? Will you be heading to Daijing?" Zhang Heng smiled gently. "I am but a wild child returning from beyond the borders." Ma Tianyu was taken aback, while the previously playful Wu Hao and Chen Hao paused in surprise. "Ha ha ha ha, Zhang Heng, it seems I shall dominate the amateur 8th rank. What an extraordinary performance. Hey, what's wrong with you four? Why the daze?" shouted Wang Huang as he burst through the door. Wang Huang, a classmate Zhang Heng met after joining the Experimental Academy, was cheerful and amiable, showing no concern for Zhang Heng's unique background. Since discovering Zhang Heng's prowess as a professional first rank, he had joined forces with several classmates to request specialized training from Zhang Heng, resulting in remarkable outcomes. Seeing Wang Huang's jubilant demeanor, Zhang Heng smiled in return. "Let's celebrate tonight. We should catch up with Ma Xinzhe, Chao Dong, and Li Ming." Ma Tianyu quickly responded, "Yes, we should celebrate. Let's all go together." "Exactly, let's indulge. Ma Tianyu should treat us," Wu Hao chimed in. Wang Huang added, "Absolutely. Let those two brothers splurge tonight. Chen Hao, you're in too." Chen Hao nodded. "All right, you join." After their discussion, the group dispersed, with Wang Huang excitedly sharing details about the assessment with Zhang Heng, while Chen Hao seemed lost in thought, and Ma Tianyu and Wu Hao wore somewhat serious expressions. Wu Hao spoke first. "So, does this mean Zhang Heng can't enter the 5 grades?" Ma Tianyu nodded. "Not just the 5 grades, he likely won't even get into Nanlin University." Wu Hao asked, "No matter how impressive the results, he can't enter. Can't we get some assistance from his family?" After a moment of contemplation, Ma Tianyu replied, "You'll make a call to inquire." A while later, Ma Tianyu's call connected, and a gentle voice responded from the other end. "Tianyu, how did the assessment go?" Ma Tianyu respectfully replied, "Grandfather, the assessment concluded, and I performed exceptionally well." There was a brief pause before the voice on the other end, filled with curiosity, asked, "You're usually quite humble. It seems you really exceeded expectations. Did you encounter a worthy opponent?" Ma Tianyu responded, "Yes, grandfather, I did exceed expectations, but I can't call them opponents. I simply cannot compete with them." "Oh, when did such a little prodigy emerge from Nanling province?" Ma Tianyu's grandfather's voice held a tinge of surprise. "Indeed, the gap between us is vast. 2 monsters have emerged from Beicheng this year," Ma Tianyu explained. "Are you referring to those 2 students from Xinzhen?" his grandfather inquired. Ma Tianyu was taken aback, surprised that his grandfather was already aware. "Yes, grandfather. Regarding Zhang Heng, the one who returned from the wilderness, is there any assistance we can provide?" Ma Tianyu's grandfather replied, "The words I shared with Xinzhen yesterday apply to you as well. Everyone has their unique path. What suits you may not suit others. Zhang Heng's journey is destined to differ from yours. Since you have befriended him, nurture that connection. While his future may be beyond your reach, you can strive to catch up." Ma Xinzhen, Ma Tianyu's cousin, served as Zhang Heng's vice-class leader. He hailed from a wealthy and influential family but was modest, rarely revealing his strength, and maintained a strong friendship with Zhang Heng. Ma Tianyu struggled to fully comprehend the advice but nodded in agreement. His grandfather smiled lightly. "You may not understand now, but soon you will. That boy's strength is beyond what you perceive." This time, Ma Tianyu grasped the meaning, while Wu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grandfather Ma, are you suggesting Zhang Heng's strength is far beyond what we see?" "Yes, in due time, you will come to realize this. Tianyu, once the assessments conclude, come visit me, and remember to bring Xinzhen along," his grandfather instructed. After respectfully replying, Ma Tianyu ended the call. Chapter 2, Accusations. Wu Hao found the recent revelations hard to believe. "Tianyu, if what your grandfather said is true, then Zhang Heng must be far beyond the first rank." Ma Tianyu nodded, somewhat dazed. "It seems so. My grandfather may not be exceptionally powerful, but he has a wide network. He likely knows experts who are aware of Zhang Heng's true capabilities." Wu Hao remarked, "It truly seems that with great strength comes unbridled freedom. Zhang Heng hasn't even graduated from high school yet, and already so many powerful figures are taking notice." Ma Tianyu sighed. "It seems Zhang Heng will face immense public scrutiny come June." At that moment, the examination proctors from the top-tier university were reviewing Zhang Heng's profile in their hands. The esteemed professor from the capital university glanced at those beside him and remarked, "How could such a promising talent end up with a yellow label?" The instructor from Huanglin University also wore a troubled expression. "Do you think there is any way to resolve this?" The educator from Modu University shrugged helplessly. "Honestly, there seems to be no way to address this matter." A teacher from Modu Martial Arts Academy interjected, "Are we really going to let this slide?" Shinji Guo, a professor from Dihua University, furrowed his brows and murmured, "I wondered why Senior Li was in such high spirits the other day. It turns out this is what it stemmed from." The previous day, while assisting students in acclimatizing to the examination venue, Shinji Guo had been on duty with an eccentric old man. During this time, Zhang Heng, Ma Tianyu, Wu Hao, and Chen Hao engaged in a brief skirmish, during which the old man exhibited an intense curiosity towards Zhang Heng. The following day, after the assessments concluded, the group returned to their respective schools in high spirits. Zhu Yu, Zhang Heng's classmate, quickly found his mother after leaving the classroom. The two then entered the office of the political education director at Experimental Middle School. Half an hour later, Zhu Yu emerged, beaming with an unmistakable joy. Zhu Yu, an amateur of the 8th rank, served as the class monitor in Zhang Heng's class. He resided in a fairy tale world crafted by his overly indulgent mother, preferring to remain the top of a mediocre class rather than transferring to one with superior educational conditions. Furthermore, he was prone to jealousy. A year prior, Chen Hao had been forced to transfer schools due to surpassing him in progress. Now, he harbored disdain for Zhang Han, who was not only stronger but also of a seemingly lower status. The next morning, Zhang Han received a notification from his homeroom teacher, Park Hong, stating that the director of the Ideological Education Office needed to see him. While attending class, Zhang Han walked out of the classroom of the senior class 22 at Biancheng Experimental School under the watchful eyes of his peers, and never returned. Zhu Yu followed closely behind him. Wang Huang, Chao Dong, Li Min, Ma Shinzhe, Zhao Yu, Jie Feng, and Zhang Wei were aware of what was about to transpire but said nothing, merely exchanging self-deprecating glances in the direction of Zhang Han's departure. Chao Dong, Li Min, Zhao Yu, Zhang Wei, and Jie Feng were the initial friends of Zhang Han and had continually embraced his rigorous training. Along the way, Zhu Yu caught up with Zhang Han and scornfully remarked, "You shouldn't have provoked me. What does it matter if you're strong? Finding a backing like the Mao family doesn't change the fact that in Biancheng, I can still manipulate you at will. One must possess self-awareness. Strength does not equate to everything." Zhang Han merely smiled and remained silent, proceeding directly to the door of the Ideological Education Office. After ringing the doorbell, a voice from within called out, "Come in." The tone sounded distinctly displeased. The Ideological Education Office was small and simply decorated. On the sofa in the reception area sat a woman, who upon Zhu Ye's entrance, appeared to be his mother. At the head of the room sat a bald man with a stern countenance, emanating an air of someone who feels everyone owes him something. His gaze upon Zhang Han was piercing, as though he sought to see through him. Despite possessing an ordinary 9th-rank strength, it was evident that this position was hard-earned. The director of the Ideological Education Office wasted no time, stating, "Let's hear it. Speak about the things you've done." Zhang Han was taken aback but responded politely, "May I ask, what exactly would you like me to discuss, sir?" His tone was humble, showing no signs of anger over the collective targeting he had experienced. The director replied, "Are you unwilling to admit it? Don't think that just because you possess 9th-rank strength, you can act with impunity. This is a school where grades and strength are indeed significant, but character is of greater importance." He spoke with an air of righteous indignation. Zhang Han shook his head. "I am uncertain what you wish for me to acknowledge, director." The director's brow furrowed. "So you're determined to remain unrepentant. Very well, allow me to show you the deeds you have committed." With that, the director activated the monitor on his desk, and a video began playing, featuring none other than Zhang Han, alongside familiar faces such as Ma Shinzhe, Chao Dong, Li Min, and Wang Huang, all captured in the gymnasium during their morning practice. The scene in the gymnasium quickly transitioned to footage of their pre-assessment training in a fitness center. However, the video merely displayed the group entering the gym's doors, repeating this sequence multiple times before shifting to a pitch-black night. Though the image was somewhat blurry, it was evident that Zhang Han was engaged in combat with 2 others. The director could discern every movement, and as he continued to watch, a cold sweat began to form on his brow. He had never truly understood Zhang Han, having only heard from Zhu Yu that he was merely an ordinary first-rank individual with a sensitive background, which had led him to dismiss any concerns. However, upon viewing the combat footage, it was clear that he was anything but ordinary. He could hardly withstand 3 moves from his opponents. Yet, having already made a promise, and considering the sensitive nature of the other party's identity, he felt compelled to proceed. As the video concluded, the director cast a somewhat guilty glance at Zhang Han and asked, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" At this moment, Not only was the director feeling uneasy, but Ruya's mother, a martial artist of ordinary first-rank strength, was equally taken aback. She had only heard her son mention first rank, never imagining that a high school student could reach such levels. "Sir, I am afraid I do not quite grasp what you are implying," Zhang Heng replied, looking up at the director with a face full of confusion. The director feigned anger, adopting a serious tone. "It seems you are unwilling to admit your actions. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, allow me to enlighten you. First, you have unlawfully gathered a large number of students for profit, an activity that has persisted for 3 months. In the past month, it has severely impacted the normal classes of several students, as you have entered private premises at the break of dawn. I have every reason to suspect that you have coerced them into accepting your compulsory lessons for financial gain. Secondly, your involvement in illegal brawls outside of school has gravely violated school regulations and even the laws of Huaguo. Given your youth, I shall refrain from reporting this to the Security Bureau, but you will undoubtedly face disciplinary actions from the school. Tell me, do you not believe you deserve punishment for your actions?" The director's demeanor was so self-righteous that anyone unaware of the situation might mistake him for a paragon of justice. Zhang Heng replied, "The video does depict my classmates training together, but there was no financial relationship among us." "How could there be no financial relationship? Otherwise, how did you manage to secure that 100,000 for the assessment? Do you expect me to believe it was just from 2 hours of work at a bookstore each day?" Zhu Yu, unable to contain himself at Zhang Heng's calm demeanor, interjected. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, realizing that they had thoroughly investigated this matter and had come well prepared. "That 100,000 was borrowed from a few classmates in our class. He could only claim it was a loan, otherwise, admitting that others had given him money would leave him vulnerable to endless scrutiny." Zhuye's mother chimed in, "It's clearly extortion from your classmates under the guise of borrowing, and you still have the audacity to say it was a loan. Zhang Heng, your background may not be ideal, but it is crucial to maintain integrity. Your strength could undoubtedly help you obtain admission to the university through legitimate means. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Do you really think that a student who has only been in the class for 3 months would be able to borrow 100,000? The director lamented, his expression one of deep disappointment. Zhang Heng sighed, "Sir and this esteemed parent, my methods of acquiring resources are entirely reasonable and legal. There is no violation of school rules or laws as you suggest."
Chapter 3. The Absence of Words. The director of ideological education, Xingxing, remarked, "This is a trivial matter that need not be discussed further. Let us address the incident of your brawl. The location, clearly in the outskirts of the city. And your involvement with others to bully a single individual is a blatant violation of the law. What more do you have to say?" As he spoke, it was evident that the director felt somewhat uneasy. Yet his ability to fabricate nonsense remained commendable. "Teacher, when one seeks to impose blame, how can one lack words? Just state plainly whether you intend to impose a severe penalty on me, expel me, or perhaps transfer me to another school." Zhang Heng retorted, unwilling to prolong the conversation with the 3 individuals present. "How can you speak to a teacher in such a manner? Such a lack of decorum is precisely why you find yourself in this predicament. Director, you ought to expel him immediately." Zhu Yu's mother interjected, appalled by Zhang Heng's attitude. The director of ideological education appeared quite displeased. Typically, students entering this office would do so with heads bowed and in a state of submission. Yet here was Zhang Heng, showing not a shred of deference, and now audaciously speaking back. Nevertheless, he needed to maintain his stern demeanor, as any decision regarding expulsion would require the principal and vice principal to be informed of the particulars. Such matters could not withstand scrutiny. Transferring schools would be far simpler, as the authorities would hardly take notice, especially concerning an ordinary class student. "Zhang Heng, your attitude is quite unacceptable. According to regulations, your actions meet the criteria for expulsion. However, Considering you have just completed the martial arts assessment and are about to undertake the cultural examination, I am reluctant to see you stray further from the right path. Therefore, I have decided to require you to transfer schools. Hoping that a change of environment will help you amend your poor habits. Please contact another school and see if they are willing to accept you. If you encounter difficulties, I can assist you. The director of ideological education stated with a serious expression. Zhang Heng nodded, replying, "Understood, teacher, that I will make a call now." With that, he exited the room to place a phone call that a minute later. Zhang Heng returned to the office after ending his call. Meanwhile, in the distant office of the principal of Yuta Academy, Principal Lin Xiling was grinning broadly, nearly unable to contain his delight. "Xiao Wang, hurry and inform the Academic Affairs Office that a student from the Advanced Department wishes to transfer to our school. I will head over to the registration office personally to receive him." Ha ha ha. Lin Xiling, the formidable and enigmatic principal of the ordinary Yuta Academy, had been grappling with the recent kidnapping of his daughter 2 months prior. He could have resolved the matter easily, but upon witnessing Zhang Heng's prowess, he chose to observe from the sidelines. The outcome was predictable. Although he saw through Zhang Heng's ulterior motives immediately, he was nonetheless captivated by him from the very first glance. Secretary Xiao Wang appeared perplexed, questioning how a senior student could provoke such excitement from the principal, especially to the point of him personally going to receive the student. "Principal, it would be more efficient for the Academic Affairs Office to handle this matter. There is no need for you to make the trip yourself." Principal Lin chuckled heartily. "You do not understand that in a few days, you will see. The Experimental Academy is truly impressive." Haha. Secretary Xiao Wang remained bewildered, pondering the connection to the Experimental Academy and what it entailed. However, since the principal had assigned the task, he would diligently carry it out. At the Ideological Education Office, Zhang Heng entered and addressed the trio. "Teachers, Yuta Academy has agreed to accept my transfer request. I can transfer to Yuta Middle School." Upon hearing the name Yuta Middle School, Zhuyu's lips curled in disdain as he muttered, "You all deserve to attend Yuta." Humph. However, before he could finish, his mother shot him a fierce glare. The registration office was in close proximity to the Ideological Education Office, and with the director's guidance, the transfer application was swiftly completed. The processes for both paper and electronic applications, as well as confirmations from Zhang Heng, his homeroom teacher, and the Academic Registration Office, proceeded remarkably smoothly. Zhang Heng was unaware of when his homeroom teacher had finalized the necessary paperwork. The vice principal, who had handed the transfer application to the secretary for confirmation, never anticipated that this simple request would lead to a life of mediocrity for him. Soon, Principal Lin of Yuta Academy received the online transfer application and, without reviewing the details, immediately approved it. Turning to his secretary, he instructed Xiao Wang, "Drive to the entrance of the Experimental Academy and pick up this student, be swift. All the transfer documentation must be completed by this morning." The teachers in the Academic Affairs Office could not help but glance sideways, wondering what manner of extraordinary figure could evoke such enthusiasm from the otherwise mysterious principal. Upon receiving the directive, Secretary Xiao Wang hurriedly drove to the Experimental Academy, feeling somewhat dazed and unable to fathom what was occupying the principal's mind. The Experimental Academy, as Zhang Heng prepared to leave with his transfer documents in hand. Zhu Yu blocked his way, looking down on him with disdain. "Those who challenge me meet the same fate. You and that impoverished Shunhao are only suited for a trash school like Yuta." Humph. What is being a first-rate professional matter? The orange alert symbol. I am a being you can never hope to reach. Zhu Yu's mother, witnessing her son's antics, did not intervene, her gaze toward Zhang Heng equally filled with contempt. "Zhu Yu, if I recall correctly, this marks our first exchange since I entered the advanced class, Class 22, Zhang Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow at Zhu Yu. With that, he turned and walked away, indifferent to Zhu Yu's expression behind him. As Zhang Heng exited the gates of the Experimental Academy, he was unaware that chaos had erupted within the institution. Fang Ziyu, his classical studies teacher, though not frequently interacting with Zhang Heng, had always admired the earnest and thoughtful boy. However, upon returning to her office after the previous class, she discovered a transfer notification for Zhang Heng on her computer. By the time Fang Ziyu rushed to the registration office, it was already too late. Equally flustered was Lin Gang, the teacher of animal husbandry, who also received sudden news of Zhang Heng's transfer from the Academic Affairs Office, that he hurried to the registration office, only to find Fang Ziyu standing disheartened at the entrance. Following Lin Gang was another teacher named Lu Jing, a soft-spoken individual who found Zhang Heng's abrupt transfer rather astonishing. The last time there was a diligent student who transferred unexpectedly, she had also inquired about the situation. The homeroom teacher, Pu Hong, exhibited little reaction. She had not paid much attention to the newly transferred student. Although Zhang Heng had performed well in the last term, Zhu Yu's claims of potential cheating had caused her to lose interest, leading her to merely sign off on Zhang Heng's transfer without further thought. Zhu Yu handled all the details. Zhang Heng cast one last glance at the gates of the experimental academy. He genuinely liked the school and held no ill feelings toward it due to Zhu Yu's antagonism. Most classmates, aside from Zhu Yu and a few others, had treated him with kindness, and several had even considered him a true friend, never distancing themselves because of his unique background. Zhu Yu, too, was a pitiable figure, trapped in the world his mother had crafted for him. That moment, Zhu Yu's mother drove past Zhang Heng and, stopping her car, rolled down the window to say, "One must possess self-awareness. You are slightly better than the previous one, but remember, there are some people you can never afford to offend in your lifetime." Chapter 4. Entering Yuta, Zhang Heng merely glanced at her in silence, for another vehicle had come to a halt before him. Dressed in professional attire, Xiao Wang opened the door, inquiring, "Are you Zhang Heng?" "Yes," Zhang Heng replied. "Hello, Zhang Heng, I am Secretary Xiao Wang, sent by Principal Lin to pick you up. Please get in the car." "Hello, Teacher Wang. Thank you for your assistance." Zhu Yu's mother was taken aback. The situation was beyond her expectations. A student who had been expelled would attract the attention of the principal's secretary to the school gates. This was unanticipated. However, she quickly rationalized that it was merely the principal of a mediocre school. How significant could that be? Certainly not as impressive as her husband. With a swift drive, Xiao Wang soon brought Zhang Heng through the gates of Yuta Academy, in comparison to the experimental academy. Yuta Academy appeared considerably inferior. The gates decor seemed to belong to a century-old era. Yet unlike the aged campus, the entire school was remarkably clean and tidy. The teaching facilities appeared somewhat outdated, resembling discarded products from other schools. Students in physical education classes donned rather simple attire, with Zhang Heng among the better-dressed individuals. Since entering, Xiao Wang had been observing Zhang Heng. Noting his composed demeanor, he remarked, "Our school's conditions cannot compare to those of the experimental academy. Zhang Heng, you must adapt quickly. The cultural assessment is approaching. By the way, have you participated in the martial arts assessment? How did you fare?" "I will adapt swiftly. I participated, and my results were satisfactory," Zhang Heng responded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang began to understand the principal's enthusiasm. The last student who transferred, Chen Hao, had also been under his care, and it seemed this new arrival might prove to be just as formidable. Before long, Zhang Heng followed Xiao Wang into the academic affairs office, where he found Principal Lin already seated on the sofa. Upon spotting Zhang Heng, Principal Lin immediately stood up, beaming, "Ah, Xiao Heng has arrived. Come, hand me your transfer application." Zhang Heng presented the application he had been holding, saying, "Principal Lin, here is my transfer application. I appreciate your assistance." Principal Lin promptly submitted the application to the teacher responsible for handling student registrations. Upon witnessing the urgency in the principal's demeanor, the teacher did not dare to delay and immediately took the application to begin processing it. He casually inquired, "Principal, which class should we assign the student to?" After a moment of contemplation, Principal Lin replied, "Let us place him in Class 5, as he is already acquainted with Chen Hao." Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Principal Lin," which Principal Lin cheerfully responded, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. I am quite delighted to assist." 5 minutes later, the teacher in charge of Zhang Heng's transfer procedures approached Principal Lin, stating, "Principal, the transfer formalities have been completed, and we have received feedback from the Education Bureau. Zhang Heng's information has been registered, and he is free to commence his classes." Upon hearing this, Principal Lin clapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Now I can rest easy. Xiao Heng, off you go to class. Excelling in martial assessments alone is insufficient. Your academic performance must not falter." Zhang Heng slightly bowed and replied, "Understood, Principal Lin, that I shall head to class now." After Zhang Heng departed, Principal Lin returned to his office with a smile. Little Wang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Principal, could it be that Zhang Heng is even more outstanding than Chen Hao?" Principal Lin turned around and chuckled heartily. "In 6 days, you shall find out, and I assure you, you will be just as pleased as I am." Zhang Heng followed the teacher from the academic office to the Senior 3 Management Department, where he met the head of the department and his homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher, a young woman of modest height named Zhang Mei, though perplexed by the sudden transfer of a student, embraced her new responsibility with enthusiasm. After familiarizing herself with Zhang Heng's details, she proceeded to introduce him to his classmates and subject teachers. Zhang Mei's gaze was sincere, devoid of any hint of disdain, as she introduced Zhang Heng to his peers and instructors as if he were a close friend. The class period swiftly elapsed, and at 10 o'clock, Zhang Heng followed Zhang Mei to the 7th floor. Upon exiting the elevator and taking a few steps to the right, they arrived at the entrance of Class 5 in the advanced department. Inside the classroom, Chunhao suddenly sensed a familiar aura from outside the window and inadvertently revealed a faint smile that a classmate sitting to Chunhao's left nudged the back of the desk, saying, "Chunjing, look." Chunhao is actually smiling. Chunjing, equally astonished, replied, "Stop poking. I see it. I've never seen him smile before." Just as they were about to continue their conversation, they noticed their homeroom teacher, Zhang Mei, entering through the front door, prompting them to immediately silence themselves. Following Zhang Mei was a young man, nearly 180 centimeters tall, exuding vitality and wearing a gentle smile. Zhang Mei clapped her hands and announced, "Everyone, please settle down, that I would like to introduce a new student to you. Zhang Heng, that he will now give us a brief self-introduction." Zhang Heng stepped forward to the podium, ready to present himself once more. 6 days later, the vice principal, Zheng Zhuan, rushed into Principal Kong Diching's office. Evidently flustered, observing Zheng's demeanor, Principal Kong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Zheng Zhuan, as a vice principal, you ought to manage your affairs with more composure." Unfazed, Zheng Zhuan seized Principal Kong's cup of water and took a sip. Principal Kong, witnessing this, chose not to comment, indicating their amicable relationship. Once Zheng Zhuan's breathing had steadied, Principal Kong inquired, "Didn't you just return from the martial assessment approval? What has you in such a frenzy? Did our school achieve a mediocre 9th rank?" Zheng Zhuan suddenly burst into laughter. "Kong Diching, we have struck gold. Not just a 9th rank, but we have even attained a 1st rank in the professional category." Principal Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Zheng, please clarify. Are you saying we have a 1st rank professional in our school? Is there someone in Class 1 of the advanced department who has been hiding their talent?" Zheng Zhuan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with Class 1. This time, the results are rather peculiar. All the top scores came from Class 22 of the advanced department, the strongest professional 1st rank, the strongest amateur 9th rank, the strongest amateur 8th rank, and the strongest amateur 7th rank all hail from this class. That I can hardly believe it." Principal Kong's eyes widened further. "When did Class 22 become this formidable? And what is the background of this 1st rank?" Zheng Zhuan replied, "I took the liberty of investigating the student named Zhang Heng, who is a professional 1st rank, that he was transferred from the border city and rescued from the wild. The records indicate he is humble and kind, a very commendable student. Although marked as a potential risk, there is no actual danger point. 2 months ago, we received a commendation letter from the Security Bureau and the border city, specifically praising Zhang Heng. Yet for some reason, no one informed us." Chapter 5. The woes of experimentation. The more Principal Kong listened, the more excited he became, as long as the student is outstanding. The source of his arrival is of no consequence. Let us prepare a commendation. Once the results are released, we shall personally visit Class 22. Zheng Zhuan concurred. Indeed, Class 22 deserves a proper commendation for producing such talent. As the clock approached 9:50, students from advanced learning departments across Huawei sat attentively in their classrooms, gazing at the countdown displayed on the large screen at the podium. School leaders, holding their cups, exited their offices to watch the large screen mounted on the teaching building, eagerly anticipating exceptional results from their students. Zhu Yu's mother, filled with expectation, fixated on the official website of the Bianxing Experimental Academy, hoping to see her son's name at the forefront. That I in the classroom of Grade 3, Class 5, the countdown on the screen began. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The results of the martial assessment for the Bianxing Yuda Academy were about to be announced. The screen started displaying the results by class. Class 1 and Class 2 remained calm, with only those being announced erupting in celebration or lament. Soon, the title Grade 3, Class 5 appeared on the screen. The number of participants from Class 5 was modest, totaling only 11, including Zhang Heng. The names of these 11 students appeared sparse on the large screen, yet the entire Yudo Academy fell silent for 10 seconds. The names and scores of the top 2 students shone brightly on the screen. Name: Zhang Heng. Rank: Professional First. Total score: 898 points. Name: Chun Hao. Rank: Professional First. Total score: 889 points. 10 seconds later, the student seated beside Chun Hao and Zhang Heng exclaimed, "My goodness!" awakening the entire class. Subsequently, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted throughout the once quiet campus of Epoch Academy, overshadowing the remaining scores that a girl with large eyes, Hu Xiaoyun, sitting next to Zhang Heng, disregarding her feminine demeanor, rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, Henggo, is that really you? How are you so incredible?" Although Chun Hao lacked a similarly exuberant companion, several of his male classmates echoed, "Chun Hao, is that you? Why are you so low-key? You and Zhang Heng are on another level." The entire class, nearly 100 students, surged together, nearly suffocating the 2 extraordinary students, as those from nearby classes rushed over to witness these 2 exceptional high school students of professional first rank. The teachers of Epoch Academy were equally astonished, their focus now entirely on the 2 standout students of Class 5, leaving the results of other classes unnoticed. The achievements of the 2 professional first ranks profoundly stirred the hearts of the attending teachers, with some veteran educators moved to tears. Secretary Xiao Wang, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "Principal, so this is why you were so animated." At that moment, Principal Lin's expression remained composed as he simply nodded in acknowledgement. The teachers from the registration office now comprehended why their principal had been so animated upon learning of this student days prior, yet a significant question lingered in their minds. Has the experimental academy gone mad? Some rejoice while others lament that on one side, the students of Class 1 are engulfed in jubilation, while on the other, the 2 high-ranking officials of the experimental academy stand in stunned silence. The results from Class 1 emerge first, revealing an outcome of 5 students achieving the rank of amateur 8th grade. This neither too few nor too many results incite waves of cheers from Class 1 as they gather around the few who attain this rank, showering them with praise that I end the subsequent 20 or so classes. Only 2 or 3 manage to reach the 8th grade, and even those are rather mediocre. However, their revelry is short-lived as the results from Class 3, Section 22 begin to surface. The latter few scores are unremarkable, 4th and 5th grades, but the earlier names astonish everyone, particularly the self-proclaimed strongest class in the school. The results of the martial arts assessment for Section 22 of the Experimental Academy are made public. Name: Li Ji. Total score: 545. Rank: amateur 7th grade. Name: Zhang Wei. Total score: 599. Rank: amateur 7th grade. Name: Zhu Yu. Total score: 650. Rank: amateur 8th grade. Name: Xie Feng. Total score: 675. Rank: amateur 8th grade. Name: Zhao Ying. Total score: 675. Rank: amateur 8th grade. Name: Li Ming. Total score: 690. Rank: amateur 8th grade. Name: Chao Dong. Total score: 695. Rank: amateur 8th grade. Name: Wan Huan. Total score: 699. Rank: amateur 8th grade. Name: Ma Xinza. Total score: 799. Rank: amateur 9th grade. The members of Class 1 are left speechless. Zhu Yu is aware of his own results, but what are the other names? How can there be 6 students at the 8th grade level, along with an exceptionally outstanding 9th grade? He has never heard of these individuals before. Zhu Yu is utterly flabbergasted. His eyes are reddened, and his face is flushed with embarrassment. He had been confident in his own performance, believing he had excelled during the assessment, and had assured himself that his score would undoubtedly be the highest in the class, apart from Zhang Heng. Now, after all his efforts to oust Zhang Heng, he discovers that his score is, in fact, the lowest among the amateur 8th grades in his class, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Unable to bear the imagined gazes of his classmates, Zhu Yu bolts from the classroom, muttering incessantly, "It's all Zhang Heng's fault, that it's definitely because of him that these others scored so well." Observing his frantic exit, most of his classmates display disdainful expressions. After the last time he pressured Chun Hao to leave, their impression of him had already deteriorated to a significant degree, and now, just days later, the previously amiable Zhang Heng had also departed without a word. Zhu Yu is not the only one in shock. Standing before the office door, Kong Daxing and Jing Zhuan dropped their cups in disbelief. They had been eagerly anticipating the results of Section 22, hoping for the first instance of a professional first grade in the history of the experimental academy, envisioning the bustling enrollment scene in September. However, the results were far from what they had imagined. With only Ma Xin's name appearing at the top of the list, Zhang Heng's name is conspicuously absent from the results of the experimental academy. After several moments of stunned silence, Kong Diqing finally snaps back to reality. Zheng Zhuan, what is going on? Wasn't Zhang Heng supposed to be a professional first grade? Where is his name? Zheng Zhuan, equally bewildered, replies, how could he not be there? I received confirmation on the day of the assessment that a student named Zhang Heng was in our section 22. Kong Diqing ponders, could it be that Zhang Heng's identity led to his results not being published? Or perhaps the professional first grade was taken by someone else? Zheng Zhuan counters, that shouldn't be the case, that I've never heard of a professional first grade's results being withheld from publication. Kong Diqing declares, this is unacceptable, let's go to the administration office and find out what happened. The two hasten to the management office of the senior year department, where the head of the senior department is gleefully calculating his bonus for the year, having deemed class 22 exceptionally strong. Teacher Pu Hong is equally delighted. She had initially thought that having Zhu Yu achieve an amateur 8th grade was already commendable, but the results had far exceeded her expectations. Zhu Yu's score barely holds significance compared to Ma Xin's eye-catching 799, which she estimates would place him among the top 10 scores. However, she can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Suddenly, the office door swings open, and Kong Diqing and Zheng Zhuan enter with dark expressions. The head of the senior department immediately rises to greet them, thinking they have come to commend the students for their impressive results. However, the leaders' faces betray no signs of joy. Zheng Zhuan does not allow the head of the senior department to speak and directly asks, Luo Zhibiao, what is the situation with Zhang Heng from section 22? The head of the senior department, Luo Zhibiao, is momentarily taken aback and inquires, who is Zhang Heng? Zheng Zhuan's expression darkens. At this point, Kong Diqing interjects loudly, who is the homeroom teacher for section 22? The atmosphere in the office grows tense, as everyone can sense the leader's displeasure. The teacher of classical literature, Fang Xiyu, along with Lin Gang and Lu Jing from the B Studies department, exchange glances and can only manage a wry smile. Being called out, Pu Hong stands up. I am the homeroom teacher for section 22. Chapter 6. Zhang Heng transferred Kong Diqing, and Zheng Zhuan noticed that everyone in the office is now watching and soften their tone. Ms. Pu, you have done commendable work, and your students have performed admirably. However, I must ask, was there a student named Zhang Heng in your class? Pu Hong's complexion drains of color as she hesitates for a moment before slowly uttering 6 words. There used to be one. Kong Diqing and Zheng Zhuan immediately sense something is off and simultaneously ask, what do you mean there used to be one? At this, Luo Zhibiao recalls that just a few days ago, he had signed a transfer application brought by Zhu Yu. The class monitored, he had casually asked a couple of questions before signing. Never anticipating such a turn of events, Pu Hong realizes that Zhang Heng must have achieved an impressive score. But given the current situation, she can only respond with trepidation. He just transferred out a few days ago. Kong Diqing and Zheng Zhuan erupt in disbelief. What? Zheng Zhuan demands, clarify this. What do you mean he transferred out? Pu Hong, unsure of how to proceed, can only relay Zhu Yu's narrative. Some students reported that Zhang Heng was privately gathering large groups of students for paid tutoring, and he even engaged in fights. Considering himself formidable, moreover, his status is classified as a moderate-risk individual, rendering his assessment results invalid. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhuan's eyes widen in disbelief. Who told you his results are invalid? He participated in the assessment. How could his scores be deemed invalid? Kong Diqing remains more composed, asserting, bring in the personnel from the Thought Education and Academic Registration departments, and also bring in Li Cheng. How did he approve the transfer application? Soon, over 20 individuals from the Thought Education and Academic Registration departments arrive at the senior department's office, initially buzzing with excitement over this year's outstanding results. However, the head of the senior department's grim demeanor quickly dampens their spirits as they are summoned to the office, sensing that the two principals are displeased. Among them is Li Cheng, a young vice principal in his 30s, who has a promising future ahead of him. Kong Diqing slams his hand on the table and questions, aren't you all excited? The group is at a loss, unsure whether to nod or shake their heads, standing there in a state of confusion. Kong Diqing's expression reflects disappointment. How can you all still be pleased? You are a bunch of fools who have let a gem slip through your fingers. The crowd is bewildered. Shouldn't they be celebrating their exceptional results? Why does it feel as though they've lost a remarkable student? Didn't Class 22 just produce an extraordinary amateur in 9th grade who handled Zhang Heng's transfer? Zheng Juan inquires, his tone serious, but not as harsh as Kong Diqing's. The bald head of the Thought Education Department, Lin Zito, suddenly realizes the gravity of the situation, thinking to himself, isn't that student just an ordinary individual? How did it escalate to such a level? Yet, since the vice principal has pointed it out, he can only nervously step forward. Principal, vice principal, I handled Zhang Heng's transfer application. Accompanying him is the teacher responsible for processing Zhang Heng's transfer procedures. Zheng Juan's expression darkens. Provide your reasons. Upon hearing this, Lin Zito feels relieved and recounts the previous narrative. This student was privately gathering students for paid tutoring and allegedly intimidated them in personal spaces. Several months ago, he was also involved in a serious fight. According to regulations, he should have been expelled, but considering he is in a senior year, I ultimately decided to allow his transfer. Zheng Juan feels something is amiss. But Lin Zito's reasoning seems valid. However, it wouldn't suffice to rely solely on his word. Just as he is about to ask Lin Zito for evidence, Kong Diqing interjects, where is the evidence for Zhang Heng's alleged illicit tutoring and fighting? Bring it forth for us to review. At this moment, Kong Diqing felt a twinge of anxiety. If what Lin Zidong claimed were true, then how would this matter be resolved? Such a student, regardless of their professional rank, would be a disgrace to the school. Yet, if the situation were otherwise, Lin Zidong opened his portable computer, aware that the transfer reasons for students were required to be preserved long-term. He hesitated to dispose of them carelessly. The video Zhang Heng had seen that day began to unfold before everyone's eyes. At first, it did appear as a private gathering. Before dawn, a group of students congregated at the sports field, which seemed somewhat normal. However, as the footage progressed, the expressions of the two men darkened. What serious private training could this be? It clearly symbolized the diligence of a few students, and their training methods appeared quite innovative, yielding commendable results. As the video continued, the two men's faces grew increasingly grim. The footage depicted Zhang Heng and several others entering a private gym early in the morning, only emerging when it was time for class, coinciding with the month prior to the martial artist assessment. Any martial artist would understand that training enters a critical phase requiring more specialized equipment or practices that demand discretion, thus necessitating confidentiality from outsiders. Yet Kong Diqing pondered another possibility and inquired of Park Hong, the students on screen are from your class, are they not? Are they not the ones who performed exceptionally well? Realizing she had unwittingly made a significant error, Park Hong responded, yes, they're from our class. Indeed, they were the top performers. Kong Diqing remained silent, continuing to watch the video, which now displayed a scene of Zhang Heng and his companions engaged in combat with a bald man. As a principle of third-tier strength, he quickly discerned the disparity in power between the two sides. This was hardly a brawl. It was a miracle they hadn't been beaten up. However, that man looked somewhat familiar. Zheng Jun scrutinized the footage for a moment before exclaiming, ISNT that the person from Bianqing Qingwan. I feel like I've seen him before. Wait, ISNT that the commendation. Lin Zidong was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with curses directed at Zhu Yu and her son. This is truly a fiasco. The Qingwan people are involved, and they call it a fight. And there's a commendation. This mother and son are leading us to ruin. Zheng Jun swiftly accessed the commendation documents from Bianqing Qingwan and the Bandai Security Bureau. The essence of both documents was similar. Zhang Heng was commended for his bravery and tenacity in fighting against wrongdoers and successfully rescuing hostages. With recognition for his actions and congratulations to the school for producing such an outstanding student. The documents bore large, official seals, unmistakable and impossible to forge. Kong Diqing abruptly stood, glanced at those present, and declared, well done, everyone. He then turned and exited. Zheng Jun looked at Li Cheng and said, Little Li, is this how your transfer application is being handled? And you all, if you can't find talent within, you shouldn't be pushing it away. Go reflect on this. Lin Zidong, you're coming with me to the office. Zheng Jun rose, shooting a furious glare at the crowd before leaving the office. An instructor from the Academic Affairs Office remarked, who is this Zhang Heng? Has he ascended to the professional first tier? Why are both principals so enraged? Suddenly, another teacher gasped, now I understand why the two principals are so furious. I am angry too. What is going on? A teacher inquired. Have you seen the ranking of the Nanjing exam results online? The first teacher replied, Gasp. The top scorer from Nanjing is Zhang Heng. Teacher Park. Is this Zhang Heng the same one? Why does it show he is a student of Utah College? A teacher asked. Park Hong replied bitterly, it should be the same person, and no wonder the principals were so furious. A professional first-tier student was expelled to another school after the exam. If it were me, I would be furious too. Exactly. How did Director Lin from the Ideological Education Department manage this? Not distinguishing between good and bad is one thing, but not discerning right from wrong is unacceptable. A teacher from the Student Registry Office remarked that we're not sure of the situation either. It was all handled by Director Lin, replied a teacher from the Ideological Education Department. Wait, Utah College has 2 professional first-tier students. The 4th-ranked Chun Hao is also from Utah College. Another teacher exclaimed. The 5th is our own Ma Xinjia. This should be our school's highest achievement ever. Another teacher noted. However, when Park Hong heard Chun Hao's name, she froze, murmuring, this Chun Hao can't possibly be the same one, right? But no one noticed her current state. Chapter 7. Not recommended for admission in stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere of the office. Class 22 was a hub of jubilation. Even students from the neighboring class crowded into room 22 to share in the joy. The classroom, capable of accommodating 100 students, was now so packed that movement was nearly impossible. Ma Xinjia was the center of attention, with everyone asking him the same question. You weren't this strong before. How did you improve so quickly? His consistent reply was, it was all taught by Zhang Heng. Wan Huan, the amateur 8th-tier student who ranked first in Nanjing, also drew a crowd. When asked how he became so strong, his response mirrored Ma Xinjia's. It was all taught by Zhang Heng. Zhao Ying, Zhao Dong, Li Ming, Xie Feng, Zhang Wei, and others echoed the same sentiment. While students from other classes were indifferent, the students from Class 22 felt a bittersweet pang, realizing that the strongest talents from all of Nanjing had emerged from their midst. Yet they tacitly avoided mentioning this fact that in addition, there was Chun Hao from Utah College. Some noticed that a student named Chun Hao had achieved professional first-tier status, but considering that Chun Hao had left around the same time as Zhu Yu, it was improbable that he could reach such heights within a year. As a result, people hesitated to link the two names. Months later, when they suddenly discovered a super scholar in their class, many openly expressed their regret. The atmosphere at Utah College was a sea of joy. All classes were suspended to hold a commendation ceremony for all participants in the assessment. Zhang Heng and Chun Hao attracted a swarm of admirers at the event. However, midway through the ceremony, things escalated unexpectedly when several websites released national rankings. Zhang Heng secured the title of top scorer in the martial artist assessment with an astounding score of 898, leading the second-place candidate by a full 5 points. Chun Hao also performed admirably, ranking 10th. The announcement of such results ignited a frenzy throughout the venue. Driving towards Utah, Kong Daqing and Zheng Jun were so incensed they threw their phones. Ma Tianyu and Wu Hao from Nanjing Chun City glanced at their scores and then at Zhang Heng's. Exchanging bitter smiles, Ma Tianyu scored 893 points, placing third, narrowly missing out to Song Zhongxin from the affiliated college of the Imperial Capital University. Wu Hao's total score of 892 secured him fourth place. Song Zhongxin, a professional first-tier student, was said to be the closest to the strongest talent seen 50 years ago, with 4 students from Nanjing breaking into the top 10. Nanjing had undoubtedly claimed the title of the dominant force in this year's martial artist examination. Officials from the Nanjing Education Bureau were beaming with pride, as such an achievement was a once-in-a-thousand-year occurrence for the province. Seeing himself ranked second, Song Zhongxin from the affiliated college of the Imperial Capital University found it hard to believe. This year, he had equaled several records, coinciding with the emergence of the former top student from 50 years ago, only to be overshadowed by the sudden rise of Zhang Heng, who surpassed him and even outshone the legendary figure from half a century ago at the admissions office of the Imperial Capital University. Several admission officers were reporting on their work. Xing Zhigua, responsible for admissions in Nanjing, could hardly contain his joy. After over a decade of recruiting in Nanjing province, this was the first time he felt such pride. Finally, it was Xing Zhigua's turn to present his report. With a beaming smile, he began, this year's situation in Nanjing has exceeded expectations, producing a total of 4 first-tier professionals, each displaying remarkable strength. Particularly noteworthy is the strongest among them. There are also several amateur ninth-tier students who are on par with the standards of professional first-tier, suggesting around 50 candidates suitable for martial artist professional admissions. I recommend we include them in the preparatory admission list. Xing Laoshi, if I recall correctly, that student is a wild child, right? Currently, he should at least bear a low-risk label. Such a student does not meet our admission criteria. Does he? A female teacher who often opposed Xing Jigua interjected. Xing Jigua had anticipated this and was prepared to argue that exceptions could be made. From my observations, that student is humble and interacts well with others, just like any ordinary student. Moreover, he recently risked his life to save an unfamiliar girl from a second-tier individual. Such character merits special consideration. Xing Laoshi, we understand your excitement over discovering a promising talent. But as you mentioned, exceptions exist for a reason that we cannot guarantee that this student's true nature aligns with his outward behavior, that I oppose the special admission of this student. If something goes awry, it would bring disgrace to all of Huagua. Another teacher voiced their dissent. Among the gathered teachers, some supported, some opposed, and others suggested further deliberation. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the head of admissions seated at the forefront. After considerable contemplation, the admissions director made a decision. Xing Laoshi, I understand your excitement regarding the situation in Nanjing, but we must consider reality. Nanjing has more than just Zhang Heng. There are also excellent candidates like Ma Tianyu and Wang Hao. For now, we will not include Zhang Heng in the preparatory admission list, but we will assign him an observation position. Xing Jigua's expression suddenly fell. Ever since he laid eyes on Zhang Heng, he felt an instinctive sense that this youth was not an ordinary talent, especially after the elderly Li displayed considerable interest in Zhang Heng, making that feeling all the more pronounced. The admissions director spoke again. Our institution does not lack top scholars. We cannot afford to take unnecessary risks that I believe the other 4 prestigious universities will make the same choice. Even if we were to make a mistake, we could always rectify it. With our influence, he would surely not refuse us at any time. Xing Jigua muttered to himself, realizing that it seemed Li Lao would indeed recruit him. The offices of the other 4 universities were similarly engaged in discussions about this matter, and the outcome was surprisingly unanimous. As traditional strongholds of education, they truly did not lack top scholars and were unwilling to take risks for an uncertain Zhang Heng. The reputation of prestigious institutions can sometimes become a burden. Meanwhile, far away in the border city, Zhang Heng was unaware that he would soon face the unprecedented embarrassment of being rejected by a top scholar in just 2 months at this moment. He was more preoccupied with contemplating how to venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts for money, as he had yet to secure the funds for his university tuition. Upon entering university, Zhang Heng planned to earn money through competitions in the metropolis, as he was reluctant to continue living on the edge of life and death. After 5 years of tumultuous experiences, becoming a professional player was now his paramount goal. Unbeknownst to Zhang Heng, outside the school gates, Principal Lin was crossing his arms, observing Kong Dicheng, Zheng Juan, and Lin Jidong before him. Principal Kong, what a pleasant surprise! What brings you to my humble abode? Upon witnessing Principal Lin's smug demeanor, Kong Dicheng nearly ground his teeth but managed to respond politely. Principal Lin, I am here to retrieve our student. Retrieve? Come now, our campus only accommodates students from Utah. What are you doing here to pick someone up? Principal Lin taunted with a smirk. Despite knowing he was being mocked, Kong Dicheng could only endure. Principal Lin, we have just learned that our teacher wrongfully accused Zhang Heng due to an error in their work, causing him unwarranted suffering. That we have brought this teacher to apologize to Zhang Heng, hoping he can return to his familiar class. Principal Lin replied, if I recall correctly, the reason for Zhang Heng's transfer from your school was due to violations involving the illicit collection of funds and participation in serious brawls. Such a problematic student is better off remaining here, lest he tarnish your institution's reputation. Principal Lin, could we at least meet Zhang Heng? We wish to apologize in person, Zheng Juan interjected. Principal Lin's expression turned grave. Gentlemen, you know it is class time. We cannot disturb the student's studies. Very well. I have work to attend to, so I shall not invite you for tea. That I trust you understand. Without waiting for their response, Principal Lin decisively turned and entered the school, shutting the door behind him and taking a seat at the security booth, engaging in casual conversation with the guard, leaving the 3 outside in an awkward silence. Zheng Juan broke the silence. Old Kong, what shall we do now? What can we do but return? Kong Dicheng gritted his teeth. Are we not going to make another attempt? This concerns the funding for next academic year. Did you not see Lin Xiling sitting at the entrance? We cannot afford to provoke him. With a heavy sigh, Kong Diqing turned to leave. Zheng Zhuan glanced at Principal Lin at the security booth and then at Lin Jidong. Lin Jidong, when we return, you should voluntarily step down. Lin Jidong nodded numbly, staring blankly at the direction the two had departed for a while before regaining his senses. As they left, Lin Jidong murmured to himself. This 1T happened twice. That Shun Hao was merely a namesake. Kong Diqing, more exciting challenges await you. The old man seated on the stool chuckled softly. Yuta Academy is situated on the outskirts of the city. With classes ending slightly earlier than other schools to accommodate students living farther away, including Zhang Heng, who was now a full 20 kilometers from the bookstore. 25 minutes later, Zhang Heng arrived at the part-time bookstore a minute ahead of the time designated by the old man. Upon entering the city, due to his special circumstances and being underage, the state had granted him a stipend of 10,000 yuan, which was barely sufficient for daily sustenance. Thus, he sought employment at this antique bookstore. As for why he chose an antique bookstore, the answer was simple. Nowadays, 99% of books exist in electronic format, while this place was filled with old-fashioned paper books. Moreover, the bookstore owner was a remarkably astute old man. At least in Zhang Heng's eyes, he could discern Zhang Heng's true capabilities at a glance and was almost omniscient. However, the old man was somewhat stingy. When Zhang Heng, unaccustomed to the first tea session, wasted a fine brew, the old man insisted that Zhang Heng fetch him a new one. That the old man appeared ageless yet vibrant. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, he remarked, "Young people just love to show off." Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the old man's words. "Excuse me, what do you mean?" The old man did not clarify, instead switching topics. "What do you aspire to do in the future?" After a brief hesitation, Zhang Heng replied, "I believe I will become a professional player." "Do you wish to avoid those dangers once and for all?" the old man continued to inquire. Zhang Heng nodded. "Sometimes, you have already made your choice. You just do not realize it," the old man spoke again. Zhang Heng felt somewhat dazed, uncertain of the old man's true meaning. "Take your time to ponder. You may arrive 10 minutes later in the future." The old man concluded and turned to ascend the stairs at 1 o'clock. Luo Ziqiang, a female classmate Zhang Heng met at the experimental academy, arrived at the bookstore as usual. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, she smiled gently. "Congratulations on your excellent results." Luo Ziqiang, an ordinary student at the experimental academy, had bumped into Zhang Heng on his first day at school at the classroom door, leading to their acquaintance. "Thank you. You did well too," Zhang Heng responded with a smile. "How did you know my results?" Luo Ziqiang asked, somewhat surprised that I learned about it. Zhang Heng nodded. "That I am far behind you," Luo Ziqiang said with a sweet smile. "Not at all. You are much better than me," Zhang Heng replied. Not being modest at all, Luo Ziqiang giggled. "Excessive modesty can come off as insincere. I certainly do not wish to be perceived as a hypocrite," Zhang Heng stated with a seemingly serious tone. "Does my opinion of you really matter?" Luo Ziqiang's face flushed slightly. "That of course it matters. After all, we see each other every day," Zhang Heng replied casually, upon hearing Zhang Heng's response. Luo Ziqiang's expression turned stern. She huffed and entered the bookstore on Saturday morning. Zhang Heng arrived at the border city gate, located half an hour's drive from the city. The city gate, a defensive structure built by the New World to prevent formidable beasts from entering and causing destruction, also served as a base for martial artists to venture outside. Due to his classification as a special person, Zhang Heng was marked as a low-risk individual, having recently been downgraded from moderate risk after saving Principal Lin's daughter. At the exit inspection station, the staff looked at Zhang Heng with a blank expression and inquired, "What is your purpose for leaving?" Zhang Heng replied, "I am going to hunt beasts for money." The staff member responded, "Your strength is too low. You are not permitted to operate alone. That I can join a team," Zhang Heng suggested. "You are classified as low risk and must be under full surveillance throughout," the staff member stated. "I accept," Zhang Heng acknowledged. "This is your monitoring device. Please wear it on your chest at all times. That IT must not be removed, overlooked, or turned off," the staff member instructed as Zhang Heng accepted the monitoring device. "Thank you," Zhang Heng replied. "Next, please proceed to the team area to find companions. That if you do not form a team within an hour, the system will forcibly assign you to a group," the staff member added. "Understood," Zhang Heng affirmed. As anticipated, given his youth and the fact that he was wearing a monitoring device, no one chose to team up with him. An hour later, Zhang Heng was forcibly assigned to a small team comprised of 5 individuals, all of whom had also been left unselected for an hour. Among them was a couple. The male was a professional rank 1, and the female was an amateur rank 7, and Owen wanted to team up with someone they deemed a liability. There was also a middle-aged man who looked fierce, wearing a monitoring device similar to Zhang Heng's. Lastly, there was an elderly gentleman who appeared to be around 70 years old. It was unclear what he intended to do outside. Zhang Heng held no objections to the team arrangement. The middle-aged man seemed strong and was unfazed by the situation, while the head of the group wore a cheerful smile, clearly indifferent. However, the expressions of the couple grew increasingly grim as they assessed the trio. The woman leaned closer to the man, her brow slightly furrowed as she remarked, "Darling, just look at these teammates. One is a mere child, another an elderly man, and the last one clearly seems to be no good." The man's countenance mirrored her discontent, yet he tightened his embrace around her, assuring, "I will protect you, we have no choice in this teaming arrangement. We can simply keep our distance from them later." The trio, after hearing this, remained unperturbed, though the middle-aged man and the elder exchanged astonished glances at Zhang Heng, both surprised by the composure exhibited by the young man. The man's expression darkened further in response to their lack of reaction. After all, he was a graduate of a prestigious university, possessing the strength of a first-tier professional right after graduation. While he may not have been exceptional, he certainly stood out among the ordinary populace. Shouldn't a clueless youth, a gruff middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and an elderly gentleman on the verge of immobility be seeking protection from someone who appeared robust and youthful like himself? Chapter 9. Returned to the outpost, noticing the man's sour demeanor. The woman disdainfully glared at the trio and declared, "Hey, you 3, it's not too late to plead for our mercy now. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you when my boyfriend refuses to protect you." That a smug grin appeared on the man's face, further solidifying his appreciation for the woman's understanding and eloquence. Suddenly, Zhang Heng made a move, and the man thought to himself, "At least today, youth grasped the situation." But then he was taken aback. Zhang Heng bowed slightly to the 2 elders, saying, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Zhang Heng, and I kindly ask for your guidance on this journey." The elder chuckled softly, responding, "What you say is amusing, young lad. It is indeed I who will require your assistance. My surname is Li, and you may address me as you wish." The middle-aged man relaxed his brow, adding, "Young man, your strength belies your age. Let us look out for one another. I am Zhang Han." Zhang Heng replied, "Grandpa Li." "Uncle Jiang, let us set forth." The 3 then turned and departed, but the elder hesitated for a moment before addressing the couple. "Young folks, if you wish to leave the outpost, you may proceed." The man's face clouded with displeasure, and the woman felt her pride wounded, yet she persisted, stating, "These ignorant individuals surely have no idea how perilous the outside world can be, right, darling?" The man released the woman from his embrace and stormed off, grumbling, "If you're leaving, then do so quickly." The woman huffed and stamped her foot before reluctantly following. Upon exiting the gates, they were greeted by a verdant world. The subtropical border town was blanketed in evergreen broadleaf forests, perpetually lush and vibrant, especially following the recent spring rains that infused the area with vitality. However, this was also the most dangerous time. While the rains were a boon for the flora, they heralded a feast for the fauna. The range of a first-tier professional's activity is limited to a radius of approximately 100 kilometers, this being the safest operational zone for most first-tier professionals. The farther one ventured from the outpost, the more perilous it became. Within a 50-kilometer radius, wild animals predominated, posing minimal danger that amateur warriors could handle. Beyond that, one would require at least first-tier strength, with the 80-kilometer zone presenting a very low probability of encountering second-tier beasts and the 90-kilometer zone showing a certain likelihood of such encounters. Small groups were advised against venturing beyond 90 kilometers. Zhang Heng inquired, "To what distance do you both venture?" Grandpa Li replied, "I'll be heading to about 80 kilometers to catch a gray pheasant for my granddaughter." The gray pheasant, an evolved species of the nationally protected white pheasant, boasts a larger size, swifter flight, and greater aggressiveness, with its magnificent tail feathers posing a significant threat, typically requiring amateur first-tier strength. However, due to its speed and flight capabilities, it often trespasses into the territories of first-tier beasts. Jiang Han added, I will also be at the 80-kilometer mark as a professional hunter. Zhang Heng responded, very well, then I shall accompany you both. Grandpa Li questioned, child, why would you venture so deep when you are not a professional hunter? To which Zhang Heng sheepishly admitted, well, sir, I have yet to secure funding for my university tuition, so I need to hunt some beasts for a bit of money. Grandpa Li was taken aback, thinking, what a commendable young lad. Zhang Han was equally surprised but sensed that Zhang Heng might genuinely be in need, given his youth and daring venture into the forest. Since the moment Zhang Heng stepped into the forest, Zhang Han had been observing his movements. Zhang Heng moved swiftly, yet with poise, his body always prepared, his senses alert to the surroundings. He resembled a seasoned forest dweller, starkly contrasting with the flustered duo trailing behind. Behind them, Li Zekin sensed something amiss since exiting the gates. He had never ventured out alone, having only experienced the forest under the watchful care of formidable elders. And now, without protection, he felt as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, to project an image of experience to the woman beside him, he pressed on, gritting his teeth. The woman, even more so, had been raised in comfort and was self-assured. Possessing the temperament of a pampered princess, she had insisted on accompanying Li Zekin multiple times to broaden her horizons, but now that she was out, it felt as if her life was hanging by a thread. The trio ahead moved swiftly, showing no consideration for her delicate sensibilities. Growing impatient, Zhang Han halted, startling Li Zekin and the woman. Why did you stop so suddenly? You nearly scared me to death. The frightened woman yelled at Zhang Han. Ignoring her outburst, Zhang Han focused on Li Zekin, stating, your pace is too slow, and you want to make it to the 80-kilometer zone. You should stay around here. You won't manage to go further. With that, Zhang Han turned and left, and the trio quickened their pace, soon disappearing from view. The woman trembled and murmured, Chingu, darling, how could they treat us like this? It's of no consequence. We can manage without them. Li Zekin replied, though his steps had begun to falter with anxiety, that I in no time. The trio crossed into the 50-kilometer zone, their presence alone causing first-tier animals to steer clear of them. Before long, they reached the 80-kilometer mark, slowing their pace as half the creatures around them were first-tier beasts, making every movement a potential risk. Grandpa Li surveyed the surroundings and said, let us move. I know a spot where gray pheasants are known to appear, alongside other desirable beasts like flying squirrels, wild boars, and muntjac. Zhang Han nodded in agreement, and Zhang Heng quietly followed. Soon, they arrived at a small stream, which appeared to be an idyllic retreat, yet hidden within its waters lay countless dangers. The gentle babbling of the stream accompanied a few small birds flitting about, vigilant in their surroundings, that as they ventured deeper, the stream narrowed, and the trees grew taller, casting a deeper, more foreboding shadow despite the ample light. After a while, the trio discovered signs of gray pheasants on a gentle slope. The gray pheasant was relatively scarce, with 1 male and 3 females. It was clear that Grandpa Li's target was the grand male, while Zhang Heng and Zhang Han were more intrigued by the distant muntjac. Muntjac, a type of deer, had evolved to be taller and swifter, distinctly different from ordinary deer. The evolved muntjac shed its previous yellow coat in favor of a more feral gray-black fur, shifting from a herbivorous diet to an omnivorous one, occasionally preying on smaller creatures. Chapter 10. The gray wolf pack. Grandpa Li gazed at the distant gray pheasant with a grin, then retrieved a small crossbow from his backpack, replacing the arrowhead with a powerful tranquilizer tip. However, Zhang Han frowned at the sight, saying, old man, that tranquilized gray pheasant may lack some flavor. Zhang Heng concurred, yet Grandpa Li shook his head, stating, this is no ordinary tranquilizer. It is a hallucinogen I've developed through decades of experience. The prey shot will experience about 3 seconds of visual and auditory hallucinations. You should know what can be accomplished in 3 seconds. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, exclaiming, this is a splendid tool. It will make dealing with such swift beasts significantly easier. Zhang Han remarked, if you had this on the market, why would you need to hunt it yourself? Grandpa Li replied, because my granddaughter has a fondness for it. I feel more at ease doing it myself, that I'll need you both to control the wings and claws while I handle the tail and mouth. After saying this, Grandpa Li produced a muzzle and a piece of metal lock from his bag. Zhang Han nodded, instructing Zhang Heng, you're young and swift. Control the wings from above while I manage the claws. Zhang Heng was aware that 2 senior figures were inclined to look after him. Thus he nodded in agreement, He then quietly made his way up the slope to observe the terrain and distribution of trees surrounding the gray beast. Overall, the landscape was less than ideal. The gentle slope increased the demands for speed control, and the abundance of trees would disrupt the rhythm of rapid movement. However, for Zhang Heng at this moment, none of this posed a problem. Zhang Han was positioned in a lower area, closely fixated on the sharp claws of the gray beast, for the talons of any avian creature are indeed formidable weapons. Simultaneously, old Li, who was positioned parallel to the gray beast, quietly aimed his small crossbow. At that moment, the gray beast, slightly on alert, raised its head. That a minute passed, and the surroundings remained tranquil. Observing this, the gray beast lowered its head to drink water. In that fleeting instant, the crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, striking the side of the gray beast's neck. Just before impact, the arrow had expanded, leaving only a slender needle to pierce the beast's muscle, while the expanded portion obstructed further intrusion. The moment the bolt was released, Old Li sprang into action, followed by Zhang Han, while Zhang Heng, on the slope, hesitated for half a second, allowing for the synchronization of their movements. Zhang Heng, taking the initiative, leapt into the air and seized the base of the gray beast's left wing. Concurrently, Old Li captured the beast's mouth and head, maneuvering forward to reach its tail. With a swift motion, he secured the gray beast's formidable tail, wrapping it several times before locking it in place. Zhang Han then grasped both of the beast's sharp claws, deftly maneuvering the tail between them before quickly producing chains to bind them together. Once the dangerous areas were secured, Old Li proceeded to bind the gray beast's wings, transforming the once towering creature into a compact form barely reaching half a person's height. The trio swiftly vacated the area, subsequently traversing to capture 2 more gray beasts and 2 roe deer. For the 3 of them, this day's bounty was more than sufficient. The gray beast was essential for Old Li, while Zhang Heng and Zhang Han each deemed 1 roe deer ample. At market prices, each deer could fetch no less than 10,000, equating to Zhang Heng's monthly allowance for books that a return trip the next day would yield 20,000, bringing him closer to covering the basic tuition fees for college. As the sun began its descent, the 3 prepared to return, but before they could shoulder their captured prey, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby thicket. Zhang Heng frowned, questioning the sudden presence of so many gray wolves. Zhang Han and Old Li, clearly unfamiliar with the wolves, looked at Zhang Heng with curiosity. Zhang Heng cautiously approached the 2, and they formed a defensive stance back-to-back. That he remarked, "The terrain here is rugged. Resources are scarce, and being so close to human settlements, wolves rarely venture this near, especially in packs." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's expression turned cold. Could it be a pack driven out from their territory? Old Li nodded gravely, acknowledging the likelihood of such a scenario. Zhang Heng maintained his composure, suggesting a retreat, as there might be an alpha wolf among them. That as the trio slowly began their descent, several gray wolves emerged from the hillside, blocking their escape route. Zhang Han's countenance darkened. Were they not allowed to leave? Zhang Heng nodded. They look emaciated. They're likely starving. Uncle Zhang, prepare your weapons. With that, Zhang Heng pulled 2 short knives from his backpack, borrowed from Ma Xinze, as he currently lacked the financial means to purchase such weaponry, which could cost him a year's worth of meals. Zhang Han retrieved a short knife from his pack, while Old Li silently produced 3 sticks, combining them to form a long staff. "It seems my luck has run dry. I haven't had a chance to stretch my legs in years," Old Li mused. Zhang Han remarked, "Zhang Heng, how old are you? I feel as though my 2 decades of wilderness experience pales in comparison to yours." Zhang Heng replied, "I am a student from the advanced department and have spent considerable time in the wild." Zhang Han and Old Li exchanged astonished glances. Zhang Han exclaimed, "Are high school students today this formidable?" Old Li lamented, "I must be getting old. This world belongs to the youth." Zhang Heng humbly noted, "I am but one of the few. Just an exception." Zhang Han sighed in relief. "Be careful." Zhang Heng suddenly shouted that a wolf launched an attack from Zhang Han's direction, but he swiftly evaded the gray wolf's charge. Meanwhile, the other wolves began to assault the trio from various angles. Zhang Han retaliated fiercely, as a wolf of similar size relentlessly battered against him. That he used a short knife to block and defend himself. Old Li, seasoned from decades of experience, adeptly wielded his staff, employing it as both a weapon and a shield, striking the wolves with precision. Zhang Heng, however, was particularly ruthless. Wielding a knife in each hand, he defended while simultaneously attacking. Any wolf that ventured too close would find itself swiftly slashed. Gradually, many of the attacking wolves began to lose their fighting spirit. The precision of Zhang Heng's movements drew admiration from Jiang Han and Old Li. Every motion was deliberate, with each step and turn serving a practical purpose. There was no room for superfluous actions, and though his technique may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it was undeniably destructive. Moreover, Zhang Heng's proficiency with the knives outshone that of Jiang Han, who had wielded blades for 20 years. Zhang Heng seamlessly alternated between offense and defense, executing attacks with one hand while parrying with the other. After each strike, he quickly transitioned back to a defensive stance, allowing the other hand to continue the assault, delivering 2 swift blows to every wolf that dared to attack him. Chapter 11. The Fierce Battle with the Wolf King while maintaining his defense. Zhang Heng remained vigilant, keeping an eye on his companions. Should anyone find themselves in peril, he would promptly rush to their aid, showcasing an effortless grace that belied his youth to that moment. Countless alpacas galloped through Zhang Heng's mind as he lamented the presence of the monitoring device. Were it not for this contraption, he would have swiftly taken the Wolf King's head. Alas, he resigned himself to honing his fundamental techniques as the alpha wolf was about to make its entrance. He contemplated how to stage the encounter perfectly, for this formidable beast was worth a considerable sum. At the peak of the slope, a silver-furred Wolf King bared its teeth, advancing towards Zhang Heng and his companions. Just days prior, it had been bested in a territorial dispute, driven here to this rugged terrain. The creatures of the mountain were primarily agile and capable of flight, and as a stamina-based contender. The Wolf King struggled to exhibit its true prowess in such an environment, resulting in a few days of hunger. Just as it hesitated, contemplating a return to familiar grounds, it caught the scent of bipedal creatures. Thrilled, it led its pack to confront these 2-legged beings, only to find them far more formidable than anticipated, especially one young creature that stood out. Observing the approaching Wolf King from his position on the hillside, Zhang Heng addressed his seniors. Sirs, I will engage the Wolf King head-on. You two should take the opportunity to strike at its flanks. Point 3 against 1 should provide us a chance. Jiang Han and Old Li recognized the validity of this strategy and nodded in agreement. Zhang Heng added, I will draw it towards the area with denser trees for better evasion. I would rather take the initiative than face certain death. Upon mentioning Zhang Heng's recent explosive speed demonstrated during the assessment, he surged towards the Wolf King under the incredulous gazes of the 2 onlookers. The descending Wolf King, sensing the provocation emanating from Zhang Heng, was incensed. The audacity of a bipedal beast of lesser strength charging at it was a blatant affront to its authority. In the wooded slopes, the encounter between the wolf and the man unfolded, with Zhang Heng skillfully utilizing the cover of trees to dodge and retaliate. Whenever the Wolf King attacked, Zhang Heng would retreat behind a tree, leaving the Wolf King to strike the trunk with a paw, inflicting deep gashes upon it. Before the Wolf King could withdraw from its assault, Zhang Heng lunged towards it, aware of the exceptional short blades in Zhang Heng's hands. The Wolf King had no choice but to evade. As it dodged, Zhang Heng retreated momentarily, only to charge once more as the Wolf King advanced again. Despite the evolutionary enhancements over the past 2 centuries, the Wolf King's intelligence seemed stagnant. Zhang Heng's harassing tactics left numerous wounds on the creature's forepaws. Just when the Wolf King wished to disengage from this troublesome biped, another one appeared, targeting its vulnerable flank. Startled, the Wolf King hastily dodged, only to find the other biped waiting on the opposite side, leaving it with no escape as it hung in the air. With a fierce kick, Zhang Heng struck the Wolf King's soft waist, eliciting a roar of pain. The pack of wolves previously engaged with Old Li swiftly redirected their charge toward Zhang Heng. Unfazed by the approaching young gray wolves, Zhang Heng focused on the fleeing Wolf King, delivering a precise slash across its skull that severed one of its ears. In a fluid motion, he evaded Zhang Han's surveillance equipment and executed a backward strike, nearly cleaving a gray wolf leaping towards Zhang Han in 2. Regardless of the positioning, Zhang Han dashed towards the wounded Wolf King, his blade grazing its neck and narrowly avoiding severing its carotid artery. Not to be outdone, Old Li followed suit, delivering a powerful blow to the Wolf King's midsection, sending it crashing to the ground, causing Old Li's makeshift weapon to splinter. Zhang Heng swiftly followed up with a dagger plunge into the Wolf King's neck, the tip poised against its heart. Reluctant to meet its demise in such a manner, The Wolf King summoned the last vestiges of its strength to escape Zhang Heng's grasp, which he relinquished at the opportune moment. The Wolf King, momentarily elated, attempted to rise and flee. Yet, Zhang Heng was not one to grant such an opportunity. As the battered creature turned, he delivered a decisive kick, the sound of a crack resonating through the air. The Wolf King's waist was shattered, rendering it immobile, that it could only watch as its once loyal pups scattered in terror, none daring to glance back as they fled the perilous scene, with the majority of its blood drained. The Wolf King's vision blurred. Its body betrayed its commands, its mind dulled, and its sight faded into darkness until it succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the lifeless form of the Wolf King, Zhang Han exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him, while Zhang Heng relaxed from his tense state. Old Li, seeing the outcome, sought out his gray wolves. Zhang Han smiled and gave Zhang Heng a thumbs up before turning to pursue two deer, as they were worth slightly more than the gray wolves, being rarer and harder to hunt. Zhang Heng hoisted the Wolf King's carcass and matched the pace of his companions, in an era where the efficacy of firearms diminished. Conventional weaponry could only inflict harm on the weaker beasts. The vital areas of these creatures had evolved to be extraordinarily resilient, rendering typical weapons ineffective. The use of large-scale weaponry posed even graver consequences. As extensive radiation accelerated the evolution of beasts, the current human-beast standoff was heavily skewed against humanity, partly due to the early extensive deployment of such weapons, including nuclear arms. As night descended fully, the trio gazed at the scattered pelts, reluctantly departing, having survived the wolf pack unscathed. A stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. The journey back to the city was slow due to their burdens and fatigue. At this moment, Li Zekin and the woman were on edge, the latter trembling in fear. "Zekin, what is happening? Where are we?" Li Zekin wore a grim expression, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Zekin, brother Chin, please say something, that I'm scared." The woman implored again. "Enough already, your incessant whining is unbearable." Li Zekin roared in frustration. The woman paused, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Why are you yelling at me? Wu, wasn't it you who brought me here? I don't want to be here." Wu Li Zekin, already irked, found her cries even more exasperating. Casting a disdainful glance, he shoved her away and walked off. Alone and frightened, the woman chased after him, weeping as she did. Chapter 12. Tenderness. Zhang Heng and his companions continued their journey in silence. As they drew nearer to the city, the path became increasingly secure, yet the scent of blood from the Wolf King's corpse attracted some audacious beasts. Upon reaching 50 kilometers, Zhang Heng suddenly heard a woman's cries carried by the wind, growing ever closer. Soon, Zhang Han and Old Li also caught the sound. Zhang Han furrowed his brow. "Isn't that the couple's voice? Why are they still not out?" Old Li suggested. "Let us go check it out." The trio hastened towards the source, and upon hearing their approach, the woman raced towards them, clutching at the chance of salvation. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night. "Stop screaming. If you want to live, shut your mouth," Zhang Han barked. Old Li inquired, "What is wrong, miss? Where's the young man you came with?" The woman, disheveled and adorned with fresh abrasions, clearly had hastily fled. The trio quickly deduced the situation. Fear etched on her face. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Heng and stammered, That's a wolf. It's already dead." Zhang Heng replied flatly. Zhang Han added, "If you want to go back, hurry up. Don't waste our time." "What about? Can we look for Zekin?" The woman, intimidated by Zhang Han and wary of Zhang Heng's formidable presence, chose to appeal to the seemingly gentler Old Li. Zhang Han's expression darkened. "He abandoned you. Why do you care? Leave if you want. If not, stay." Old Li remained silent, clearly sharing Zhang Han's sentiment. Zhang Heng, not one to embody boundless compassion, understood the value of life through his own harrowing experiences. He would certainly save those who sacrifice for others, but those who abandoned their companions to save themselves? "Let us go. He might have already returned to the city," Zhang Heng suggested. The woman, witnessing Zhang Heng's refusal, burst into tears. "Come on, dear girl, perhaps he truly has returned to the city," as Zhang Heng said. Old Li reassured her. Reluctantly, the woman matched their pace, but her continual sobbing irked Zhang Han. Zhang Heng and Old Li remained unfazed. Though their progress was noticeably slowed, it wasn't until 4 in the morning that they finally returned to the city. Upon entering, they quickly underwent security checks, including inspections of goods and personnel, payment of fees, and submission of surveillance equipment. The trio, bearing 2 gray wolves, 2 deer, and a large wolf, soon caught the attention of eager buyers that I'll take that deer for 10,000. What a joke. I'll take it for 11,000. 12,000. Let's see who dares to compete with me. Old man, are you selling the gray wolves for 10,000? I'd prefer to keep them alive. I'll give you 15,000. That oldly smiled calmly. I am not selling this gray wolf. You should take a look at that wolf king. He deftly redirected the fervor toward Zhang Heng. That a wolf king, a gray wolf of considerable size. My word. A silver-headed wolf king, second tier. I'll offer 50,000 a weight indeed. The fur shows minimal damage. I'll raise it to 55,000. My store is hosting a full wolf king banquet today. 65,000. In Nanlin province. The average salary of an ordinary citizen hovers around 50,000. That the lavish banquet known as the Wolf King's feast costs no less than 90,000, making such exquisite delicacies clearly unattainable for the general populace. Ultimately, 2 deer were sold for the price of 13,000 each, while the price of the Wolf King was escalated to 70,000. That over the course of a day and night, the trio garnered over 90,000 in quick cash. An undeniable boon for a first-tier martial artist. However, when Zhang Heng was about to divide the earnings with Zhang Han and Elder Li, they adamantly refused. Elder Li claimed that he merely intended to capture a gray hare, with everything else being incidental. Zhang Han asserted that the credit for slaying the Wolf King largely belonged to Zhang Heng, adding that he had already profited handsomely from the sale of the 2 deer. Before leaving, Elder Li inquired about the 2 men's addresses and departed, while Zhang Han and Zhang Heng were temporarily unable to leave due to the review of surveillance footage. The two exchanged little conversation. During the 2 hours of waiting, Zhang Han nearly dozed off, while Zhang Heng returned a call to Grandpa Huang. Knowing Zhang Heng had exited seclusion, Grandpa Huang had been anxiously awaiting his return, worried sick until he received a call back from Zhang Heng, which finally eased his mind. The 2 hours swiftly passed, and both men encountered no issues, promptly taking their respective airboats home. Upon her return to the town, a woman inquired about whether Li Zekin had come back, receiving a response that was both reassuring and disheartening. Li Zekin had returned 3 hours earlier, but had only mentioned getting separated from his teammates, failing to utter a single word about her. Heartbroken, the woman left the town, deleting Li Zekin's contact information and vacating the small city. Zhang Heng soon found himself back at the familiar abode of Grandpa Huang, where the elderly couple awaited his return with eager anticipation. Upon spotting Zhang Heng, their eyes glistened with tears. Despite having no blood relation, they treated him as their own grandson, caring for his every need, be it food, clothing, or shelter. They rejoiced at his academic successes and felt sorrow at his hardships, embodying the affection of true grandparents. Grandpa and Grandma Huang had provided Zhang Heng with a warm haven when he was adrift in a city devoid of kin. Residing in a countryside home far from the city, they own a modest 2-story house and a small vegetable garden. The couple had once had a son, who tragically perished in service to the nation 20 years prior, leaving them without a grandchild. Xiao Heng, are you unscathed? Did you encounter any danger? Grandpa Huang inquired, concern etched on his face. Zhang Heng had initially promised to arrive home by evening, but upon witnessing the elder's worry, he felt a pang of guilt and replied, No, I merely encountered a bit of trouble that delayed me. Grandpa and Grandma Huang, you should rest now. Xiao Heng, have you eaten? If not, I'll prepare something for you. Grandma Huang expressed her concern. Observing her dark circles, it was evident she had not slept, prompting Zhang Heng to suppress his hunger and say, Grandma, I've eaten. There are food vendors in the town. It's quite convenient. After confirming that he was unharmed, the elderly couple finally settled down for the night. Hours passed swiftly, and at 8 in the morning, as Zhang Heng was preparing for breakfast, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he found a notification indicating that a same-city delivery was imminent, urging him to collect it promptly. Not long after, the unmistakable sound of a drone delivering goods echoed in his ears. Noticing Zhang Heng standing still at the door, Grandpa Huang inquired, Xiao Heng, what's the matter? Zhang Heng replied, Grandpa, I have a delivery to collect and I'll be right back. You all go ahead and eat. The drone hovered steadily before Zhang Heng, and a package was lowered. After he accepted the delivery, the drone automatically ascended and departed. Upon unwrapping the package, Zhang Heng discovered it contained gray hair meat. Elderly worked swiftly, Zhang Heng mused, recalling that Elderly had requested their addresses and contact information before leaving. A detail he had not anticipated would lead to such a delivery. Carrying several kilograms of gray hair meat into the kitchen, Grandma Huang noticed the unusual quantity and asked, "Xiao Heng, what kind of meat is this?" "Why so much?" Zhang Heng responded, "Grandma, this is gray hair meat. We caught it yesterday." Chapter 13, A Conversation with the Li Family. "Grandma, this is gray hair meat. We caught it yesterday," Zhang Heng reiterated. Grandpa Huang approached, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Heng, this gray hair is a fine prize. How did you manage to catch it?" Zhang Heng replied, "Grandpa, we had a larger group. 3 of us could easily chase down a wild chicken. What else would we do?" "Ah, you make it sound easy, but I imagine it took quite a bit of effort." Grandpa Huang jested, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhang Heng scratched his head and admitted there was one old man with considerable experience. "It didn't take too much effort. All right, enough of that. You all hurry and have your breakfast and I'll get the stew going. We'll have this for lunch that I haven't had the pleasure of tasting it yet." Grandma Huang insisted. Meanwhile, in a residential building within the city, Elderly was also preparing a stew, accompanied by a wide-eyed girl. Elderly playfully tapped the girl on the head, saying, "Come along, little glutton. It needs to simmer for a while to be delicious." "Yes, Grandpa, I want to eat it now." The girl pouted. "All right, be patient and wait a bit longer," Elderly said with a tone of indulgence. "Xiaoya, stop pestering your grandpa. He hasn't rested for a day and night just to prepare this for you." Her father remarked from the sofa, "Father, you're being unreasonable that if Xiaoya wants to eat, why not just buy one instead of making Grandpa trek into the deep woods?" "Huh. When you wanted to eat, I personally went to fetch it for you," Elderly retorted, rolling his eyes at the girl's father. "But you're not as spry as you used to be," her father lamented with concern that my old bones can still manage. Elderly replied defiantly, "Xiaoya, don't give your grandpa a hard time, that if you want gray hair, just tell me, and I'll take you to buy some," her father firmly instructed. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xiaoya's eyes filled with tears at her father's words, and she looked as if she might cry at any moment. "Enough. What are you telling Xiaoya? I willingly do this for her. Besides, you wouldn't know how remarkable today's youth are if you didn't venture out," Elderly said, affectionately ruffling Xiaoya's hair. What young people are so remarkable that you praise them so?" her father inquired. Intrigued, Xiaoya, equally curious, asked Grandpa, "Who is this remarkable young person?" "I managed to catch 2 gray hairs thanks to this young man, that he possesses strength, courage, and refinement. Truly a paragon of youth that he mentioned he's merely a student in the advanced division." Elderly spoke with admiration. Xiaoya's father felt a surge of curiosity, noticing his father's rare expression of esteem. Xiaoya, frowning, muttered, "Advanced division? Stronger than Grandpa? That must be just 2 people. Could it be?" her father inquired. Turning to Xiaoya, "That I'm not entirely certain, but according to Grandpa, this person is indeed stronger than him. And if he's from the advanced division, there are only 2 individuals in the entire border city." Xiaoya replied that, "It seems this young man isn't being modest at all." Elderly chuckled. "Xiaoya, please continue," her father encouraged to be precise. "There are only a handful nationwide. This year, our Nanlin province has 4 students in the advanced division who have reached first-tier status. And remarkably, both are from Yuta Academy. Given Grandpa's description, it's highly likely one is from Yuta Middle School, which is the strongest in the country at 18. "No, globally," Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her father sighed, feeling as though he had wasted years raising her without imparting such knowledge. Elderly, with a sense of pride, said, "The young man indeed introduced himself as Zhang Heng, and it appears he is quite remarkable. Indeed, we privately refer to him as the strongest high school student in history, having broken a record set 50 years ago by a legendary figure." Xiaoya had been closely following the martial arts community, and now that a student from the border city had achieved first-tier status, she was determined to learn every detail. Elderly raised an eyebrow. "Oh, he broke a 50-year-old record?" "Indeed, just having one individual tie the record this year was impressive. And now there's someone even stronger," Xiaoya said, her expression filled with longing. Elderly seemed to recall something. "Grandpa, wasn't that the era of their college entrance exams 50 years ago? Everyone from that time lived in the shadow of one individual. The very symbol of youth's limits, that I never expected that 50 years later someone would surpass that. Grandpa, what are you thinking about?" Xiaoya asked, breaking Elderly's reverie. Xiaoya gazed at her grandfather, who appeared lost in thought, and curiously inquired, "Grandfather, Does Zhang Heng truly resemble what they say about him, being quite handsome? I heard from my friends at the Experimental Academy that he is indeed a striking figure, with an almost uncontainable enthusiasm. She continued, and just how formidable is he? Handsome. Indeed, he is quite the charming young man, and his character is commendable, praised Mr. Li. Yet I have heard some claim that Zhang Heng hails from the wilds and possesses quite the temper. Xiaoyu remarked, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. I paused momentarily, realizing that Zhang Heng's seasoned demeanor stemmed from growing up beyond the confines of civilization. You must choose whether to trust others or to trust yourself. It is merely a matter of hearsay. The more it spreads, even the most virtuous individuals can be vilified, he said, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiaoyu. Her eyes brightened with revelation. Yes, why should I heed the opinions of others? While not entirely untrustworthy, I did some research on Zhang Heng that I found online that he nearly faced expulsion and was transferred to Yuta because the Experimental Academy did not want him. Xiaoyu's father interjected solemnly. Dad, that news is quite outdated. That incident was unraveled ages ago. That it seems a certain director's son in Zhang Heng's class was envious of his academic prowess and conspired with the faculty to ostracize him. The teacher involved has since been demoted, Xiaoyu retorted, indignation evident on her face. Oh, is that so? Who is this director? Isn't that undermining our position? Her father asked, his expression growing uneasy. Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that her father himself was a director, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Dad, I wasn't referring to you. I meant the one reportedly from Qingwan, which has nothing to do with your position as head of the Security Bureau. Zhu Chong's son? That seems unlikely. Zhu Chong is a man of integrity, a true stalwart. Surely, that must be mere gossip. Her father remarked incredulously, unable to fathom how such a strong figure could fail to raise a well-behaved child. I can't say for certain. This is merely what the rumors suggest. They also say the last student driven out by that director's son was named Chen Hao, and coincidentally, Yuta has a new student by that name. Xiaoyu expressed, her frustration palpable. Well, that does seem like a rather excessive coincidence, Mr. Li concurred. Indeed, rumors seldom arise from thin air. There may be some truth to it, Xiaoyu asserted confidently. But do refrain from spreading such tales indiscriminately. Simply listen to what you hear, her father cautioned with a serious demeanor. All right, fine. Xiaoyu relented, instantly feeling deflated under her father's stern gaze. That on the following Saturday morning, Zhang Heng returned to Qingwan, only to find that once again, no one had chosen him as a teammate, leaving him to be assigned at random. This time, however, his teammates were considerably more typical, albeit their glances toward Zhang Heng were laced with hostility. The four who were assigned to him were clearly not of good character. In fact, they were notorious among the local delinquents. The sight of them sent others scurrying away. How dare they force us into a team? I'll make sure to teach them a lesson once we're out of here, exclaimed Chao Yong, whose short stature was compensated by his striking hairstyle. Even if we're assigned a team, what sort of person are we stuck with? He looks like he isn't even weaned yet. Chao Ming, who bore a striking resemblance to Chao Yong, added with a frown. Who cares what he is? We'll manage on our own, Su Feng, the tall one among them, declared. Let us get him to scout the way for us. That wouldn't be too bad, suggested the burly son Jiao. Hey you're the one who was teaming up with us, right? Chao Yong shouted, pointing at Zhang Heng. Unfazed by their taunts, Zhang Heng merely sought to reach the wilderness. Indifferent to the company he was forced to keep, he approached the quartet with a calm demeanor, which piqued their curiosity. Hey kid, are you really that oblivious, or just fearless? You're the first to speak to us like that in the border city. Su Feng sneered, towering over Zhang Heng, who stood at a modest height of about 1.78 meters. Hello, everyone, Zhang Heng replied simply. Are you serious? You're the first person in this city to dare speak to us like that. Sun Jiadong stood up abruptly, attempting to intimidate Zhang Heng. Should we linger here? If we don't leave soon, we might not return tonight, Zhang Heng remarked, maintaining his stoic expression. Sun Jiadong was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Zhang Heng was not easily intimidated. Just as he was about to lash out, Chao Ming interjected, acknowledging the urgency that he's right. If we don't set off now, we may not make it back in time for our employer's demands. Upon hearing the mention of an employer, Sun Jiadong shivered. Consider yourself fortunate, kid. Just don't stray too far. Otherwise, I won't be so forgiving. Chao Yong added menacingly, when we give you orders, follow them without question. Otherwise, I assure you, you won't make it back here alive. Thus, Zhang Heng followed the four out of Chengguan. Once outside, they hastened to a specific location, their objective evidently defined. Zhang Heng, too, was curious about the tasks that compelled these four to act in such a manner. They advanced rapidly, exhibiting considerable skill, as all four were of formidable strength. Each at the first-tier level. 4 hours later, the five of them had ventured deep into the wilderness, approximately 90 kilometers from their starting point. The area was teeming with first-tier beasts. Although they could handle them without difficulty, they remained vigilant. "Brother, this is definitely the right place. Isn't it?" Chao Yong whispered to Chao Meng. "Judging by our location, it seems accurate." Chao Meng nodded in affirmation. "Hey kid, go check out that cave over there." Sun Jiadong pointed toward a foreboding cave at the foot of a mountain. Zhang Heng said nothing further and strolled over. Appearing utterly unconcerned, "Do you think this kid is genuinely oblivious or just reckless?" Su Feng remarked, observing Zhang Heng's relaxed demeanor. "I believe he is clueless. Perhaps he is just a fresh graduate," Sun Jiadong said dismissively. "Who cares who he is? If he encounters us, it's his good fortune," Chao Yong grumbled, unable to shake his disdain for Zhang Heng. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Heng had already assessed the situation as he stood outside the cave. He had encountered similar predicaments before. Regardless of their employer's identity, it was clear they were not up to any good that if he crossed paths with them. It only indicated their misfortune that as Zhang Heng approached the cave. He surmised it likely concealed some sort of potion, and their request for him to scout was merely an indication of their concern about potential beasts lurking within. Typically, caves in the wild were the territories of ferocious creatures. To feign a more convincing performance, Zhang Heng deliberately slowed his pace as he entered the cave that was neither deep nor large, housing the corpse of a mountain tiger and a severely injured brown bear. The brown bear was second tier, stronger than an ordinary human of the same level, and the goods they sought lay beside the bear. After confirming the situation within the cave, Zhang Heng stealthily exited, deciding to leave this opportunity for the four to seize. Outside, the quartet grew increasingly anxious as Zhang Heng's absence stretched on. "Brother, do you think that kid might have perished in there?" Chao Yong speculated. Chao Meng replied, "There has been no sound. He should be fine." "Hey look, he is coming out. He looks a bit shaken," Su Feng exclaimed. Zhang Heng emerged from the cave, his earlier composure replaced by a pale complexion, and his legs trembled slightly. The sight elicited scornful expressions from the four that Sun Jiadong scoffed. "I expected more from you. Turns out you are just a novice who hasn't seen much of the world." "Come on, tell us what you found in there," Su Feng urged. Inside, there is a big bear and a big tiger lying still. The tiger is motionless while the bear is injured and bleeding profusely, Zhang Heng stammered. Visibly shaken, Sun Jiadong burst into laughter, his disdain for Zhang Heng deepening. "That a dead cat and a nearly dead bear are what frightened you. How did you ever achieve your first-tier status?" The derision continued as the four dismissed Zhang Heng's apprehensions, believing they were on the brink of an easy task. "Let us go. We won't even have to confront the tiger. We'll just grab the goods and leave," Su Feng suggested. "Let us hurry. I have no intention of spending the night in this remote wilderness," Chao Yong added. Chao Meng nodded in agreement. "Let us move." "Wait, show us the video," someone called out. Chao Meng suddenly recalled that Zhang Heng was equipped with surveillance devices. Initially, they were reluctant to accept this, but upon reflection, they realized it could serve as valuable evidence. Should any issues arise in the future, it could aid in evading sanctions. That a few minutes later, they reviewed the footage, which indeed corroborated Zhang Heng's account. Although the shots of the brown bear were somewhat blurry, yet they paid it little mind. Sun Jiadong seized Zhang Heng and commanded, "You lead the way." Zhang Heng's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he attempted to protest, only to be silenced by the short knife that Sun Jiadong had drawn from his bag, pressed menacingly against his throat. "That if you wish to live, cease your hesitations and move swiftly." Zhang Heng was left speechless. Why resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Could they not engage in a civil discussion? Trembling, he reluctantly took the lead into the cave. That as he progressed slowly, Chao Yong and Sun Jiadong kicked him several times, and he complied by rolling on the ground. Chao Meng declared, "Once we engage, we shall slay the living brown bear together. It is worth far more than the mountain tiger that we can indulge in a grand feast upon our return." Chao Yong interjected, "Brother, it's merely a nearly deceased brown bear. I can handle it alone," that Su Feng added. "Indeed, there's no need for us all to join in. Let this coward take the first swing. Sun Jiaodong kicked Zhang Heng once more and remarked. Chao Ming shook his head. For safety's sake, we shall all act in unison. The sooner we conclude this, the better. I have an unsettling premonition that we cannot linger here. Chao Yong, ever obedient to his elder brother. And Su Feng expressed no objections, while Sun Jiaodong remained silent. Soon, the four were led by Zhang Heng into the cave, where the scene mirrored that of Zhang Heng's earlier exit. The slain mountain tiger lay sprawled on the ground, while the brown bear languished not far away, barely clinging to life. Chao Ming and his companions drew their blades, swiftly adopting an attacking stance. Yet, even the most observant of them, Chao Ming, failed to discern that the ailing brown bear was of grade 2. With a sudden nod, Chao Ming signaled, and the four charged forth, each targeting different parts of the bear. The expressions on Chao Yong and Sun Jiaodong's faces radiated pride, but Chao Ming's countenance abruptly changed. He shouted, "Be careful!" Events unfolded at a dizzying pace. That moment, Chao Yong and Sun Jiaodong, airborne, found themselves unable to halt their momentum, while the seemingly near-death brown bear suddenly opened its eyes wide. With two cries of "ah!" two figures were hurled backward, crashing heavily before Zhang Heng. Chao Ming shouted, "Yongdi, Su Feng," while fending off the bear's massive claws, yelled, "Chao Ming, hurry!" Chao Ming's face was filled with distress. That damn fool, why hadn't he mentioned this was a grade 2 bear? Zhang Heng, standing nearby, wore an expression of innocence. After all, did they not inquire about the bear's grade? In an instant, Chao Ming and his companions were left battered and bloodied by the bear's formidable claws. Their resistance waning, the injured Sun Jiaodong, swaying, managed to rise. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, his eyes reddened with fury. He rushed over, seized Zhang Heng, and hurled him toward the bear, shouting, "You damned fool! Are you trying to betray me?" Seeking death, Zhang Heng was flung directly before the bear, which, without a glance, swatted him aside with a few powerful strikes that he collided with the wall, unresponsive, as if lifeless. Sun Jiaodong and Chao Yong joined the fray, engaging the already wounded bear in a 4-against-1 battle. Under normal circumstances, they might have had a chance, but due to Zhang Heng's misguidance, they had rushed in unprepared, suffering immediate setbacks that as the injured bear fought back in its death throes. The tide of battle grew, increasingly chaotic. The struggle persisted for a while. Soon, Chao Yong, the first to falter, was knocked unconscious against the wall to Su Feng, visibly fatigued, succumbed shortly thereafter, the bear having inflicted a grave wound upon his chest, fracturing several ribs. Sun Jiaodong, though muscular and appearing resilient, found himself locked in a fierce struggle with the bear. However, a significant wound on his thigh began to bleed profusely, and soon he too felt his consciousness fading. Chao Ming, possessing more wits than his companions, sustained only minor injuries. Yet he too could not hold out much longer to that moment. The bear was nearing its end as well. Seeing this, Chao Ming gritted his teeth and deliberately created a glaring opening. The bear, lacking human intellect, seized the opportunity to strike, lunging forward with a claw. Chao Ming's back was severely slashed, leaving him bloodied and in agony. Yet he persevered, maneuvering behind the bear to deliver a fatal blow. The bear, pierced through, struggled momentarily before collapsing completely. Once Chao Ming confirmed the bear's demise, he relaxed and sank down onto the ground. However, as if struck by a thought, he laboriously rose, checking on his brother's wounds before unsteadily making his way to a pile of debris, retrieving a box that bore a striking resemblance to a rock. Chao Ming cradled the box and approached the already deceased mountain tiger, setting the box down that he extracted an exceptionally sharp claw, gently slicing open the tiger's abdomen and discarding its internal organs. Turning, he opened the box, which contained a collection of organs that closely resembled those of the mountain tiger. After stuffing these into the tiger's belly and ensuring everything was in order, he finally sat down, preparing to signal for help. Yet for reasons unknown, his head began to spin, his vision blurred, and after pressing the distress signal, he succumbed to unconsciousness that a minute later, Zhang Heng, who had been slumped against the stone wall, stood up and calmly surveyed his surroundings, that he then feigned concern as he checked on the four individuals. And when he reached Chao Ming, he nonchalantly adjusted the surveillance device concealed beneath his clothing while inspecting the mountain tiger. Having been forced into creating illicit substances for several years, Zhang Heng was well aware of their fragility. Shortly thereafter, the rescue team arrived, Upon entering the cave, the team members gasped in horror at the grim scene. It was a massacre. 2 wild beasts lay lifeless on the ground, one a grade 2 brown bear, while the 5 individuals were all battered and bruised. The only one still conscious appeared utterly disheveled. As the rescuers prepared to transport the injured, Zhang Heng suddenly pointed at the 2 beasts and insisted, "We must take our spoils with us." His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of fainting. The rescuers initially ignored him, but Zhang Heng adamantly refused to leave without the trophies. Rescuer A remarked, "Have you thought this through? Taking the trophies will incur a substantial fee. The cost of rescuing you 5 alone is considerable. And adding the beasts would total over $1 million." Without hesitation, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Rescuer B asked, "Are you truly sure? The combined worth of these 2 beasts is less than 200,000. It's hardly worth the trouble." Zhang Heng shook his head defiantly. Seeing this, the rescuers ceased their persuasion and simply took the carcasses away. The rescue vessel operated swiftly, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the city rescue station. Zhang Heng declined treatment for his wounds. Rescuer A stated, "Though your injuries are not as severe as theirs, they are not trivial either. You should have them treated." Zhang Heng replied, No, my wounds are minor. Besides, I can't afford a hospital visit." Rescuer B's eyes widened in disbelief. "You lack funds, yet insist on having us bring back the beasts. Do you realize this shipment will cost tens of thousands?" Zhang Heng looked at the rescuer with feigned innocence. "I didn't call for this rescue. Isn't it customary for the one who calls to pay?" Rescuer B stammered. Rescuer A immediately opened his portable computer. "Aren't you Chow Ming?" Zhang Heng shook his head without hesitation. "I am Zhang Heng. They will cover the cost and I'll take the large bear. That tiger looks even more valuable, so let them have it." Given how badly they're injured, before the rescuers could say another word, Zhang Heng rose, hoisting the several hundred-pound brown bear onto his shoulders and strode away without looking back. The 2 rescuers exchanged bewildered glances. Rescuer B remarked, "Why do I feel like this kid is completely unfazed?" Rescuer A's expression was equally perplexed. If he can lift the bear so effortlessly, what could possibly be wrong with him? Rescuer B mused, "It seems like these 4 have been led astray by this kid." Rescuer A replied, "That is not our concern. They are liable for the expenses." Rescuer B agreed, "Indeed, that's their problem." At the checkpoint, Zhang Heng's pitiful appearance attracted little attention. In such places, it was common to see individuals missing limbs that it was nothing unusual to be slightly injured. Entering the border, undergoing inspections, and handing over equipment proceeded just as it had during his previous visit, with even the staff remaining the same. However, when Zhang Heng wheeled the massive brown bear into the trading area, it sparked quite a commotion. The first-class trading zone occasionally saw second-class beasts, but these were typically of a rather feeble variety, merely regarded as ordinary beasts with prices slightly exceeding those of first-class creatures. The last time Zhang Heng brought the second-class Wolf King, it had been a rare sight in the border city's first-class trading zone. As Zhang Heng pushed the enormous brown bear, the crowd stood momentarily stunned, until the same elderly man who had previously purchased Zhang Heng's Wolf King was the first to recognize the second-class brown bear. Unhesitatingly shouting out a high offer of 100,000 my word, the specimen is remarkably well-preserved. I'll offer 110,000. That nonsense. You think you could snag it for 110,000? No way, 130,000. Young man, do you remember me? I paid you quite handsomely for that Wolf King last time, and I assure you, I won't shortchange you this time either. 15,000. And I challenge anyone to outbid me. The elderly man declared with a serious expression. 15,000 leaves no room for profit. I won't bid any higher. Besides, taking it back might even lead to a loss. Such a fine specimen, alas, it's a pity. Zhang Heng and the elderly man reached an agreeable conclusion. The man embraced the dirt-streaked Zhang Heng, saying, "Young man, my name is Lu Qinghai. You are indeed my lucky star. Each specimen you bring is better than the last. Please share your contact information so that next time you can deliver directly to me that I guarantee the highest market price." Zhang Heng accepted Lu Qinghai's proposal, recognizing that a stable buyer could spare him considerable trouble. With over 100,000 in earnings, Zhang Heng left contentedly, only to be reprimanded by old Master Huang upon returning home, despite his best efforts at concealment. The experienced old Master Huang quickly discerned his secret, that as Zhang Heng removed his clothing to reveal numerous wounds. Grandma Huang's voice trembled as she implored him not to venture beyond the borders again. Meanwhile, the four individuals at the city hospital were also choked with emotion. Chao Ming stared vacantly at the bill for quite some time. Shortly after Zhang Heng departed, Chao Ming regained consciousness, feeling dizzy as he muttered, "Why do I feel faint?" "Nurse, it's a result of excessive blood loss." "How could you not feel faint?" Suddenly, Chao Ming remembered something, springing up to shout, "What about my mountain tiger? Did you manage to bring it back?" The medical staff, startled, glanced at the fallen equipment, frowning as they replied, "I have no idea about any mountain tiger. You'll have to ask the rescue team. However, I do know that you've damaged a piece of our equipment and will need to compensate for it." Chao Ming paid no heed to the equipment, exclaiming, "What does that matter? I'll pay for it. I need to find the rescue team." He rushed out of the hospital and headed straight to the rescue team. In a frenzy, Chao Ming arrived at the rescue team and received the answer he was hoping for. "Your trophy has been successfully retrieved. You may collect it yourself or send someone to do so." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng immediately messaged the person collecting the goods to retrieve the mountain tiger while he was escorted by hospital security to a patient room in the ward. The rescue personnel looked at the now restrained Chao Ming and asked, "You are Chao Ming, correct?" "Yes." Chao Ming nodded in affirmation. "You were the one who sent the distress signal, correct?" The rescue personnel inquired flatly. "Yes," Chao Ming confirmed after a moment of thought. "Then there is no issue. Please review the rescue bill. It contains the fees you are required to pay," the rescue personnel continued. Chao Ming took the computer and examined it, then suddenly sat up straight, shouting at the staff, "Are you robbing us? Where did all this money come from? Each person's rescue fee is 150,000, totaling 750,000. Additionally, there is a transportation fee of 500,000 and a personnel fee of 200,000, amounting to 1,450,000. The rescue personnel replied, still expressionless, that we only have 4 people. "Where did the 750,000 come from? We only transported 1 mountain tiger. How is the transportation fee 500,000? Chao Ming asked in confusion. "Your group consisted of 5 members, transporting a brown bear and a mountain tiger. The pricing is justified. Please make the payment," the rescue personnel responded. Chao Ming's eyes widened in shock. "We never had 5 members, and there was no brown bear. Wait, that kid didn't he die? Why are his expenses counted against us? The distress signal was issued by you. Naturally, the costs fall upon you." The rescue personnel replied, "That I'll go find that kid. We want to take responsibility for his expenses." Chao Ming retorted that he has left. "You'll need to seek him out for reimbursement. Now please settle the payment," the rescue personnel stated, turning to leave without allowing Chao Ming any opportunity to respond. Reluctantly, Chao Ming paid the fee, but then recalled the brown bear and inquired, "What about our brown bear?" "Every bit counts. The brown bear has been taken," the rescue personnel replied. "What? On what grounds does he take it?" "That is his concern. You should seek him out privately, though we are not responsible for this matter." The rescue personnel concluded before departing, leaving no room for argument. Chapter 17. Special medication. The rescue personnel stated, "That is his concern. You should seek him out privately, though we are not responsible for this matter," and then turned to leave, offering Chao Ming no opportunity to respond. Chao Ming stood in shock. The seemingly harmless youth turned out to be a cunning wolf. "You little rascal, don't let me cross paths with you. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Chao Ming growled menacingly to that moment. A medical staff member entered, stating, "Chao Ming, correct? Here is your medical bill. Please confirm and make payment promptly." Chao Ming numbly accepted the computer, and upon seeing the bill, exploded in anger. "It's bad enough that the rescue team is robbing us, but how can the hospital be this extortionate?" The medical staff furrowed their brow. "Mr. Chao Ming, please verify the itemized bill. If you continue to make defamatory statements about our hospital, I will have no choice but to report and pursue legal action." Upon hearing legal action, Chao Ming immediately deflated. Once his case reached the Safety Bureau, it would be disastrous. While he understood the necessity of various medical expenses amounting to 250,000, given his severe injuries, he was baffled by the heart rate monitor costing 500,000. What is the deal with this heart rate monitor? Why is it so exorbitantly priced? The medical staff's expression darkened further, but maintaining professionalism, they gently explained, "Mr. Chao, this heart rate monitor is the very device you damaged just 15 minutes ago. If there are no issues with the medical fees, please proceed to pay." Chao Ming recalled hastily knocking over a piece of equipment earlier, but could it truly be broken from a mere fall? Confused, he inquired, "What kind of equipment is so fragile that it breaks from a fall?" "Mr. Chow Ming, our equipment is precision machinery. Any impact can lead to a loss of accuracy, rendering it unusable, which constitutes a significant loss for us. Please make your payment promptly." Though the medical staff were irritated, they still explained patiently. Left with no further arguments, Chow Ming complied and paid the remaining fees. The other three each paid their medical bills. All substantial sums, particularly Sun Jiadong, who required a month as hospitalization. Coupled with the severity of his leg injury, the total expenses exceeded 1 million, that upon learning that Zhang Heng had suffered no injuries and had taken away the second-class brown bear that they had fought so hard for, he fainted from sheer rage. In a residential building, Zhu Yu's mother eagerly awaited the arrival of her shipment. The items she ordered were already expensive, and she had chosen the version that claimed to be completely free of side effects. The total cost amounted to 10 million. Fortunately, her father was a businessman, so while 10 million was a substantial sum for her, she gritted her teeth and managed to procure it. The delivery robot rang the doorbell, and Zhu Yu's mother swiftly opened the door to receive the goods. Inside was a large, insulated box, delivered just an hour ago from the border city. She gently unwrapped the packaging of the insulated box, revealing the body of a massive mountain tiger lying within. Zhu Yu, hearing the commotion, emerged and was startled by the sight of the enormous tiger's corpse. Then, Zhu Yu watched as his mother began to dissect the tiger, extracting its entrails to a pampered child. Zhu Yu had never witnessed such a scene and nearly retched. His mother located the tiger's stomach, and with a gentle stroke, a soft, milky white package slipped out, quick as a flash. She caught it with a cup. She then turned and entered the kitchen, carefully washing the soft, membrane-wrapped liquid with sterile water, her movements exceedingly gentle. Much like an ordinary mother, or rather, she had once been an ordinary mother. But her expectations for her son had become excessively intense. After cleaning it, she placed the soft, white liquid into a clean cup, gently rinsing it with warm water. The thin membrane dissolved instantly, leaving behind a strange liquid. Zhu Yu's mother presented the cup to him, saying, "Come, son, drink this." Zhu Yu's head spun at the revelation that this substance extracted from the mountain tiger's belly was meant for him, recalling the repulsive entrails. He firmly refused. "Mom, how can I drink something taken from the tiger's stomach?" Zhu Yu's mother's gaze grew stern as she commanded, "Drink this, and do so for your own good. You have no idea the price I paid for this." Zhu Yu seldom witnessed such severity from his mother, and the notion that she had expended considerable effort made him ponder the extraordinary value of what she had acquired. Gradually, he accepted the cup. Zhu Yu's mother urged, "Down it in one go. It will only benefit you. Don't you wish to achieve excellent grades? This will aid you in that pursuit." Upon hearing the mention of grades, Zhu Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. He had been diligently working through practice problems, striving to outperform Zhang Heng, Ma Xinjia, and Qiao Dong, while he paid little mind to Li Ming and Wan Huan, whose performances were far below par. The mere thought of Zhang Heng ignited a surge of frustration within him. Since Zhang Heng's arrival, he had repeatedly faced humiliation, and his classmates now regarded him, the class monitor, with indifference. Many turned to others for assistance. And whispers circulated about Zhu Yu being a privileged offspring, relying on his father's status. As he contemplated these matters, he envisioned the moment when the college entrance exam results would be announced, and he would reign supreme at experimental high school. Without hesitation, he gulped down the mysterious liquid. That milk, he mused, experiencing a sensation akin to drinking milk. Noticing Zhu Yu's peculiar expression, his mother inquired with concern, "Son, how do you feel?" Zhu Yu replied nonchalantly, "Mom, I feel nothing unusual. It's just like drinking milk." Uncertain of the effects that might follow, Zhu Yu's mother recalled the seller's words that it would take 12 hours for the effects to manifest. Her impatience beginning to surface. "That's good," she said, her tone serious. "Now, you must study. What just happened must remain between us. No one else can know, understand?" "Yes, I understand. Only we two shall know," Zhu Yu replied, nodding numbly. He sensed that the substance he had just consumed was likely even more precious than he had imagined. Subsequently, Zhu Yu returned to his study, while his mother contacted a domestic service agency. Such a woman as she could never handle a beast like the mountain tiger herself. She had only learned to cook to win Zhu Chang's heart. The service personnel arrived promptly, and they efficiently processed the mountain tiger's carcass. completing the task in mere minutes. Zhu Yu's mother generously bestowed the tiger's hide upon them, who expressed their gratitude profusely before departing. That evening, after completing his work, Zhu Chong returned home to find everything as it should be, a dutiful wife and an obedient son, making him feel that all his hard work was worthwhile. Chapter 18. Choices. Zhu Chong was taken aback by the lavish spread laid out on the table. What occasion is this? I remember all the holidays and anniversaries. He pondered, pulling out his phone to verify if he had forgotten a special day, his motions reflecting a practiced familiarity that was almost pitiful. Quickly reassured, he realized it was neither a special day nor a holiday. And thus, he curiously asked, "Wife, is there a reason for such a feast tonight?" Zhu Yu's mother smiled lightly. "Is it not permissible to enjoy a good meal simply because it is not a holiday? You work so hard every day, and our son is about to excel in his studies. We ought to indulge a little." Zhu Yu nodded vigorously at this, knowing full well that this sumptuous mountain tiger feast was merely a side benefit. Zhu Chong smiled appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work, dear. Our son is working hard too. Let us eat. I must discover what delightful dishes await." That he picked up a piece of stir-fried mountain tiger meat and tasted it. "Delicious. This must be quite fresh, brought back from town just this afternoon, right?" Zhu Yu's mother smiled gently. "I'm glad you like it. Eat your fill, and let our son indulge as well." The following day, Zhang Heng rose early as usual. Grandfather Huang and Grandmother Huang were astonished to see the wounds on Zhang Heng's body already beginning to scab over. However, when the elderly couple learned of Zhang Heng's intention to venture outdoors again, they vehemently opposed it. Yet, Zhang Heng's repeated assurances eventually wore them down, allowing him to return to town once more. This time, Zhang Heng encountered an acquaintance, Jiang Han, and was once again forced to form a team. After leaving the town, Zhang Heng and his companion split from the others, who were merely seeking amusement under the guise of hunting. Their collaboration was more seamless than before as they captured gray hares, deer, and wild boars that by nightfall. Before reaching the town, Zhang Heng contacted Lu Qinghai, who was overjoyed to receive his call. Earlier that day, he had made a substantial profit, processing hundreds of pounds of brown bear into various delicacies, attracting a stream of eager customers who expressed interest in being notified first of any future treasures. Though Zhang Heng's latest haul was not as monumental as previous ones, Lu Qinghai eagerly accepted everything. Recognizing the quality of the gray hares, deer, and wild boars Zhang Heng typically procured, he anticipated that one day, Zhang Heng might deliver another large bounty, allowing him to revel in yet another windfall. For the next 4 weekends in May, Zhang Heng made daily trips, consistently returning with a wealth of valuable goods. Lu Qinghai's earnings soared during this period, while Zhang Heng accumulated 500,000, ensuring his tuition was secured. Most importantly, he was free from the surveillance of the town during his excursions. As June approached, the time for the advanced department's cultural assessments arrived, in the days leading up to the exams. Zhang Heng refrained from returning to town, while Wan Huan, Chao Dong, Li Ming, and others clung to him, unable to resist his remarkable memory techniques. Their newfound success made them insatiable, especially Chao Dong, who was almost eager to share a bed with Zhang Heng. The final examination notifications were issued, indicating that the tests would be conducted citywide, with no individual taking their exams at their respective schools. Aside from the different schools, the examination venues would also vary, requiring students to change locations after each exam to eliminate any possibility of cheating. Zhang Heng was fortuitously assigned to the examination hall at the Experimental Academy on the night of the 6th. Chao Ming, Chao Yong, Su Feng, Sun Jiadong, and the local ruffian leader, often commanded by Zhu Yu, found themselves trembling before a woman they could hardly comprehend, particularly the ruffian leader, who sensed that they were about to be entrusted with a formidable task. Especially given the timing, just before her son's college entrance examination. Zhu Yu's mother glared at them disdainfully. "You will perform one last task for me, that if you succeed, we shall act as though we have never met. However, should you fail, you can expect a life behind bars." The group shuddered at her words. This seemingly genteel woman could be ruthless when provoked. Their target comprised 8 individuals, though the actual number was 7, as one would be assigned to someone else. Remember, no matter the method, just delay them. "Here are the photographs," Zhu Yu's mother declared fiercely. The ruffians received images of Zhang Heng, Chen Hao, Wan Huan, Chao Dong, Li Ming, Zhang Wei, Xie Feng, and Zhao Ying. 8 individuals they were very familiar with, having followed them for months that a year prior. It was this very leader who had provided the video that forced Chun how to transfer schools. However, Ma Xinjia was conspicuously absent from the images, an indication of the formidable nature of this woman, who dared not provoke him. Chao Ming and the others were astonished at the task laid before them, to delay a group of students sitting for their national exams. Such a morally reprehensible act revealed the depths of this woman's unscrupulousness. Yet they spotted a familiar face among the images, Zhang Heng. Chao Ming seethed with rage, thinking of how Zhang Heng had inexplicably sustained severe injuries and how much money had been spent on his recovery. However, before he could voice his desire to deal with Zhang Heng, the photograph was snatched away, leaving him flabbergasted. The only individual without a sense of guilt was the one this woman had tasked him with confronting. How deeply must she loathe him? Thankfully, their previous mission regarding the mountain tiger, despite the extra costs, had been completed successfully. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. The ruffian leader felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, caught in a dilemma. To refuse this woman could mean her wrath, yet to comply would likely draw the ire of the Ma family. Although they had not directly confronted Ma Xinjia, targeting so many of his associates could hardly end well. As the 5 divided their targets, the ruffian leader barely absorbed any of the details, nodding vacantly before returning to his quarters. Once home, he found himself unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of his potential demise. In the early hours of the morning, tormented by his conscience, the ruffian leader resolved to take a gamble that he got out of bed, drove to the villa district where the Ma family resided. As the most luxurious villa complex in the border city, the security detail was top-notch, and the sudden approach of a fast-moving vehicle alerted all personnel. The ruffian leader slammed on the brakes and stumbled out of the car, collapsing to his knees before the security team. The guards were momentarily bewildered by this unexpected display. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, the ruffian leader cried out, "Please, help me. I beg you." One of the security guards, presumably the leader, stepped forward. "If you need help, go to the safety bureau and find an officer. What business do you have here?" The leader of the thugs knelt and pleaded. No. Only you can save me. No, it is the Ma family residing here who can rescue me." The head of security furrowed his brow, contemplating. Those who seek to curry favor with the Ma family are rejected daily. Yet this late-night visit, accompanied by kneeling, weeping, and cries for help, is unprecedented. Could their tactics have escalated? Numerous individuals seek connections with the Ma family here. You are not the first. Leave quickly, or we may be compelled to take action. Another security guard interjected. Upon hearing this, the thug leader hastily shook his head, insisting, No, I am not seeking connections. I am genuinely in need of rescue. That be why the way, there will be a cultural examination for senior students shortly, and a son of the Ma family will be participating. Someone will target him on the way. Chapter 19. The tragic Xiao Yong, the head of security, raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a significant matter. The Ma family was well known in this neighborhood, and it was true that a son of theirs was participating in the cultural examination today. This situation might genuinely pose a threat. Better to be safe than sorry. Even if I report and face reprimand for a false alarm, it is a risk worth taking. Otherwise, should something happen, that young life may not be spared. Thus, the head of security glared fiercely at the thug leader and declared, "Very well, I will trust you this once, but should you dare deceive me, you will face dire consequences." The security guards were somewhat taken aback by their leader's decision. However, they dared not question him, especially as they felt the stirrings of doubt. 5 minutes later, an elderly man appeared before the thug leader and inquired, "Speak, what is this about my family Xinjia being targeted during the examination?" Trembling, the thug leader replied, "Director Zhu, the wife of Director Zhu from Qingguan, instructed us this morning to delay 8 students from participating in the cultural examination." The elder spoke calmly. Continue. The thug leader recounted the entire sequence of events, including his previous surveillance of Chun Hao and Zhang Heng, providing a complete account. Upon hearing this, the elder frowned. A single thought consumed him. Is this woman out of her mind? Yet his expression remained largely unchanged as he waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Enough, I understand." With that, he turned to leave. Seeing the elder about to depart, the thug leader panicked. His life was in that woman's hands that if she learned of his disclosure, he would not survive until the afternoon. In desperation, the thug leader exclaimed, "Elder, what should I do? I risked my life to bring this news." The elder said nothing, merely glancing at the head of security, who immediately understood. You will be safe. Come with me. The thug leader felt a surge of excitement. His gamble had paid off. The elder soon returned to the villa, where Ma Xin's father was already seated in the living room. Upon the elder's arrival, he inquired, Uncle Ning, what has transpired? The elder quickly explained the situation. Ma Xin's father frowned slightly and replied, Uncle Ning, please handle this. You should personally deal with Zhang Heng, aside from Xiao Xian. Tian Yu also holds him in high regard. The elder nodded and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, 7 individuals stood before him, their mission clear, to ensure the safety of the target over the next 2 days. The group dispersed swiftly, and the elder set off to Zhang Heng's location to AT that moment. Zhang Heng had just risen. Upon awakening, he sensed 3 individuals watching him, all of whom were at least of second rank. Zhang Heng quickly deduced that this was the doing of Zhu Yu's mother. Otherwise, Zhu Yu would lack such capability. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, Zhang Heng spoke coldly. Since you have come, I shall collect some interest. It would not do to let others think me too easily bullied. As he was leaving, Grandpa Huang patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Xiao Heng, be careful on the road. Perform well on the exam. Grandma Huang looked at Zhang Heng with the warmth of a grandmother, saying, be cautious on your journey and do well on the exam. After solemnly promising, Zhang Heng exited the courtyard, leaving the elderly couple with moist eyes as they watched his retreating figure. A tear escaped Grandma Huang's eye, her expression shifting from joy to an unwilling recollection of pain. If only our youngest son were still here. Our grandson would be of this age as well. Grandpa Huang embraced Grandma Huang silently, his own eyes betraying deep sorrow. As Zhang Heng walked along the street, he remained attentive to the 3 individuals shadowing him. Their presence suggested they were of first rank, but such subterfuge could not elude Zhang Heng's keen perception. Continuing ahead, he reached a relatively secluded street. Though surveillance cameras were ubiquitous in this era, human interference could not be avoided. In fact, the entire stretch of street ahead had been rendered devoid of monitoring equipment by the 3. Zhang Heng sensed a murderous intent emanating from them, which struck him as absurd. It was merely an examination. After all, he could not comprehend the mindset of those who would resort to such extreme measures. Finally, Zhang Heng reached the shadowy area, and the 3 ambushers sprang into action, lunging towards him. In that moment, Zhang Heng's own resolve to retaliate ignited. Individuals who would resort to violence for trivial matters were a menace to society. Just as he prepared to act, he suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching from a distance, one that bore no ill intent towards him. The 3 assailants were caught off guard as the formidable presence swept through them, causing them to spew blood in an instant. Without hesitation, they chose to retreat. Their movements fluid and decisive, clearly indicative of professional training. Once the trio had departed, Zhang Heng relaxed his guard, turning to the source of the aura and bowing respectfully. Thank you, Elder, for your timely assistance. From the darkness emerged an elderly man, who regarded Zhang Heng with satisfaction and remarked, no wonder the 2 most outstanding juniors of the Ma family speak so highly of you. You are impressive, achieving second rank at such a young age with a solid foundation. Your compliments are undeserved, Zhang Heng replied respectfully. The elder nodded approvingly before vanishing back into the shadows. Zhang Heng began to assess his own concealment abilities. This elder of 5th rank had been unable to see through his stealth. The old man from the bookstore was likely of upper 3rd rank, while the peculiar elder from the examination hall also seemed to possess upper 3rd rank strength. It appeared that his stealth techniques were ineffective against those of 3rd rank and above. He would need to seek out a more superior method of concealment. At this point, Zhang Heng was no longer concerned about the safety of the others. If such high-caliber elders had arrived, Qiao Dong and his companions would surely be fine. Before long, Zhang Heng arrived outside the experimental middle school. Meanwhile, Qiao Dong and his companions had indeed encountered an obstruction from Qiao Meng and others. But the appearance of the Ma family's guards swiftly resolved the situation. However, a minor incident occurred with Chen Hao. The moment Xiao Yong appeared, Chen Hao recognized him. Xiao Yong had previously bullied Chen Hao, and at present he was still recovering from previous injuries. Coupled with his apprehension regarding potential interference from the Ma family's protection, both physically and psychologically, Xiao Yong found himself at a significant disadvantage. Originally, Chun Hao had intended to have Chao Meng handle the situation, but after some investigation, he discovered that Xie Feng's background seemed rather formidable. Consequently, the two switched targets, leading to Chao Yang's misfortune. He had never anticipated that a high school student could be so formidable. Upon recognizing Chao Yang's hostile demeanor, Chun Hao immediately heightened his vigilance. After careful observation, he noted that Chao Yang bore injuries and appeared hesitant, prompting him to take the initiative. 5 minutes later, Chao Yang lay at the corner of the street, obscured from surveillance, with his limbs suffering from compound fractures. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely live out the remainder of his life as a disabled person. Witnessing this unfold, the Ma family's guards could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, remarking, "Are high school students really this aggressive nowadays?" In the ensuing 2 days, no further incidents occurred during the examinations. Zhang Heng captured the attention of all present at the examination site, as his reputation for being the top martial artist in the national assessment resonated loudly among the senior students. Chapter 20. The unassailable Zhang Heng at Zhu Chang's home. Zhu Yu's mother furiously slammed her phone against the ground, continuing to curse, "Damn the Ma family. What business is it of yours? Why are you meddling?" After venting her frustrations, she picked up another phone and made a call. The call was quickly answered, and a voice filled with affection responded, "Xiaowen, what's wrong?" Zhu Yu's mother, still irate, retorted, "What do you mean, what's wrong? They are bullying you, and you still ask me that?" On the other end, the voice replied, "But Dad, isn't this helping you resolve the issue?" "Oh, by the way, why isn't you returned yet?" Zhu Yu's mother snapped. "Resolve?" The Ma family has intervened. Her counterpart was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "What? The Ma family has intervened. Didn't I tell you not to provoke that Ma kid? Why didn't you listen?" Feeling wronged, Zhu Yu's mother explained, "I truly did not touch anyone from the Ma family. They intervened on their own, and one of my men was severely injured." After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end finally responded, "I understand, Xiaowen, that I will inquire about what is happening with the Ma family." Zhu Yu's mother, after acknowledging with a sound, hung up the phone. Zhu Yu's maternal grandfather, named Wu Xiuchang, faced numerous setbacks in his career during his early years, but finally achieved some success at the age of 40, and he had a daughter, which led him to dote excessively on his only child, Wu Wen, growing up in a metaphorical honeypot. Wu Wen's desires were largely fulfilled by her father, and even at the age of 40, she remained rather spoiled and capricious. Just the day before, when Wu Wen called to borrow someone, her father had inquired about her intentions. Initially intending to dissuade her, he succumbed to her whims and inadvertently agreed. Consequently, just moments ago, 3 of his most trusted subordinates returned, all injured, claiming they had been thwarted by a formidable opponent, which Wu Xiuchang surmised to be a skilled member of the Ma family. However, unbeknownst to him, his beloved daughter had discreetly issued a deadly command to his 3 subordinates. After a resigned sigh, he chose to make a call, which was promptly answered on the other end. "Wu Xiuchang, Ning Lao, isn't the Ma family overstepping their bounds?" His voice lacked conviction. Ning Lao chuckled. "Wu Xiuchang, is it truly possible for you to take action against a student?" Wu Xiuchang retorted, "That is a matter concerning our Wu family. We have not harmed anyone from the Ma family." Ning Lao replied, "There are some individuals you cannot afford to provoke. I speak for your own good." His tone shifted to an unprecedented seriousness. Wu Xiuchang was momentarily taken aback by Ning Lao's sudden gravity, but quickly regained his composure, feigning anger as he stated, "This time we concede, but should you interfere again, do not blame me for retaliating." After ending the call, Wu Xiuchang cast a cold glance at his 3 subordinates at Ma Xinji's home. Ma Xinji's father conversed with Ning Lao, a Xinji's father. Ning Lao, Wu Xiuchang, a Xinji's father. "Are you not planning to let go?" Ning Lao, "Indeed, I have provided all necessary warnings that am a Xinji's father." "Have you investigated thoroughly?" Ning Lao, "The investigation is complete. M a Xinji's father." "Do share." Ning Lao. Zhang Heng, aged 18, was brought back by Zhu Chang and others from 450 kilometers outside the city at the end of last year. He possessed first-tier strength at the time of his return, and has now just entered the second tier, with an exceptionally solid foundation, differing markedly from typical youths rescued from the wild, that he is strategic and possesses latent strength. This morning, he harbored murderous intent. Even without my intervention, he could handle it himself. He maintains a close relationship with the bookstore's elderly proprietor and the small shop's owner, and that esteemed figure from Nanlin Agricultural University, is also quite interested in him. This young man is not someone we can provoke, Dem, a Xingzhi's father's brow furrowed. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. Has the five greats investigated? Ning Lao, no. Ma Xingzhi's father. It seems that esteemed figure has taken action. I have a feeling. After a moment's pause, Ning Lao suddenly proclaimed that a Xingzhi's father. Oh, please elaborate, Ning Lao. Ning Lao hesitated before stating, Zhang Heng may not be as simple as he appears that a Xingzhi's father. Intrigued, inquired, what do you mean, Ning Lao? He must not be regarded as an enemy that a Xingzhi's father. My elder has said the same. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu in the examination hall was utterly bewildered. After his mother had given him that milk-like concoction a month ago, his memory had surged, leading him to believe he could challenge the national highest score. Yet now, in the examination hall, he struggled to recall any knowledge he had absorbed over the past month. Unable to compose even a simple essay on classical literature that he had effortlessly tackled days prior. The subsequent events only deepened his despair. Throughout the month, he had been confidently addressing complex problems. Yet now he had completely forgotten many concepts he once grasped firmly. His performance across all subjects had drastically faltered. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's words, Wu Wen's head seemed to explode in disbelief. The substantial amount of money she had invested had resulted in such a debacle. The seller asserted that their product had never encountered issues and insisted that the problems must have arisen during transport. Frustrated, Wu Wen called Chao Meng, who was currently at the hospital tending to his brother. His singular focus was on avenging his sibling, targeting Chen Hao and Zhang Heng, particularly Zhang Heng, whom he blamed entirely for the turmoil. When Wu Wen mentioned the troubles with her acquisition, Chao Meng immediately suspected Zhang Heng had tampered with it. That Wu Wen, upon hearing Zhang Heng's involvement, was incensed. She felt an urgent need to eliminate him. She swiftly contacted Wu Xiuchong, who, after listening to her, became even more resolute in his convictions. This Zhang Heng, despite his youth, possessed such cunning. Since they were now at odds, he could not be allowed to remain. Zhu Chong, at this moment, was entirely oblivious to the fact that events were unfolding that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. After the examination, Zhang Heng visited each of his friends targeted by Wu Wen, all of whom expressed their outrage at the situation. Xie Feng's family had already begun mobilizing 2 days prior. Upon hearing that Chen Hao had left someone severely injured, they all raised their thumbs in approval, while Chen Hao simply remarked that he would do the same again should the need arise. Regarding vacation plans after the exams, everyone, save for Ma Xingzhi, hoped Zhang Heng would take them to the outskirts for some exposure to the world. But Zhang Heng firmly declined, suggesting they reconsider once they reached the first tier. The day after the exams, Zhang Heng went to the Warrior Association to upgrade his martial artist rank to the 2nd tier. The approval process was straightforward. He had to release his aura and endure a battle against a 2nd tier evaluator for a specified duration. Zhang Heng fought with all his might against the evaluator, leaving both parties utterly exhausted. In the end, the evaluator clapped him on the shoulder and remarked, "You are the most tenacious young man I have ever encountered," having successfully registered as a 2nd tier martial artist. Zhang Heng stepped through the gateway to the 2nd tier, with 4 familiar faces trailing behind him. The initial foray into the 2nd tier required 5 team phases, during which experienced martial artists would guide the newly minted 2nd tier practitioners in navigating the wilds. Chapter 21. The unfazed Zhang Heng did not experience the absence of selection typical in the 1st tier, but he was not surprised, as he soon encountered 4 acquaintances, 3 assassins from a few mornings prior, and Chao Meng. As Zhang Heng entered the 2nd tier zone, Chao Meng finally realized that all of Zhang Heng's previous displays had been a fade. Consequently, he inferred that the mishap with the goods was also Zhang Heng's doing. Chao Meng, with a forced smile, addressed Zhang Heng, "Young man, you've made quite the progress. You've ascended to the 2nd tier so swiftly. Well, uncle, you've done quite well yourself, finally reaching the 2nd tier at your age." "Oh, wait. It seems you haven't," Zhang Heng sincerely replied. Chao Meng was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration, but he suppressed his irritation to prevent Zhang Heng from departing that moment. One of the trio approached with a beaming smile and asked, "Chao Meng, do you know this young man?" Chao Meng nodded vigorously. "Oh, we are well acquainted indeed." The speaker appeared friendly, resembling a neighborly uncle who often snuck candies to children. "This Uncle Chao has been exceptionally kind to me. The last time he treated me to a flying boat and even gifted me a large teddy bear," Zhang Heng said with an innocent expression. showcasing his years of honed disguise skills. Chao Ming's hands trembled at this, as Zhang Heng had touched upon a sore spot. Just as he was about to lose his composure, another imposing figure placed a hand on Chao Ming's shoulder. An action that seemed casual yet effective, instantly deflating Chao Ming's fury. The friendly uncle observed the shift in atmosphere and suggested, "Let us go. The subway is about to arrive. Today, you young men will accompany Chao Ming for the first time beyond 100 kilometers. We will show you the might of second-tier beasts. Indeed, this is the subway, an old transportation method validated over 2 centuries, boasting numerous advantages such as low cost, minimal construction requirements, and simple maintenance, making it immensely useful for short-distance transport within the city. Its only drawback is its relative slowness." The three soon boarded the subway, with the amiable uncle engaging Zhang Heng in light conversation, while the more formidable-looking man interjected occasionally, and the one with a gloomy demeanor remained silent throughout, attracting no attention from Zhang Heng. The journey from the city to the 100-kilometer mark took 20 minutes, during which the differences between conventional transportation and advanced methods like flying boats were not glaringly obvious. Upon exiting the subway station, the friendly uncle began to elaborate. This area is 100 kilometers from the city, where most wild beasts belong to the first tier, with only a few second-tier creatures. And those are relatively weak. Thus, this locale is ideal for training novices like you. As your strength increases, you can gradually venture deeper. At 150 kilometers, the distribution of first and second-tier creatures is roughly equal. While at over 200 kilometers, first-tier creatures become nearly non-existent, presenting significant dangers for any second-tier martial artist. Your current strength is insufficient for such encounters. Today, we will take you to try your skills at the 125-kilometer mark. The imposing figure of the uncle appeared remarkably attentive, safeguarding Zhang Heng and Chao Ming with unwavering vigilance. The silent companion walked pensively, absorbed in his own thoughts. Throughout their journey, Zhang Heng maintained an air of casualness, reminiscent of a naive youth newly introduced to the world. The amiable uncle took it upon himself to enlighten Zhang Heng about the various beasts they encountered along the way. However, a troubling issue arose as their path grew increasingly desolate, and the presence of second-tier beasts surged. It seemed that Zhang Heng had developed a fondness for this secluded locale. Suddenly, the uncle's benevolent demeanor shifted to one of somber gravity. "All right, young lad Zhang Heng. Your journey concludes here." Zhang Heng, still bearing an expression of innocent bewilderment, inquired, "Uncle, what do you mean my journey ends here? Am I not allowed to proceed?" The amiable uncle's geniality had vanished, replaced by a stark directness. "This time, there are no masters from the Ma family to protect you at this moment." Zhang Heng shed his facade of naivety, offering a faint smile before addressing the 4 individuals. "Do you not check the target's information before embarking on a mission?" The amiable uncle paused, taken aback. They had indeed not investigated Zhang Heng's background, relying solely on the account given by Wu Wen. When they first received the assignment, the trio had found it perplexing. 3 second-tier warriors tasked with dealing with a high school student? However, compelled by their master's orders, and with the master's beloved daughter discreetly providing them with funds to eliminate the target, they felt obligated to proceed. And adhering to their mission's completion, the 3 launched an attack on the seemingly ordinary Zhang Heng, only to be repelled by a master from the Ma family, leaving them injured and still in recovery. They attributed their failure solely to the Ma family's expert, disregarding the possibility of Zhang Heng's resistance. After regaining some composure, the trio received another assignment to handle Zhang Heng, this time tasked with following him into the wilderness. They surmised this was likely due to a fear of interference from the Ma family. Ultimately, Zhang Heng obediently completed his exam and prepared to venture beyond the borders. Although surprised to see him enter the second-tier zone, the trio recalled Wu Wen's warning that Zhang Heng possessed considerable skill, far surpassing that of an average high school student. Yet, throughout the journey, Zhang Heng exhibited no wariness, displaying not a hint of the demeanor expected from a formidable high schooler, appearing instead as an unworldly youth. Their overconfidence led them to overlook various abnormal signs, and Zhang Heng inadvertently granted them a chance at survival. Had they detected anything amiss and chosen to abandon the mission at any previous moment, they could have returned safely to the border city. Zhang Heng, not one to be petty, recognized that they were merely following orders. The amiable uncle gazed at Zhang Heng with skepticism. "What target information are you referring to?" Zhang Heng replied, Have you not investigated where I came from? The amiable uncle's expression turned perplexed, yet the previously silent figure suddenly transformed, bellowing for the others to disperse and assume a defensive stance. Although the other two were unaware of their leader's reaction, instinctual obedience compelled them to follow suit. The silent individual spoke. It seems we have underestimated you. You are the one who has concealed your true nature the deepest. The other two recalled Wu Wen's mention of Zhang Heng being rescued from the wilderness, realizing that anyone who could survive from such a place undoubtedly bore blood on their hands. Thus, Zhang Heng's earlier demeanor had been a mere act for their benefit. Chao Ming now felt a twinge of panic. Who exactly was Zhang Heng to elicit such a response from 3 second-tier fighters? The amiable uncle remarked, "Indeed, you are someone who has emerged from such a place. I never anticipated that seasoned veterans like us would fall prey to a mere child like you." The imposing uncle added, "What does it matter if you know everything? You won't have the chance to inform the Ma family." The taciturn uncle interjected, "Enough of this chatter. Let us engage." With that, the three prepared to attack. Chapter 22. How childish, however. Zhang Heng halted them. "Gentlemen, do you truly believe that the elder from last time was protecting me?" The three paused, momentarily baffled by his words. The amiable uncle retorted, "I care not whom you were protecting. Today, no one can save you." Upon this declaration, the trio lunged toward Zhang Heng simultaneously. Yet, they were met with a disdainful smile from Zhang Heng, who gently shook his head. "What breeds such confidence among you?" With those words, Zhang Heng unleashed his fourth-tier energy, and the expressions of the three shifted from arrogance to disbelief, then abruptly to solemnity. They suddenly felt a soul-chilling dread, their faces contorting as if confronted by something monstrous. In that instant, they understood the implication of Zhang Heng's earlier question regarding the elder's protection. Had it not been for the intervention of the elder from the Ma family, they would not have lived to see this day. Blood erupted from their mouths as they staggered backward, their vitality drained. The amiable uncle was astonished. "This is impossible. That energy belongs to the mid-third tier." The imposing uncle's expression was even more revealing. "Are you truly a high school student?" The typically silent uncle remained slightly more composed than the other two, yet still apprehensive. Even the divine organization could not possibly cultivate someone under 19 to the mid-third tier. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, surprised to hear something useful from these three, that he turned to the silent uncle and urged, "Continue speaking. Impart something of value." The silent uncle hesitated. He had no further insights to offer. Merely the information he had already voiced, knowledge that was likely common among many. Zhang Heng felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he had overestimated the capabilities of such minor assassins that he had heard whispers of the divine organization long before arriving at the city. And only upon his arrival did he realize that the ones who had forced him to endure 5 years of hardship were indeed affiliated with the divine organization. More accurately, the children of God, a group who fancied themselves chosen by divinity to save the world. Chao Ming, now devoid of any fear, was perplexed by Zhang Heng's strength. He had witnessed his supposed allies fail to even strike a blow against Zhang Heng, and he pondered the vast chasm that separated them. Zhang Heng turned to Chao Ming and said, "Your intentions may not be malicious, but the matter concerning your brother is a case of karmic retribution. You know what must be done. Cherish the opportunity to live." With that, Zhang Heng addressed the trio. "Speak up, aside from Wu Wen. Who else is involved? Do not squander your time." Chao Ming, the first to return to the city, claimed that they had been scattered by a formidable beast horde upon inquiry from the city's personnel. Zhang Heng echoed this sentiment, bringing along 2 second-tier beasts that appeared to have perished in a vicious skirmish. The city's officers subsequently utilized satellite surveillance to investigate the area described by Zhang Heng and Chao Ming, confirming a brief surge of beast activity, which had quickly subsided. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghai, pondering how to procure quality goods over the next few days, received the long-awaited phone call. Upon returning to the border city, Zhang Heng did not head directly to Grandpa Huang's home, but instead gently knocked on the door of a particular villa. The moment Wu Xuchang laid eyes on Zhang Heng, his countenance drained of color. His men had not returned, yet Zhang Heng had come knocking. He understood the implications of this encounter all too well, recalling Elder Ning's warning about certain individuals being untouchable for their own good. Wu Xuchang realized that this young man was someone his family could not afford to provoke. "Senior, I shall be direct. I find it perplexing how something so trivial escalated to this extent." Zhang Heng said, unabashedly taking a seat on the sofa while observing the flustered Wu Xiuchang. The Wu Xiuchang's confidant moved to intervene, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Wu Xiuchang. He himself lacked confidence in confronting this young man. No number of additional people could alter the fact that they were in the wrong, that Wu Xiuchang felt a pang of regret. The situation had not been significant. Yet it had spiraled out of control. Nevertheless, he recalled his grandson's distraught expression and trembling voice, realizing that what had transpired was indeed not a trivial matter that we may have overstepped, but you initiated this. Why must my grandson suffer? How so? Zhang Heng questioned, incredulous. Is Zhu Yu's poor performance to be blamed on me? Besides, not long ago, I intervened to save his intellect. That Wu Xiuchang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was an unlawful matter. Who else but you could have tampered with my grandson's medication? If it weren't for my intervention, your grandson would have been rendered a useless shell in a few months. Zhang Heng replied with a smirk that Wu Xiuchang, now seething with anger, countered, yet he is already a failure. Zhang Heng found the family's reasoning utterly baffling. How could they attribute all their misfortunes to others? Who is to blame for his current state? Me? Qin Hao? Or perhaps those few classmates who performed better? Zhang Heng fixed his gaze firmly on Wu Xiuchang. That Wu Xiuchang faltered, his expression shifting to one of anguish. Is it fair to blame those students? They merely achieved the results their capabilities warranted. That if his performance lags behind, must one resort to schemes against others? Who is truly at fault? Were it not for Zhu Guanzhang's goodwill towards me, I would not be here discussing this with you. Prepare your grandson for the pressures that lie ahead. You may target me, but others should not bear the brunt of your frustrations. Zhang Heng addressed Wu Xiuchang, and, after finishing his words, turned to leave Wu Xiuchang's residence. That Wu Xiuchang sank into his chair, utterly defeated that he had indeed received the news. Among those few who had been deliberately targeted by his daughter, Wu Wen, there were several besides Zhang Heng whom he could not afford to provoke. Wan Huan, who appeared to be utterly heartless all day long, had a father who was a military officer with the rank of fourth-grade power. Xie Feng, who kept a low profile, was mistakenly perceived as merely possessing a modest amount of wealth, when in fact he was a hidden heavyweight, not to be trifled with by the likes of the insignificant Wu Xiuchang, despite not being as formidable as the Ma family. According to the information gathered, both families had commenced their actions the very day their respective children were obstructed on their path to the college entrance examination. In recent days, one by one, Wu Xiuchang's subordinates had departed, and the three most crucial individuals had even lost their lives over this affair, all ignited by nothing more than his grandson's jealousy of other superior academic performance. His indulgence had not only led his daughter astray, but also inflated his grandson's sense of superiority, resulting in increasingly outrageous actions. Following this incident, it was certain that his daughter would be investigated and dealt with by the Security Bureau and the Academic Affairs Bureau. His grandson's prospects for university were virtually extinguished, and the promising career of his son-in-law had abruptly come to an end. The previously unremarkable experimental academy was now destined for infamy. Meanwhile, in the office of the city gate commander, Zhu Chang received a direct order from the provincial bureau to immediately resign from his position as the city gate commander of Bianqing and cooperate with the ongoing investigation, though the specific nature of the inquiry remained undisclosed. Upon returning home, he noticed the troubled expressions on his wife's and children's faces, leading him to suspect that this matter might be related to them. After persistent questioning, his wife finally laid everything bare. Listening to his wife's revelations, Zhu Chang was left in a state of shock, unable to believe that his seemingly obedient son was, in fact, a person who resorted to various underhanded tactics out of jealousy. His gentle and virtuous wife had engaged in bribery, purchased illegal substances, conducted surveillance, and even orchestrated assassinations, all for the sake of this wayward son. The most incomprehensible act of all was that they had attempted to obstruct other students from participating in the college entrance examination. What childishness could lead one to commit such folly? Chapter 23. The Zhu Yu incident erupts at this moment. Zhu Yu was still mired in sorrow over his underperformance in the assessment. Fearing the judgment of others, completely unaware that his family was being turned upside down because of him. Simultaneously, Huang Qin also received a notice of suspension, a consequence of her association with Zhu Yu and his gang in the incident targeting Zhang Heng. Huang Qin was indeed a tragic figure. Her family had been brutally murdered by unruly children on a bus. Ever since Zhang Heng was brought to Bianqing, she had been relentless in her antagonism towards him. forcing Zhang Heng to move out of the city workers' dormitory and into Grandpa Huang's home. Huang Qin's actions were not solely of her own volition. She was also spurred on by Zhu Yu and the gang of delinquents. All of this was orchestrated by Wan Huan's father, whose influence was significant, despite the military and police being distinct entities, as the unit he belonged to was quite unusual. The CF family also lent a hand, leading to the confiscation of all of Wu Xuchang's assets, with even his friends facing repercussions. The experimental academy remained tranquil, as no one knew that a storm was brewing. Kong Ditching sat at his desk, plagued by an unsettling feeling. Seeing his friend agitated, Zheng Zhuan inquired with concern, "Old Kong, what's the matter?" Kong Ditching replied, "I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have a strong premonition that something is about to happen." Meanwhile, at the Bianqing Academic Affairs Bureau, the director slammed a stack of documents on the table and shouted angrily, "Investigate! I want a thorough examination of the experimental academy, and don't spare any other schools." At this moment, Zhang Heng felt remarkably at ease, free from the incessant buzzing of flies around him, and his mood improved considerably. According to regulations, Zhang Heng had accompanied the team into areas over 100 kilometers away 5 times, with his companions expressing that this was their luckiest experience with a newcomer. Zhang Heng merely chuckled at their praise. Lu Qinghai was all smiles, unable to contain his joy, for in addition to the quality goods from Zhang Heng, he also received high-quality items from those accompanying him. As a result, his private kitchen gained tremendous popularity in Bianqing, attracting numerous customers eager to partake in the culinary delights. On June 16, the day the results of the Advanced Department's cultural assessment were released, scores were uniformly distributed nationwide, with schools and individuals being notified simultaneously. It was also the day Bianqing media exposed the chaos within the experimental academy, as the Academic Affairs Bureau provided no time for any school to respond, releasing notifications of suspensions and investigations of relevant faculty and leadership concurrently with the media. At 10 o'clock, students checking their scores had mixed reactions. Some wept, while others laughed. Wan Huan and his companions belonged to the latter group, appearing carefree on the surface while secretly concerned about their results, realizing that no matter how hard they tried, it seemed futile. However, since practicing with Zhang Heng, Wan Huan's approach to studying had opened a new world for him, allowing him to study while lifting dumbbells at home. Zhang Heng swiftly received his score notification, a total of 879 points, ranking him third nationwide, just slightly behind the second-place student by a mere point. The first place had an astonishing total of 890 points, and what was even more astounding was that this student was not a martial artist, but merely 17 years old, having participated in the assessment at a level beyond his peers. Indeed, the realm of genius was beyond Zhang Heng's comprehension. Chao Dong was a diligent individual, ranking among the top in his class, yet still far from extraordinary. Before Zhang Heng's arrival, he had always felt distance from his dreams. However, upon receiving his scores, tears streamed down his face. He was now confident that the top medical school in Huaxiao would not turn him away, having achieved a total of 840 points. Li Ming had always been a representative of the lower tier. But ever since Zhang Heng's arrival, that narrative had changed, and he had begun to make remarkable strides, sweeping past his classmates with absolute prowess, eventually achieving a final score of 785 points. Xiefeng and Zhang Wei had both performed decently. Despite their differing family backgrounds, their temperaments were quite similar. Yet after associating with Zhang Heng and his group, they inexplicably improved. Unbeknownst to Xiefeng, his father had been so pleased with this turn of events that he had suffered several sleepless nights. Zhaoying had always been an ordinary girl, never imagining that one day she would be able to choose a school that will due to her high scores and abilities. Initially, she was merely curious about Zhang Heng and his group of boys. But after finding it interesting, she persistently followed them in their training and studies, managing to persevere despite the constant influx and withdrawal of others. Zhang Tong, observing her friend lost in thought over her scores, was at a loss for words. In truth, her own scores were not impressive either, but to support her friend, she had braved the training sessions with Zhang Heng, resulting in significant improvement in her performance. However, she could not endure the hardships of training. She had urged Luo Ziqiong many times, but Luo Ziqiong remained concerned about Zhang Heng's unique status. Zhang Heng paid little attention to the scores. having intentionally held back to prevent the emergence of dual top scorers, which would attract undue attention and complications that in the capital. Song Zhongshin was thoroughly convinced. Failing the martial arts assessment was one thing, but Zhang Heng had outperformed him in the cultural exam as well. In Spring City, Ma Tianyu and Wu Hao sighed in resignation before turning their attention to a new piece of news. This news, or rather the series of news, had completely exploded in Bianqing. The Bianqing twins, who had nearly been classmates at the experimental academy, were now the subject of intense scrutiny. Zhang Heng and Chun Hao not only dominated the martial arts assessments but also crushed the competition in the cultural exams with their outstanding capabilities. The son of the city gate commander, Zhu Chong, out of jealousy, had pressured the Bianqing twins to leave the school, while the director's wife, Wu Wen, retaliated by sending people to obstruct her son's classmates from taking the exam. The city gate commander's wife even dispatched assassins to target the Bianqing twins, who subsequently retaliated by delivering a resounding thrashing to their assailants. The nation's top academy had abruptly expelled 5 talented individuals. The Bianqing Academic Affairs Bureau released announcements regarding the suspension of Kong Diqing, the principal of the experimental academy, Vice Principal Jing Zhuan, Li Cheng, and others, along with a notice on the thorough investigation of bribery and corruption in the educational institutions in Bianqing. The announcement also detailed Zhu Yu's repeated bribery and the fabrication of facts that led to his classmates being forced to transfer schools, resulting in Zhu Yu being directly disqualified from the college entrance examination, with no opportunity for appeal. Various news reports quickly overshadowed the joyous news of the college entrance examinations, igniting outrage among the ordinary populace in Bianqing, who began to criticize the city gate and the experimental academy online. Both institutions found themselves unable to censor the comments, leaving them to endure the relentless onslaught of angry netizens. Kong Diqing and Jing Zhuan were left dumbfounded. Kong Diqing had sensed that trouble was brewing, but he never anticipated it would escalate to such proportions. With a bitter expression, Kong Diqing looked at Jing Zhuan and asked, "Was this Chun Hao also one of ours?" "Yes," Jing Zhuan confirmed. "He was transferred out last year due to fighting and conflicts with classmates. All because of Zhu Yu." Jing Zhuan, with a bitter expression, spoke with resignation that Zhu Yu's home. The originally anxious Zhu Yu awaited his examination results, only to receive the disheartening news that his scores had been annulled due to allegations of unlawfully undermining educational equity. A minute later, the doorbell rang, heralding the arrival of the first group from the Bianqing Security Bureau. The bureau chief, Li Yi, glanced at the now gray-haired Zhu Chong, shook his head, and took Wu Wen away. The second wave consisted of personnel from the Academic Affairs Bureau, tasked with a thorough investigation into Zhu Yu's case. Meanwhile, at Lin Qi's home, both the Academic Affairs Bureau and the City Security Bureau were present, prompted by gang leaders pressuring Zhang Heng to vacate the city workers' dormitory. Lin Jidong, who had hoped for a tranquil existence, was suddenly besieged by a throng of reporters in his office, followed closely by an investigation notification from the Academic Affairs Bureau. Chapter 24. The Troublemaking Reporters. This was the first time reporters stepped into Chun Hao's home. The government has explicit regulations prohibiting any media interviews before the conclusion of students' senior examinations. Violations incur severe penalties. As the reporters navigated the chaotic streets, they marveled at how such an environment could produce a genius. Simultaneously, the recruitment officer from the 5 greats, who appeared to coexist harmoniously, were secretly undermining one another. Upon entering Chun Hao's residence, they found themselves in a dilapidated house filled with a hodgepodge of equipment, sourced from flea markets and scrap yards, with no decent furniture in sight. Chun Hao, his eyes reddened from recent tears, evoked sympathy among all present. Ultimately, after a heated exchange among the 5 greats, Daijing University successfully secured Chun Hao, lured by superior benefits. However, when reporters inquired about the treatment Zhang Heng would receive from the 5 greats, a conspicuous silence fell upon them. Meanwhile, Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang, who were preparing lunch at home, were startled by the sudden influx of people. Some affluent news departments had even rented an airboat to cover the scene. A throng of reporters crowded the modest courtyard, bombarding Grandpa Huang with questions he could hardly decipher. Eventually, the City Management Bureau's officers arrived to manage the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Grandpa Huang ushered Grandma Huang inside. Facing the reporters alone, Reporter 1. "Are you Zhang Heng's grandparents?" Grandpa Huang. "We are not." Reporter 2. "Then why does Zhang Heng live with you?" Grandpa Huang. "He rents a room from us." Of course he lives here. Reporter 3. Are you aware that Zhang Heng scored first in the National Martial Arts Assessment and third in the Cultural Assessment? Grandpa Huang. Yes, his voice carried a tone of pride. Reporter 4. Are you not concerned for your safety living with Zhang Heng? Grandpa Huang's expression darkened, and many reporters glanced at the questioner in disbelief, realizing the provocative nature of the inquiry. Grandpa Huang replied indignantly, "What danger could there possibly be in living with Zhang Heng?" Reporter 4. Everyone knows Zhang Heng is a wild child, with his current prowess reaching the second rank. Do you not feel your life is at risk? Grandpa Huang's face soured, and other reporters regarded the questioner with a mix of astonishment. Many reporters present had previously considered leveraging the wild child narrative for attention, but were swiftly warned by their superiors against such risky provocations. Yet, one fearless reporter pressed on. Reporter 4. If you refuse to answer, it implies acceptance. How can such a dangerous wild child participate in national examinations and achieve such remarkable scores? Can you disclose any underlying circumstances? An officer from the Security Bureau intervened, stating, "This reporter is engaging in malicious insinuation." Reporter 4. It seems you are feeling guilty. Zhang Heng himself is hiding away. And a murderous demon is allowed to partake in the college entrance examination that I question the oversight of the Bianqing Academic Affairs Bureau. After regaining his composure, Grandpa Huang interjected, "May I ask how old you are?" The reporter hesitated, then answered somewhat dazedly, 34. Why? Grandpa Huang. What contributions have you made to society? The reporter was momentarily taken aback. What was this old man getting at? Yet his instinct as a reporter quickly kicked in. Please do not evade my question. In a company building in Chuncheon, the boss watched the scene unfold with glee, relishing the desired effect. However, his smile faltered as a military airboat appeared on the screen. 4 officers clad in armor leaped from the vessel, swiftly subduing the reporter and whisking him away. Simultaneously, the Chuncheon building received a notification. The company was ordered to undergo rectification, effectively shutting down operations. The Namlin Military Department announced, XX Company's Reporter 4 is suspected of defaming the family of a national hero and is required to cooperate with the investigation. The online community erupted. The reporter's incisive questions garnered applause from onlookers, especially upon the revelation of Zhang Heng's wild child status. Individuals who had previously suffered at the hands of wild children inundated the Bianqing Academic Affairs Bureau with demands for explanations. However, the questioned elder was swiftly elevated to the status of a national hero's family member, while the questioning reporter was taken away by the military, an unusual turn of events that prompted other journalists to prepare for departure. Yet the elder spoke up. From the day Xiao Heng entered Bianqing, I saw him lying in a hospital bed. Every subsequent day, I would see him at the entrance of the police station. And later, at home, that he attended school diligently every morning, working part-time at a bookstore during lunch to earn money for meals, helping classmates train and improve their grades. When he was expelled from the dormitory, he stated he was an adult and could not waste national resources. When he was expelled from school, he remarked that learning could occur anywhere, that he possessed the ability to refuse such treatment based on his own merits. Yet he never did. I wonder if you feel any remorse when you label him a wild child. Did I ask for me? I feel guilt. A young boy you call a wild child strives for self-sufficiency to avoid burdening others. And he is willing to sacrifice a significant part of his life for a stranger. I question whether you have ever fought for another's sake at your age. I certainly have not. With that, Grandpa Huang turned and locked the door behind him. His heartfelt words quelled much of the public's outrage, although a minority, still stirred with emotion, continued to voice their concerns on the Bianqing Education Bureau's official website, insisting that the 5 grades should not accept such a student. After completing the recruitment of Chun Hao, Ma Xinjia, Wan Huan, and others, the admissions officers from the 5 grades departed, maintaining silence in response to queries about Zhang Heng. They had long been aware of Zhang Heng's heroic deeds, but chose to remain passive, fearing precisely the situation that had now unfolded. Zhang Heng, indifferent to these matters, was focused on his endeavors with his team 150 kilometers away. Today marked the final day of their collaborative efforts before he could embark on his own journey. While he might not be able to bring back some 4th or 5th tier beasts, he at least hoped to acquire some valuable items. Upon returning to Qingguan, he discovered his phone inundated with countless missed calls and messages, predominantly from familiar contacts. Wan Huan, Zhang Heng, are you going to respond to the online news? Li Ming, exactly, it infuriates me. Chao Dong, See what Zhang Heng has to say. Zhang Heng. Li Ming. Hengge, really? Where are you? Zhang Heng. Just got back. I'm aware now. Wan Huan. Not angry. Zhang Heng. Anger harms the liver. I want to live a few more years. Wan Huan. Li Ming. Chao Dong. Impressive. Ma Xinjia. Makes sense. Xiefeng. Zhang Wei. Seems my liver is quite healthy. Zhaoying. Zhang Wei, get lost. Zhang Heng gazed at the news reports on his screen, lost in contemplation. Was this the treatment he was destined to endure? The Son of God, indeed. Zhang Heng murmured to himself. Upon returning to Grandpa Huang's home, he was greeted by the worried expressions of both Grandpa and Grandma Huang. Seeing Zhang Heng return, Grandpa Huang immediately spoke. Xiao Heng, do not take the online matters to heart. We know you are doing well. Grandpa Huang was concerned that the online news would affect Zhang Heng. However, his worries were unfounded, as Zhang Heng flashed a grin and replied, What are you talking about, Grandpa, upon hearing the news? Grandpa Huang was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled, finding solace in the situation. For the following days, Zhang Heng continued to wander within the range of 150 to 250 kilometers, gathering all useful herbs in the vicinity of the border town, excluding those that were wild beasts. Each time, Zhang Heng would leave empty-handed and return with his bags filled. The staff had grown accustomed to this young man, who, despite his tender age, seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Zhang Heng distributed these herbs among the others, as he no longer required them. What he sought now were rarer and superior medicinal materials, which were essential for his advancement to the 5th rank. On the morning of June 23 RD, all advanced students gathered at their respective schools to fill out their university applications, a process that could only be completed on campus and required the student's physical presence. This regulation was instituted a century ago in response to numerous incidents of substitution and alterations of applications. Zhang Heng did not deliberate for long. Although the 5 greats had not pre-accepted him, they had not ruled him out either. Even if he did not apply for the martial artist program, he could choose another field. Zhang Heng's desire for the martial arts specialization was not particularly intense. His capabilities were sufficient to teach, and further studies would be a waste of time. Thus, he applied to 5 universities across 25 different programs, including martial arts, literature, history, and beast studies, among others. However, he did not apply to all the 5 greats. He chose only Emperor Hua University, purely for its preferred campus environment. After completing his applications, Zhang Heng departed, intending to venture deeper into the wilderness, specifically to return to the very place he had once fought desperately to survive. He informed Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang that he might be gone for several days, and he reported to the border town that he would be away for over 3 days before returning. As usual, he took the subway to a distance of 100 kilometers, with the remaining 350 kilometers to be traversed by foot. However, for Zhang Heng, who had reached the high tier of the 4th rank, such a distance was easily manageable. With no surveillance devices on him and no one around to notice, this marked the first time in a year that Zhang Heng could unleash his speed uninhibited. It was also his inaugural experience of the prowess of the 4th rank that a year ago, Zhang Heng had endured severe injuries, which took him half a year to recover from. Yet he had fortuitously advanced to the mid-tier of the 4th rank. Nearing the high tier, subsequently, he spent 5 months successfully stepping into the high tier. However, for Zhang Heng to achieve another elevation now, he required specific rare herbs. His premature cultivation had always left him with hidden dangers. Despite possessing strength far surpassing his peers, each advancement necessitated significant amounts of medicinal materials and energy. Zhang Heng had already secured a portion of the herbs, having hidden them a year prior. Besides a few exceptionally rare herbs for which he had yet to devise a solution, he had managed to think of a way for most of the materials. Additionally, he needed weapons and armor. The damage dealt by unarmed combat had diminished significantly beyond the 3rd rank, and the range from the 4th to the 6th rank necessitated armor and weapons to bolster both defense and offensive capabilities. Zhang Heng covered the 350 kilometers in just 5 hours. Returning to this familiar forest after a year, Zhang Heng felt no fondness for the place. Although he had gained formidable abilities here, he was also forced to endure a life of peril daily. The herb slaves here all bore fierce and menacing appearances, unwilling to allow any gifted child to thrive, fearing that one day such a child might rise above them, leading to their own downfall. Zhang Heng happened to be one of those gifted children, yet he found it curious that no one seemed to recognize his talent. At the age of 14, despite being an amateur at the 9th rank, he was perceived by others as merely at the 6th rank, which was considered ordinary. Zhang Heng found himself unable to clarify this discrepancy. When Zhang Heng eventually advanced to the professional 1st rank, he obtained a secret technique during a mission that he and a group of 14 to 15-year-olds were led by herb slaves into a valley teeming with beasts, tasked with infiltrating a submerged cave to retrieve a peculiar creature. While the creature was relatively easy to capture, reaching the cave's mouth and entering the cavern posed 2 immense challenges. Each person had their own method of entry, and Zhang Heng's choice mirrored many others: to disguise and sneak in. The entire process required moving slowly to avoid detection by the beasts and demanded absolute precision without any missteps or noise. What should have been a straightforward mission was complicated by the overconfidence of a talented individual, resulting in a beast riot. The rampaging beasts paid little heed to attempts at concealment, and the chaos inevitably exposed the hidden group. Zhang Heng found himself among those unfortunate enough to be discovered by the frenzied beast. He tempered his strength, knowing that if he unleashed his full power, the consequences upon returning would be fatal. Instead, he relied on his wits to evade the beast's pursuit. The others were not as fortunate. By the time they reached the cave entrance, only about 10 of the original group remained. What was initially thought to be the end upon reaching the cave mouth turned out to be more daunting than traversing the beast-infested area. The seemingly bottomless pit posed an unknown duration for descent. Descending was one thing, but ascending was another. During the descent, some succumbed to severe injuries and fell into the abyss, their screams echoing in the dark. After finally acquiring the target creature, they faced the even more terrifying challenge of climbing back up. This time, the number of fallers increased significantly. Zhang Heng nearly lost his grip as well, but amidst his fear, he noticed that the object that had almost caused his downfall felt peculiar. At that moment, he dared not investigate further. Ultimately, only 4 individuals succeeded in returning to the starting point. This outcome infuriated the herb slaves, who brutally killed the sole survivor among the talented youths. Chapter 26. The breathing technique. Zhang Heng, who had kept the strange object with him, seized the opportunity to examine it, the very item that had nearly led to his downfall. It was cylindrical in shape, with its outer layer severely corroded. A gentle touch caused flakes to crumble away. Zhang Heng meticulously removed the decayed exterior, revealing a roll of yellowed leather wrapped in a transparent film. The leather was ancient, appearing as though it might disintegrate at any moment. Upon carefully peeling away the film, he found that the leather, though stained, felt surprisingly smooth to the touch, far from the dilapidated appearance it presented. As he gently unfurled the leather scroll, which measured approximately 30 centimeters in length and 15 centimeters in width, he discerned the 3 characters I Shi Jing, which he could barely comprehend. The remainder of the text was largely indecipherable to him, as the script appeared somewhat archaic, possibly predating the establishment of New Huaxia and exhibiting a certain complexity. Zhang Heng gathered that the I Shi Jing was a technique for concealing one's aura, specifically designed for martial artists in the qi cultivation stage, with its efficacy diminishing as one's strength increased. However, Zhang Heng was unfamiliar with what the qi cultivation stage entailed, perhaps a term rooted in ancient traditions. The unfamiliar characters on the I Shi Jing posed no significant challenge. Although they were under surveillance, there were designated times for learning under observation, allowing access to the internet. Even the nefarious would not fall behind the times. Otherwise, they would leave too many flaws during missions. Zhang Heng meticulously researched each unfamiliar ancient character, prompting some curiosity among the supervising herb slaves. However, after half a year of investigation without discovering anything incriminating, they ceased to monitor Zhang Heng's inquiries into the ancient script. In this manner, Zhang Heng managed to decipher all the unfamiliar ancient characters within the I Shi Jing. To better conceal himself, he diligently researched nearly every ancient character. Consequently, he grasped the cultivation method of the I Shi Jing and, seizing an opportunity to practice, found it remarkably effective. The technique was easy to master, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Within a year, Zhang Heng had fully cultivated the I Shi Jing. After mastering the I Shi Jing, Zhang Heng no longer had to worry about revealing his true strength. This not only safeguarded his life, but also provided an opportunity to escape his current predicament. At this point, his strength appeared to be merely at the initial first rank in the eyes of outsiders, while the herb slaves perceived him as barely competent, likely to be eliminated, in the eyes of others. Zhang Heng had become one of the lowest-ranking individuals, laboring daily for survival by performing menial tasks such as washing clothes and feet, exhibiting extreme humility before the herb slaves, resembling a sycophant. This existence persisted for 2 years, during which Zhang Heng's progress stagnated, and as others advanced to the third rank, he remained at the high tier of the first rank, not even brushing against the edges of higher tiers. Zhang Heng had become one of the few deemed useless, a status that typically relegated individuals to being subjects for experimental drugs, and he intended to seize this opportunity to escape. Everything unfolded just as Zhang Heng had anticipated. He was designated as a test subject due to his lackluster abilities. The overseer of this area, Bu Cha, personally inspected the situation of several test subjects, affirming their viability, only for the experiment to be abruptly halted by an individual named Huang Qi. After a brief discussion, they both departed. Zhang Heng seized the rare opportunity. With Huang Qi being the only one of comparable strength now gone, there was no one left to impede his escape. Under the cover of a rainy night, Zhang Heng stealthily made his way out. However, just as he was about to slip away, Bu Cha and Huang Qi returned, both wielding long knives. Huang Qi's blade was exquisitely crafted, emanating a chilling gleam in the pitch-black rain, while Bu Cha's knife appeared oddly shaped, resembling a poorly forged weapon. Upon their return, the two wasted no time engaging in a brutal slaughter. The herb slaves, of similar age to Zhang Heng, lacked the strength to resist, and even the slightly stronger elder herb slaves could not withstand the assault of the two fourth-rank individuals. That be why the time Zhang Heng comprehended the situation. The entire base had been swept clean, leaving only himself, Bu Cha, and Huang Qi alive. Originally planning to wait for their departure before making his escape, Zhang Heng did not anticipate Huang Qi's attentiveness. Upon noticing the absence of one individual, Huang Qi activated the tracking device implanted within Zhang Heng. Hiding in the distant woods, Zhang Heng suddenly sensed a blade approaching from behind and swiftly dodged, inadvertently revealing his strength at the fourth rank. Bu Cha, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. He had never expected the usually meek Zhang Heng to possess such prowess, as evidenced by his quick evasive maneuver. Huang Qi, upon seeing the flying knife, furrowed his brow. Quickly piecing together the situation, he gazed at Zhang Heng, seemingly comprehending everything, and remarked, "I found it peculiar that this well-concealed position was discovered by the military and border town officials. It appears there is a traitor among us." "Very well, Bu Cha. You have done splendidly." Huang Qi cast a sidelong glance at Bu Cha, his expression a mixture of mockery and amusement. Bu Cha, caught off guard, pondered when this fellow had become one of the inner circle. As his aura clearly suggested, he was merely at the first rank. The essence can indeed be concealed. But Bu Cha, you are truly remarkable. You have raised a formidable wolf dog, and now it seems you will face the consequences of being bitten by your own hound. Huang Qi remarked ominously. Bu Cha's countenance darkened. His complexion, already somewhat sallow, appeared even more ghastly under the reflection of the rain. The pressing matter at hand was to capture him in return for a thorough inquiry. Zhu Chong had already arrived with his men, and no amount of protest would alter that reality. Huang Qi scoffed. I shall report the situation truthfully to the emperor." Bu Cha turned to Zhang Heng, surprised by how deeply he had concealed his true self. Yet regrettably, he had failed. Zhang Heng, exasperated, thought to himself that these two fellows had quite the vivid imaginations. He was unaware of any infiltration into the city or the military. All he desired was to survive. Bu Cha remarked dismissively, "Your explanations are futile at this moment. Any words should be directed to the emperor." Zhang Heng was taken aback. Who was this emperor, but the very individual responsible for his current plight? Glancing at the carnage-strewn base, and then at the two merciless demons before him, Zhang Heng concluded that this emperor was certainly no benevolent figure. Huang Qi exclaimed, "Stop wasting words. Just seize him." With that, Huang Qi lunged forward, evidently intent on capturing Zhang Heng with his bare hands. Zhang Heng's expression turned frantic. Faced with Huang Qi's charge, he seemed at a loss as to how to escape. Although his feet moved swiftly, his steps were erratic, resembling a terrified soul fleeing for his life. Witnessing this, Huang Qi wore a cruel smile, but Bu Cha suddenly recalled something and opened his mouth to shout. only to realize it was too late. Chapter 27. A fatal strike. Huang Qi, poised to seize Zhang Heng's life as if it were a mere plaything, reached out to grasp his neck. But just as he was about to succeed, Zhang Heng's footing suddenly steadied, in a swift movement. Zhang Heng evaded Huang Qi's grasp, taking advantage of Huang Qi's momentary distraction to pivot. Unbeknownst to Huang Qi, Zhang Heng had drawn a long, obsidian blade, its edge glimmering with a menacing aura. What Huang Qi had initially perceived as a trivial matter had now transformed into a fight for his very existence. Leaving him no time to react, the finely crafted blade he had clutched now seemed a mere jest in the face of imminent peril. Release, release, desperately release the armor, Huang Qi thought, placing all his hopes upon it. Yet, Zhang Heng did not grant him that reprieve. In an instant before the armor could envelop him, the soul-chilling blade sliced through Huang Qi's flesh. The blade, devoid of any rainwater, moved too swiftly from the moment it was drawn to its penetration into Huang Qi's body. Nearby, Bu Cha was still in the preliminary stages of unsheathing his weapon. This blade had been pilfered from a rank 1 to 3 drug slave who had been gambling with others at the time. Even with surveillance in the slaves' quarters, Zhang Heng was unconcerned. With imminent escape at hand, who cared if someone discovered his theft? The blade was unremarkable, suitable for use by an ordinary drug slave. Yet Zhang Heng found it insufficient for his needs. Though it was certainly better than nothing, that he had concealed the blade at his current location while switching positions to feign flight, leading to the ensuing events. The blade penetrated Huang Qi's body without obstruction. Even as the armor unfurled, it proved futile. It sliced through skin, breached subcutaneous fat, and severed ribs, the armor dismembered in the process. Huang Qi could hear the chilling sound of the blade scraping against his ribs. The blade ascended unrelentingly until it met the shoulder blade, but the blade continued its upward trajectory, extracting itself from the shoulder blade, relentlessly slicing through delicate lung lobes. Ultimately, it cleaved past the collarbone, leaving only a third of it intact. Following the blade's exit, it traveled further, ruthlessly traversing Huang Qi's left jaw, bisecting his mouth, and finally slicing through his right nostril, gliding past his eye. Huang Qi felt as though his entire left side had been severed. In truth, it was nearly so, merely not fully severed. Zhang Heng mused, if only this blade were of better quality. As Bu Chao rushed forward, he perceived a fleeting shadow pass through Huang Qi's form. Time seemed to freeze as Bu Chao gritted his teeth. Terrified Huang Qi and the composed Zhang Heng remained. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall, accompanied by Huang Qi's agonized screams. Blood gushed from his left lower rib to the collarbone, and a crimson line marred his face. Huang Qi's left side was almost cleaved in twain by Zhang Heng. Had Zhang Heng wielded the same blade as Huang Qi, the latter would have met his demise in that moment. Yet, at this juncture, Huang Qi would have preferred a swift death, for the scene before him was too horrific. He finally understood the terror he had inflicted upon others mere moments ago, as he now experienced the same dread. That which comes from having one's life dictated by another. Zhang Heng's face bore no trace of panic or fear. The deep-set eyes juxtaposed with his youthful visage created an unsettling dissonance. At that moment, Bu Chao arrived. Bu Chao swung his blade, and Zhang Heng parried, but lacking the advantage of a surprise attack and being significantly outmatched in weaponry, Zhang Heng was forced back by Bu Chao's strike. The bloody blade cleaved through the air, creating a gash in the weapon as Bu Chao's blade remained dark as ink, unmarred by any scratches. Zhang Heng's heart sank, realizing the peculiarity of Bu Chao's blade. Bu Cha, equally startled, thought it remarkable that this lad could withstand his strike with a basic dagger. There was indeed something to him. But soon his eyes widened in shock. Huang Qi's left side was nearly detached. Blood splattered across his face, presenting a ghastly sight. Bu Cha had witnessed countless deaths and injuries, but never had he seen someone so grievously wounded by their own armor, especially with a weapon issued by their organization. This blade was neither outstanding nor inferior. It was simply adequate. Most importantly, Zhang Heng was among those he had personally monitored. When Zhang Heng had first arrived at 12, he was merely a rank 3 drug slave. And it was only in recent years that he had ascended to rank 4, having just been promoted to oversee this base, that he had no recollection of Zhang Heng as a notable figure among the ranks. Now they were of equal standing. The one he had regarded as the most talented had just been slain by his own hand. Reflecting upon this, he surmised that only the art of concealment could achieve such a feat. Yet where did Zhang Heng acquire such skills? Could he truly be an undercover agent for the city or the Huagua military? It seemed the only plausible explanation. Speak. How did you establish contact with the city or the Huagua military? Bu Cha scrutinized Zhang Heng, his tone peculiar. Zhang Heng feigned innocence, replying, "What business do I have with the city or the Huagua military?" Bu Cha scoffed. "What do you mean? Those who arrived today were summoned by you. Were they not?" Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. It turned out their earlier departure was due to the arrival of city personnel that I merely wished to escape. How would I know anything about the city's affairs? Bu Cha remained unconvinced. Why do you seek to flee? Zhang Heng regarded Bu Cha with a puzzled glance. Was the fellow daft? Who among them did not wish to escape? Bu Cha, noticing Zhang Heng's expression of incredulity, which resembled mockery, grew furious. Speak. Who sent you? Why do you wish to flee? Do you not desire to escape this predicament and return to a normal life? Zhang Heng countered, delivering a lethal blow. Why should I wish to return to the mundane? That is your organization's concern. How to save humanity is your affair, that I have no such noble intentions. I simply wish to survive, so do not hinder me. His gaze hardened. Bu Cha sneered. You think you can match my ruthlessness? You are still unworthy. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated as Zhang Heng's slightly flawed long knife cut through the rain and air towards Bu Cha. Upon seeing this, Bu Cha retaliated, and their blades clashed in midair, igniting a shower of sparks. Chapter 28. The fierce battle with Bu Cha, a burst of sparks accompanied a sharp clang, followed by a blade tip flying off, embedding itself into a distant tree. Zhang Heng's heart sank as he thought, Bu Cha's blade is too strange. Bu Cha grinned maliciously. Dare you clash blades with me? Were it not for today, as peculiar circumstances, I would not even dare to draw this weapon. Though Zhang Heng felt a sense of unease, his expression remained as calm as a still pond. Indeed, it was a fine blade, but he lacked the skill to wield it. Bu Cha's lips curled in a smirk, as if you possessed the ability to use it. With a swift motion, he struck at Zhang Heng, who, this time, dared not to meet the blow head-on. Should the weapon shatter again, the consequences would be dire. That Bu Cha's assault was extraordinarily fierce. 2 centuries prior, the bloodline of Siam had bestowed upon Bu Cha a remarkable physical prowess, with each attack aimed precisely at vulnerable points, granting his opponent no opportunity for retaliation. In a direct confrontation, Zhang Heng found himself at a disadvantage. Both his weapon and physical attributes paled in comparison, and he could not afford to engage in close quarters. Historically, descendants of Siam were unrivaled in hand-to-hand combat. Faced with such a predicament, Zhang Heng could only evade. His thoughts turned to the distant figure of Huang Qi. The latter's blade appeared formidable enough to withstand an onslaught for a while, and perhaps the proficiency in weaponry could compensate for the disparity in quality. While Bu Cha's swordsmanship exuded brute force, it seemed somewhat simplistic and erratic. The peculiar weapon appeared rather heavy, and Bu Cha, a practitioner of martial arts focused on fists and feet, had never excelled in wielding weapons. Yet upon witnessing Huang Qi's unfortunate state, Bu Cha felt a twinge of apprehension. This young man before him was rather enigmatic, and without his weapon, he feared he might meet a fate similar to Huang Qi's. Zhang Heng continued to maneuver deftly, but Bu Cha's swift blade still inflicted numerous wounds upon him. At this juncture, Zhang Heng was unarmored, and Bu Cha had yet to deploy his protective gear, as Zhang Heng posed no credible threat. The situation was precarious for Zhang Heng. His only advantage over Bu Cha lay in his speed, which, while formidable, was still outmatched by Zhang Heng's swiftness. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, especially with that fellow recovering in the distance, Zhang Heng resolved to unleash his full speed, attempting to exploit the weaknesses in Bu Cha's defense. Accelerating, charging, dodging, and pivoting, he struck with his left hand, executing a reverse slash that successfully left a wound on Bu Cha's arm. That Bu Cha stared in disbelief at the injury on his limb. He had assumed Zhang Heng's evasion speed was already at its limit. As he himself was nearing exhaustion, he thought it impossible for Zhang Heng to maintain such a rapid pace indefinitely, especially since stamina was his own forte. After landing a successful blow, Zhang Heng wasted no time allowing Bu Cha to recover. He repeated his tactics of acceleration, charging, and dodging, but this time, as he turned, he lowered his stance. That Bu Cha sensed danger and attempted to activate his armor to protect his legs, but it was too late. Zhang Heng's blade once again grazed Bucha's ankle, revealing the pale skin beneath. As Bucha prepared to pivot and escape, Zhang Heng had already completed a flawless roll, delivering a vertical strike aimed at Bucha's back. This time, however, Zhang Heng was not so fortunate. Bucha had activated his armor. In the moment Zhang Heng's blade contacted it, a spark flew. Zhang Heng quickly retreated, knowing the next phase would be even more challenging. Although the armor could not cover his entire body, it effectively shielded most vital areas, leaving only easily defendable spots exposed. Yet the rhythm could not falter. Zhang Heng pressed on, continuing to accelerate, charge, dodge, and slash at the areas unguarded by armor. The Bucha subtly shifted his body, causing Zhang Heng's blade to strike the armor instead. Zhang Heng relentlessly targeted Bucha's vulnerabilities, but Bucha found himself at the limits of his speed. Both combatants engaged in a stalemate of offense and defense for a considerable duration, their stamina visibly waning. Suddenly, a smile broke across Zhang Heng's face amidst the clash, startling Bucha. What trickery was this? In a moment of impact, Zhang Heng squatted, slipping through Bucha's legs that Bucha cursed inwardly. Emerging behind Bucha, Zhang Heng swiftly executed a horizontal slice through the narrow gap in Bucha's armor around his waist, a gap that had been painstakingly created over numerous strikes, now reduced to a mere thin layer. This time, there were no sparks. The blade cut through the armor as effortlessly as slicing through paper, nearing Bucha's back muscles that Bucha felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by an alarming sensation of losing control over his lower body. Indeed, Zhang Heng's strike had severed Bucha's spine, the sole conduit linking the upper and lower halves of his body. Had the blade been slightly longer, it might have cleaved Bucha's spine in two, but with the situation rapidly deteriorating, Bucha found it increasingly difficult to maneuver, as Zhang Heng relentlessly targeted his lower body, waist, thigh, and knee, clearly intent on exhausting Bucha's foundation. Zhang Heng surged forward once more, and Bucha braced himself for a defensive posture, but Zhang Heng altered his approach. Instead of attacking the lower body, Zhang Heng suddenly aimed for Bucha's head, transforming his slashing technique into a stabbing motion directed at Bucha's EYAT. That critical juncture, a finely crafted long blade intercepted Zhang Heng's strike. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Heng evaded, but Bucha retaliated, leaving a deep gash across Zhang Heng's chest. Huang Qi followed suit, adding another wound to Zhang Heng's torso. Huang Qi pressed on relentlessly, his right hand wielding the blade in a continuous assault against Zhang Heng. Blood seeping profusely from his chest, the Bucha did not rest either, coordinating with Huang Qi to strike at Zhang Heng's vulnerable spots. Huang Qi, like a man possessed, targeted Zhang Heng's left chest incessantly. Zhang Heng grimaced. This was clearly a vendetta. Such a singular mode of attack granted Zhang Heng numerous defensive options, yet he refrained from diversifying his tactics, instead opting to confuse Huang Qi while maintaining the pressure of his assault, feigning a state of desperation. Moments later, Zhang Heng's already shortened blade was severed by Huang Qi. However, at that instant, the seemingly fatigued Zhang Heng's eyes gleamed with renewed focus as he abruptly shifted his defensive stance. The previous guarded position vanished, and the terrifying speed he had exhibited while battling Bucha erupted once more. With a swift sidestep, he evaded Huang Qi's blade, though he could not escape Bucha's strike, which left a significant gash on his left arm. Zhang Heng had no time to dwell on the injury. With his left hand gripping the now 40-centimeter-long blade, he plunged it into Huang Qi's heart through the gap in his armor. The blade may have been short, but it struck true in that brief moment of Huang Qi's stillness. Zhang Heng's injured left hand swiftly seized Huang Qi's long blade. Chapter 29. The Emperor's Child. Bucha felt a surge of panic. Huang Qi was finished, and he was left defenseless against Zhang Heng, who was far too unpredictable. Zhang Heng spared Bucha no time to contemplate, swapping for a superior blade and advancing once more. No longer relying on speed to evade, Zhang Heng had exhausted his stamina for such high-velocity movements. He could only resolve the battle through a mutual exchange of injuries, determined to see whose will prove more formidable. Zhang Heng's ferocity escalated, while Bucha's fear mounted. This young man sought mutual destruction. Bucha, frightened, dismissed thoughts of other organizations. His life was paramount now. Zhang Heng's injuries would likely prove fatal before the authorities arrived, while he still possessed a small cache for his own recovery. Realizing Bucha's wavering resolve, Zhang Heng intensified his assault, but Bucha now knew for certain that Zhang Heng intended for them both to perish. Summoning all his strength, Bucha engaged Zhang Heng in a fierce exchange before swiftly retreating, planning to escape in return for healing supplies. Yet, as he turned, he encountered a mocking smile on Zhang Heng's face. Bucha's heart sank. He had been deceived. This cursed youth. Bucha unleashed his secret technique, preparing for a desperate last stand, but his eyes widened in shock. How could Zhang Heng move so swiftly? Wait, a secret technique. Indeed, both Bucha and Zhang Heng wielded the same secret skill. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and bone echoed as Zhang Heng's strike cleaved Bucha's already injured spine in two. Zhang Heng granted Bucha no chance for resistance. With a decisive upward strike, he ended Bucha's life. That Bucha's lifeless face bore an expression of disbelief. Zhang Heng immediately retrieved Bucha's ceremonial blade. At first glance, it appeared merely a crude blade, but upon closer inspection, it still resembled an unfinished weapon. The blade was heavy and thick, the surface pockmarked and uneven, clearly lacking proper forging, its color as dark as ink, giving no indication of being a quality weapon. However, after glancing at the exquisite long blade nearly severed, Zhang Heng resolutely concluded that this blade was no ordinary object, but he stowed the peculiar blade, ensuring both he and Bucha were indeed lifeless, and examined their surroundings for any useful tools. After a thorough inventory, he returned to the base and entered Bucha's dwelling, lifting a slab of blue stone to conceal the weapon within, restoring the scene to its previous state. Upon reaching his own quarters, he found the ground littered with corpses. Indeed, the entire base was a graveyard. He collapsed the wooden structure, burying himself beneath the rubble, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Zhu Chong arrived with his men and rescued the severely injured Zhang Heng. Upon returning to the ruins, Zhang Heng spared a glance, heading directly to the dilapidated abode of Bucha. Clearing the debris, he located the blue stone slab, untouched, indicating safety. Zhang Heng mused inwardly. The years of hardship had taught him the value of silence, but he removed the stone slab, revealing a damp, muddy hole beneath. The already small cavity was filled with mud and sand. As he excavated the dirt, his fingers first brushed against the peculiar blade. Drawing forth the strange weapon, he unsheathed it. The blade remained as black as ink, devoid of any trace of dirt. Indeed, his judgment had not faltered. It was no ordinary item. Zhang Heng's conviction regarding the peculiar dagger deepened, and he continued to excavate, ultimately uncovering 5 sealed boxes. Without scrutinizing them closely, he extracted the boxes for inspection, then stowed them in his backpack and turned to depart without any hesitation. Shortly after Zhang Heng's exit, another individual arrived at the site, observing the disturbed bluestone slab with a furrowed brow, pondering aloud. Indeed, someone has survived, but who could it be? From a distance, Zhang Heng calmly watched the cloaked man leave, affirming his suspicions that he was merely waiting for others to retrieve the items. After the cloaked figure hastened southward for 100 kilometers, he slipped into a secluded thicket and vanished from sight. Zhang Heng chose not to follow, acknowledging that merely identifying the location was sufficient. Given the presence of a 4th-tier individual on the surface, it was certain that those within the cave were of 5th tier or higher. Entering might lead to perilous consequences. Inside the cave, the recently departed cloaked man deeply bowed before a young man of approximately 25 years, addressing him as Emperor's son. Indeed, someone has returned to number 22 and taken away some items, he reported. The young man, referred to as Emperor's son, frowned, inquiring, "What more could there possibly be? How did you conduct your inspection?" The cloaked man suddenly knelt, stating, "Emperor's son, it was our oversight. The hiding place was a natural stone cave, and enough," interrupted the Emperor's son. "I do not wish to hear excuses that it is not of great significance." "Understood, Emperor's son, that I will investigate who has returned, that I suspect Huang Qi to be the prime suspect. Elaborate on your reasoning." Although Huang Qi is somewhat obstinate, he is also quite avaricious, but he has long coveted Bucha's peculiar dagger. It is likely that the item taken was indeed that dagger, that I detected a faint trace of Bucha's aura lingering on the blade. The Emperor's son furrowed his brow, his perspective seemingly limited. "It is merely a dagger. You may leave." "Yes, Emperor's son." After the cloaked man withdrew, the Emperor's son's expression tightened, but he hoped it was not that particular item. Neither Huang Qi nor Bucha possessed the means to retrieve it. Who, then, could have taken it? Having distanced himself by 200 kilometers, Zhang Heng sought a safe haven to pause, but he opened his backpack and retrieved the 5 sealed boxes. The first box felt somewhat heavy, likely exceeding 10 kilograms. Gently prying it open, a golden radiance emanated from within. Zhang Heng nodded, remarking, "Not a loss. It must be worth millions. This is likely Bucha's entire fortune." Upon opening another box, he discovered several vials of highly prized potions suitable for 4th-tier individuals. Bucha must have exerted considerable effort for these items. Zhang Heng's spirits lifted at the sight of mid-tier body enhancement potions, 4th-tier muscle enhancement potions, and 4th-tier bone enhancement potions. Ah, the foundational elixirs for advancing to 5th tier are now in my possession. When he opened the third box, Zhang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not suppress an exclamation. 4th-tier orca whale marrow, and in such abundance, Bucha truly had wealth. The fourth box contained an ancient tome titled Dark Ink Method. At that moment, Zhang Heng felt an overwhelming urge to shout in triumph. Finally, he had found a respectable method. He refrained from opening the Dark Ink Method immediately and proceeded to the 5th sealed box. As he unsealed it, a rich, ancient herbal fragrance wafted forth. Upon a closer inspection, Zhang Heng wore a puzzled expression. "What is this? It seems to be a valuable item. I shall take it back regardless." He meticulously repackaged his findings, resolved to practice the Dark Ink Method and transport the mysterious herbal essence, while taking a portion of the gold and concealing the remainder in various locations. Gently caressing the dagger's blade, he mused, "It appears you are named Dark Ink. A black blade indeed, and even your name is dark. I shall put you to the test in the coming days. It has been far too long since I have engaged in proper practice." With that, Zhang Heng set off southward, aiming for the region renowned for its pu'er tea production. Owing to his inability to appreciate fine tea, he felt compelled to repay the old master with freshly harvested new tea. Which might sound stingy, but Zhang Heng was motivated by the prospect of acquiring a martial method. The old master had previously indicated that if Zhang Heng could procure fine tea, he would be rewarded with an appropriate technique. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Chapter 30. Have you received the notification? After over an hour of vigorous travel, Zhang Heng consulted his computer to check his location, noting he had drifted slightly southward. No wonder the beasts here were so formidable. He had veered too far eastward. "I must return," he thought. What location did the old master refer to for fine tea? I shall rely on fate and see if I can locate it. As he ventured onward, he occasionally encountered famished 4th-tier beasts attempting to ambush him. Zhang Heng merely evaded them. His current objective was to locate tea leaves and find a suitable spot to practice with his dagger. Slowing his pace, he headed north, navigating through an area teeming with hills. Although the distance was not great, the winding terrain caused him to traverse for over an hour. Zhang Heng surveyed the dilapidated small town at the foot of the hills and remarked, "Searching for something in this landscape is truly laborious." "Wait, what is that?" The elongated small town appeared modest, suggesting a sparse population in the past. The high-rise structures, weathered by over 2 centuries, had mostly crumbled into ruins, except for one building. This 7-story edifice, while dilapidated below, miraculously remained standing, its 7th floor appearing almost new, indistinguishable from an ordinary residential building. The sudden emergence of such an anomaly in a wholly decayed town sent a shiver down Zhang Heng's spine. Unable to quell his curiosity, Zhang Heng approached the building as anticipated. Apart from that one room, all others were exceedingly dilapidated. Yet, there was no trace of decay in the air. Entering the hallway, he found the floor to be impeccably clean, with steel railings showing no signs of rust, a testament to frequent use that he ascended to the 7th floor. The door to room 701 had vanished, revealing a significant accumulation of water inside. Conversely, room 702 appeared occupied, with an object resembling a surveillance device hanging from the doorframe. The lock was an electronic one from 200 years prior, seemingly fingerprint operated. That it appeared this household was relatively well off. Zhang Heng refrained from attempting to open the door, as he likely could not have done so in any case. Exiting the town, he continued his journey northwest. "Wait, are those tea trees?" he exclaimed incredulously. Could there really be so many? Before him lay a dense thicket of towering tea trees. These were indeed impressive. The tea trees Zhang Heng had previously seen online were waist-high at best, yet these stood at over 10 meters tall, a sight he had never encountered before. The sheer number of tea trees formed a vast expanse. and their arrangement appeared quite orderly, as if cultivated by human hands, or perhaps they indeed were, dating back 2 centuries. Time had allowed these trees to grow both tall and robust, though a significant portion seemed to have succumbed to natural selection, some having perished, while others remained stunted, struggling to survive among their larger counterparts. Zhang Heng was not a connoisseur of tea, but regardless of quality, this site was promising, while he was certain it could not compare to the old master's prized tea. The peculiar nature of this place warranted at least a small sample to take back. Continuing northwest, Zhang Heng encountered an even more astonishing tea grove. The expanse of tea trees spanning thousands of acres left him momentarily speechless. I should consider coming here specifically to harvest tea for sale in the future. It seems like a promising venture, he mused. Given the old master's prowess, acquiring tea would not be an easy feat. However, with the encroaching dusk, he decided to postpone his efforts. Whether he could locate the tea was one matter. Whether he could do so without attracting the attention of beasts was another, but he needed to practice with his dagger the following day. He contemplated. Early the next morning, Zhang Heng sought out formidable 4th-tier beasts for practice, provoking various ferocious creatures into a frenzy, much to the alarm of the border town's defenses. Following satellite surveillance, the border town authorities discovered that someone was specifically seeking out 4th-tier beasts for combat, resulting in localized disturbances without causing any significant damage. However, the authorities issued a strong reprimand for such reckless behavior. Upon returning to the town, Zhang Heng quickly noticed a notice condemning his actions. Embarrassed, he sheepishly rubbed the tip of his nose before making a hasty exit. For reasons unknown, Zhang Heng felt an inexplicable trust in the old master at the bookstore. Regarding the dagger and the martial method, he resolved to first present them to the old master for inspection before proceeding with his own training. Timing his arrival to coincide with the old master's opening hours, Zhang Heng reached the bookstore with his arms laden with packages. The old master chuckled lightly upon seeing Zhang Heng's burdened state, saying, "Have you harvested from every single tea tree?" Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Heng admitted that although he had perused related literature, the practical application was an entirely different matter. When the moment arrived, he found himself struggling to discern the good from the bad, and thus had brought back everything he deemed worthwhile. "Ah, this dagger possesses some intrigue," remarked the old master, eyeing the long package slung over Zhang Heng's back. Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He had yet to reveal it, yet the old master seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of its presence. What kind of prowess did this old man truly possess? Soon, the two ascended the stairs, and Zhang Heng presented all the tea leaves he deemed worthy. The old gentleman hardly glanced at them. And just as Zhang Heng was about to unseal the last box, the old man interjected, declaring it unacceptable and instructing Zhang Heng to handle it himself, whether to gift it or enjoy it personally. Zhang Heng felt a pang in his heart. How high were the old man's standards? It wasn't until Zhang Heng unveiled the final box, sourced from a peculiar room located several kilometers from the small town, that the old man expressed interest, exclaiming, "Ah, you ventured all the way there. This is quite good. Keep it." Without waiting for Zhang Heng to respond, he continued, "Next time, gather more. With so little, once it's roasted, it will all be gone." Zhang Heng numbly nodded, but soon his thoughts wandered back to that strange room, prompting him to ask, "Old sir, what is the story behind that room?" "You will gradually learn about it in due time. Now, quickly find the tea leaves I mentioned and bring me the Feynman to examine," the old man replied. Zhang Heng felt as though he could conceal nothing from the old man, so he retrieved the dark ink Feynman from a specially designed pocket in his clothing and respectfully presented it to him. "Do not forget to bring out the blade," the old man added. Zhang Heng obediently took off his backpack, retrieved the dark ink knife from its case, and handed it to the old man. The old man glanced at it and remarked, "The quality of the knife case is far too low, and the sheath is of poor quality as well. Remember to replace it promptly." Zhang Heng felt a wave of frustration. He too wished to replace it, but where could he find a sheath worthy of such a knife? As he pondered the matter of the sheath, the old man spoke again. "Have you received your admission notice?" Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, today was the day for the first batch of university admissions. He realized he had yet to receive any news. Chapter 31. All rejected. Zhang Heng opened his phone, greeted by a flood of messages, mostly from group chats with Xiao Dong, Li Ming, and others. Wan Huan exclaimed, "I can't stop laughing. I never thought I would be admitted to Huangling University. My ancestors must be smiling down on me." He attached a digital acceptance letter from Huangling University that Li Ming replied, "Let's keep it low-key, classmate. Don't act as if you're the only one who got admitted." Huan shot back, "Get lost," Chao Dong chimed in. Dr. Xiao Chao is about to go online. Sharing an image of his acceptance letter from Huaxia Medical University, Li Ming added, "Make sure to tell me which hospital you end up at. I'll avoid it." Chao Dong retorted, "Get lost, get lost. I don't believe medicine can't save you." Ma Xinjia wrote, "Dihua awaits your arrival," with an image of his acceptance letter to Dihua University's martial arts program. Zhaoing commented, "Ma Xinjia, you're showing off, but we're still good friends that I can't believe I got into Huazhong University, with an attached acceptance letter from Huazhong University." Xie Feng added, "I'm a bit lazy, so I'm going to Nanlin University, where there's plenty of food, along with a digital acceptance letter from Nanlin University." Zhang Wei remarked, "Zhaoing, remember to take care of me," with a similar acceptance letter from Huazhong University. Huan then inquired, "What about Zhang Heng?" Li Ming responded, "Isn't Heng Ge going to Dihua?" Zhang Heng interjected, "I was rejected." It was rare for the usually reticent Zhang Heng to speak up, but when he did, it was monumental news. Huan, Li Ming, Chao Dong, Zhaoing. What happened, CFO? Zhang Wei? Ma Xinjia. Was it because of the label? Zhang Heng. Yes. Li Ming. What label? Huan. Same question. Chao Dong. Is it because you can't board the flying vessel? CFO. That must be it. Zhang Heng confirmed, "Yes, I do not meet the recruitment criteria." Ma Xinjia asked, "Did you apply only to the Big Five?" Zhang Heng replied, "Only Dihua." Ma Xinjia exclaimed, "Did the other universities reject you too?" Zhang Heng affirmed, "Yes, CFO. Huan, Li Ming. What are we going to do?" Chao Dong. Reapply. Zhang Heng reassured them, "It's fine. It doesn't matter where I study." Meanwhile, a piece of news circulated online stating that Dihua and 3 other universities had rejected the National Martial Arts Examination champion. Igniting discussions among students. In the comments below the news, opinions varied. It must be an issue with the student. Otherwise, Dihua and these prestigious schools wouldn't typically reject anyone. I support the above. Quality is more important than mere ability. I think it's more convincing to wait for the university or the student to clarify. Right? The school should provide an explanation. A timid voice chimed in. Most of us in Nanlin province know that Zhang Heng is labeled as a low-risk individual. Don't you other provinces know? Is that so? No wonder Dihua didn't accept him. That IT seems his quality is indeed lacking. Marked by a label. What do you know? He didn't choose this label. He had no choice. Besides, his danger level has decreased. Not long after, Lin Qian in the border city angrily threw her phone onto the sofa. What happened, Qian? Who made you angry? Principal Lin asked, concerned for his upset daughter. Lin Qian huffed, "It's those people online, constantly saying Zhang Heng is a bad person." Upon hearing this, Principal Lin smiled faintly. Seeing her father's reaction only fueled Lin Qian's anger further. "Dad, how can you think that way too?" "I said nothing, did I? Do you believe Zhang Heng should attend the so-called Big Five?" Principal Lin chuckled lightly. Lin Qian paused, pondering before responding, "Isn't it true that with his strength, he should be going to the Big Five?" Principal Lin shook his head. "And then what?" "That would mean joining the martial arts team, participating in the National Collegiate Martial Arts Competition, and competing on the global stage to become the best of his generation." Lin Qian replied with righteous fervor. Principal Lin regarded his daughter with a smile, continuing, "That is your path, not Zhang Heng's." Lin Qian was taken aback. "Isn't Zhang Heng different from us? With his current strength, he could make the main team this year. Next year, he would surely be a core member." Principal Lin smiled mysteriously. Even if Zhang Heng joined now, he would still be an undeniable mainstay, one who cannot be matched. Lin Qian was bewildered, struggling to comprehend her father's words. How can he be invincible? Isn't he only at the 2nd tier? Principal Lin replied, "You are still young. You will understand in time." For Zhang Heng, attending the Big Five would be a waste of 4 years. Lin Qian asked in confusion, "Do the Big Five think the same?" "No, they are simply foolish." Principal Lin laughed. Lin Qian, with her brows furrowed, remarked, "So, are you saying rejecting Zhang Heng is their loss?" Principal Lin nodded. Lin Qian found this hard to believe. In Spring City, Ma Tianyu and Wu Hao were gathered together, facing 2 elderly gentlemen. Wu Hao, with a curious expression, asked, "Grandpa, do you think the Big Five will regret rejecting Zhang Heng?" Ma Tianyu replied, "I acknowledge that Zhang Heng is strong. showing potential to be among the strongest of our generation. But it seems unlikely that the Big Five would regret their decision. Dome Qianyu's grandfather chuckled softly, saying, "You two are still young. You do not understand that Wu Hao," clearly inheriting his grandfather's temperament, received a gentle slap on the head from Wu's grandfather, admonishing, "You two should not be so arrogant. Train well. When you realize the gap between you and that young man, do not fall into despair," that Wu Hao questioned. "But the gap isn't that significant, right?" Ma Tianyu, standing beside him, was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Dihua and several other universities, witnessing the growing online discourse, chose to redirect the narrative that Dihua was the first to announce that Zhang Heng was labeled as a low-risk individual by the nation and clarified that they had not outright rejected him, merely advising against his admission while placing him under observation. Other universities quickly followed suit, shifting the focus onto Zhang Heng. Now, Zhang Heng found himself under scrutiny, particularly from current students who urged their schools not to admit such a student. "I can't believe the national champion is a dangerous individual. Our school cannot accept students like this." Before long, a news article appeared online, detailing the various incidents Zhang Heng had been involved in since being brought back to the border city, leaving no stone unturned, including the reasons for his transfer. So, this is the kind of student he is. No wonder Dihua rejected his application. Indeed, he's just a wild child. We at Dihua cannot afford to have such a classmate. Our school once had a wild child who, shortly after enrolling, assaulted a female student and was sentenced. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Heng observed the actions of Dihua and the other universities, as well as the online trend. The old man noticed Zhang Heng's expression and asked, "Have you reflected on the question I previously posed?" Zhang Heng recalled the old man's words. "Sometimes, you have already made a choice, even if you are unaware of it." But was it Zhang Heng who made the choice? He felt confused. Chapter 32. South Lin Agricultural University. The old man said, "Do not dwell too much on these matters. Why do you attend school? You could already be a teacher." Indeed, Zhang Heng could easily assume a teaching position, as many martial arts instructors at universities lacked his level of prowess. Even the ordinary instructors at the Big Five matched his strength. Aside from a few exceptional individuals with third-tier abilities, Zhang Heng replied, "But I do not wish to lose this experience." The old man countered, "I did not say you need not attend school. I merely suggested you need not pursue those meaningless things." Zhang Heng inquired, "Then what should I do?" The old man assured him, "There will always be those who appreciate you." Zhang Heng conceded, "All right, I will reapply to school." The old man reminded him, "Be sure to find the tea leaves." Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words, pondering why this old man seemed perpetually at odds with tea leaves. The elder remarked, "Both the blade and the techniques are commendable. You ought to explore them yourself. Just remember to enhance your upper body strength, or else you will struggle to master this sword." Zhang Heng, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Isn't this sword yet to be forged?" The elder responded, "You have no need for it at present." Upon leaving the bookstore, Zhang Heng made his way directly to Yuda Academy. The moment he stepped into the academy, he garnered considerable attention. Such high scores would naturally draw the gaze of all. Suddenly, a message pinged on Zhang Heng's phone. 5 minutes later, he found himself standing outside Principal Lin's office, before he could even knock. Principal Lin's voice resonated from within. "Xiao Heng, come in." As Zhang Heng entered, he was met with the warm smile of Principal Lin, along with that peculiar old man from the initial assessment. Zhang Heng bowed slightly. "Principal Lin, esteemed elder." Principal Lin frowned slightly. "Xiao Heng, how many times must I remind you? Just call me Uncle Lin." "Understood, Uncle Lin," Zhang Heng acquiesced. Principal Lin inquired, "How are you feeling?" "A bit disheartened, perhaps," Zhang Heng admitted, "to some extent." "Yes, but I can comprehend the situation. You are dissatisfied with the statement released by those few schools, are you not?" The eccentric elder interjected. "Zhang Heng, you seem taken aback. That it is understandable to feel a tinge of resentment towards those institutions for redirecting all the scrutiny towards you." Zhang Heng nodded, acknowledging his feelings. "Indeed, they merely spoke the truth that you believe your prowess is meant to be showcased at the five greats, to crush them utterly." The elder's words struck true. Zhang Heng was astonished to learn that this old man possessed strength surpassing the third tier. But what was his purpose in attending the five greats? Was it to become a professional competitor? Did he himself lack clarity regarding his aspirations? The elder continued to articulate Zhang Heng's thoughts. "You have indeed pondered such notions that to achieve fame and fortune, to live a life of ease. Do you truly think those 5 years of hardship were the darkest hours of your existence? After a moment of reflection, Zhang Heng shook his head. You have already made your choice. Why do you venture beyond the borders daily? Is it merely for the tens of thousands in tuition fees? You've amassed that sum long ago, yet you persist in your excursions. Your spirit resembles that of a wild stallion. The open plains are where you truly belong. Additionally, certain dangers require the younger generation to shoulder responsibility. Do not be lulled into complacency by the seemingly tranquil life within the borders. The elder's words resonated like a poetic recitation, leaving Zhang Heng feeling as though he were being indoctrinated. Yet, the truth of the elder's statements could not be dismissed. Why, despite having accumulated what he deemed necessary for tuition, did he still rush towards the outside world with such fervor? Each time he set foot beyond the borders, a rush of exhilaration surged through him. Had he indeed already made his choice? And what did the elder mean by suggesting that dangers awaited, implying that he was oblivious to the precariousness of their situation? Zhang Heng turned to the elder and asked, Esteemed elder, are we truly on the brink of peril? The elder replied, Apart from the professional competitors you frequently encounter, have you ever seen a third-tier individual making headlines? Zhang Heng contemplated this and shook his head. Indeed, third-tier individuals seldom appeared in the news outside of the professional realm. Apply yourself diligently. Once you attain the third tier, you will understand. This is your registration information. After the term begins, proceed to Spring City to register as a hunter. Your true strength will be recognized. No one will impose difficulties upon you. Handing Zhang Heng a card, the elder took his leave. Principal Lin encouraged, go ahead and enroll. Pursue agricultural studies at Nanlin Agricultural University. You will gain knowledge without hindering your training. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Heng exited to as he traversed the campus. He became indifferent to the gazes of others. The path he chose was uniquely his own and would only grow more arduous from here. Zhang Heng successfully registered at Nanlin Agricultural University, becoming the first student from a second-tier university to achieve such high marks in history. His enrollment catalyzed rapid development for Nanlin Agricultural University. Meanwhile, Xingjigua in the imperial capital felt compelled not to overlook Zhang Heng, prompting him to approach the director once more. Director, I still believe we cannot afford to miss out on Zhang Heng. We may come to regret it. The director shot him a sidelong glance. Wasn't a conclusion reached long ago? Did not Dihua arrive at the same assessment? Xing Zhigor insisted. Li Laoren from Nanlin Agricultural University was visibly excited upon meeting him. I suspect the situation is more complex than it appears. The director abruptly leapt from his chair. What did you say? Li Ting was so enthralled. Are you certain? Xing Zhigor paused. It was natural for Li Laoren to be more esteemed than him, given his position as the head of the academy. However, why was the director so agitated? Li Ting. The name rang a bell that Li Laoren is adamant that Zhang Heng will choose his institution, Xing Zhigor asserted confidently. The director's eyes widened in surprise. Such crucial information. Why did you not mention it sooner? Quickly, let us check Zhang Heng's registration details. We must act swiftly. The two hastily opened their computers, only for the director to slump back into his chair. Utterly defeated that it's over. He has indeed been lured to that institution. This cannot stand. I must speak with the principal. With that, the director dashed from the office. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the principal's office only to find the principal absent, leaving only the vice principal present. The vice principal, Lu Xingjian, was a contemporary of Li Ting, having been overshadowed by him for years. Upon seeing the agitated admissions director, Lu Xingjian frowned. Director Tang, is there something urgent? Director Tang, not particularly familiar with the vice principal, nonetheless explained the situation in detail, hoping for assistance. After listening, Lu Xingjian scoffed, you are overthinking this. Li Ting is yet to reach the third tier. IT is merely a legend. Not so formidable. That student is likely no genius, merely someone who has been groomed in the wilderness. Having gleaned this insight, Director Tang departed, while Vice Principal Lu Xingjian wore a grim expression. Li Ting. No matter your past glory, I am now at the 7th tier, while you linger in the 3rd tier. Your excessive wrongdoings have ultimately led to your downfall. Had Principal Li Rong been present, he would have swiftly silenced this presumptuous individual. Even now, he would treat Li Ting with the utmost respect. What right did this lowly 7th-tier individual have to act arrogantly? As for Li Ting, he sat contentedly aboard a vessel returning to Huichun City, speaking truths, albeit with ulterior motives. Zhang Heng had indeed faced rejection from prestigious schools, yet he still had opportunities with ordinary private institutions. Some private schools were notably bold, willing to undertake ventures that national institutions dared not attempt. Moreover, certain private schools boasted remarkable programs, even outpacing the five greats in specific areas. However, in this instance, hesitation crept in among the leadership. When they later inquired with Uter Academy, they were dismayed to learn that Zhang Heng had been snatched away by a second-tier institution, leading to a collective meltdown. Some who had persistently advocated for direct outreach to schools were enraged. Lamenting, "I told you to make contact directly. Now look, we've missed out." Others, who had sent representatives in a show of goodwill, were equally frustrated to discover that a second-tier university had secured Zhang Heng. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had returned to his residence, delving into the dark ink techniques. Dark ink was originally a peculiar metal unearthed from the depths of the sea by a skilled blacksmith. Noticing its extraordinary weight and hardness, the blacksmith endeavored to forge it into a magnificent sword. However, through a series of unforeseen events, it ended up as a rather unattractive knife. The blacksmith attempted to remold it, but found himself unable to soften the material, despite reaching out to numerous peers for assistance. Ultimately, upon encountering a swordsman who took a liking to the unsightly blade, he gifted it to him under the condition that the swordsman would never disclose its origins. The swordsman dedicated his life to mastering the blade, ultimately documenting his experiences in the dark ink techniques, without mentioning the blacksmith at all. His final words were, "Those who are fated to the dark ink star river shall possess it." The dark ink technique comprises 9 forms, namely, dark, degree, void, accumulation, measure, absorb, eject, destroy, and INK.AT is current level. Zhang Heng can only comprehend the first 2 forms, having utterly failed to grasp anything from the previous bucha. After diligently studying the dark ink technique for an entire week, Zhang Heng resolved to venture into the wild to test the first form, selecting a location in the region renowned for its pu'er tea. He had previously left all the remaining pu'er tea for Grandpa Huang, much to the latter's delight. Zhang Heng devoted more than a month to practicing the dark form, yet he could only manage to grasp its symbolic representation. Lacking any understanding of its conceptual essence that as the calendar approached August, Zhang Heng had already received his admission notice. During this time, he gradually entrusted his gold dealings to Ma Xinza, and upon observing the balance of over 30 million in his account, his spirits lifted considerably. The investigation results concerning the Zhu Yu incident were recently released. The individual involved, Zhu Yu, was disqualified from the college entrance examination and barred from participating in national and public service positions due to violations such as submitting applications on behalf of others and bribing teachers. His mother, Wu Wen, was prosecuted by the Bianqing Public Prosecution Agency for charges including murder, bribery, and disrupting the fairness of education, ultimately receiving a 20-year prison sentence that Wu Wen's father faced similar prosecution for murder. While the Bianqing Martial Arts Association coordinated with the Bianqing Safety Bureau to forcibly revoke his martial arts abilities, with the murderer's apprehension still pending. Zhu Jiandong was expelled from the experimental middle school for accepting bribes. Zhu Yu's father, Zhu Chong, remained unaware of the events and was exonerated, yet he voluntarily resigned from his position at the Safety Bureau to lead an inspection team. Huang Qin was reassigned to the inspection team due to his involvement in the Zhu Yu incident. School leaders such as Kong Dicheng, Zheng Zhuan, and Li Cheng received organizational reprimands, alongside several other teachers from various schools implicated in dereliction of duty, leading to a comprehensive cleansing of the Bianqing educational institutions. Zhang Heng's classical studies teacher, Fang Jiyu, along with his veterinary teachers Lin Gang and Lu Jing, all simultaneously submitted their resignations that as the new semester commenced. The trio appeared at Yuda, with homeroom teacher Park Hong receiving neither punishment nor reward for his conduct. Just a week after Zhu Chong was reassigned to the inspection team, he encountered a significant joint military police operation aimed at ridding the area of undesirable elements, a similar event that had saved Zhang Heng the previous year. This time, however, Zhu Chong lacked the considerable authority he once wielded, leading a small team in the depths of 400 kilometers. Although he commanded a group of a dozen, he was now required to follow the directives of the new director and military forces. Among his team were Uncle Lin, familiar to Zhang Heng, and Xiao Li, both of whom had requested reassignment. For Zhu Chong, the mission was straightforward: to clear the battlefields previously swept by military forces. They had just completed a simple cleanup task and were preparing to return to the city when Zhu Chong, while directing his team, suddenly froze, and with a loud warning of caution, he drew his blade to confront an approaching figure clad in black. The newcomer, a man garbed in tight black armor, was brandishing a sword aimed at Huang Qin, who was clutching a large box. The man was momentarily startled by the sudden response, but soon smirked in disdain upon sensing Zhu Chong's strength. After deflecting the man's lethal strike, Zhu Chong's blade trembled for a considerable time before coming to a standstill. Zhu Chong mused to himself on the unexpected strength of this androgynous figure. The effeminate man, with a peculiar tone, remarked, "How surprising to find a mere inspection team concealing a fourth-rank practitioner. Such cunning in Huaxia." Zhu Chong, suppressing his nausea, quickly shielded Huang Qin behind him and suggested she flee. Then turned to the effeminate man. "Could it be that we possess something you covet?" Unperturbed, the effeminate man retorted, "You overestimate yourselves that we are merely here to hunt." Zhu Chong was taken aback. Did this imply that other inspection teams were under similar attack? The effeminate man, with an alluring smile, looked at Zhu Chong and said, "I see you are a genuine man. It would be a pity for you to die. Why not accompany me? I can assure you a life far superior to that in Huagua." A shiver ran through Zhu Chong. The figure before him was unsettling. "Begone! Your harmful organization will inevitably meet its end." The effeminate man sighed. "What a pity. You all shall perish." With that, he surged towards Zhu Chong. Startled, Zhu Chong raised his blade to block. A retired military officer. He employed the standard techniques of the military, which were straightforward and practical, designed for efficient lethality. However, facing an opponent of significantly superior strength proved disadvantageous. Each of Zhu Chong's moves was met with the relentless pressure of the effeminate man's light sword, which was both agile and delicate. Zhu Chong's every exertion was effortlessly countered, with the effeminate man skillfully exploiting every opening. In a matter of moments, Zhu Chong's armor was cut open, exposing him to the elements that a year ago, Zhu Chong had been a fourth-rank novice, and now he was close to the intermediate stage. Yet he remained a novice. The effeminate man, known as Huang Wu, possessed the prowess of a high fourth rank. Observing Zhu Chong's retreat, Huang Wu smiled seductively. "Enough of this play. You show no pity with that." He unleashed a flurry of strikes, each piercing Zhu Chong's already damaged armor, sending him crashing into the crowd, bloodied and filled with despair. Zhu Chong, already at a disadvantage, lacked practical combat experience, making him an ordinary martial artist. In contrast, individuals like Huang Wu thrived in the bloodshed, constantly battling both external adversaries and their own kind, rendering them far superior to someone like Zhu Chong, who rarely engaged in combat. Huang Wu, indifferent to the life of his adversary, charged towards Huang Qin, his sword aimed directly at her. In that moment of terror, Huang Qin froze, unable to evade. "Move!" Zhu Chong shouted in desperation. "Run!" Old Lin urged, fear evident on his face. But Huang Qin was paralyzed by fear, oblivious to the cries for help. Huang Wu's expression brightened with anticipation. The prize was within reach. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air, just as Huang Wu's sword was mere centimeters from Huang Qin. A long, dark blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards Huang Wu's face. Startled, Huang Wu instinctively raised his sword to block the attack. The impact felt like a hammer striking him, forcing him to retreat. As a deep dent formed in the middle of his blade, this light sword, crafted from titanium alloy and Martian metal, had cost Huang Wu dearly, and now it was damaged, igniting his fury. "Who dares?" he roared, his voice revealing a hint of masculinity. With his furious shout, a shadow emerged before the crowd. It was Zhang Heng. Unfazed by Huang Wu's wrath or Huang Qin's shock, Zhang Heng swiftly closed the distance and seized the dark blade embedded in the ground. Launching an assault on Huang Wu, the effeminate man recognized this irrational combat style. It was familiar, akin to their own methods. As Zhang Heng swung his sword downward, Huang Wu's hair stood on end. Realizing this young man was a formidable opponent. "Boy, state your name. How dare you impede my mission?" Zhang Heng remained impassive as his blade swept across, meeting Huang Wu's sword in a clash. The impact forced Huang Wu's light sword to bend alarmingly close to breaking point. In a panic, he realized that although this young adversary matched his strength, his aggressive fighting style posed a significant challenge. That you're not affiliated with the military or the city guards. You are merely an ordinary person. Huang Wu exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Zhang Heng dismissed this with ease, continuing his relentless assault. Huang Wu found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep pace with Zhang Heng's rapid and powerful strikes. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed Huang Wu's face. This blade seemed familiar. It was the very one Huang Qi had coveted. "Wait, is Huang Qi defeated by you?" Huang Wu bellowed. Zhang Heng merely raised an eyebrow, choosing silence over response. Meanwhile, old Lin observed closely. "Why does this man look so familiar?" Xiao Li chimed in. "I feel the same." Huang Qin, with a heavy heart, watched the two combatants, bitterly aware that the wild child she had persistently targeted had come to her aid in her direst moment. As she caught a glimpse of Zhang Heng rushing past her, she struggled to accept the unfolding reality. Zhu Chong, too, bore a sorrowful expression as he watched Zhang Heng, reflecting on the foolish actions of his wife and son. Initially believing that Zhang Heng's actions had escalated the situation, putting his family in jeopardy, he now recognized that Zhang Heng had shown mercy. With a pained shake of his head, he murmured, "It's Zhang Heng." As Lao Lin and Xiao Li locked eyes, a look of incredulity washed over their faces. Lao Lin stammered, Xiao Heng he." Zhu Chong, shaking his head in exasperation, remarked, "He is likely concealing his true abilities out of concern for what we might do to him." Suddenly, Lao Lin had a realization and glanced at his chest, saying, "What about now?" The location on his chest was precisely where the execution recorder, essential for mission tasks, was positioned, capturing audio and video throughout the endeavor. Zhu Chong also considered this, suggesting they find Principal Lin to see if he had a solution. "Zhang Heng risked exposing his strength to save us. We cannot allow him to suffer for it." "Indeed, it is you. This time, I concede defeat, but don't think you'll have an easy time of it," Huang Wu hissed through clenched teeth, preparing to seize the opportunity to flee. Zhang Heng smirked. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" The technique of the dark ink method's first form, dark, emphasizes the element of surprise in achieving victory, regardless of one's strength. Its essence lies in unexpected assaults. Even if an adversary anticipates an attack, they cannot foresee the method of the next strike. As Huang Wu observed Zhang Heng readying an offensive, he grasped his sword, attempting to leverage it for a hasty retreat. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted to one of terror. Zhang Heng, who had previously leaped high for an attack, suddenly crouched low, swinging his arm to propel his forearm, the back of his long knife aimed forward, striking Huang Wu's lower leg amid his horrified gaze. The sounds of the knife's back meeting armor, followed by the shattering of the armor, and then the cracking of bone echoed through the forest. "Ah!" A scream reverberated throughout the woods as Huang Wu twisted in agony, staring at his deformed right leg. Unperturbed by his expression, Zhang Heng pressed the attack, swiftly damaging Huang Wu's communication device that he then proceeded to shatter Huang Wu's other leg and hands before pinning him down by the neck. Huang Wu's face was now a mask of dread. After enduring the battle, he had begun to discern Zhang Heng's combat techniques. "You traitor, from which organization did you escape?" Zhang Heng regarded Huang Wu as if he were a fool, replying, "Is this how your organization leaves you here to die?" Zhang Heng bent down, picking up the light sword that had fallen to the ground, and hurled it. The previously gathered Zhu Chong and others froze, realizing Zhang Heng intended to silence someone. However, the light sword sailed past them, embedding itself in a nearby thicket. From within the bushes, a figure leaped to evade the incoming sword, only to be impaled against a tree by a subsequent long knife. Chapter 35. The unexpected Huang Qin Uncle Lin quickly destroy the communication device. Zhang Heng urged. Lao Lin and Xiao Li rushed over to place the intruder's equipment into a jamming box. Lao Lin gently extracted the knife. Noting the man was still alive, "Oh, how heavy master, what is so heavy?" Xiao Li inquired, puzzled. "Nothing, just give the knife back to Xiao Heng," Lao Lin replied dismissively, then handed the dark ink to Xiao Li. "Oh, all right, I'm on it." "How heavy?" Xiao Li marveled at the weight of the dark ink, having not anticipated its heft, which caused him to stumble as he caught it as Zhang Heng and Zhu Chong stood together. Zhu Chong observed the complexity in Zhang Heng's expression. Zhang Heng abruptly seized Huang Wu's chin, drawing a short knife from his waist and slicing it across Huang Wu's mouth. Zhu Chong, intent on stopping Zhang Heng, was taken aback when he saw Zhang Heng extract a capsule-shaped pill. Huang Wu glared at Zhang Heng as if he were a predator about to devour him. "So, you mean to say that Huang Qi has fallen into your hands?" Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding, Oh, that fool. One slice, and he was done. You will die a more terrible death than I will. Huang Wu glared at Zhang Heng defiantly. Not a chance. You'll die before me. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Turning to Zhu Chong, Zhang Heng stated, Director Zhu, I leave him in your hands. Zhu Chong nodded, his expression complex as he said, Thank you, Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Director Zhu, you're being too polite. I appreciate all the support you provided when I first arrived in the border city. Zhu Chong glanced around before asking, Director Zhu, may I borrow your portable computer for a moment? Though puzzled, Zhu Chong handed over the device, while Lao Lin took Xiao Li and walked away. After operating the portable computer for a while, Zhang Heng returned it to Zhu Chong, who inspected it incredulously and asked, What's this? Zhang Heng nodded, Contact the military. We need someone of grade 6 or higher. Zhu Chong solemnly affirmed, I will reach out immediately. What about you now? Zhang Heng smiled lightly, Of course, I'm returning to the border city. I need to pay Principal Lin a visit. That's right, but rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Zhu Chong reassured him. Not long after, Zhang Heng sat before Principal Lin, his expression grave. Principal Lin, puzzled, asked Xiao Heng, What brings you here at this hour? Uncle Lin, you must be aware that I have concealed my strength, Zhang Heng stated straightforwardly. Realizing the implications, Principal Lin inquired, Is it that the Security Bureau has taken notice? Zhang Heng recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Principal Lin's furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled gently at Zhang Heng. Xiao Heng, it's not as severe as you think. The Security Bureau is not as rigid. Zhang Heng's tense expression began to ease. He had genuinely feared that his hidden strength would draw unwanted scrutiny from the Security Bureau, jeopardizing his ability to remain in Huagua and potentially implicating those close to him. After Zhang Heng departed, Principal Lin dialed Li Ting's number on the other end. Li Ting cursed, This brat, causing trouble before even arriving at school. After venting, he drove to the office of the city guard commander in Nanlin City. Upon hearing the situation, the commander acknowledged that while Zhang Heng had initially concealed his abilities, it was understandable. Moreover, Zhang Heng had not engaged in any activities jeopardizing national security during this period. Rather, he had repeatedly come to the aid of others and had recently rescued a large group of officers from the Security Bureau, earning significant merit for the border city. In summary, the merits outweighed the faults. Should any action be taken, it would merely involve increasing oversight due to Zhang Heng's formidable capabilities. Following this, Zhu Chong and others swiftly contacted the military, which quickly confirmed that the location Zhang Heng had provided was indeed the core area of the Children of God organization outside the border city. The military promptly dispatched grade 6 experts, leading a contingent of officers to the base where Zhang Heng had seen the black-clad man enter. The personnel within the base were caught off guard by the sudden military incursion and offered little resistance before being captured. Within the base, a few grade 5 guards were on duty, but they were evidently no match for the military's grade 6 experts. In the conference room of the Border City Guard, Zhu Chong and others thoroughly reported the details of the mission. The new commander, an elderly gentleman named Ma Haoning, was merely a temporary replacement sent by the provincial guard. Zhu Chong stated, I take full responsibility for Zhang Heng's concealed strength, and I also guarantee that he will not pose a threat to societal safety. Lao Lin, Xiao Li, and many others from the Security Bureau's inspection team, whom Zhang Heng had saved, stepped forward to vouch for him at the last moment. Huang Qin also stood up, declaring, I, Huang Qin, also take full responsibility. Ensuring that Zhang Heng will not endanger societal safety, the crowd turned their gazes. All were acutely aware of Huang Qin's disdain for wild children. Since Zhang Heng's arrival in the border town, Huang Qin had targeted him countless times. Yet at this moment, she unexpectedly stepped forward to vouch for him. Appearing entirely willing, a Haoning glanced at the anxious individuals before him and gently remarked, Why are you all so tense? Zhang Heng's situation was indeed quite serious, but fortunately, he is an exemplary young student. The authorities are relatively lenient regarding this matter. A basic investigation will be conducted. If you wish to vouch for him, kindly submit a written statement. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Ma Haoning's words indicated that the matter would soon be resolved. Chapter 36. The Splendid T. King O. By the way, Ma Haoning continued, causing the hearts of the crowd to once again flutter with unease. After this task concludes, I will be leaving. The new director will still be Zhu Chong, A Haoning added. The crowd fell silent, and Zhu Chong attempted to voice his refusal. However, Ma Haoning did not grant him the opportunity. You all performed exceptionally well in this mission, especially Zhu Chong, whose unwavering spirit in protecting his teammates has been commended by the authorities, suggesting that the entire unit should learn from it. Furthermore, the crucial information you brought back is significant, particularly your assistance in dismantling the largest contact center of the Children of God organization outside the border town. Although we did not capture the so-called Son of God, it is undeniable that your contributions are paramount. Zhu Chong interjected, Director Ma, the credit for dismantling the Children of God organization belongs solely to Zhang Heng. We merely acted as messengers. That M.A. Haoning waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for false modesty. Had it not been for your good rapport with Zhang Heng, he would not have confided in you. He could have directly informed the provincial department to handle it. Zhu Chong understood Ma Haoning's point. Indeed, Zhang Heng could have directly reached out to the provincial department or the military, yet he chose to inform Zhu Chong. This gesture stemmed from trust and a desire to compensate Zhu Chong. Zhang Heng shared similar sentiments. Although Zhu Yu was somewhat foolish and his mother, Wu Wen, had acted excessively, it had nothing to do with Zhu Chong. At most, Zhu Chong had a minor fault in parenting, and the thought of him losing his position as director weighed heavily on Zhang Heng's conscience. Additionally, Zhu Chong was a righteous man and a commendable director. He should not be overlooked. In the following days, Zhang Heng collaborated with the Border Town Security Bureau for investigations and refrained from leaving the town, but he took the opportunity to rest and spend time with Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang. Another important task was to comprehend the essence of the massage technique. Yet Zhang Heng remained utterly at a loss as August approached. Zhang Heng's objective became finding ancient tea, despite the season yielding little quality tea. He could not forget the old man's persistent reminders, especially with the promise of a reward for his efforts, compelling Zhang Heng to muster his utmost determination. Once again, he ventured into the Pu'er region. Having traversed it thoroughly, he knew the whereabouts of wild beasts intimately. Some had even grown accustomed to his presence, often engaging in playful skirmishes with him, to the point of exchanging friendly greetings upon encountering one another. Zhang Heng returned to that peculiar room, which stood eerily in place. This time he ascended to the rooftop. Gazing outward, he beheld nothing but crumbling ruins and dense forests, save for an exceptionally large tree that appeared almost absurd in its size. I have searched the entirety of Pu'er. Perhaps I should venture further south, Zhang Heng mused, heading southward to the city once known as Linchuan in the province of Kaiyuan, over 200 years ago. Like all cities reclaimed by the forest, the skyscrapers were engulfed by countless vines and wild trees, yet they remained standing. Even when walls collapsed, they still held firm. This was relatively normal in the flatlands. Yet this area was one of the most seismically active in China. Remarkably, buildings constructed over 2 centuries ago had withstood the test of time, and what was once classified as highway infrastructure now served as pathways for martial artists, showcasing the remarkable construction capabilities of China 2 centuries ago. After traveling for some distance, Zhang Heng discovered that the tea from Linchuan appeared superior to that of Pu'er. However, as he continued southward, the quality diminished, except for one direction where the tea seemed to improve. Like a discoverer unveiling a new continent, he hastened toward the increasingly exquisite tea, advancing over 70 kilometers until he was astounded. "Is this a tea tree? So massive," he exclaimed in awe. Before him stood a tea tree approximately 13 meters tall, with a crown diameter nearing 10 meters and a trunk diameter of around 2 meters. Zhang Heng had seen taller trees before, particularly those that had grown slender and tall due to overcrowded cultivation over 2 centuries. However, he had never encountered such a sprawling and lush tea tree, especially one with a trunk wider than his own arms. As he cautiously approached the magnificent tea tree, he noticed that no other tall trees surrounded it, as if they dared not compete for its splendor. About 10 meters away, he spotted a weathered stone tablet. Although the smaller inscriptions had faded, the prominent characters "Splendid Tea King" remained clear. Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng's excitement surged. This must be the tea the old man sought. "Law, I am coming," he thought eagerly, but he promptly began to harvest the leaves. Despite the season being favorable, the quantity was limited, and there were signs of previous harvesting. However, those brave enough to gather here were likely superior to Zhang Heng. It was possible that even masters like the old man had harvested here, employing professional techniques that left the ancient tree unharmed. Zhang Heng was not greedy. After filling 2 sealed boxes, he hurried back to the town, brimming with anticipation about what kind of reward the old man would bestow upon him. Upon returning to the border town, his first destination was the old man's bookstore. The old man looked at Zhang Heng's excited demeanor and gently shook his head. Zhang Heng paused, thinking, could it be wrong? Regardless, he decided to take a chance. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Old man, this is tea from the splendid Tea King tree. Isn't this what you requested? Indeed, it is commendable that you found the splendid Tea King without any prior information. However, it is not the kind I desire," the old man replied languidly. Zhang Heng's thrilled expression faded instantly. "All right, I shall seek again. Young man, do not lose sight of your purpose. You are merely in search of tea," the old man added. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Yes, why was I so excited? Was it truly about finding tea? No, it was because I believed that finding tea would lead to the old man granting me a technique. Was my goal to find tea or to acquire a technique? My original objective was flawed. How could I achieve it? Bowing deeply to the old man, Zhang Heng declared, "I understand now, old man, that I shall seek the type of tea you desire. This time my quest is solely for tea." The old man smiled faintly. "Very well, go forth." The following day, Zhang Heng set out once more on his quest for tea, this time without the ulterior motive of obtaining a technique. He meticulously observed the differences in tea leaves from various locations, no longer confined to the ubiquitous tea gardens. His footprints scattered across mountains and forests alike. After an entire week of searching, he finally gleaned a hint of progress. The wild tea trees in the direction of Jinyuan County in Cayenne Province appeared to outnumber those in other regions, and the tea from this area possessed a unique wild flavor not found elsewhere. Seizing upon this insight, Zhang Heng began to explore the vicinity of Jinyuan, where wild tea trees were abundant. Heaven rewards the diligent. After 2 days of diligent searching, Zhang Heng finally stumbled upon a cluster of wild tea trees. Chapter 37. The Wild Tea King. Delving deeper into the tea forest, the age of the wild tea trees increased, and signs of human activity dwindled. That also a tea king? Zhang Heng mused to himself. What lay before him was a seemingly sparse and ordinary tea tree, a stark contrast to the majestic splendid tea king. The latter exuded an air of elegance and grandeur, while this tree, had Zhang Heng not been specifically searching for it, would likely have gone unnoticed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed another tea tree of similar stature nearby, appearing to be quite ancient as well. The taller tree stood approximately 22 meters high, with a diameter of less than 1 meter, significantly smaller than the splendid tea king. Just as Zhang Heng was about to approach, the lower-ranking birds in the tea grove began to stir restlessly, and sounds from the forest grew increasingly closer. From behind the tall tea tree emerged a humanoid monkey, appearing slightly larger than an average human. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. A troop of Yunnan monkeys. The sounds around him intensified, and with his keen eyesight, Zhang Heng discerned several Yunnan monkeys of human size darting through the trees, quickly approaching him. The Monkey King atop the tea tree regarded Zhang Heng with a slightly hostile gaze, while the surrounding monkeys bared their teeth, issuing warnings. This Monkey King was of comparable strength to Zhang Heng, and with about a dozen ordinary Yunnan monkeys nearby, a confrontation would be challenging. However, since he had come this far, he could not return empty-handed. Seeing no sign of Zhang Heng backing down, the Monkey King grew enraged. Zhang Heng's heart raced. It seems a fight is inevitable. With a subtle bow, his calves coiled with power, and his right hand grasping the dark blade, Zhang Heng entered a state of combat. The cacophony of the monkey horde surged around him, each creature rallying in fervent support of their king. Positioned at the center, Zhang Heng fixated intently on the distant Monkey King, while his other senses remained vigilant against the surrounding troop. Suddenly, a common monkey from behind him surged forward, darting towards his back. Following closely, the Monkey King, possessing formidable fourth-tier strength, swiftly closed the distance, outpacing Zhang Heng with remarkable speed. Zhang Heng dismissed the insignificant threat from behind with a swift leap, though he refrained from drawing his weapon. The encounter between the Monkey King and Zhang Heng unfolded on a slightly elevated patch of terrain. The Monkey King, with its elongated limbs, struck first, reaching Zhang Heng before he could fully react. Realizing the urgency, Zhang Heng evaded, acutely aware that in terms of reach and agility, he was at a distinct disadvantage. As the Monkey King relentlessly attacked, Zhang Heng, finding himself on the defensive, searched for potential weaknesses in his opponent. Their battleground was not far from the revered tea king trees, ancient specimens that appeared to be centuries old. These robust tea trees provided advantageous leverage for the Monkey King to maneuver both upward and downward. Zhang Heng was determined to avoid giving this formidable monkey any opportunity to inflict harm upon him. He chose to fight unarmed, seeking to gauge his combat prowess without the aid of his blade. Soon, Zhang Heng positioned himself at the base of the Tea King tree, where the terrain became slightly steeper, somewhat restricting his movements. However, the Monkey King, deprived of the advantageous cover provided by the tea trees, found it increasingly difficult to suppress Zhang Heng. Yet, the towering, long-armed monkey was no easy foe, and the battle between man and beast remained fiercely contested. In the midst of this struggle, the small monkey that had previously ambushed Zhang Heng rejoined the fray, leading a charge of its companions. The Monkey King, previously engaged in a serious duel with Zhang Heng, now displayed a mocking grin, reminiscent of a human sneer. Zhang Heng rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, "Monkey, we agreed on a one-on-one, yet you resort to underhanded tactics." The Monkey King, oblivious to Zhang Heng's words, bared its teeth and charged again. With a serious expression, Zhang Heng warned, "Monkey, you initiated this gang assault. Do not blame me for drawing my weapon." The dark blade, known as Anmo, was unsheathed as the sun withdrew behind ominous clouds. Anmo danced through the air as Zhang Heng navigated through the throng of monkeys, sending numerous lesser monkeys flying from the battlefield. However, he refrained from delivering fatal blows, merely incapacitating them temporarily, that as the combatants on the monkey side dwindled in strength. The tide began to turn against them, and the Monkey King's gaze towards Zhang Heng shifted, filled with a newfound apprehension. The disparity in Zhang Heng's capabilities between wielding his blade and fighting unarmed was stark. Observing the Monkey King's expression of frustration, Zhang Heng smirked. "You were the ones who broke the rules first. You cannot blame me. Besides, I merely sought to collect a few tea leaves. Why did you have to resort to violence?" Ultimately, the Monkey King, along with its retinue, retreated in disgrace, casting lingering glances back at Zhang Heng. Once the monkey horde had departed, Zhang Heng discerned the reason behind the king's immediate aggression. Two towering tea trees bore clear signs of human tampering, evidently targeted for uprooting, with the monkey horde acting as unwitting guardians. Half an hour later, Zhang Heng exited the forest. After leaving the tea grove, he headed north toward the city gates of the border town, marking the conclusion of his wilderness training before enrolling in school. Nearly 30 minutes into his journey, he sensed the presence of several wild beasts congregating ahead, their combined strength formidable. Drawing from his extensive experience in the jungle, Zhang Heng deduced that this was likely a territorial dispute between two packs of wild creatures. Not wishing to involve himself in such family affairs, he decided to take a slight detour. Suddenly, as he distanced himself, Zhang Heng heard the unmistakable howls of a wolf pack in the distance, the number of voices indicating more than 20. However, one particular sound stood out, distinctly not belonging to a wolf. Pausing, Zhang Heng muttered to himself, "That sound doesn't seem like a wolf at all." Hesitating, he considered the risks of investigating, time-consuming and potentially perilous, but the peculiarity of the sound was undeniable. "Very well. I shall take a look. That voice is far too juvenile." As he made his decision, the chilling cries of the wolf pack echoed, signaling that their conflict had commenced. The juvenile sound echoed once more, prompting Zhang Heng to quicken his pace, now certain it was not a wolf's call, but rather reminiscent of a child's voice. That moment, amidst the chaos of battling wolves, the silver-furred wolf king hesitated, observing a peculiar creature before it, an entity unlike any wolf, covered in grime, with oily hair and large eyes, staring intently at the opposing pack, bearing human-like teeth, flanked by two towering wolves. Suddenly, two imposing silver-headed wolves from the side charged towards the large-eyed being. The two protective wolves reacted swiftly, yet from the opposing pack, another silver wolf lunged at the peculiar creature. The Wolf King, realizing the imminent danger, sought to intervene, but the opposing Wolf King would not allow such an opportunity. As the silver wolf opened its jaws, poised to sever its target's throat, the large-eyed being displayed signs of panic. Unable to match the speed of the charging silver wolf, the Wolf King, disregarding its own peril, dashed towards the silver wolf, but the distance was too great, compounded by the hindrances posed by its adversaries. Just as the silver wolf was about to pounce, a flash of black surged through the fray, striking true at the silver wolf's form. With a pained howl, the silver wolf was sent sprawling, and as it fell, Zhang Heng plunged into the fray. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhang Heng, the surrounding silver wolves dared not approach. In no time, he found himself before the peculiar creature, taking a moment to assess the situation. It truly is a child, though rather grimy, Zhang Heng remarked softly. The child's large eyes swiveled in curiosity. As Zhang Heng extended his arms to lift the child, hoping to shield her from further harm, the child unexpectedly recoiled and bared her teeth, letting out a growl. Taken aback, Zhang Heng gently assured her, "Do not be afraid, little one. I will drive them away." With that, he moved closer, intending to lift her. However, the Wolf King seized this moment of Zhang Heng's vulnerability to launch an attack. Zhang Heng was not one to be caught off guard. He swiftly scooped the child into his arms and pivoted, drawing the dark blade embedded in the silver wolf's chest, ready to retaliate. The opposing Wolf King, a formidable presence at the early 4th tier, was nearly on par with the mid-tier. This disparity was the reason the child's Wolf King had consistently found itself at a disadvantage. Yet, Zhang Heng, possessing high-tier 4th strength and wielding ammo, soon turned the tide, compelling the beleaguered wolf pack to flee in disarray. "Hey, little one, please refrain from biting. I'm here to assist you," Zhang Heng exclaimed, grinning as he felt the child's teeth clamp onto his shoulder, her tiny limbs flailing against him. The injured Wolf King regarded Zhang Heng with a wary gaze. Reluctantly, Zhang Heng set the child down. Once on the ground, she hurried to embrace the wounded Wolf King, who affectionately licked her while she nuzzled against him, emitting soft whimpers. Despite her minor injuries, she appeared malnourished. It was clear that she could no longer survive in the forest. Zhang Heng whispered to himself, having resolved to take the child out of the wilderness, that he observed the tender bond between the wolf and the child, hoping to convey his goodwill to the half-silver Wolf King, who began to sense Zhang Heng's friendly intentions. The Wolf King, endowed with a degree of intelligence due to its 4th-tier status, recognized the human's benevolence, but also grasped that this powerful being intended to take away its cherished companion. Reluctant to part with the child, the Wolf King slowly began to understand that its companion and this formidable creature were of different species. The child, sensing the Wolf King's hesitation, glanced up and tugged at its fur, signaling for them to return to their den. Traditionally, the Wolf King would comply without question, but this time, it hesitated. The child looked on with confusion as the Wolf King regarded Zhang Heng with a peculiar light in its eyes. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed to reach a decision. The Wolf King affectionately nudged the child, then gently lifted her, slowly approaching Zhang Heng. The child, sensing the Wolf King's unusual behavior, squirmed in protest, her large eyes glistening with tears. After placing the child at Zhang Heng's feet, the Wolf King turned away, leaving behind a gaze filled with longing. With a mournful howl, the Wolf King departed. With a resolute turn, she spun around after a single cry. The pack behind her responded with a mournful howl, their sorrowful tones revealing the reluctance of the wolves to part ways. The child, after a solitary howl, yearned to catch up swiftly. Yet how could she, at merely 3 or 4 years of age, match the speed of the adult wolves? The pack, which had once meandered leisurely by her side in the forest, vanished rapidly from her sight. Having lived alongside the wolves all her life, she understood the farewell exchange between the Wolf King and the pack, yet she could not comprehend why they had abandoned her. Could it be because she was the least useful among them? She longed to pursue them, but they were far too swift, until the pack ultimately disappeared from her view. Meeting them was a beautiful experience, murmured Zhang Heng, who had been trailing the child closely, that he knew they had truly left her, leaving her with a creature that bore a slight resemblance to herself. Tears of injustice streamed down her cheeks, as she felt deep within that her presence had burdened the entire wolf pack, leading to this painful separation. One day, she vowed she would find them again. Zhang Heng gently approached the child, squatting before her, and softly said, "Little one, I promise I will come back to visit them often, all right?" "Whoa!" The child emitted a cry, her tone ambiguous, lacking clarity on whether it was one of sorrow or something else. The distant forest echoed back with a howl in response. Zhang Heng retrieved a spare piece of clothing from his backpack and draped it over the child, then carefully lifted her into his arms, saying, "Let us go, that I will take you to where you belong." That night, outside the city gates, Zhang Heng dialed Zhu Chang's number. "Hello, is this Zhang Heng?" Zhu Chang answered promptly. Zhang Heng briefly outlined the situation regarding the child he had brought back, assuring that he could manage her living expenses and education. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Chang replied, "Zhang Heng, there have been precedents concerning wolf children across the nation. This matter likely requires intervention from the Security Bureau that I will contact Director Li of the Security Department. Please wait for us at the city gates." Director Li Xinjian was on the verge of sleep when he received Zhu Chang's call. Given the late hour and the fact that the city chief himself was calling, he sensed the urgency of the matter and answered without delay. "Hello, Chief Zhu. What brings you to contact me at this late hour?" Li Xinjian, belonging to a different department than Zhu Chang, was not very familiar with him. Hence the polite exchange. "Apologies for disturbing you so late, Director Li, but we have a pressing matter that requires your presence," Zhu Chang quickly explained. Chapter 39. Calling Little Wu. Director Li, "I regret the disturbance at such an hour, but we genuinely require your assistance." Zhu Chang reiterated that he then conveyed the details of Zhang Heng's account, and upon hearing about the rescued wolf child, Li Xinjian realized that this situation necessitated his direct involvement. Li Xinjian's wife, Su Jia, noticed her husband hastily changing clothes and felt a twinge of curiosity. However, accustomed to her responsible husband, she merely reminded him to stay safe without pressing further. Just as Li Xinjian exited the bedroom, he encountered his father. "Is something wrong at this late hour?" His father inquired, peeking out from the study. "Is there official business again tonight, Dad?" His younger sister, Leah, chimed in curiously. With a gentle smile, Li Xinjian replied, "Yes, an urgent matter has arisen that requires my immediate attention. You should rest early. After all, you're about to enter university." Pouting in frustration, Leah retorted, "All right, I know. You've mentioned it countless times." Li Xinjian hesitated before speaking again. "Father, this situation involves that high school student named Zhang Heng whom you know." His father raised an eyebrow, about to respond when a sharper voice interrupted. "What? Dad, did you say it concerns my idol? What happened to him?" Leah, having turned back to the study, leaned forward anxiously, only to realize her mistake when she met her father's stern gaze, retreating back into her room. "Let us go. I will accompany you to investigate. You can explain the details along the way," his father suggested. As they left, Leah rushed to the window, peering out at her father and grandfather's departing figures. Su Jia, observing her daughter's demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, "What's wrong? I've never seen you so concerned for someone else. Are you falling for someone?" Caught off guard, Leah blushed and exclaimed, "Mom, what are you talking about?" "That is completely off the mark," with a teasing smile, Su Jia responded. "Then why are you so worried about that boy named Zhang Heng?" Seeing her mother's amused expression, Leah stomped her foot in annoyance. "Mom, stop joking. I'm still so young. I just think Zhang Heng has had it particularly tough, being bullied due to his background, unable to attend a good school, and now facing all these troubles." The news of Zhang Heng being rejected by the prestigious university had spread widely, and nearly every high school family in the nation was aware of it. Su Jia had previously heard about this incident from her daughter, recalling that her father-in-law had reacted quite strongly, which likely explained why her husband had gone out with him tonight. Citygate Medical Center, due to the child's unique circumstances, Zhang Heng was temporarily prohibited from entering the city, and thus they were taken to the medical center for a comprehensive examination. Shortly after, Zhu Chang, Li Xinjian, and their team arrived at the medical center, only to find the place in disarray. Zhang Heng, preoccupied with the journey, had not noticed the child's gender. Before the examination in the medical center, the medical staff, with Zhang Heng's assistance, managed to clean the child up to some extent, removing the various leaves and tangled hair that concealed her features, revealing a strikingly beautiful little girl with a slightly dark complexion. While Zhang Heng could assist with cleaning her, he was not permitted to accompany her during the medical examination, particularly for the more intricate procedures involving advanced equipment. After much effort to detach the little girl from Zhang Heng, she was promptly whisked into the examination room, where her spirited nature quickly stirred chaos. The nursing staff, unaccustomed to handling a child who had spent her days frolicking with wolves, found themselves at a loss. As a result, the examination room became a scene of pandemonium, with nearly everyone in the medical center drawn to the commotion caused by the peculiar little girl who continued to howl amidst the chaos. Exasperated, Zhang Heng had no choice but to scoop her up. "If you enjoy howling so much, I shall call you Little Wu from now on," he said, resigned. Not long after, Zhu Chong and Li Xingjian arrived. Zhang Heng. Zhu Chong approached him. "This is Director Li from the Security Bureau. This matter requires coordination between our two departments. Please share the specifics with us shortly." Zhang Heng acknowledged Li Xingjian, noting his rank and slightly greater strength compared to Zhu Chong, but was also surprised to see the familiar figure of Li Ye's grandfather, who had first ventured outside the city with him. "Hello, Director Li, Director Zhu, and Grandpa Li." Zhang Heng greeted the three of them. Li Ye's grandfather nodded without speaking, while Li Xingjian observed Zhang Heng and remarked, "So, this is a little girl, is it? Let us go to the hospital and discuss the situation as we walk." As a father himself, Li Xingjian felt a pang of empathy for the little girl who was clinging to Zhang Heng, her body dirty and her hair nearly matted. During their journey, Zhang Heng relayed the narrative he had prepared, while little Wu remained nestled against him, her head buried in his front, softening the expressions of those around her. Zhang Heng accompanied little Wu throughout the hospital examinations, even remaining by her side during the radiological procedures, which prevented the situation from escalating further. Shortly after being admitted to a ward, a doctor entered, glancing at the crowded room with a furrowed brow. "While I understand this is part of your work, I must insist that some of you leave. This little girl is in a completely unfamiliar environment, and excessive attention may hinder her development. That if you have any inquiries, please approach one at a time." Everyone fell silent, and after exchanging glances, the ordinary officers quietly exited, leaving only a few key leaders behind. The doctor relaxed his furrowed brow upon seeing this, and little Wu, nestled in Zhang Heng's arms, also eased somewhat. The doctor, named Li Yi, had a daughter of similar age to little Wu, and thus felt a deep sympathy for her plight. He had been compelled to disperse the crowd due to the excessive attention directed at her. Li Yi addressed Zhang Heng. "Since the girl is attached to you, I will share the findings with you. She is 4 years and 1 month old, generally healthy, though slightly deficient in vitamins and other plant-based nutrients. Ensure she consumes more vegetables in her daily diet. Due to her prolonged life in the wilderness, she has no understanding of society and may exhibit significant reclusiveness. Please avoid exposing her to crowded places for the time being." The genetic sequencing results of the girl indicate that she belongs to an Asian ethnicity, though not specifically Chinese. In Chapter 40, she is named Zhang Xian Del, i.e. meticulously detailed all the aspects that needed attention in caring for the little girl, even expressing concern that Zhang Heng, being quite young and inexperienced, might struggle. He even compiled a document to send to Zhang Heng. Once Li Yi left, Li Xingjian was able to speak. "Zhang Heng, we have compared the genes of this girl, Xiao Wu, and she does not match any missing persons, nor does she share similar genetic sequences, which means we are currently unable to locate any relatives of Xiao Wu. You may choose to place her in the Bianqing Welfare Institute for adoption or raise her yourself, that I will raise her." Zhang Heng replied without hesitation. That Li Xingjian nodded affirmatively, stating, "This situation is quite special. It is unprecedented in our city. Additionally, due to your somewhat unique status, our investigation will be quite thorough, and we hope you can understand. Since you have chosen to raise Xiao Wu, we will not interfere. However, due to your status as a second-tier martial artist, the state cannot provide financial support for her upbringing. Nevertheless, I trust in your abilities to care for her." Zhang Heng nodded seriously, affirming that while he may not be wealthy, he had sufficient means to afford a large house in Bianqing. After Li Xingjian finished speaking, Zhu Chong remarked, "Zhang Heng, it's quite late. I hope this does not interfere with your rest. After the inspection tomorrow, remember to visit the External Security Bureau to obtain a source verification, which you will need for identity certification at the City Management Bureau." "Understood, Director Zhu. Thank you for your assistance tonight," Zhang Heng replied. After Zhu Chong left, only Zhang Heng, Xiao Wu, Li Xingjian, and the elderly remained. The elderly looked at Zhang Heng and nodded gently, saying, "Xiao Heng, you've done well. You are quite responsible, that I did not expect you to progress so quickly." Zhang Heng smiled slightly, replying, "Grandfather Li, this is what I ought to do. Our meeting is serendipitous. Fortunately, my strength has improved. Otherwise, I would not have been able to rescue Xiao Wu." "Indeed," Will said now. "Take Xiao Wu to rest." "We shall take our leave," the elderly instructed. Zhang Heng replied, "Grandfather Li, Director Li, please take care on your way back. That I apologize for the disturbance tonight." That Li Xingjian responded, "No need for such formality, young man. This is our duty." Minutes later, As Li Xingzhan and the elderly opened their front door, they were greeted by Liya, who had just awoken, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing them, she rushed over to the elderly, shaking his hand and asking, "Grandpa, Grandpa, how is it? Is everything all right?" The elderly lightly tapped Liya on the head, chiding, "Can you let the old man sit down and talk? Why the rush?" Liya playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "I was just worried about you and Dad." As Li Xingzhan was removing his outer coat, he shot a glance at his daughter, muttering, "This little ingrate, clearly more concerned about that Zhang Heng. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Grandpa, please tell me what happened." Liya, slightly flushed from her father's teasing, quickly turned to ask. The elder Li then recounted the incident involving Zhang Heng. And upon hearing the story, Liya's eyes brimmed with tears. "Grandpa, that little girl is so pitiful. How could she end up in such a place beyond the walls?" Liya choked out that I in the hospital room. Zhang Heng was doing everything he could to coax Xiao Wu to sleep on the bed, but having never slept on a bed before, she resisted, crying out incessantly that I in the end, with no other option. Zhang Heng had to cradle Xiao Wu in his arms and sleep through the night. The next morning as dawn broke, Xiao Wu woke up early and playfully tugged at the sleeping Zhang Heng, causing quite a commotion. Subsequently, Zhang Heng went to the Safety Bureau and the City and Household Registration Office to arrange for Xiao Wu's residency. However, when it came to registering her name, Zhang Heng found himself at a loss, spending a long time online searching for suitable options. Ultimately, in desperation, he called Grandpa Huang. Upon hearing the situation, Grandpa Huang rushed to the Household Registration Office. After half an hour of deliberation, he named Xiao Wu after a beautiful flower, calling her Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Wu appeared far more excited than Zhang Heng had been with names like Zhang Yi, or Zhang Jai. Once everything was settled, Grandpa Huang suddenly realized the circumstances surrounding this little girl. "Xiao Heng, how did you come to have such a large daughter?" he asked with a serious expression. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "What do you mean by my daughter?" "Grandpa, I just came of age. How could I have such a big daughter? I rescued her from beyond the walls and decided to care for her myself instead of sending her to the welfare institution. I see. Well done. Quite responsible that I must share this good news with my wife. It's perfect timing for lunch," Grandpa Huang said, nodding in satisfaction. Seeing the joyful expression on Grandpa Huang's face, Zhang Heng agreed he had initially planned to visit the elderly after resolving Xiao Wu's identity issues to deliver some tea leaves. Upon arriving home, Grandma Huang was overjoyed to see Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu remained shy and clung to Zhang Heng, she seemed less wary of the elderly couple, especially when she caught a whiff of the delicious food Grandma Huang had prepared. For the first time, she willingly released her grip on Zhang Heng and sat on his lap to enjoy a meal. After they finished eating, Zhang Heng took out 2 containers of preserved tea leaves from his large backpack and handed them to Grandpa Huang. Having received tea leaves from Zhang Heng several times before, Grandpa Huang thought little of it until he began roasting them after Zhang Heng had left, that he soon recognized the exceptional quality of these fresh tea leaves. Although he was unaware of their true value, it was evident they surpassed the previous batches he had brought back, and he was thrilled, cradling the 2 boxes like treasures, not allowing Grandma Huang to have a look. Zhang Heng took Xiao Wu to the bookstore, and upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered Luo Ziqiong, who was exiting after finishing her reading. Luo Ziqiong paused, staring at the little girl hanging from Zhang Heng's side for a moment. "Long time no see. Have you finished reading?" Zhang Heng broke the silence first. Luo Ziqiong, startled back to reality, quickly replied, "Yes, I have." "Who is this?" Glancing at Xiao Wu, "Oh, this is Xiao Wu. She is my little sister." Zhang Heng chuckled in response. As Luo Ziqiong walked away, she seemed bewildered. Was Zhang Heng supposed to have no family? Where did this sister come from? Chapter 41. The 9 Dragons Method. This moment. The elder was not on the first floor. After greeting some familiar patrons, Zhang Heng ascended to the second floor amidst their curious gazes. Upon reaching the second floor, the elder appeared as vibrant as ever, seemingly older but exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. "Elder, I brought back the tea leaves. Please have a look," Zhang Heng said respectfully. The elder, hearing this, slowly raised his head to regard Zhang Heng, saying, "Very well. It seems you have done well this time. Come, sit." Zhang Heng complied and approached, intending to gently reassure Xiao Wu that there was no need for concern. To his surprise, he found Xiao Wu unusually calm. her large eyes darting around curiously, her head tilted as she looked at the elder with an expression full of wonder. Though surprised, Zhang Heng did not show it outwardly. He held an unwavering confidence in the elder's strength, always believing that the elder was among the strongest individuals on this planet. Zhang Heng respectfully presented the container filled with tea leaves to the elder, who, without opening it, nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very good. Your tea-picking skills have improved significantly. You have not tainted them with your martial aura. However, do remember to avoid your aura next time." Zhang Heng was taken aback. The elder could perceive such subtleties. Truly, he was the strongest elder. Nothing could escape his notice. Zhang Heng felt an even greater admiration for him. He had indeed refrained from using his martial abilities while picking the tea leaves. Standing beneath the Tea King tree, he had initially intended to utilize his strength as a high-tier martial artist for quick harvesting. However, as he prepared to climb, he felt a profound respect for nature and life. If the monkey troop was fiercely protecting the Tea King, how could he dare to offend it? Thus, Zhang Heng climbed the 20-meter-high tea tree solely with his physical strength to harvest the fresh tea leaves. After pondering for a moment, he realized that the elder was likely referring to avoiding his aura during the next harvest. But how could he achieve that? The elder, noticing Zhang Heng's contemplation, smiled slightly, saying, "All right, think about how to do that when you return. For now, come to the bookstore these days. I have matters to attend to. Has Li Ting given you everything?" "Yes, elder." "You mean Principal Li, right? He indeed gave me a registration card 2 months ago." Zhang Heng replied earnestly, regaining his focus. "After registering for school, report there. Li Ting will guide you. The resources you need for advancement must be earned through your own efforts. What others provide can never compare to what you strive for on your own." The old gentleman leisurely remarked. Zhang Heng had always listened attentively when the old man spoke. Yet at this moment, a question lingered in his mind. Was this Principal Li Ting of Nanlin Agricultural University the same individual as the one from 50 years ago? This query had troubled him for over 2 months, but there had been no information available online. Since a severe injury at the age of 23, Li Ting had seemingly vanished from existence. "Old man, Principal Li is indeed the same one from 50 years ago, correct?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Heng finally inquired. Indeed, an utterly useless fool, still unable to break through his shackles after over 40 years. The old man casually replied. However, these words stirred a tempest within Zhang Heng's heart. Was the greatest genius in history truly a fool? How could he have failed to transcend his limitations for more than 40 years? Wazati had said that the youngest 9th rank was Ren Xing from 15 years ago. According to the old man, Li Ting was not even 30 when he reached 9th rank. And what did breaking through shackles mean? Was there a 10th rank above 9th? What was the old man's own prowess to speak so nonchalantly about breaking through limitations? At this moment, Zhang Heng's mind was filled with countless questions. Observing Zhang Heng's bewildered expression, the old man spoke again. "Your strength is too low. Do not dwell on pointless matters that do not be like that fool Li Ting, who was only at 2nd rank when he was your age." "Understood. Old man, that I shall not disappoint you. I will head down and manage the shop now," Zhang Heng replied, nodding stiffly, but he then rose to prepare to head downstairs. However, just as he took a step, the old man called out again. "Are you not taking your things?" Zhang Heng paused, glancing at his backpack and at Xiao Wu, wondering what else he needed. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. He turned mechanically, noticing that the old man had already risen, and a set of ancient bamboo slips now lay upon the tea table before him. That as Zhang Heng stood in a daze, the old man had already reached the staircase, casually stating, "I would never deceive a young friend. Spend the next few days studying this here. You cannot take it outside. Memorize it well." Zhang Heng's breath quickened. This should be, in the truest sense, his second method of cultivation, now laid before him. Given the old man's capabilities, this method was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Zhang Heng slowly sat down, gently stroking Xiao Wu's head to signal for silence, before placing his hands delicately upon the ancient bamboo slips. The slips appeared worn and aged, yet felt exceptionally smooth to the touch, reminiscent of the freshness of bamboo atop a mountain. The connecting threads were of an ancient texture, exuding an extraordinary resilience. As he gently unfolded the bamboo slips, ancient characters began to reveal themselves line by line, with the first sight greeting him being the elegant inscription of the Nine Dragons method. A week later, Zhang Heng, dragging a massive 28-inch suitcase with his right hand and cradling Xiao Wu with his left, boarded the bus to Spring City. That he deliberately avoided the peak registration times of new students as he entered the gates of Nanlin Agricultural University, an institution with over 200 years of history that, after being forced to relocate over a century ago, had undergone several integrations, the most recent of which occurred a decade ago. From the moment Zhang Heng entered the campus, dragging his enormous suitcase and holding a small black girl, he felt the gaze of numerous onlookers. With his keen hearing, he even caught snippets of conversations regarding the unusual sight of someone bringing a child to school. At the freshman registration area for the agricultural program, Zhang Yang, dressed flamboyantly, was unfazed by the displeased expression of the agricultural advisor, Li Tao, as he sat nonchalantly at the registration desk that I in this ordinary second-tier agricultural university. Professional martial artists were a rare breed. Apart from the specialized security and some school leaders, most were either amateur practitioners or entirely ordinary individuals, with Zhang Yang being one of the exceptionally rare exceptions. Originally an ordinary student of third rank, Zhang Yang had suddenly displayed significant talent after entering university, breaking through to first rank just before the end of his sophomore year, in the past year. He had made considerable progress and was swiftly approaching professional second rank. Chapter 42. The arrogance of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang initially believed that attaining first rank would render him invincible among the ordinary student body of this unremarkable school. Just as he reveled in the admiration brought by his professional first-rank status, a shocking piece of news exploded across the social circles of Nanlin University. This year's most formidable examinee had not been admitted to the prestigious 5 institutions and had instead enrolled in this ordinary second-tier university. And this 18-year-old examinee was rumored to possess strength at the very limit of first rank. Such terrifying talent was something Zhang Yang would never dare provoke. However, after some investigation, he discovered that Zhang Heng's strength stemmed from an accumulation of external resources and that he had heavily overdrawn his talent. Some media even claimed that Zhang Heng's potential had been exhausted, leaving him with no chance to reach second rank throughout his lifetime. These inaccuracies circulated by the media, coupled with a touch of arrogance, led Zhang Yang to feel somewhat overconfident that he thus planned to give Zhang Heng a stern welcome upon his arrival at school, intending to establish dominance at this moment. Zhang Heng was oblivious to these thoughts. He had just managed to navigate past a few troublesome media outlets and had entered the campus. The first thing on his agenda was to locate the courier service for martial artists to retrieve his equipment. The martial artist courier service was easy to identify, and even in this age of high automation, they still opted for manual delivery to ensure the best service and the security of martial artist gear. As soon as Zhang Heng stepped onto the campus, several individuals approached him, among them senior students welcoming newcomers and delivery personnel from the martial artist courier service, followed by several officers from the Urban Management Bureau. Upon seeing Zhang Heng draw near, the students halted, surprised that this junior had attracted both the courier service and the city management personnel. One of the officers approached Zhang Heng and greeted him, saying, "Hello, student, we are officers from the Safety Bureau of the Guandu District in Spring City." "Hello there. How may I assist you?" Zhang Heng replied politely. "According to our records, you are a martial artist, and we understand you have had a high-value and high-risk weapon delivered by the martial artist courier service. We need to verify this weapon. Please cooperate." The officer's tone was calm, yet there was an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. In truth, the two officers had not expected such a situation today. They had merely come to maintain order and ensure safety, but the sudden involvement of the martial artist courier service had heightened their vigilance. Zhang Heng produced his martial artist credentials, identification, enrollment notification, and Xiao Wu's identification, handing them over to the two officers before signaling the courier personnel to present the weapon box to them. The officers scanned the documents with their devices, confirming that everything was in order, except for Zhang Heng, who bore a low-risk warning label, with the specific reasons noted on the reverse. The two officers couldn't help but glance at Zhang Heng again. However, when they scanned the martial artist credentials, both officers simultaneously gasped at a second rank at such a young age. Were they truly the worthless ones? This thought repeatedly echoed in their minds. One officer took hold of Zhang Heng's weapon box. He felt an unexpected heaviness and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is heavy." The other officer then addressed Zhang Heng, saying, Zhang Heng, please unlock your weapon box for us. Zhang Heng nodded and placed his right hand on the weapon box. With a click, the box successfully opened, revealing the dark ink concealed within another box. After a brief moment, the officers closed the weapon box, returned all the documents to Zhang Heng, and respectfully stated, "Thank you very much for your cooperation." They then turned and departed. A few minutes later, Zhang Heng, guided by a few enthusiastic senior female students, arrived at the agricultural program registration area. Seated at the registration desk, Zhang Yang suddenly sensed the presence of a martial artist and sprang to his feet. Upon glancing over, he recognized Zhang Heng, who was holding Xiao Wu and approaching. Indeed, it was him, the one he had seen in numerous photos. Disregarding the presence of several ordinary female classmates and the little girl in Zhang Heng's arms, Zhang Yang released an aura slightly stronger than that of an ordinary professional first-rank martial artist and directed it toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng had long noticed Zhang Yang's conspicuous demeanor, but he paid little attention to his gaze. Even if he were looking for trouble, he wouldn't be so blatant about it. However, Zhang Heng clearly underestimated Zhang Yang's audacity. As Zhang Heng felt the pressure of Zhang Yang's aura, he furrowed his brow, set down his enormous suitcase, and casually shifted Xiao Wu behind him. With his now free right hand, he grasped the arm of the third-year senior student, Lin Yichen, and unleashed the presence indicative of his professional second rank. Not far away, Zhang Yang was taken aback. This aura seemed to exceed first rank. Could the information be erroneous? Li Tao, seated behind the desk, observed this scene and quickly reacted, standing up and pointing at Zhang Yang, exclaiming, "Zhang Yang, what are you doing? How can you behave like this in public?" Zhang Yang, feeling slightly guilty, refused to meet Li Tao's gaze. "Mr. Li, I was merely discussing strength with the upcoming top scholar of our school." Everyone was astonished. It turned out that this seemingly ordinary boy holding a little girl was indeed the highly controversial dual top scholar of Nanlin this year, including Li Tao, who had reproached Zhang Yang. Was equally surprised. Before long, the two officers from the Safety Bureau arrived, questioning, "How can you two martial artists release your auras in public? What is going on here?" At this moment, Li Tao had arrived beside the two police officers. The incident had occurred because this student, upon seeing a classmate whose prowess he admired, momentarily lost control of his emotions. "You are all aware that in our school, professional martial artists are a rarity." The two officers furrowed their brows and cautioned, "Do not act impulsively. Do not endanger yourself or harm others. This cannot happen again." This statement was clearly directed at Zhang Yang, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What did it mean to harm oneself and others? As Zhang Heng passed by, he shot a provocative glance at him, leaving it uncertain whether he was foolish or overly confident. Zhang Heng approached the table and handed his enrollment notification and dossier to Li Tao with both hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by the crowd, had buried her head in Zhang Heng's back. Li Tao entrusted the procedural matters to the two students beside him, then turned to Zhang Heng and said, "Zhang Heng, I apologize for this unexpected incident upon your arrival. Zhang Yang has acted excessively, and I will report this to the school for disciplinary action. It's all right, as long as the other students are unharmed." Zhang Heng replied calmly. Li Tao discreetly glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still on Zhang Heng's back, and remarked, "Zhang Heng, although our dormitories are single occupancy, guests cannot be accommodated, so, regarding this, teacher, this is my sister. Here are her identification materials. Her situation is quite special, and I would like to request permission from the school to reside with her." Zhang Heng interjected, presenting the relevant documents and a handwritten application to Li Tao with both hands. Chapter 43. A small home. Li Tao accepted the materials and began to read. Upon finishing, an unsettling sensation crept into his heart. He looked up at Zhang Heng, then at Xiao Wu behind him. "Very well, I approve your application. You may bring your sister to stay in the dormitory. I will handle the arrangements with the school." Li Tao hesitated slightly before speaking. Zhang Heng felt a warm appreciation for the bespectacled teacher before him and smiled in response. "Thank you, teacher." Seeing this, Li Tao also smiled gently and said, "Hey, no need for formality between us. For the next 4 years, I will be your counselor, so feel free to reach out whenever you have questions." Before long, Zhang Heng's enrollment procedures were completed. He then carried Xiao Wu, dragging his luggage into the dormitory. Compared to other schools, the dormitory building appeared somewhat worn and diminutive, in an era where buildings casually reach hundreds of meters. This one, merely around 100 meters, felt out of place. Zhang Heng's dormitory was on the 22nd floor, a standard layout comprising a large room with 4 smaller rooms, shared bathrooms, and a living area. Such designs were common in public schools, and even among the elite, there were no privileges for martial artists regarding room quality. Only a few private schools determined room types based on accommodation fees. With a gentle swipe of his student ID, the door quietly unlocked after a brief, cheerful melody. Upon entering the room, Zhang Heng felt as though he had stepped into a small home. The entrance featured a shoe cabinet, a bathroom with a separation of wet and dry areas, and further ahead was a cozy living room, where 3 individuals, taller than Zhang Heng, sat on the sofa. Upon seeing Zhang Heng enter with a child in tow, they were momentarily taken aback. "Hey, our last roommate has arrived. Come, let's get acquainted. I'm Huang Zuru," announced one roommate slightly taller than Zhang Heng and of a plump build. "Come on, let me help you with your things." "I am Zhao Yu, and this is Xiong Enning," another roommate, nearly 2 meters tall and slender, stood up to assist Zhang Heng with his luggage. "This must be your sister. Come here, little sister. Let me carry you so your brother can rest a bit," said Xiong Enning, who appeared gentle and patient. "Hello, I'm Zhang Heng. This is my sister. She is quite shy and may avoid you for a while, but she will warm up eventually." Zhang Heng introduced himself and cautiously declined Xiong Enning's offer, while accepting help from Zhao Yu and Huang Zuru. "Zhang Heng, right? Your room is over here, downstairs. That if you find anything unsuitable, feel free to swap with anyone else." Huang Zuru guided Zhang Heng to a room located on the first floor. Zhang Heng entered without hesitation, bringing Xiao Wu along. The room was modest, roughly 10 square meters, containing a large bed, a desk, and a small wardrobe, sufficient for a student's needs. "Zhao Yu and Enning, you two are the tallest. Wouldn't it be more convenient for you to stay downstairs? I noticed that Zhao Yu can nearly touch the ceiling upstairs," Zhang Heng observed after surveying the first floor, noting the second floor's lack of accommodation for taller individuals. "It's fine. I'm used to living downstairs." Zhao Yu replied first that I prefer being upstairs. Besides, I can't reach it, still 10 centimeters short. Xiong Enning responded with a smile. "Nonsense, it's clearly 12 centimeters. Huang Zuru scoffed at Xiong Enning. "Hey, isn't that to say I'm the shortest here?" Zhang Heng meekly remarked, standing at a mere 178 centimeters. "Hey, don't mention it. We were just discussing who ranks tallest." Zhao Yu said with a mischievous grin. "Go away. I meant ranking by strength. I am the strongest. Enning has no martial prowess at all," Huang Zuru declared. Evidently a clever individual. Scram. Historically, those who lead are typically the wise ones. And it is clear that I am that person. However, I support organizing by height, Xiong Enning retorted, glaring at Huang Zuru. Zhang Heng, you needn't say much. With your stature, you seem like quite the expert. Surely, you support ranking by strength." Huang Zuru dragged Zhang Heng into the conversation. "Absolutely. I support ranking by strength," Zhang Heng responded, appearing righteous. "Hey, Zhang Heng, you're not as innocent as you seem," Zhao Yu said, astonished to discover a hint of cunning in Zhang Heng, who had previously appeared so calm. "Honestly, it doesn't matter. Bringing Xiao Wu might trouble you all." Zhang Heng awkwardly shifted the topic back to himself. "Why say that? She has such a lovely little sister. We'd be delighted to have her, like family," Xiong Enning remarked, clearly fond of children, as he had been watching Xiao Wu since Zhang Heng entered. "Exactly. As the older brother, I will take good care of my little sister. Xiao Wu, right? From now on, I'm your big brother Zhao." Zhao Yu seized the opportunity, grinning at Xiao Wu. "Zhang Heng, may I ask how you came to bring your sister to school?" Huang Zuru inquired. Clearly puzzled, Zhang Heng did not withhold too much information and explained the situation reported to the Security Bureau. The trio reacted quite differently upon hearing his story. Xiong Enning's eyes glistened with tears, evidently pained by Xiao Wu's circumstances, while Zhao Yu displayed a similar expression of sympathy. Huang Zuru, however, appeared contemplative. "Wait, Zhang Heng, you mentioned you rescued Xiao Wu from outside the barriers. That'd be why that logic. You are at least a professional first tier. Zhang Heng, you are the double champion from Nanlin," Huang Zuru exclaimed incredulously. Xiong Enning showed little interest in the double champion matter, while Zhao Yu mirrored Huang Zuru's astonishment that if we're talking about the double champion rejected by the 5 greats, that would probably be me, Zhang Heng self-deprecatingly remarked. "Hey, forget about the 5 greats. The martial artists they produce contribute little. They're all off competing," Huang Zuru said with a hint of sarcasm, clearly dissatisfied with the 5 greats. Indeed. Zhang Heng, it's good for you to be here. Aside from not gaining fame, everything else is just fine. Zhao Yu concurred that I quite like it here. My initial pursuit of the five greats was the same as everyone else's. But now I no longer feel that necessity. Zhang Heng replied calmly. What are you all discussing? Shouldn't it be more important to speak on behalf of Xiao Wu and her education? Xiong Enning interjected, clearly confused. Letting you stay home watching dramas has its downsides. No worries, we're just chatting. Zhao Yu replied dismissively. Zhao Yu waved his hand and said that the upcoming time would be akin to an ordinary university life. Huang Zirwei deliberately chose a quiet restaurant where the five of them shared a welcome banquet. Zhang Heng and his three roommates, all tall and long-limbed, easily drew attention in a crowd, and their looks were quite striking. Moreover, Zhang Heng was uniquely cradling a small child that in the early days of the semester, the school organized numerous activities such as class gatherings, professional knowledge lectures, opening ceremonies, military training, and a series of events that significantly increased the notoriety of Zhang Heng and his companions among the freshmen. After more than half a month, the orientation activities concluded, and Zhang Heng seized the opportunity to take Xiao Wu into the city. Following the information left by Li Ting, Zhang Heng found himself in front of an old house on Laojie Street, which was slated for demolition that a sign hung beside the door, inscribed with the words Master Fans Hunter Company. Zhang Heng had conducted quite a bit of research on professional hunter companies during his free time. The largest and most luxurious one in the world was called Shunting, with dozens of other companies of varying sizes. However, he had never heard of Master Fan before. Surely Principal Li wouldn't deceive me. Zhang Heng muttered to himself outside the door. Well, since I'm here, and the old man didn't say anything, it must hold some secrets. Without further hesitation, he stepped inside, he pushed aside the old curtain. The advanced and diligent working environment he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, he found several clean tables, a chef in traditional attire cooking, and a few middle-aged men with tattered clothing and bloodstains sitting at the table, seemingly waiting for their meal. Welcome to our humble establishment. May I ask what you would like to order, sir? A big-eyed little girl interrupted Zhang Heng's scattered thoughts. Hello, I'm here to report in. Zhang Heng replied politely. Please, sir, order first that we do not discuss work during meal times, the little girl said earnestly, her face stern. May I ask what you have to eat? Zhang Heng inquired patiently. The menu is over there on the table, the little girl said while guiding Zhang Heng to sit down. On the table lay a paper menu, a rarity in this era. Gently flipping open the first page, he saw rice. 888 are per serving. Mapo tofu. 1888 are per serving. Clear soup chicken. 15888 are per serving. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, surprised, and looked up at the little girl, asking, Excuse me, are your prices indeed as stated? Yes, sir, that is our pricing. No discounts. No takeout. And you must finish your meal, the little girl explained seriously. I'll have a serving of rice, a serving of clear soup chicken, and a serving of twice-cooked pork. Make sure Xiao will get something good. Zhang Heng said after a moment's hesitation. Very well. Please wait a moment. The little girl noted down the order by hand before departing. Xiao Wu, this is almost equivalent to my tuition for a year. Thankfully, I've saved a bit of money these past few months, or I wouldn't be able to afford this. Zhang Heng remarked as he gently touched Xiao Wu's face. The other diners paused upon hearing Zhang Heng mention tuition, their eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Yet they remained silent. Half an hour later, observing Xiao Wu's satisfied expression, Zhang Heng smiled softly, saying, Xiao Wu, you certainly ate a lot. I'll strive to bring you here more often. Just then, the chef in traditional attire emerged from the kitchen and said to Zhang Heng, Please hand me your documents. All right, thank you, Zhang Heng replied, standing up to retrieve the card Li Ting had given him and handed it to the chef. Upon receiving the card, the chef raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting an unexpected glance at Zhang Heng before turning to enter a small door. What's going on with Li Laotu? It's the first time I've seen someone so young granted such high authority. But this kid is almost at the 5th rank. Have young people reached this level already? Am I really getting that old? The chef mumbled to himself as he headed toward the attic. 5 minutes later, the chef descended from the attic, dragging a large box, and approached Zhang Heng, saying, Welcome to Master Fan's Hunter Company. This is your onboarding gift. Thank you, although taken aback by the provision of a welcome gift. Zhang Heng maintained a normal expression as he placed Xiao Wu on the table and solemnly accepted the large box. From now on, your tasks will be issued via the wristwatch, and you have no choice or right to refuse. All assigned tasks must be completed. However, rest assured, we won't send you to your death. You can review detailed information regarding compensation and other specifics on the wristwatch later. Returning to the dormitory, Zhang Heng found Huang Zhiwei and the others present. Along with a few classmates, Xiaoheng is back. Just in time, we were discussing participating in the Welcome Cup basketball tournament, which Xiaoheng certainly cannot miss. Zhao Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhang Heng. Taken aback, Zhang Heng, having developed a fondness for basketball during his year of high school, replied, "I'll join you for the tournament, but my skills are quite average." Without hesitation, he agreed, knowing that during the tournament, whether amateur or professional, only normal human abilities could be employed. After everyone departed, Xiong Inning approached Zhang Heng, taking Xiaowu into his arms before asking, "Xiaoheng, what's in that large box you brought back?" "Yes, please take Xiaowu," Zhang Heng replied. Since starting school, Xiong Inning had been bringing various candies to Xiaowu every day. And gradually, Xiaowu had come to accept him. He was the only person besides Zhang Heng who could interact with her. Under Xiong Inning's guidance, Xiaowu had begun to vaguely call out Zhang Heng's name. In terms of educating young children, Xiong Inning was indeed more adept than Zhang Heng. "This is the onboarding gift from the company I visited. I'm not sure what's inside," Zhang Heng answered honestly, knowing the three of them were aware of his visit to the Hunter Company for onboarding. "Can we open it to take a look? I've never seen the equipment of a professional hunter," Zhao Yu said with eager anticipation. "Sure, I'd like to see what's inside too." Zhang Heng had no intention of hiding anything from the trio. Besides, the chef had mentioned that Zhang Heng's equipment appeared to be standard second-rank gear. At least on the surface, the box had no locks, and Zhang Heng easily flipped it open. At the very top lay a wristwatch, which looked similar to commercially available ones, but appeared more exquisitely crafted. Beside the wristwatch was a tablet computer and a portable camera. Such civilian tablet computers were rare in the market. Nowadays, computers and smartphones had merged into a single device, with storage and downloads being cloud-based. Extremely quick and convenient. However, the drawback was that they had to be used in areas with internet access. For professional athletes working away from the city, internet conditions were scarce, and satellite network fees were exorbitantly high, making this seemingly outdated tablet a standard for professional hunters and station soldiers. The compact size of the tablet signified superlative performance and robustness, while the camera was essential for recording combat processes. After extracting the electronic devices, a set of black and gray combat attire was revealed. Upon withdrawing the combat suit, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, and both Huang Zhiwei and Zhao Yu gasped in astonishment. "What's wrong? Why do you all look so grim?" Xiong Inning, who was entertaining Xiaowu, suddenly noticed the varied expressions on Zhang Heng and the others and inquired, "Xiaowei, did I see that correctly?" Zhao Yu, ignoring Xiong Inning's question, turned to Huang Zhiwei in a daze. "Yes, you saw correctly. Xiaoheng's company offers exceptional benefits." Huang Zhiwei nodded seriously, albeit with disbelief. Zhang Heng, feeling even more stunned than the two, realized that an ordinary suit of armor could be purchased for just a few $100,000, merely sufficient to withstand the attacks of a first-rank martial artist. Suits worth over $1 million were suitable for second- or third-rank martial artists, yet the set in the box was something Zhang Heng wouldn't be able to buy even if he emptied his savings. No wonder a meal costs so much. This is a wealthy company. Zhang Heng couldn't help but compare silently. "Xiaoheng, what kind of company did you join? This equipment is worth millions. Which company gives such lavish onboarding gifts?" Shinting, Huang Zhiwei could not help but ask. "The armor from Shinding all looks the same. This is clearly not theirs. That I don't believe I've ever seen it before," Zhao Yu interjected before Zhang Heng could respond. It's a good company. Perhaps the luxurious treatment is because I know their leader." "Yes, that must be it." Zhang Heng concocted a plausible explanation, as he genuinely knew the company leader, Li Ting. If knowing the company leader leads to such equipment, then he must be the company president. Huang Zhiwei smirked, unable to suppress a smirk. Zhao Yu wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Heng. Meanwhile, Xiong Inning, who had been feeding Xiaowu candy, halted his actions. What did it mean for equipment to be worth over $1 million? It probably exceeded the total savings of his family over a lifetime. Goodness, martial artists truly are affluent. Xiong Inning could not help but exclaim. None among Xiong Inning, Zhao Yu, or Huang Zhiwei came from families of martial artists. At most, a distant relative might have achieved a lowly third rank. However, the economic capabilities of those at the third rank were comparable to high-ranking executives among ordinary people. Why not try it on? Xiong Yining suggested, clearly intrigued by how such an expensive item would look when worn. Zhang Heng, not one to be overly dramatic, quickly donned the armor, and his bare upper body drew a chorus of admiration from Xiong Yining. A year ago, Zhang Heng had been somewhat emaciated due to prolonged nutritional deficiencies, but over the past year, he had not only focused on his own nutrition, but had also received considerable unconventional assistance from individuals like Ma Xinjia. Moreover, with Grandpa Huang and his wife ensuring Zhang Heng was well fed and well cared for, he now boasted a physique adorned with solid muscles, that I in particular, due to his use of the dark ink heavy blade. He had intentionally strengthened his upper body strength over the last 2 months, resulting in a torso brimming with explosive muscle. The armor, once donned, appeared as a smooth silver-gray metal, extending from the nape of his neck down to just above his hips, with a slender metal piece wrapping around his waist, covering all the ribs beneath his pectorals. The lower portion of the armor was designed like knee guards, an exterior style. Look at this. Look at this. Old Zhao, this is what a physique should look like. What you flaunt daily pales in comparison. Xiong Yining remarked disdainfully at Zhao Yu. Aowu and Xiaowu excitedly howled in response. Zhao Yu rolled his eyes at Xiong Yining, asserting confidently, just wait until I reach Zhang Heng's level. I'll surely surpass him, especially since I'm taller. That has settled then, that I cannot reveal the armor here. I'll take a photo for you when I do. Zhang Heng suppressed his urge to unveil the armor, stating, presently, he felt more exhilarated than anyone else, as this was his first piece of armor, signifying that he would no longer have to fight his opponents at a moment's notice. A week later, while dining in the cafeteria, Zhang Heng's wristwatch suddenly received a mission alert. Mission 1. Area 11. Invasion of strange beasts in Sanjianjuan. Mission objective. Eliminate the strange beasts to protect Sanjianjuan from destruction. Mission reward. Completion reward. Number of participants. 5 people. Mission duration. Starting from October 1. Accept. Yes. Zhang Heng had little to say about the content above, but the last line, accept, seemed absurdly serious. Is this a genuine choice? Zhang Heng could not help but mutter under his breath. Zhang Heng? Aowu, with grains of rice stuck at the corners of his mouth, called out to him, looking adorably serious. Xiao Heng, what is wrong? Xiong Yining inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Did I just receive a notice about a mission during the holiday? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Finally a mission? Huang Zhirue asked, visibly intrigued. Will you take Xiaowu along? Xiong Yining seemed more concerned about Xiaowu. That might not be feasible. How can one bring a child to work? Zhao Yu speculated. Zhao Yu is right. The mission is perilous, and we cannot bring Xiaowu along. Zhang Heng frowned as he stated. Don't worry, go ahead. I will take care of Xiaowu. Xiong Yining assured him, patting his chest confidently. Perhaps it won't be a problem during the day, but at night or over an extended period. It might become challenging. Huang Zhirue pondered thoughtfully that I noticed Xiaowu gets along well with some girls in the class. We could ask if they have time to take turns looking after her. Which might work better, Zhao Yu suggested after some contemplation. Zhang Heng remained silent. He had to undertake the mission without options. His advancement in strength required substantial resources and finances, and moreover, Xiaowu's future growth would entail significant expenses. Zhang Heng needed to amass wealth swiftly. Most importantly, Zhang Heng realized that the missions assigned by the company seemed markedly different from those of other hunting companies, that he needed to delve into the abyss to truly understand what this world entailed. On the morning of the first, after gently ruffling Xiaowu's hair, Zhang Heng carried her to the second floor and knocked on Xiong Yining's door. Xiao Heng, you're leaving? Come, hand Xiaowu to me. I will take good care of her. Rest assured, Xiong Yining, still drowsy, took Xiaowu from him. Zhang Heng watched as Xiong Yining cradled Xiaowu gently to sleep. Once he confirmed that Xiaowu showed no signs of resistance, he quietly closed the door and departed the dormitory. Half an hour later, Zhang Heng entered the martial artist section of the flying boat base. Well done, you're quite punctual. That is commendable. A middle-aged man emerged from behind Zhang Heng and lightly patted his shoulder. Hello, I am Zhang Heng, number 222. Zhang Heng replied blandly. Little fellow, you're quite lucky being a leopard number. A stunning woman clad in tight combat attire approached Zhang Heng, her figure striking. The flirtatious queen is at it again. Teasing the newcomers. Young man, don't fall for her tricks. A lean middle-aged man, about the same height as Zhang Heng, interjected. I am merely showing concern for the young one. The flirtatious queen retorted, casting a glance at the man. Ahem. Is everyone here? Xiaojia, no bullying the young ones. An elderly voice interrupted, revealing an aged man, appearing to be in his 60s, with a slightly hunched back. Dad, even you are picking on me, the woman, referred to as Xiaojia, protested playfully. Ah, old Lu shows no mercy to Xuanjin. Young man, I'm Fu Qigong. A robust man with a tall stature laughed heartily. Indeed, each time we arrive, the young ones are led astray by Xuanjin. But you, young man, look remarkably youthful, barely 20. Are today's youngsters truly this impressive? I'm Fu Qiweng, a lean man of similar height to Zhang Heng patted his shoulder. Upon hearing Fu Qiweng's name, Zhang Heng couldn't help but glance at Fu Qigong. Could they possibly be brothers? Ha ha, don't be too surprised. We are indeed real brothers, Fu Qigong declared with a hearty laugh, that I do not wish to have such an elder brother. Fu Qiweng replied, casting a disdainful look at Fu Qigong. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering how two brothers could emerge from the same parents with such stark differences. Moreover, old Lu and Xuanjin appeared to be a father-daughter pair. The dynamics of this team felt rather peculiar. Young one, do you find our team somewhat odd? Xuanjin cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's keen intuition and bristling hairs warned him against meeting the flirtatious queen's gaze. So he slightly turned his head and replied, Indeed, it is rather unique. The young man is quite honest. Let us proceed, old Lu said with a beaming smile. Observing old Lu's smile, Zhang Heng couldn't shake the feeling that the flirtatious queen's skills were likely inherited from this old man. The inspection for mid-tier martial artists was not overly stringent, and within 15 minutes, the group of 5 boarded a small flying vessel. An hour later, Zhang Heng and the others landed on a flat plateau. All combat ready. Remain vigilant for any surprise attacks from strange beasts. Xiao Heng, stay close to me, Fu Qigong commanded, his demeanor shifting from jovial to serious as they disembarked. Understood. Zhang Heng gripped the darking blade and gradually moved closer to Fu Qigong. Ah, young one, that blade you possess seems quite extraordinary, Xuanjin exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Zhang Heng. Indeed, I can tell as well. Little Zhang Heng, remember to keep it concealed outside and consider acquiring a better sheath. Fu Qiweng's tone sounded somewhat grave that I wish to upgrade, but my permissions are insufficient. Zhang Heng lamented. He had long desired a new sheath, but as a second-tier martial artist, he couldn't purchase quality items. Once we return, informed the chef, and he will assist you. Old Lu interjected at an opportune moment that an anomaly detected. Unusual footprints of strange beasts. Everyone, heighten your vigilance, Fu Qigong suddenly called out. Zhang Heng also observed the peculiar footprints on the grass. They resembled those of some kind of cattle, but were exceptionally large. Based on the size of the prints, a wild bull or an anomalous beast would likely stand about 4 to 5 meters tall. Following the tracks, the 5 swiftly traversed nearly an hour, arriving at a gently sloping meadow where enormous figures were seen moving slowly in the distance. Target detected. 7 heads, mutated anomalous beasts, wild bulls. Huge feet, 4 of which exceed 4 meters. Fu Qigong's serious voice rang out. Qiweng, let us move in closer for a better look, Zhang Heng suggested. Understood. Fu Qigong commanded again. Received. Following the order, Fu Qiweng swiftly darted out. His movements quick yet graceful. How fast! Zhang Heng couldn't help but marvel internally at that moment. 5 minutes later, Fu Qiweng's visuals arrived, revealing little difference from Fu Qigong's observations. They were indeed mutated beasts. Based on the direction of the herd's movement, it was likely heading towards a crucial ecological protection area known as Sanjianjuan, established over 200 years ago in Huagua. Suddenly, the situation took a turn. The herd seemed to sense Fu Qiweng's presence, rapidly charging towards the Sanjianjuan protection area. Not good. These beasts have spotted me. Fu Qiweng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Move out. Prevent the beasts from destroying the ecological environment of Sanjianjuan. Fu Qigong's command followed suit. With a swift motion, the mission commenced. 4 individuals surged forth simultaneously, yet Zhang Heng's speed was so remarkable that it drew the gaze of the other 3. Even Fu Qiweng, who was observing from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the rapidly moving coordinates on his watch. Wow, is this truly a child of the 4th tier? Are the young people of today so formidable? This thought echoed in old Lu's mind, realizing why this young man was able to make such a sudden appearance. It was evident he possessed considerable talent. That Fu Qigong's inner self was quite pleased as he nodded in approval. Ah, this young lad truly seems to possess some skill. Lu Xuanjie gazed at Zhang Heng with eyes sparkling with admiration. As Fu Qiwen drew closer to the beast horde, he continuously utilized the speed advantage to disrupt their advance, thus granting his teammates more time. Xiao Heng, do you have any issues dealing with two fourth-tier beasts? Fu Qigong's voice came through the earpiece that no problem. Zhang Heng replied with conviction. Pay attention to the numbers. Xiao Heng will handle numbers 6 and 7, while I will take care of 1 and 5, that the rest will be 1 for each of you. As Fu Qigong dashed forward, he assigned numbers to the 7 different beasts according to their strength. Fu Qiwen, struggling to manage the beast horde alone, especially found it challenging against the towering beasts numbered 1 and 2. Xiaowen can't hold on any longer. Accelerate, activate your armor, and fight with all your might. Do not underestimate them. Even upon witnessing his brother in peril, Fu Qigong remained remarkably composed. With a swift motion, Fu Qigong and his companions activated their armor almost simultaneously. Fu Qigong's armor was predominantly yellow, imparting a sense of weightiness at first glance. Old Lu's armor was a plain gray, while the Witch Queen Lu Xuanjie's armor perfectly accentuated her physique and shone in a striking purple hue. Zhang Heng, slightly delayed in activating his armor due to it being his first time, donned a suit that was black and gray with hints of gold, exuding a remarkable quality. Even Zhang Heng felt he might have underestimated its value. I've never seen this armor at the company. Old Lu remarked with surprise that Fu Qigong and Lu Xuanjie exchanged glances with a newfound appreciation for Zhang Heng. It seemed that the company leaders regarded this young man with much greater esteem than they had anticipated. A fourth-tier warrior adorned in fifth-tier armor, and Zhang Heng's suit appeared far more valuable than theirs. Unbeknownst to Zhang Heng, the low wind resistance of his armor revealed greater potential for explosive power, even allowing him to glean a hint of the first form of the dark ink technique. Chapter 47. The terrifying Zhang Heng. Prepare to engage. Those unfamiliar with the beasts, please prioritize your safety and eliminate them with all your might. As they approached within a few hundred meters, Fu Qigong reminded everyone, primarily directing his words toward Zhang Heng. Moments later, Fu Qigong, leading the charge, was the first to engage with beast number 1 armed with a broad-bladed sword. He offered no respite, delivering a powerful strike to the beast's large horn. Lu Xuanjie was equally swift. Upon nearing beast number 3, she unleashed an overwhelming force, plunging her sword into its skull. Although the damage was minimal, it did break the skin. The seasoned old Lu lagged slightly behind the two, frequently observing Zhang Heng's actions. However, as the others accelerated towards their targets, old Lu sensed a lack of explosive energy from Zhang Heng, which heightened his concern for the young man. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, his aged face reflecting disbelief as he shouted, Zhang Heng, draw your sword. Simultaneously, Fu Qiwen, entangled with beast number 4, caught sight of Zhang Heng, who had yet to draw his weapon, and urgently echoed Fu Qigong's plea. Both Fu Qigong and Lu Xuanjie turned their anxious gazes toward Zhang Heng, only to witness an astonishing scene. Zhang Heng, deliberately avoiding acceleration and withholding his sword before engaging, had grasped a hint of the dark ink technique's essence when he had activated his armor moments ago. Thus, he prepared to confront his adversaries in an utterly extraordinary manner. The fourth-tier beasts possessed the intelligence of young children. Facing an opponent they perceived as weak, they were likely to underestimate him. Zhang Heng approached the battlefield at a comparatively slow pace, lagging behind the others by over a second. However, just 3 meters away from beast number 6, he erupted with an astonishing aura. Dark ink. Zhang Heng's expression was resolute as he pronounced 3 words imbued with formidable penetrating force. As Zhang Heng's power surged close to that of a mid-tier 6th-level warrior, he swiftly drew his weapon, striking downward at beast number 6's head. Taken aback by this sudden display of might, beast number 6 quickly attempted to tilt its head, preparing to counter Zhang Heng's fierce blow with its sturdy horns. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the heavy sword never descended as expected. In the next moment, beast number 6's pupils constricted sharply. Zhang Heng, who had been poised to strike from above, had somehow shifted to its right side, precisely the direction it had turned away from, exposing its neck to Zhang Heng's grasp. Beast number 7, too distant to intervene, could only watch as events unfolded at a dizzying pace. The heavy and sharp dark ink sliced upward through the skin of beast number 6, penetrating through fat to reach its neck muscles at this moment. Even the resilient muscles could not halt the blade's relentless cut. Muscles, arteries, esophagus, and trachea all became mere trifles before Zhang Heng's might. That a slight smirk adorned Zhang Heng's lips, seemingly mocking beast number 6's carelessness. After the dark ink pierced through the neck of beast number 6, Zhang Heng nimbly leaped, slashing leftward just in time to intercept beast number 7, leaving a crimson mark across its head. As he retreated, he deftly utilized the momentum from the dying beast number 6, thrusting backward with a fierce jab to its neck. The heavy, sharp dark ink effortlessly penetrated the entirety of beast number 6's spine. And with a swift upward flick, Zhang Heng completed the strike. Following this maneuver, beast number 6's head remained barely attached to its body, ultimately succumbing to its fate. What was truly terrifying was that Zhang Heng had taken merely a little over 2 seconds from the moment of his explosive display to completely annihilate beast number 6. The beast could not fathom how this seemingly feeble human had unleashed such overwhelming power. Fu Qigong, Old Lu, and the others stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the manner in which Zhang Heng had dispatched beast number 6. Beast number 7, enraged by the death of its partner, did not relent in its assault on Zhang Heng. Witnessing Zhang Heng's swift defeat of its companion only fueled its fury. Its sole focus became Zhang Heng, as it sought to crush him beneath its feet to regain a sense of peace. Expressions of shock replaced the earlier panic on Fu Qigong and his companions' faces. Even the beasts they faced were taken aback by the sudden shift in momentum. What had once been an advantageous position for them now appeared precarious, as the balance of victory seemed to tilt increasingly away from them. Beast number 7 offered no respite, charging at Zhang Heng, who remained undeterred, having no fear of a one-on-one confrontation. In battles of equal strength, he had never known defeat. With its head smeared in blood, beast number 7 lunged at Zhang Heng, the minor injury atop its head posing no threat to its fighting spirit. Zhang Heng's combat style was characterized by agility and explosive power. Da Fuqiwen found it perplexing how someone as robust as Zhang Heng could exhibit such lightness. And even more alarming was Zhang Heng's ability to unleash terrifying strength when necessary. The youth truly embodies vigor and audacity. Old Lu couldn't help but sigh softly, reflecting on his own advancing age. Lu Xuanji's eyes sparkled even more brightly, while Fu Qigong felt a sense of relief. Subconsciously believing that this young man was destined to be unharmed, Zhang Heng engaged fiercely in battle. On another front, Xiong Yining, with her large dark circles, gazed at Xiao Wu with a look of exasperation. Xiao Wu, you can't keep me awake just because you're not sleeping. It's early morning, and your brother is out earning some pocket money, she yawned, having only gone to bed at 2 in the morning during her rare holiday. Ning, oh Ning, weren't you the one who assured Xiao Wu that you could handle it? Zhao Yu, also sporting dark circles, chimed in. What time did you both go to bed? You look like you've been through a panda convention. Huang Zhirue appeared far more refreshed. There's no helping it. The senior is too enthusiastic. I couldn't miss any potential opportunities. Zhao Yu declared with newfound vigor. Normally, when Zhang Heng was around, Xiao Wu could sleep until noon. But with him gone, she had begun her howling at dawn, leaving Xiong Yining helpless. However, it's truly pitiful for Xiao Wu. Although she has been with us for a month, I can't shake the feeling of sympathy. Zhao Yu mused, suddenly losing his earlier fervor. When Xiao Heng was around, Xiao Wu clung to him, and we never thought much of it. Now that Xiao Heng is absent, I can't help but think of both Xiao Wu and Xiao Heng. Huang Zhirue's expression mirrored a shared understanding. Indeed, you have to wonder about the immense pressure Xiao Heng must endure. I only just learned that his scores are over 800, double qualifications. He's so close to a perfect score. How disheartening it must be to face rejection. Xiong Yining is evidently more sentimental. Chapter 48. The third kill. Meanwhile, a stir was also raised by Dihua. Each year, the new warriors of Dihua engage in fierce competition. Originally, Song Zhongxin, who ranked second in the National Warrior Assessment, was brimming with confidence. However, during the quarterfinals, he encountered the tenacious Wu Hao, and only after exhausting all his efforts was he able to narrowly secure victory over Wu Hao. In the semifinals, Song Zhongxin faced Ma Tianyu, a good friend of Wu Hao, whose strength slightly surpassed that of Wu Hao and was marginally greater than Song Zhongxin's. Ultimately, Song Zhongxin, the national second-place contender, failed to reach the finals, ending up with a mere third place. The finals witnessed an unexpected turn of events as the fully committed Ma Tianyu succumbed after just 10 minutes to Lu Hongkai, a youth from the Northwest who had only achieved a top-tier amateur 9th rank in the college martial arts assessment. It was rumored that Lu Hongkai was the direct grandson of a certain 9th-tier powerhouse from the Northwest. This incident dealt a profound blow to Song Zhongxin, who had always considered himself the strongest 18-year-old in the nation. While he had managed a narrow win over Wu Hao, Ma Tianyu lost outright, and it was said that Ma Tianyu would struggle against Lu Hongkai. According to Ma Tianyu's description, even if Lu Hongkai faced Zhang Heng, he would not last more than a few minutes. Furthermore, Lu Hongkai mentioned that there was a Ren Cheng at Modi University who was on par with him. Song Zhongxin's sorrow was beyond the comprehension of Zhang Heng, who was in the highlands. Ever since being rejected by the five greats, the fourth-tier Zhang Heng had not contemplated the matter any further, especially since his current strength was sufficient to serve as a new student counselor at the five greats. At this moment, number 7, panting heavily before him, was covered in bloodstains, with only his blood-red eyes still gleaming. Every other part of him had been rendered utterly mangled by Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's combat style was highly effective against such comparatively cumbersome beasts, and the transformation into a mutated beast had significantly diminished its agility due to the enlargement of its paws. Thus, Zhang Heng maintained a firm upper hand in battles against this type of aberrant creature. Enough is enough. Zhang Heng's gaze sharpened in a sudden burst. Zhang Heng charged towards number 7, but the exhausted creature attempted to defend itself with a diagonal strike, unaware that Zhang Heng had already carved a deep gash occupying half the diameter of its diagonal. Zhang Heng let out a fierce roar. He then drew upon his core strength, his waist propelling his arms with astonishing force, driving the dark blade towards number 7's diagonal. The originally formidable diagonal offered no resistance against the might of Zhang Heng, and it was cleaved in twain along the incision. Continuing with the momentum, the tip of the dark blade left a massive wound on number 7's body. Zhang Heng afforded it no respite, pivoting the blade to a reverse grip and swiftly stabbing upwards at an angle. The tip of the dark blade successfully pierced through number 7's chest cavity. However, due to its immense size, it did not strike the heart. Nonetheless, number 7 was already devoid of the strength to retaliate, and a mere minute later, Zhang Heng pierced its heart, causing it to collapse. After dispatching number 7, Zhang Heng surveyed the battlefield. Fu Qigong had already dealt with number 5 and was currently engaged with number 1, whose strength was comparable to that of Fu Qigong, making it difficult to determine an immediate victor. Old Lu's prowess was subtly superior to that of Fu Qigong, so handling number 2 posed no challenge. At this moment, number 2 was on the verge of collapse. That El Xuanjie, whose capabilities were a notch below Old Lu's, appeared remarkably alluring, yet transformed into a fierce attacker during combat, unleashing a flurry of sword dances and leg whips upon number 3. Conversely, the slender and observant Fu Qiwen found himself at a disadvantage, as his light sword failed to trouble number 4 significantly, though fortunately, he remained unscathed. Without needing Fu Qigong's directive, Zhang Heng opted to assist Fu Qiwen in neutralizing number 4, and he swiftly maneuvered to number 4's rear, prompting Fu Qiwen to intentionally slow down, exposing a slight vulnerability to draw number 4's attention. Zhang Heng's combat style was diverse. Beyond his one-hit kills, he relished the methodical approach of gradually wearing down his opponents. Much like he had done with number 7, that faced with an opponent grounded on all fours, Zhang Heng also employed a strategy to sever their limbs. At this moment, with his back turned to Zhang Heng, number 4 presented no exploitable weaknesses. As a secondary option, Zhang Heng resolved to incapacitate number 4's mobility. Zhang Heng began to move slowly, gathering strength, while Fu Qiwen feigned a major opening, prompting number 4 to charge forward in a bid to deliver a lethal strike. However, Fu Qiwen appeared ready, swiftly adjusting to evade its attack range. Even number 4, despite its foolishness, realized it had been duped, yet it was helpless in its forward momentum. Roar. Number 4 emitted a pained cry, suddenly feeling its left hind leg pierced by a sharp blade, followed by an unsettling numbness in its right calf, leading it to lose balance and topple to the left. Fu Qiwen seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards number 4's eye as it felt. That moment, Zhang Heng was not idle. Swiftly repositioning, he delivered a powerful downward strike towards number 4's neck while it remained grounded. Dark ink posed no problems in such endeavors. Even a fifth-tier aberrant beast was cleaved effortlessly by Zhang Heng's blade. Number 4 was rendered immobile. Zhang Heng's strike severed its cervical vertebrae and neural connections, leaving its brain devoid of control over its own body. Confirming that number 4 had lost its combat capability, Zhang Heng quickly retreated to rest. After several consecutive bursts of energy, his stamina had reached its limits, and he could not sustain such explosive combat for the time being, especially since the bones of fifth-tier aberrant beasts were considerably tougher than those of fourth-tier ones. In fact, the battlefield had already progressed to a point where Zhang Heng was no longer necessary. Old Lu had concluded his battle and was now reinforcing El Xuanjie, while Fu Qiwen was en route to assist Fu Qigang. As anticipated, by the time Zhang Heng sensed the situation, it had become a 4-on-1. Soon after, number 1, a high-tier fifth beast, could no longer withstand the onslaught and was cleaved through the neck by Fu Qigong's immense strength. The first stage of the mission concluded flawlessly, with the 5 members suffering no casualties. Even Zhang Heng regained considerable stamina after a brief respite. Excellent. The battle was completed more swiftly and perfectly than anticipated. However, Xiao Heng, do remember to inform us the next time you make such an unexpected decision. Fu Qigong remarked sternly, though his tone remained gentle. Zhang Heng's unforeseen choice indeed introduced a degree of risk to the team's engagement, yet it ultimately resulted in a significant reduction in combat expenditure, making the overall outcome more beneficial than detrimental. Little one, you truly excelled. Achieving such remarkable results on your first mission is commendable, said the Witch Queen El Xuanjie, her enchanting eyes narrowing as she regarded Zhang Heng with profound interest. Young people are indeed inventive. This old man has saved quite a bit of effort. Old Lu nodded in satisfaction, then extracted a cigarette from his pack and lit it. Dad, why are you smoking again? El Xuanjie frowned, appearing somewhat concerned yet displeased. After an intense battle, a smoke helps to unwind. It's a habit I've had for decades. Old Lu replied, pleased by his daughter's concern, though he knew breaking decades-old habits was no easy feat. Chapter 49. The subtle perception of Zhang Heng. Bro, are we getting old? Fu Qiwen lamented, gazing at Zhang Heng as if he were some extraordinary being. Go away. What do you mean you are getting old? If you are old, then what am I? Old Lu shot Fu Qiwen a disdainful glance. Ahem, Zhang Heng's situation is indeed special. We are aware of that. Fu Qigong internally felt anxious, yet the materials they had received clearly indicated Zhang Heng's unique circumstances and his brutal combat style. All right, let us check the surroundings. If there are no issues, I'll contact the transport team. Xiao Heng's first kill of number 6 and his assistance in taking down number 4 will yield considerable rewards. As for number 7, well, that was rather unfortunate. Fu Qigong stated as the team's stamina began to stabilize. Little one, what is the name of that dark, ominous blade you wield? It is remarkably sharp, and I have never seen anything like it on the market. Witch Queen El Xuanjie asked Zhang Heng, her curiosity piqued by the terrifying sharpness displayed during the battle. Dark Ink, a trophy. I'm not certain if it is available on the market. Zhang Heng replied honestly. A trophy? El Xuanjie exclaimed in surprise, while Fu Qigong and Fu Qiwen's gazes toward Zhang Heng shifted significantly. Though they had attained 5th-tier strength, their usual missions primarily involved hunting and security tasks, and they had seldom faced human opponents. In fact, they had hardly experienced such encounters. Yet here was Zhang Heng, merely 18 years of age. The group then arrived at the Sanjianjuan protected area, undertaking repairs to the damaged areas to the best of their abilities, while leaving the rest to nature's self-restoration. Isn't this destruction remarkably precise? Zhang Heng mused, sensing something was amiss. In the following days, no similar incidents occurred, and after thorough exploration, the group found no further signs of aberrant beasts or even normal wildlife in the vicinity, rendering the situation increasingly abnormal. Let's retreat. The mission is complete. Perhaps it was a special circumstance, but we cannot rule out other possibilities. Fu Qigong commanded as the search yielded no results. All right, I just feel it's too coincidental. How could there be just these few? Fu Qiwen expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you think, little one? The Witch Queen blinked her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Heng, who immediately turned his head to evade her gaze. Cough, cough. The mutation is directional and possesses unique abilities. We cannot dismiss the possibility of human intervention. Xiao Heng, after returning, would you care to dine with the chef? The food there is delightful, and it is said to be prepared by the 4th-generation disciple of the culinary god. Fu Chiwen inquired, draping his arm over Zhang Heng's shoulder, that I shall pass. I must hurry back to see how Xiao Wu is doing. Zhang Heng contemplated the delectable dishes available, which were abundant in number, and he quickly resolved to allocate his funds toward Xiao Wu instead. Upon departing from the airship base, Zhang Heng headed straight back to the dormitory, that on the way, he received a monetary reward of 3,023 points of contribution for this mission. That as he stepped into the dormitory building, Xiao Wu suddenly leapt from Xiong Inning's arms and dashed towards the entrance, calling out, Zhang Heng. Ah Wu, Zhang Heng, oh hey, what is wrong with Xiao Wu? The sudden scene startled Xiong Inning, who had been engrossed in a television drama. Could it be that Xiao Heng has returned? Xiao Wu keeps shouting Zhang Heng. Huang Ziru, who was gaming with Zhao Yu, remarked in surprise. Just finished up? Come on, let us go take a look. Zhao Yu set down his controller and got up to follow. As Zhang Heng opened the elevator door, Xiao Wu dashed in, and he instinctively caught her in his embrace. Whoa, Xiao Wu, take it easy, don't fall. Xiong Inning's voice reached him first before he rounded the corner. Xiao Heng, you really are back. Inning, you've worked hard. I just returned. Zhang Heng gently patted Xiao Wu's little head and continued. Indeed, it's truly Xiao Heng who has returned. Xiao Wu is quite remarkable. Zhao Yu's voice called from the dormitory entrance, and Zhang Heng turned to see Zhao Yu's head peeking out alongside Huang Ziru's. Hey, Inning, why do you look so tired? Did you not get enough rest? Was it Xiao Wu's ruckus? Noticing Xiong Inning's weary demeanor, Zhang Heng couldn't help but inquired. Don't even mention it. From dawn, Xiao Wu has been all non-stop. You didn't hear her making such a racket when you were around. Xiong Inning lamented, rubbing Xiao Wu's head with a hint of grievance. It's likely because I wasn't here. I owe you one. I'll treat you to a grand feast in a few days. Zhang Heng anticipated Xiao Wu's antics, yet there was little he could do. He couldn't possibly bring her along on missions, leaving his dormitory mates to bear the brunt of it. Well, that sounds splendid. I can stay a few more days. You're free to head out anytime. Upon hearing about the grand feast, Xiong Inning's expression brightened, shedding his earlier discontent. Xiao Heng, don't let Inning fool you. It's clearly his fault for binge-watching dramas late into the night. He's just angling for a feast. Zhao Yu remarked disdainfully at Xiong Inning. You think too little of me. I consulted several renowned foodies at the school before arriving at this conclusion. Zhao Yu defended himself, yet both Xiong Inning and Zhang Heng remained skeptical. Zhao Yu's statement holds some truth. I've also heard that this small eatery is exceptionally good. The owner prefers not to be overwhelmed. Hence he declines publicity from students, who in turn worry that too many people knowing will prevent them from enjoying it. Huang Ziru stated earnestly for once. Wow, it's rare to see Xiao Ziru so serious. Could it be that such a hidden gem truly exists? Xiong Inning mused, realizing that the two seemed quite earnest. Of course. Do I strike you as someone who would speak falsely? Huang Ziru replied, only to receive disdainful glares from Zhang Heng and the others, prompting him to grasp the implications. Besides, do you think seniors would settle for a restaurant that appears anything but upscale? Zhao Yu posed a critical question. Oh, isn't that the top scorer of the college entrance examination? What brings you to such a humble eatery? An unwelcome voice interrupted from behind, followed by a renowned small sports car, slowing down beside them. Zhang Heng realized that he could purchase a brand new one with the rewards from his last two missions. This particular vehicle could easily be acquired with the rewards from his previous task, leaving him with a considerable surplus. What's the matter, top scorer? Would you like me to treat you? The speaker was none other than Zhang Yang, who, after returning, had not bothered to check Zhang Heng's real-time data. What top scorer? Just a useless waste, not even worthy of the five greats' attention. With that, he sped away, pressing the accelerator with gusto, clearly reveling in his own sense of superiority. After Zhang Yang's departure, several ordinary vehicles passed by, slowing down a glance at Zhang Heng and his companions. Xiao Heng, what kind of feud do you have with Zhang Yang? Zhao Yu inquired, puzzled. How would I know? I don't even know him. You say his name is Zhang Yang? Zhang Heng replied, maintaining his composure. People are useless. Zhang Yang suddenly gained some talent and advanced to a first-tier profession, a first for our school, with Zhang Heng arriving and stealing the spotlight. He is bound to target you. Huang Ziru explained calmly. Isn't Xiao Heng a second-tier practitioner? Doesn't that make him vastly superior to that Zhang Yang? Xiong Inning, who was cradling Xiao Wu, turned around, confused. How what? What do your expressions mean? I checked the data on that martial artist's official website, which stated Xiao Hong was a second-tier practitioner. Xiong Enning exclaimed, puzzled, believing this to be common knowledge. Zhao Yu promptly took out his phone to verify, while Huang Ziru turned to Zhang Heng and asked, when did you become a second-tier practitioner? I've been a second-tier practitioner for quite some time now. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, which made Huang Ziru feel as though this fellow had taken a turn for the worse, picking up the worst habits while neglecting the good ones. Wow. Xiao Heng's profile states that he ascended to second tier right after the college entrance examination. Zhao Yu exclaimed in disbelief that, oh, you guys only just found out? Xiong Enning remarked, looking at the two, that what do those online claims about Xiao Heng exhausting his talent say now? Xiao Heng remains the strongest at just 18 years old. Zhao Yu said, speaking as if he were equally formidable. Is that the place you mentioned with no sign? Xiong Enning suddenly pointed at a small restaurant devoid of any signage. The eatery was indeed as delectable as Huang Ziru and Zhao Yu had described, boasting at least half the culinary skills of the small shop chef. Although it fell short of the chef standards, the prices were reasonable. At a small shop, one could hardly afford even a single dish for a few thousand. This is delicious. Xiao Wu has eaten far more than at the cafeteria. We must return. Xiong Enning declared, satisfaction etched across his face as he glanced at Xiao Wu, who was rubbing her little belly. Indeed, it's quite remarkable that a worthy find, Zhang Heng affirmed. Let us save some money on living expenses and aim to come here once a month. Huang Ziru had already begun calculating their next meal. Oh, top scorer, are you dining at a fly-infested establishment? An irksome voice chimed in from behind once more. Oh, look at this failed top scorer acting all high and mighty, ignoring the others. Zhang Yang continued his derision without reservation. Xiao Heng, are you really going to bother with a mosquito that could be swatted away with a single slap? Zhang Heng countered Zhao Yu's inquiry with a light laugh. What did you say? Brat, do you dare call me a fly? You are asking for trouble. The remarkable Zhang Yang, who has managed to ascend to the first rank, undeniably possesses a certain talent. For instance, his auditory skills are slightly superior to those of an ordinary martial artist. However, Zhang Heng had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Yang swiftly opened the car door and dashed forward with remarkable speed, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Heng had entrusted Xiao Wu to his companion, Xiong Enning, and under Zhang Yang's watchful gaze, he quickly pivoted. With no hesitation, Zhang Heng delivered a forceful kick to Zhang Yang's abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Yang was sent sprawling backward, and Zhang Heng, exhibiting a speed that left Zhang Yang bewildered, followed up with a swift slap to Zhang Yang's left cheek that as Zhang Heng landed. He remained upright, quickly regaining his balance. After all, he was a professional martial artist with a modicum of strength. Yet he chose not to pursue further, instead stating coolly, if I were you, I would opt to challenge the Martial Arts Association to prove my abilities, rather than venting useless frustrations here. Unfortunately, you lack the qualifications to challenge me. Next time, remember to thoroughly research your opponent before taking action. Having said that, Zhang Heng adjusted his trousers and departed, for not everyone is worth engaging with. Yet individuals who disregard the safety of others certainly require a lesson. Kid, you're looking for... Zhang Heng was interrupted as he was seized by someone emerging from the passenger seat. What is going on? Zhang Yang turned, glaring at his underling, whose expression was exceedingly grim. Yang Ge, I just casually looked up Zhang Heng's information, and his underling stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Spit it out, don't waste my time. Zhang Heng, unable to bear the humiliation, prepared to move forward, but was once again restrained by his subordinate. You, Zhang Yang, ready to unleash a tirade, suddenly caught sight of his underling holding up a phone before him, displaying the information obtained from the Martial Arts Association regarding Zhang Heng. Everything appeared normal, except for the martial artist rank, which bore 4 striking characters that made Zhang Yang's pupils constrict. The phrase professional second rank pierced his perception like a sharp needle. And in that moment, he comprehended the implications of Zhang Heng's assertion that he lacked qualifications. Professional second rank. The once arrogant Zhang Yang was now utterly dumbfounded. The few followers who had intended to encircle him came to a halt, for they could not afford to provoke a first rank like Zhang Yang, yet they certainly could not contend with a second rank like Zhang Heng. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that none of them could afford the confrontation. Unbeknownst to the composed Zhang Heng, who was oblivious to the turmoil behind him, Xiong Enning was filled with excitement. Oh ho ho! Xiao Heng, is this how professional martial artists engage in combat? Your speed is astonishing. Xiong Enning exclaimed, gazing at the video recently recorded by Huang Ziru. Indeed, Huang Ziru had inadvertently captured the scene as he noticed Zhang Yang and his companions tailing them and had casually turned on his camera to record. Chapter 51, Sacrifice to Save Others. Zhang Heng's field of study was agronomy, a discipline that has been continuously taught since the establishment of Huagua, or rather, one could say that the history of Huagua over thousands of years is inextricably linked to this subject. As the sole agricultural institution in Nanlin, Nanlin Agricultural University boasts an expansive campus, a significant portion of which is designated as a practical skills training base. The training base is separated from the teaching area by a small river, with the training area situated on a steep incline where several loose boulders are positioned along the karst topography. Zhang Heng and his companions trailed at the rear of a group of over 200 students who had just completed their class at the mountain training base and were preparing to return to the teaching area. While there was a wide road designated for this purpose, it was rather circuitous, and as a result, few students opted to use it during class transitions. Engaged in conversation with Xiong Enning, Zhang Heng suddenly halted, then surged forward, shouting, "Li Shujia, watch out!" As he rushed forward, Zhang Heng reached into his backpack for his ever-ready short knife and discarded the bag onto the ground. Upon hearing her name called, Li Shujia turned just in time to see a massive rock plummeting down the slope. Perilously close to crushing her, in a split second, a figure lunged forward. Zhang Heng had calculated that regardless of whether he warned Li Shujia, she would be in danger, and there were several other girls nearby who were also at risk of being crushed. With no time for further contemplation, Zhang Heng activated his camouflage armor and positioned himself in front of Li Shujia, using the short knife as a simple buffer. However, just as Zhang Heng made contact with the boulder, Li Shujia was abruptly yanked away by another figure. It wasn't he until the force of his arms and the knife could no longer withstand the weight that Zhang Heng fully engaged his released armor to brace against the falling rock. When he finally stabilized against the boulder, his back foot had sunk into the soil beside the stone pavement, while his front foot had crushed the slate beneath him. That's the primary party involved. Li Shujia stood there, dumbstruck, her mind blank. Witnesses in the vicinity gasped in astonishment, while those who had not witnessed the event began to inquire about it. Zhang Heng, are you all right? Zhu Yu, the girl who had pulled Li Shujia away, was the first to react, expressing her concern. After a pause, she added, "Actually, I could have pulled Shujia away." This girl, named Zhu Yu, was an amateur 6th rank, a person of notable strength in the class, second only to Zhang Heng. "There's another path below," Zhang Heng confirmed, surveying the trees behind him. Indeed, there was a pathway along the riverbank, and at that moment, a pair of individuals were making their way along it. Xiao Heng, are you okay? Xiong Enning and the others rushed over in a flurry. Zhang Heng. Xiao Wu also scampered over, leaping into Zhang Heng's embrace. I'm fine. It's just a torn shirt. I can change when I get back. Zhang Heng replied with a smile. As Xiao Wu jumped into his arms. Zhang Heng had already retracted his armor, but once it was gone, his upper body was exposed, revealing that his ordinary clothing lacked the combat suit's design. That was just Xiao Heng's armor, wasn't he? It looked so cool. Zhao Yu remarked, his voice tinged with admiration. Yes, quite impressive, though the color is overly flamboyant. Huang Ziru added, the mention of color. Zhang Heng couldn't help but twitch his lips. The bright red armor was indeed rather ostentatious. That a few minutes later, the school cordoned off the area and conducted a thorough investigation. The cause of the boulder's dislodgement was quickly uncovered. A nest of rats had burrowed beneath it, compromising its foundation. During the inspection, due to the absence of previous incidents involving falling rocks, no thorough examination had been conducted. The school initially intended to commend Zhang Heng and publicly recognize him, but the rarely seen principal unexpectedly intervened, halting the commendation and suggesting that the school prepare materials to submit to the Nanlin Safety Bureau to request the removal of Zhang Heng's low-risk warning label. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Heng received new mission details. Mission 4. Area 3 Exploration Objective. Investigate unknown territory and circumstances reward. Completion reward number of participants. 5 mission duration. Starting November 11th acceptance. Yes, on the morning of the 11th. Under the leadership of Fu Qigong, Zhang Heng and his team ventured into the designated mission area. However, the complexity of this region far exceeded the difficulties encountered in Zhang Heng's previous missions, and he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Attention, the situation exceeds expectations. The risk rating for the mission has increased. Remain vigilant, Fu Qigong promptly advised. Beware of firearms. Zhang Heng suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Xiao Heng? Fu Qigong inquired, perplexed at its gut feeling. I sense there are people underground. Zhang Heng replied after a moment of hesitation. Xiao Heng, repeat that .my equipment shows no signs of large biological activity below. Came the voice of Fu Kaiwen through the earpiece. This place feels strange. There were signs of activity not long ago, and the methods are familiar to me. Therefore, I suspect there are individuals beneath this deep pit, and the entrance might not be located here. Zhang Heng explained, drawing from his own experiences. Xiao Heng's perspective isn't without merit. In karst topography, there are passageways everywhere. Xiao Wen, take a closer look. Lu Lao, who rarely spoke, chimed in, but his words were always significant. Xiao Heng, you go observe alongside Kaiwen. You have experience. Fu Qigong issued a new command. After a while, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow as he approached Fu Kaiwen to observe together. If there were indeed people below, they would have already been fully exposed. That Fu Kaiwen boldly stood on a rock to examine the pit. There appeared to be no one in the pit. In the nearby vicinity, he could see clearly with the naked eye, revealing only dense woods or shrubs. Furthermore, the detection equipment indicated no signs of large animal activity in the distance. Could we have misidentified the mission point? There is nothing here. Fu Kaiwen couldn't help but exclaim. The location is correct. Keep searching. The company has never erred in intelligence gathering. Fu Qigong ordered as he arrived, then paused before asking, Xiao Heng, have you found anything? Nothing. The closer we get, the less evidence of activity there is. In the visible areas of the pit, there are no signs of movement, yet I still feel something is amiss. The biological levels are too low. Zhang Heng swiftly recounted all that he knew. Indeed, the biological specimens found within the pit were both inferior in quality and diverse in nature, ranging from wild animals to second-tier beasts. Such a variety could only exist in a completely isolated ecological system. Otherwise, it would be impossible, and it was evident that this location did not meet those criteria. That Fu Chuan also spoke up. Chapter 52. The Epiphany of Dripping Water. Let us descend and investigate. The objective of this mission is to explore. And this site is our target. Fu Qigong made an immediate decision. Chiwen would descend first to scout, and we would follow 100 meters behind him. Upon hearing the command, Zhang Heng promptly retrieved a rapid descent rope from his backpack and began to prepare it for use. The rope was quite slender, roughly the size of a slightly thicker fishing line, yet this seemingly insignificant coil cost an exorbitant 11,000 per meter. Fortunately, this time the company had provided each person with one, as Zhang Heng would have been reluctant to purchase over 200 meters of such rope himself. Each individual moved swiftly and with expertise. In contrast, Zhang Heng's pace was somewhat slower, having only been acquainted with this equipment for 2 months. While the others were seasoned veterans with years of experience, Fu Qiwen's voice crackled through the earpiece. The shallowest point is 157 meters from the pit's rim, and the depths are expected to exceed 300 meters, necessitating 2 separate descents. Half an hour later, the 5 of them successfully reached the deepest point of the pit, which was a staggering 323 meters below the surface. Children, are there any signs of human activity or other anomalies? The priestess Wang Levexuan asked softly. None for now. Everything appears normal, yet it is too normal, Zhang Heng replied, unable to discern any irregularities. That shouldn't such a specimen be out of place here? Elder L gestured toward a stone wall nearby. This plant appears to be a type of tropical fruit. Fu Qiwen, being the closest, was the first to speak up. How could a tropical fruit plant grow here? It seems it would take several months to reach this height. Although Fu Qigong appeared somewhat rough around the edges, he was in fact quite knowledgeable, which was essential for his role as the team leader. That moment, a droplet of water had condensed to its limit atop a small blade of grass on the cliff face. And just as Zhang Heng passed beneath it, the droplet fell, landing squarely on his forehead. Initially, Zhang Heng paid it no mind, merely lowering his head to wipe it away. However, in doing so, he suddenly froze. Who says anomalies must be at the bottom of the pit? He exclaimed as he swiftly retreated to observe the area above the tropical fruit plant. Approximately 100 meters overhead, there was a line of small trees connecting to a shallower section, forming a circle around the cliff. This circle of small trees appeared quite ordinary, yet directly above the tropical fruit plant, the density of the evergreen broadleaf trees was noticeably greater than that of the surrounding species. The density of those broadleaf trees significantly surpassed the average density at the pit's bottom, and the movement of the leaves in that area was also markedly more vigorous. Upon confirming his suspicions, Zhang Heng immediately reported, "There is a shadow, possibly an entrance. I will investigate." Fu Qiwen acted promptly, stating, "There is indeed an entrance here, and the trees show signs of being cleared. There are indications of human activity." 10 minutes later, Fu Qiwen's voice came from 100 meters above. "I found it. Let's go. Qiwen will lead the way, and Zhang Heng will stay at the entrance." Fu Qigong made a swift decision. Zhang Heng was taken aback. It was clear that Fu Qigong did not wish for him to take risks, but he was not the type to shy away so easily. "Did I obey the command? I am the leader." Just as Zhang Heng was about to request to enter the cave together, Fu Qigong ruthlessly declined. "Understood." Although Zhang Heng was reluctant, obeying orders was of utmost importance, especially considering the care shown by his comrades. For those with such prowess, 100 meters was merely a 5-minute endeavor, and by this time, Fu Qiwen had already cleared the entrance concealed behind the thicket. "Children, be careful outside. I will be out shortly." The priestess Wang Levexuan softly reassured Zhang Heng. "Xiao Heng, we are not the only team on this mission. Stay alert for other teammates that if the task concludes and we have not emerged, you must return." Fu Qigong quickly issued this directive to Zhang Heng, primarily to ensure that their group would not endanger him should they encounter peril. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded vigorously. "You all be safe, and if you encounter anyone, exercise caution with your secret techniques." After the group turned, Zhang Heng added, "All right, sister, I understand." The priestess Wang Levexuan responded first, followed by Fu Qigong and Elder El acknowledging in succession. After some time within the cave, the priestess suddenly inquired, "Father, have we encountered enemies?" "There is a significant likelihood. Maintain a positive mindset," Elder El replied. "But father, I have been executing missions for 5 years, predominantly facing beasts or exotic creatures." The tone of El Xuanjia lacked her usual composure. "This is a process you must endure. Both you and Qiwen need to face a life-and-death trial to truly grow." Elder El spoke gently, as if recounting an ordinary matter. "This is bad. We have lost contact. Qiwen and Xiao Heng cannot be reached. Hurry." Fu Qigong suddenly exclaimed in a state of urgency. Simultaneously, Fu Qiwen, scouting ahead, heard voices and was about to report when a large-caliber bullet whizzed past, severing the communication signal. Outside the cave, Zhang Heng had been waiting for 6 hours, nearing half an hour of lost contact. As for Fu Qigong's directive to return upon mission completion, it was inconceivable to Zhang Heng. He would never abandon his teammates. The scent of blood and gunpowder. Something is amiss. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed as he suddenly plunged into the cave. Inside the cavern, Fu Qigong and his team were locked in a standoff. "Children of God," Fu Qigong gasped, having been struck by a large-caliber sniper round that moment. He and Elder El, along with Fu Qiwen, had completely lost contact, with only El Xuanjie remaining by his side. An hour prior, after Fu Qiwen had been ambushed, hidden assailants had launched their attack on Fu Qigong and the others. After 30 minutes of combat, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Both sides were nearly evenly matched. Yet the enemy had a sniper concealed in the shadows. Though the bullets inflicted minimal damage, this ordinary marksman had disrupted the balance of power to Fu Qigong. A weak voice emerged from the darkness. Lin Gang was startled, but quickly regained his composure to ponder the source and owner of the voice. Could it be a teammate from the company? "Who are you?" Fu Qigong inquired warily. "I am Lian Dui from Team 209. We have confirmed that this is a warehouse of the Children of God," Lian Dui replied, his voice sounding faint, likely due to severe injury. "Lian Dui, how are you holding up?" "Hang in there." Fu Qigong recognized Lian Dui, who had joined the company 2 years after him. "Look for an opportunity, find a chance to break out." Lian Dui's voice grew quieter. Chapter 53. Zhang Heng to the rescue. At this moment, Zhang Heng was racing forward with great haste, accustomed to the darkness. He moved with an agility that surpassed the ordinary, covering the distance in half an hour that took Fu Qigong and the others 3 hours to traverse. The scent of blood intensified, and there were numerous gunmen. He needed to locate them first. Zhang Heng quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, he could hear the clash of swords of AS for the gunmen. They hid in the shadows, equipped with silencers. However, despite 2 centuries of advancements, complete soundproofing remained elusive. Moreover, the trajectory of bullets was a glaring giveaway of their positions, allowing Zhang Heng to quickly pinpoint the general vicinity of the shooters. Before entering the battlefield, Zhang Heng had removed all electronic devices from his person to avoid detection by specialized equipment, thus preventing his position from being compromised. But he soon found himself behind the gunman, who, perhaps feeling invulnerable, had fired at several locations without changing position, making it easy for Zhang Heng to track him down. The gunman stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, newly entered into the 4th tier. With a robust physique, Zhang Heng preliminarily assessed that he was not particularly swift. Observing the marksman, he noted that he was also a novice in the 4th tier and well-proportioned. He estimated he could eliminate him in a minute. As Zhang Heng confirmed the gunman's position, he thought to himself that on a platform 200 meters away, a heavily tattooed man smirked derisively at Fu Qigong's hiding place. That I wonder why you so-called professional hunters can't stick to hunting your beasts and monsters and instead come here to seek your own demise, minding other people's business. He scoffed. Were it not for that pesky fly in the shadows, I would have already dispatched you with a single stroke. Fu Qigong's voice echoed from behind a rock wall. Haha, that is our advantage. You will soon meet your teammates. Upon concluding his statement, he delivered a powerful kick to the corpse of Lien Dui, sending it crashing against the wall. Afterward, the burly man rushed forward without a hint of concern, forcing the already retreating Fu Qigong to abandon the shelter of the stone wall and engage in combat. As the formidable figure closed in, Fu Qigong, steeling himself, emerged from behind cover and swung his blade in confrontation. Their swords clashed, yet contrary to his expectations, no bullet was fired. Fu Qigong felt a surge of joy, while the burly man was taken aback, immediately exclaiming into his earpiece, "Huangjiu, what is happening over there?" Receiving no response, he instead heard the sound of metal colliding. Seizing this opportunity, Fu Qigong swiftly retaliated with his knife. The metallic noise was clearly the work of Zhang Heng, who, at the very moment Fu Qigong stepped out from his cover, had effortlessly severed the observer's head with his dark blade. The unarmored skin offered no resistance, akin to slicing through tofu. Huangjiu, preparing to fire, was startled by the sudden attack, yet his remarkable skill allowed him to promptly block the incoming strike, following which he swiftly activated his armor. The design of the armor was identical to that which Zhang Heng had seen over a year ago on Huangqi, indicating that this group was indeed affiliated with the Children of God. Zhang Heng harbored no sympathy for this organization. Huangjiu barely lasted 20 seconds under Zhang Heng's onslaught. Despite being of the same grade, the disparity in strength between the early and late stages was not typically so pronounced. Yet Zhang Heng's ferocity in combat was unparalleled. This same scene repeated itself over the next half hour, as he systematically eliminated 6 groups of snipers, with the first 2 taken down being of the 4th rank, while the others were of the 3rd. Notably, 2 individuals bore a similar age to Zhang Heng. He chose not to eliminate them, but instead bound them, pondering that perhaps they had parents who might be concerned for their well-being. As for the others, they appeared to be seasoned veterans, and Zhang Heng did not grant them any chance to impede his actions. With the dark gunfire silenced, the 8 individuals trapped in various locations began to resist. However, at that moment, Lu Xuanjie found herself in a precarious situation, facing 2 equally matched opponents. Perhaps sensing the tide of battle turning against them due to the absence of the gunmen, they intensified their assault. Striving to conclude the skirmish swiftly, the 3 engaged in a tense standoff. A shadow suddenly darted from the base of the stone wall, moving with remarkable speed, its dark blade seemingly slicing through the very light itself. The figure was none other than Zhang Heng, who, having dealt with the gunmen, rushed to aid the most vulnerable, the shaman Wang. The nearest target, a gaunt man of the 5th rank, swiftly became Zhang Heng's focus. Utilizing the first technique of the dark ink, Zhang Heng aimed to conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. This marked his first encounter with a 5th rank adversary, leaving no room for error. The dark tendrils of the dark ink became erratic, and the gaunt man's pupils constricted as he sensed a tremendous threat emanating from this 4th rank high-stage opponent. True to his usual style, Zhang Heng unleashed a full-force strike, inflicting a grievous wound upon the gaunt man's abdomen. slicing through his armor and creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. The other opponent was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. But at that moment, he was powerless to intervene. Upon witnessing Zhang Heng's arrival, Lu Xuanjie seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack, gradually gaining the upper hand. Zhang Heng, however, would not relent after a single successful strike. He knew he could not afford to pause until his opponent was incapacitated. The gaunt man wielded a sword, a European short sword, granting him a significant advantage in close quarters. Unfortunately for him, he faced Zhang Heng, who excelled at mid-range combat. Even more daunting was Zhang Heng's terrifying legwork. Each kick felt like being struck by an iron rod. Yet, Zhang Heng denied him any chance to close the distance. Continually wielding the dark ink to maintain control of the engagement, "Modi, retreat," shouted the other man, who was being pressed by Lu Xuanjie. Zhang Heng could not discern the content of the shout, as it was beyond his understanding. The gaunt man, now firmly at a disadvantage and on the brink of bleeding out, suddenly summoned all his strength to resist upon hearing his comrade's cry. "Troubling," Zhang Heng murmured, then, after a moment's pause, gritted his teeth and declared, "You won't escape, even with your secret technique," that he unleashed the first form of the Nine Dragons technique, a gift from his elder. The initial practice of the Nine Dragons technique was somewhat less challenging than that of the Dark Ink, and Zhang Heng had already mastered its first two forms. The spiraling movements of the coiled dragon caught the gaunt man off guard. He had not anticipated that a weaker opponent would dare to engage him while he unleashed his secret technique. The strange steps swiftly ensnared him within Zhang Heng's attack range, rendering his agility moot. The other adversary, distracted by the gaunt man's predicament, failed to notice Lu Xuanjie seizing the moment to inflict a wound upon his neck. In her first act of lethal force, Lu Xuanjie remained unresponsive, focused solely on providing swift assistance to Zhang Heng, who was outmatched. With her involvement, the battle became considerably simpler. The already disadvantaged gaunt man could no longer hope to contend against two opponents. Within 5 minutes, he was thoroughly defeated by Zhang Heng. "Thank you, Xiao Heng." Lu Xuanjie expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her demeanor shifting from that of a seasoned driver to one of genuine appreciation that you're welcome. "We are teammates," Zhang Heng replied, panting heavily. The exertion of employing two techniques had taken its toll, and after catching his breath for a moment, he added, "Let us move. Others require assistance." With that, he turned toward the direction of Lu Lao. Though Lu Xuanjie was also significantly drained, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. To be why this time, Lu Lao's confrontation was nearing its conclusion. His opponent, a short and portly man, was being outmaneuvered by the cunning Li Lao, who had scarcely been affected by the gunfire. Without the gunman's protection, the adversary quickly fell under Li Lao's pressure and was preparing to retreat after receiving the withdrawal orders. The portly man exerted himself and managed to evade Lu Lao's onslaught. But as he fled a short distance, he collided with Zhang Heng and Lu Xuanjie. Zhang Heng delivered a powerful strike that sent him stumbling back several meters, allowing Lu Lao and Lu Xuanjie to capitalize on the moment and incapacitate him with a flurry of attacks. After subduing the portly man, Lu Xuanjie abruptly leaped into Lu Lao's embrace and burst into tears. That at just 26 years old, a graduate of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, she had received numerous tempting offers from professional teams upon graduation. However, out of concern for Lu Lao's previous injuries, she chose to join Fandashi. Over the past 4 years, she had faced countless dangers, but this was her first encounter with such fatal circumstances. The Fu brothers, though somewhat less gifted, had been with the company for several years and had experienced life and death together. All members of the Children of God organization received orders to retreat, and Zhang Heng's side had also suffered considerable losses, thus they did not pursue. This battle exacted a heavy toll on Zhang Heng and his companions. Fortuitously, Zhang Heng's group was relatively fortunate, as they had entered the battlefield later due to the distance, resulting in only Fu Kaiwen sustaining significant injuries. The remaining 4, including Zhang Heng, merely bore minor wounds. Zhang Heng's injury had been incurred while assisting another group of wounded comrades in combat against their opponents. The other group of 5, also affiliated with Fandashi's Hunter Company, had been tasked with the same mission but had found their way into a different pit when Zhang Heng and his team rescued them. They were all gravely injured. The seemingly unremarkable Fu Kaiwen had surprisingly managed to defeat an opponent in a fierce struggle, and when Fu Qigong located him, Fu Kaiwen was covered in wounds. As for Lian Dui, There was nothing anyone could do. In a bid to shield his teammates during their escape, he had continually exposed himself to the enemy's blades, despite Fu Qigong's desperate attempts. He could not save him. Once the wounded were stabilized, Lu Lao and Zhang Heng pushed open the doors to the main warehouse of the Children of God organization in the Qian Pit area. Inside the warehouse, there were no surprises. Just as Zhang Heng had anticipated, all valuable materials had been removed, leaving behind only inconsequential items. Zhang Heng and Lu Lao meticulously inspected the few remaining boxes to see if anything of worth had been overlooked. Only a handful of wooden boxes remained, containing jade ores, common minerals, and ordinary medicines, all of minimal value. At most, the jade might yield a fortunate find. Zhang Heng scrutinized these items due to regulations that mandated significant discoveries be reported to the state for unified handling. Yet, as contributors, private entities retained rights to a portion of the spoils, excluding essential intelligence and strategic resources. After examining the remaining wooden boxes, Zhang Heng found himself staring at the fifth-to-last box for an unusually long time. Inside lay a peculiar dark object, its nature uncertain. Was it a stone? Zhang Heng initially intended to overlook it, yet inexplicably, he paused and took a closer look. Xiao Heng, what is it? Lu Lao noticed Zhang Heng lingering before that particular box longer than the others. Lu Lao, I just find this stone rather strange. Zhang Heng replied candidly. Oh, is that so? I pondered whether there might be something of value that even Elder L could find intriguing. This material doesn't feel like stone at all. If you're interested, you can take this piece later. After confirming it wasn't a precious item, Elder L casually remarked. Zhang Heng, after a brief inspection, continued to open the remaining boxes, but was met with a lack of surprises. Only that dark, obscure object piqued his curiosity slightly, for its origins. It was no different from the other stones. Merely a deception prepared by the divine organization to swindle ordinary people for funds. The following afternoon, Zhang Heng left the small shop with a grim expression, leaving behind a cacophony of laughter. After the military intervened to clear the warehouse, Zhang Heng and his companions each selected a few raw stones in hopes of fortune. Naturally, Zhang Heng chose the black stone along with another larger raw specimen. When they brought the stones to the jade shop for cutting, the experts there barely glanced at the larger stone. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Heng inquired about the outcome, only to have the expert produce a small hammer and break the stone open, casually declaring it to be artificial for the dark stone. It too was cut, revealing that it was indeed synthetic. However, due to the craftsmanship dating back over 200 years, its true nature was not immediately apparent. Fortunately, it encased a piece of low-quality red jade, measuring over 20 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width, resembling a sword's hilt with its symmetrical ends, making it impossible to distinguish the top from the bottom. The hilt was intricately detailed, yet marred by a fine crack running through the center. According to the jade shop's assessment, it could have been worth around 10,000, but that crack rendered it utterly valueless. In contrast, Elder L, who also had raw stones, managed to cut out a fine jade piece and sold it for over $1 million, while the others, though fewer in number, still gained several thousand for Zhang Heng. He ended up losing 10,000 in cutting fees. The little one is truly unfortunate. Both pieces were artificial. The merciless laughter of the witch queen echoed as Zhang Heng exited the shop, lingering in the air. Indeed, little Heng's fortune was rather dismal. Fu Qigong wore a faint smile. Fu Qiwen had escaped danger, but would need months of rest that don't speak nonsense. Luck can still be considered favorable. Among so many stones, he managed to select 2 of the rare artificial ones, one of which even dated back over 200 years, remarked a diner who had been quietly listening to Zhang Heng's predicament. Suppressing a laugh, I suspect you are mocking Zhang Heng, yet I have no evidence. Even the usually serious chef couldn't help but jest today. Oh dear, even the chef is laughing. This little one is truly remarkable. Ha! The witch queen's laughter resonated once more from within the shop. From now on, I will never touch raw stones again. I would rather have a box of cold medicine, Zhang Heng silently vowed. After a moment's thought, he softly said, when we return, let Xiao Wu play with it. But then he reconsidered, thinking it unwise to let Xiao Wu handle such a cursed object, after wrestling with his thoughts. Zhang Heng inexplicably did not discard the unfortunate item. Instead, he casually placed it into the backpack behind him. Chapter 55. Master Fan, and his disciple upon returning to the dormitory. Xiong Enning keenly sensed that Zhang Heng's mood seemed slightly off, prompting her to inquire further. Consequently, Xiong Enning, Zhao Yu, and Huang Ziru found themselves laughing so hard during dinner that their stomachs ached. Even Xiao Wu, who usually sided with Zhang Heng, could not suppress her laughter for a considerable time. The following day, the entire class was aware of the incident, and as Zhang Heng attended class, many wished him a swift transition from misfortune to success. That it was said that this tale eventually spread throughout the entire Nanjing Agricultural University. Though its veracity could not be confirmed, as for the warehouse data, Dewey and his group had already gathered it before Fu Qigong and the others arrived. They were discovered while retreating. Zhang Heng made significant contributions to the completion of this mission. First by suddenly appearing to eliminate a sniper that had been disrupting the balance of battle, and then by standing firm against several fifth-tier adversaries with his fourth-tier prowess, after the task concluded. Fan Master S. Hunter Company awarded Zhang Heng 10 million in rewards, and a while later, the government granted him 1 million for his outstanding contributions, along with a suitable scabbard for an ink-black blade. As requested by the chef, such a substantial reward delighted Zhang Heng immensely, marking a crucial step towards his first small goal. Xiao Heng, how did you get injured during your mission? After class, Xiong Enning inquired, glancing at the wound on Zhang Heng's hand. All missions carry risks. Accidents are inevitable, Zhang Heng replied calmly. Just be more careful. You still have Xiao Wu to look after. Xiong Enning gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, speaking tenderly. Yes, I know that I have Xiao Wu. I take care of her now, and in the future, she will take care of me. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, then turned to look at Xiao Wu with tenderness, a first glimpse of emotion breaking through his usually placid demeanor. Huang Ziru, walking behind, keenly observed Zhang Heng's changing state. Hey Xiao Heng, how about we go to Central Street this weekend? You could use a little break. Zhao Yu suddenly suggested, or rather, it was a request he had received from someone else. That sounds good. I've been wanting to take Xiao Wu shopping for clothes, but without Xiao Heng, I couldn't possibly take her out. Xiong Enning eagerly agreed, having also been arranged as a supporter. Sure, sounds good. By the way, do you know where houses are for sale? Zhang Heng readily accepted, though he felt puzzled by the way Zhao Yu and Xiong Enning's heart rates quickened when discussing this. What houses for sale? Xiong Enning expressed her confusion. Xiao Heng, are you planning to look at houses? Huang Ziru, a seasoned salesperson who had earned over 1 million during high school, immediately caught on to the key information. Zhang Heng had often suspected that if Huang Ziru applied himself diligently, he could surely attend the best university. Buying a house. Doesn't that require a lot of money? Zhao Yu looked at Zhang Heng with curiosity. First, just to take a look, having a goal, I and Xiao Wu need a home. Zhang Heng nodded and said. Though his words seemed light, the hearts of the three sank slightly, sensing a hint of loneliness beneath Zhang Heng's calm tone. Are you planning to buy in Spring City or Shucheng? Huang Ziru quickly adjusted his demeanor and asked that I'm thinking of Spring City. It's convenient for returning to the border city. But what is this Shucheng you mentioned? Zhang Heng expressed his intention to buy in Spring City while also voicing his curiosity. That I know about that. Xiao Heng, you usually either train or attend classes, and your only leisure activity is playing with Xiao Wu. So you might not know how legendary Shucheng is, that it's famously known as the modern Sage District. Xiong Enning eagerly interjected, her eyes filled with longing for the place. What do you mean by that? Zhang Heng genuinely did not grasp the significance, only vaguely recalling snippets of conversations about Taoyuan Road in Shucheng. Shucheng is the largest and most developed city in Huagua. Its recognition on the international stage even surpasses that of the imperial capital, Huang Ziru explained to Zhang Heng, his tone tinged with excitement. Let me explain. The reason Shucheng became so prosperous traces back to a little shop on Taoyuan Road 200 years ago, run by a chef named Gao Li. His exquisite dishes attracted 2 renowned painters, a writer, and the best doctor in the world, among other luminaries from various fields, leading them all to reside there. Eventually, these individuals, including that chef, became some of the most famous figures of their time, Xiong Enning excitedly elaborated. That is the most widely circulated narrative, but I believe in another version, Huang Ziru countered, his tone resolute. You mean the fortune teller? Zhao Yu looked at him quizzically, and a look of confusion crossed Zhang Heng's face. The chef's little shop is on the west side, the painters' houses are to the north. The doctors and tech innovators reside to the east, and the business moguls live to the south. These individuals all surrounded a master and disciple located in the center. The majority of records indicate that this pair appeared during nearly all significant moments in their lives and were held in high regard. Huang Ziru spoke animatedly, having clearly invested considerable effort into researching this master-disciple duo. Little shop, little shop, little shop, Zhang Heng muttered to himself, suddenly reminded of the quaint little eatery run by the company's talented yet eccentric chef. Then a crucial question dawned upon him, and he hastily asked Huang Ziru, "What are the names of that master and disciple?" The master is referred to as Master Fan, while the disciple is called Le Bussy. Huang Ziru responded, "Could it be that this company was established by Master Fan?" Zhang Heng murmured to himself. Early Saturday morning, Huang Ziru, Zhao Yu, Xiong Enning, and Zhang Heng, cradling Xiao Wu, waited by the parking lot at school. "Aren't we heading to Central Street? Why are we at the parking lot?" Zhang Heng gazed at the three individuals with a look of confusion and inquired, "Why the hurry? We are merely waiting for a few people." Xiong Enning chuckled, his tone infused with an air of anticipation that they're coming. Xiao Rui, bring the car over. Zhao Yu suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Since Zhao Yu could see them, Zhang Heng naturally noticed as well. Not far away, three young women approached. Among them was Li Shujie, whom he had recently rescued, along with the formidable Zhu Yu and another girl named Chen Li. Before long, Huang Zirui's car came to a stop beside them, and the girls walked over to join the group. "Zhang Heng, it's rare for you to go shopping. Is it all right if we join you three?" The seemingly shy Chen Li was the first to speak, causing Zhang Heng to momentarily falter in response that, "Of course, let's go together." After a brief pause, Zhang Heng replied, internally pondering, "Why are girls behaving so unexpectedly nowadays?" Chen Li rarely initiated conversation. "Then let us go. Get in the car." "That I didn't expect Huang Zhiwei to be a hidden wealthy individual with a car," Zhu Yu remarked generously, pulling Li Shujie and Chen Li into Huang Zhiwei's vehicle. Meanwhile, the normally generous Li Shujie had yet to utter a word, appearing somewhat shy. Chapter 56. House Hunting, Part 1. The automated driving speed of the electric vehicle was remarkably swift. The 100-kilometer journey took less than 40 minutes. Upon stepping out of the car, Zhang Heng momentarily stood still, for it was his first visit to the heart of a colossal city. Towering skyscrapers loomed in every direction, with the tallest exceeding 1,000 meters. Martial arts should be the highest peak I strive to ascend. Yet at present, I am merely an ordinary member of the masses. Zhang Heng couldn't help but reflect. "Zhang Heng, what are you pondering?" A timid voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned to see Li Shujie standing behind him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Nothing much, just marveling at how tall these buildings are," he replied after a moment of observing her discomfort. "Come on, this is nothing. The skyscrapers in the Magic City are truly impressive." Zhao Yu clapped Zhang Heng on the shoulder and said, "Who is currently the strongest among the younger generation?" Zhang Heng suddenly turned to Huang Zhiwei, who had just walked by, inadvertently leaving Li Shujie momentarily unattended. "I isn't the strongest among the younger generation, you," Huang Zhiwei retorted without hesitation. "Where could one find a second 18-year-old second tier?" "Indeed, that is what we all believe," Li Shujie chimed in, seeking to reclaim her presence after being overlooked by Zhang Heng. "That no, I meant someone extraordinarily powerful. The younger, the better." Zhang Heng hesitated before continuing. "Someone to aspire to that AS for now. I'm not too sure." "Historically, it would undoubtedly be Li Ting," Li Shujie admitted, revealing her recent crash course in martial arts knowledge. Jin Yifan from the Divine Court, 27 years old, just broke through to the 7th tier a month ago. Hailed as the most promising super genius to reach the 9th tier before turning 30, Huang Zhiwei read from his phone. "Dada, Huang Zhu, do you really need to read that from your phone?" Zhu Yu teased from the front. "Dada, this is too far from me. I'm not a computer." Huang Zhui awkwardly defended himself after a moment of silence. "That you're still young. There's no need to pressure yourself so much," Li Shujie said hesitantly, her expression turning serious. Her round face puffed up adorably, nearly rivaling Xiao Wu in cuteness. "That I'm merely gathering some information to see if I have any opportunities." Zhang Heng feigned nonchalance, internally urging himself to strive for a 5th-tier advancement. Seeing Zhang Heng's relaxed demeanor, Li Shujie's expression returned to a normal smile, though she had mentally scolded him countless times for remaining unfazed by her attempts at charm. "Oh, Zhang Heng, look. Stones. Xiao Wu in Zhang Heng's arms suddenly pointed excitedly at a jade shop, exclaiming, Zhang Heng's expression darkened. Xiao Wu, has Xiong Enning led you astray? You are forbidden from playing with him in the future. Zhao Yu burst into laughter. Haha. Huang Zhui joined in. Haha. Zhu Yu added, Xiao Wu is quite the spirited little one. Li Shujie and Chun Li stifled their giggles behind their hands. Just then, Xiong Enning ambled from the front to scoop up Xiao Wu, proclaiming with a righteous tone, Zhang Heng, do not wrongfully accuse. This fascination with stones clearly originated from Zhao Yu. I have been diligently teaching Xiao Wu her letters. Zhao Yu, still chuckling at Zhang Heng, paused at Xiong Enning's declaration and then mischievously suggested, should I reveal your teaching methods from a few days ago for everyone to see? The group spent the entire morning exploring the central streets, during which the three young women hardly paused. Even Zhang Heng, with his extraordinary physical prowess, began to feel weary. How can girls be so relentless in their shopping? Even Xiao Wu, Zhang Heng murmured, observing Xiao Wu, who was being led joyfully by Li Shujie and Chun Li Sai. Who would disagree? This is exhausting. Zhao Yu lamented as he leaned against Huang Zhui, looking utterly drained. Xiao Heng, are we still going to view the houses? I feel as if I can't walk anymore. Xiong Enning slumped onto a public bench. Zhui, do we really need to walk this much for house hunting? Zhang Heng asked with concern. As per your request, I found developers offering panoramic views. We could simply sit on the couch and enjoy refreshments. Huang Zhui replied weakly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch, the group arrived at a sales hall specializing in high-end villas located on the outskirts of the city. Zhang Heng chose high-end villas primarily for their tranquility and privacy, especially since Xiao Wu preferred having her own little space like Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang. More importantly, Zhang Heng could earn a substantial income. With his current capabilities, he could make over 10 million a month, and as his strength grew, so did his earnings. Presently, he had several million on hand, making a 10% down payment manageable, while he could gradually repay the remainder. As for the herbs and items urgently needed for Zhang Heng's advancement, he had already devised alternative plans. Huang Zhui, what are you all doing here? Isn't this a place for selling villas? This must be quite pricey, Zhu Yu inquired curiously, though her tone remained steady and she merely described the prices as quite expensive. Rich women are simply incomparable. What Zhu Yu deemed quite expensive was likely exorbitantly high. Having spent the morning shopping, Li Shujie regained her vivacity and was the first to express her thoughts. This is far more costly than anticipated. I'll need several years to earn this kind of money. Zhang Heng calculated his finances and earning potential, unable to suppress a mental sigh. By the way, Huang Zhui, could you clarify what you're doing here? Shujie, don't go astray. Chun Li interjected, tugging at Li Shujie's sleeve. Oh, Xiao Heng intends to purchase a house, and I found this place for him as per his request, Huang Zhui explained, glancing at Zhang Heng. As they entered the sales hall, the sales staff, although slightly surprised, approached them with commendable professionalism. Huang Zhui spoke in a casual tone, having already been astonished before, yet he still felt a hint of excitement upon visiting such a sales office for the first time. However, the reaction was markedly different among the three young women. Zhu Yu, who likely had a home similar to this, was the first to react, but remained polite, merely casting a surprised glance at Zhang Heng. Wow, how much will this cost? Zhang Heng? Li Shujie pondered aloud, her first reaction fixating on the substantial expense Zhang Heng would incur. Hello, gentlemen and ladies, please come this way. I am the sales consultant. Li Wen. May I ask if you have any intention of purchasing a property? A young sales consultant approached them with a smile. Oh, this gentleman intends to take a look. Huang Zhui gestured towards Zhang Heng, who was walking beside Li Shujie. All right, please follow me, and I will show you the 3D model of the community. The sales consultant, Li Wen, expertly led them to a display of the three-dimensional projection. Zhang Heng was quite impressed with the consultant, noting her earnestness in attending to their young group. However, his keen hearing picked up an incongruous remark from a distance. Jin Jie, do you think Li Wen is foolish? That group of kids clearly looks like students just wandering in to kill time. A rather attractive consultant disdainfully observed Li Wen, the sales consultant assisting Zhang Heng and his group. Just a rookie, flailing in desperation. After all, the year is coming to an end, and the company wants to keep idle personnel. Another sales consultant murmured softly, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone, and his attire was notably darker, clearly indicating his status as a junior supervisor. In Chapter 57, Purchasing a Home, Part 2, this supervisor had clashed with Li Wen, who stood before Zhang Heng over a property several months prior, which had since led to a relentless vendetta against her. Consequently, Li Wen had not managed to sell a single property in over 3 months. "May I ask how to address you, sir?" "Allow me to introduce our property types," Li Wen politely inquired of Zhang Heng. "My surname is Zhang. I would like to see some quieter residences," Zhang Heng replied with a smile. "Certainly, Mr. Zhang. Here are the advantages of our community. Based on your preferences, I recommend you consider these properties on the west side of Xingyue Lake. They are in close proximity to the lake and feature a relatively expansive green space, including a variety of fruit trees, which aligns with your housing requirements." Li Wen earnestly presented the options before her, the images on her device shifting continuously. However, Zhang Heng had already noticed her deliberate omission of several superior locations, which she seemed to avoid mentioning altogether. "Very well, but I observe that the buildings on the south side have even greater greenery and better seclusion. Why are you not introducing those to me? Have they already been purchased?" Zhang Heng expressed his preference for the properties that Li Wen was avoiding, including those that Xiong Enning, who was cradling Xiao Wu, also found appealing. "Mr. Zhang, to speak frankly," Li Wen hesitated for a moment, as if summoning her resolve. "That location is indeed the best, but there were 2 workers who tragically lost their lives during its construction. So, how can we proceed with that? I'm sorry, but let me take over from here." The supervisor, who had previously clashed with Li Wen, sternly reprimanded her before instantly adopting a conciliatory smile as he turned to Zhang Heng. Although Li Wen felt a pang of discomfort at being interrupted by her supervisor, she had no choice but to acquiesce that there's no need. Her presentation has been quite satisfactory. Please allow her to continue," Zhang Heng said, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice as he regarded this duplicitous woman. "Rest assured, sir, I am quite professional. Do not heed his misguided words. That location." The female supervisor attempted to interject, but Zhang Heng raised his hand to cut her off. "Thank you, but I would prefer to hear her presentation. Please step aside." Zhang Heng's tone grew, increasingly displeased. The female supervisor's expression stiffened, but clearly, this was not the time to lose her temper. Drawing upon her years of experience, she had noted Zhang Heng's genuine interest in purchasing a property and had sought an opportunity to secure the sale for herself. However, Zhang Heng's evident dissatisfaction with her demeanor compelled her to seek assistance from the manager, intending to have someone more closely affiliated with her come and take over the deal. "Please continue. I am unperturbed by past events. I am not superstitious," Zhang Heng said, softening his tone as he turned to Li Wen. "Very well, Mr. Zhang. Thank you." Li Wen, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. A few minutes later, a sharp-looking man approached Zhang Heng and the others, and a mere glance from him caused Li Wen, who had been diligently presenting, to lower her head and withdraw. The astute manager, wearing a beaming smile, approached Zhang Heng. "Mr. Zhang, this sales consultant lacks professionalism. Allow me to assist you instead. Our company was established over 200 years ago in Shu and has been engaged in high-end real estate for that duration. Our products are synonymous with premium quality." "She has already provided an introduction," Zhang Heng remarked as he glanced towards Li Wen. "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, our offerings are all high-end. The most affordable properties start at 300 million, and I believe I need not elaborate on your situation." The manager's tone was exceedingly courteous, yet his words were undeniably unpalatable, implying both disbelief in Zhang Heng's financial capacity and subtly highlighting his unique status. Those familiar with Zhang Heng were aware that he bore a low-level danger personnel warning label, a fact even Xiao Wu shared. As a professional real estate firm, Zhang Heng's information would immediately appear on their personnel list upon entry. This practice was not for the purpose of surveilling the public, but rather to enhance public safety, with all equipment provided by the city's management bureau. Only designated officials had the authority to access relevant information, while the corporate side displayed basic traffic data and special notes, akin to Zhang Heng's warning label. Initially, the astute manager had not paid Zhang Heng much mind, but upon hearing the female supervisor mention him, he took a closer look at Zhang Heng's information and was struck by his unique status. "Here is my work verification and financial proof.as for your warning label. I recall that your company has no regulations prohibiting individuals with warning labels from purchasing your properties. Legally, there are no restrictions on spending for those with yellow warning labels," Zhang Heng asserted, handing over documentation he had procured from the chef a few days prior, simultaneously expressing his dissatisfaction with the manager. The manager was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Zhang Heng's thoroughness. Yet, as a seasoned professional, he smoothly accepted Zhang Heng's verification card and handed it to the female supervisor beside him a moment later. Zhang Heng's financial proof and work verification appeared on the display screen, confirming that while he did not possess hundreds of millions, he indeed had purchasing power and was a professional martial artist affiliated with a hunter company. Simultaneously, the sales department supervisor, who had been sitting in the office, noticed the information. Typically, such data would not reach this space, as the sales department took great care in handling it, particularly when the name Fan Dashi appeared. He immediately burst through the office door and rushed over. "Sir, your documentation is indeed valid, but our community is exclusive. Only social elites or formidable martial artists reside here. While your capabilities are impressive, your circumstances are rather unique to we." The astute manager maintained a courteous tone, yet his words dripped with condescension. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the sales department supervisor, who hurried over. "I apologize, Mr. Zhang. Please forgive our lack of professionalism. I am the sales department supervisor, and I will assist you," he said, panting heavily yet speaking with great respect. He then shot a fierce glance at the astute manager and female supervisor, muttering under his breath, "I'll deal with you two later." Both the astute manager and Huang Ziru, along with Zhang Heng, were momentarily taken aback. "Is it true that I can purchase a property now?" Zhang Heng asked, quickly regaining his composure. "Yes, indeed. Which property are you interested in? I will provide you with the details today. And Mr. Zhang, let's head to the VIP room," the sales supervisor exclaimed. "There is no need for all that. Li Wen has already provided me with sufficient information. Let's proceed with the paperwork," Zhang Heng insisted, recalling Li Wen's professionalism. "Very well, I shall prepare the paperwork for you, Mr. Zhang. Please follow me," the sales supervisor replied, then turned to Li Wen nearby, saying, "Li Wen, come over and escort Mr. Zhang to the reception room. I will prepare the contract. You two, why are you still standing there? Hurry and prepare tea and refreshments for our esteemed guests. What have I taught you?" The sales supervisor admonished the two who had been standing with their heads bowed. In the reception room, Zhang Heng scrutinized the contract before him, furrowing his brow. "Supervisor Yu, what is the amount stated in this contract? I didn't expect you to handle this personally. Mr. Zhang, I shall be candid. As a representative of Fan Dashi, you are entitled to this level of service. That I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but that is the company's policy," the sales supervisor stated directly. In Chapter 58. The cunning old man. Half an hour later, after Zhang Heng had completed all the necessary paperwork and made a 30 million down payment, he exited the reception room. The down payment for the entire property was merely 10%. A privilege extended to martial artists by the real estate company, a standard practice across all firms. It seems Ziru was right. Nearly all the saints in the Saints District have significant ties to this Fan Dashi. Otherwise, how could the founding president of this real estate company have established such an unusual policy? Zhang Heng mused to himself. After the sales supervisor arrived, the purchasing process became remarkably smooth, with even the purchase contract arranged so that Zhang Heng could move in without spending a dime. Naturally, Zhang Heng could not agree to this, for while he lacked the funds at present, he knew he would eventually earn enough. Seeing Zhang Heng's reluctance, the sales supervisor directly called the company chairman, who asserted that this was a rule set over a century ago by his great-grandfather and that they had maintained this policy for over 100 years, thus it could not be altered. After a lengthy negotiation of several minutes, they ultimately settled on a purchase price that was half of the original, which Zhang Heng found acceptable as it did not violate family rules. Allowing him to save some money, Xiao Heng is out. "Did you make the purchase?" Xiong Enning exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over. "Yes, I did. It's getting late. We'll view the properties tomorrow. Let's go out for dinner." "It's on me," Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile, uttering the phrase they all eagerly anticipated. "Wow, wow, wow. Impressive. Xiaoheng has purchased a house," praised Xiong Enning. "Moreover, it is no ordinary property. Who would have thought that Xiaoheng is truly a tycoon?" Huang Zhirue could tell from Zhang Heng's determined gaze when he decided to buy a house, but he never expected Zhang Heng to go all out. "I've heard that Xiaoheng's house costs around 500 million. Zhao Yu couldn't help but inquire. For professional martial artists, the minimum down payment can be as low as 10%, Zhu Yu stated with an impassive expression, although she was quite surprised that Zhang Heng could produce several million. Zhu Yu and the others nodded in partial understanding. "However, I want to boldly ask why that sales manager was so courteous." Zhu Yu spoke again, voicing the curiosity that lingered in everyone's minds. Initially, I was unaware, but now I know it relates to my current position at Hunter Company. That I apologize for not being able to elaborate further. Zhang Heng had anticipated their inquiries and had prepared his response without fabricating any lies. Xiaowu, from now on, we will have a home, Zhang Heng affectionately remarked as he cradled Xiaowu from Xiong Inning's arms. That Li Shujie and Qinli observed Zhang Heng's demeanor, contemplating that only in Xiaowu's presence did Zhang Heng's usually calm eyes exhibit any change. In the office of the sales manager, Yu, the astute manager, and the female supervisor stood with their heads lowered, utterly unprepared for the seismic shift that had occurred within just an hour. Do you realize that today you nearly committed an act that could deprive you of sustenance for the rest of your lives? Yu's tone was somber, akin to the oppressive atmosphere preceding a storm. Supervisor, the astute manager felt quite wronged, having received no prior information. Who is this esteemed individual today? Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yu. There is no need for explanations. You are not entitled to that information. Both of you are to proceed to the lobby and sell houses personally, replacing Li Wan with Jin Xian. This command immediately deflated the two, with the female supervisor, Jin Xian, merely demoted from a junior supervisor to an ordinary sales consultant, while the astute manager was relegated 3 ranks down, effectively sealing his fate within the company. As Zhang Heng made his way back to school, he received a new mission notification. Mission 5. Area 7 Mission Objective. Hunt the injured mutated Silver Wolf Pack Mission Reward. Completion reward number of participants. 5 people. Mission start date December 3rd. Accept? Yes. More mutated beasts. Why are there increasingly more of them? And what does this injury entail? Zhang Heng pondered over the mission details, contemplating the discrepancies between what he experienced at Master Fan and the ordinary Hunter Company. Just how many secrets remain hidden from me? On the morning of the 3RD, Zhang Heng arrived punctually at the airship base. Little one. You're here so early, a familiar voice indicated the arrival of the well-acquainted Witch Queen. El Xuanjie, ahem. Has your injury healed? El Lao was aware that Zhang Heng had sustained minor injuries previously. El Lao, it's merely superficial wounds. They will heal swiftly. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Heng replied, feeling warmth in his heart, knowing that everyone in Master Fan genuinely cared for one another. Even the usually reticent chef had offered to lend Zhang Heng several hundred million when he purchased his house, leaving him quite astonished. By the way, is your new villa spacious? Shall I help you test whether the new home is comfortable for sleeping? The Witch Queen blinked her large eyes, gazing at Zhang Heng with anticipation. If it weren't for Zhang Heng's familiarity with her, he might have been deceived by her innocent demeanor. Ahem, no need. I can try it myself, Zhang Heng responded, though he found it challenging to withstand the Witch Queen's advances. Everyone's here. Let's commence. I'd like to introduce a newcomer, Fu Qigong announced as he walked over with a newcomer who appeared to be around 25 years old. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qiao Yumming, but you can call me Xiao. I'm from Team 223 and joined Master Fan in April this year. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed seniors. The youthful Qiao Yumming proactively introduced himself, albeit with a peculiar expression when he looked at Zhang Heng, who was simply too young. Team 223? Zhang Heng inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. However, the others showed no signs of puzzlement, merely welcoming him. Yes, I'm Team 223. What of it? Qiao Yumming, intrigued by this evidently younger teammate, mused that such talent at a young age must possess extraordinary potential. I am Team 222, but I only joined the company in September of this year. Zhang Heng queried with curiosity. Qiao Yumming was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of the circumstances, but then he quickly recalled a question. Did ISM Master Fan supposed to recruit only one new member each year? At this inquiry, Zhang Heng was also taken aback, as he had never delved into such matters and was completely oblivious when Fu Qigong and others discussed newcomer training. I am aware of this, Xiaoheng. You did indeed join Master Fan in September, but not this year. Last year, Fu Qigong clarified, with El Lao and others nodding in agreement. Zhang Heng's lips twitched as he comprehended the situation. He had been arranged for this. No wonder the old man provided him with work and a pathway. It turned out he had been set up for subsequent events from the very first encounter. Zhang Heng's mind was filled with exasperation at the old man's cunning, and he suddenly recalled a more terrifying possibility. Perhaps even his visit to the bookstore was orchestrated by the old man. Just who is this old man? Young one. What's the matter? The Witch Queen noticed Zhang Heng's sudden daze and gently tapped his arm. Chapter 59. Tactics. Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering something, Zhang Heng quickly regained his composure, responding in a calm tone. All right, let's set off. This time our destination is somewhat far. The specific details have been sent to you. Qiao Yuming utilizes firearms, making him suitable for mid-range group combat, so Zhang Heng will take over the scouting duties. Fu Qigong stated. Understood, Zhang Heng replied. Scouting tasks had traditionally been handled by Fu Kaiwen due to his remarkable speed, but since Fu Kaiwen was still recovering from his injuries, assigning it to Zhang Heng, who possessed a similar capability, was only logical. 4 hours later, the airship delivered the five to the desolate plains, where trees scarcely exceeded human height, replaced instead by waist-high shrubs with a sparse density. Strangely, these shrubs grew rapidly in such an environment, but due to the winter season, they had ceased to grow, giving the entire plain a desert-like appearance. Zhang Heng, exercise caution. The destination is only 10 kilometers away. The airship's radar has detected large flying beasts, so we must proceed on foot, Fu Qigong stated seriously, his tone tinged with concern, perhaps due to the injuries sustained by Fu Kaiwen and the loss of Lien Dui before his eyes, leading him to cherish those present even more. Rest assured, Zhang Heng replied, his demeanor and tone calm, though the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his confidence. After Zhang Heng departed, the Witch Queen El Xuanjie turned to Qiao Yuming and remarked, once we locate the target, you can attempt to coordinate with the young one. This will clarify the doubts lingering in your mind. Indeed, Qiao Yuming had harbored considerable curiosity regarding Zhang Heng, who was significantly younger, yet had joined Master Fan before him. As a graduate of the prestigious Wu University in Modu, he had once led the top 5 in Modu to defeat the second strongest team globally, renowned for their century-long prowess in Europe. Although Qiao Yuming did not consider himself extraordinarily gifted, he was certainly among the strongest talents on the planet. Yet, on his first mission, he encountered an exceptionally gifted youth that A.S. Zhang Heng sought to target. He found himself slightly unaccustomed to the terrain, but with the assistance of satellites and drones, he swiftly navigated through. Before long, Zhang Heng located the wolf pack. However, upon discerning the specifics, his brow furrowed. The Wolf King was entirely silver-furred. This creature must be of the 6th rank. Zhang Heng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Captain, target located. There are 10 individuals varying degrees of injury. 1 at the 6th rank, 1 approaching the 6th rank, and 8 at the 5th rank, Zhang Heng reported via the intercom to his teammates, who were 5 kilometers away. Understood. This aligns with the mission details. Confirmed, there are wounds caused by firearms that I've already notified the military. Fu Qigong responded. Fu Qigong's plan was to wait for the military personnel to arrive before collaborating with them for this mission, especially given the presence of a 6th rank within the wolf pack. Suddenly, the wolf pack Zhang Heng was observing began to move in a specific direction that he promptly deployed a drone to scout from above. Ah, there's an unfrozen waterhole here. Quite rare in this weather. Wait, this small hill is perfect for an ambush. Upon careful observation, Zhang Heng discovered a concealed small lake, and the wolf pack was advancing toward it. Captain, the wolf pack is on the move. Their target is a small lake 2 kilometers away, and there is a small valley on the return route that is ideal for an ambush. Zhang Heng's voice echoed in Fu Qigong's ear. Did I see it? Keep up. We are on our way. Whether to ambush will be decided later, Fu Qigong responded. Half an hour later, the group gathered outside the small valley. After observing for 10 minutes, Fu Qigong nodded and said, it is indeed quite suitable for an ambush that we should first eliminate the few that are most severely injured. However, this time the Wolf King is a 6th grade Silver Wolf King. Although it is heavily wounded, it should not be underestimated. Old Lu pondered, I can hold out for half an hour, that if you can resolve the battle within that time, assistance will be no problem. Fu Qigong replied, no, there are too many unstable factors. Old Lu was the first to object, suggesting, why don't we use high-performance explosives? First, we can inflict damage, and then take advantage of the chaos to strike. The high explosive materials I can easily deal with the 2 most severely injured ones. Suddenly, Qiao Yuming, who had been silent, interjected, no, the sound of the explosion will attract other high-grade beasts and monsters in this area. Fu Qigong was the first to voice his opposition, stating that such explosives could be carried by any normal warrior exiting a closed-off area, meant for critical moments or self-rescue when buried in a cave. Suddenly, Fu Qigong's previously serious expression softened. He had received new information that a squad of officers from the military happened to be nearby on a mission and would arrive in half an hour. After a pause, Fu Qigong continued, In another half hour, the wolf pack will be leisurely returning after drinking water, and the reinforcements will have arrived. However, the situation is a bit more complex than anticipated. Is your squad leader the only one at the 5th grade? Fu Qigong furrowed his brow as he questioned a middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man, codenamed Number 1, appeared to be around 40 years old. While the rest of the officers were all at least 30, with strengths at the 4th grade high level, they had likely come out seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Yes, the others are all at the 4th grade. But we have no problem dealing with 5th grade beasts, the middle-aged military officer said confidently, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Zhang Heng for a moment. Number 1's primary concern regarding Zhang Heng was his youth. He looked to be in his 20s, yet was able to be among a group of 5th grade warriors. While he could not discern Zhang Heng's true strength, he assumed he must possess at least 4th grade capabilities to be here. In 15 minutes, the wolf pack will arrive. You 4, along with Zhang Heng, will choose the weakest 5 to engage. Our strengths are comparable. Let us together confront the 2 strongest, Fu Qigong said solemnly. Soon, the group concealed themselves. As officers of the military, their combat skills were exceptional, and although they were also at the 4th grade high level, they were not far inferior to Zhang Heng. The wolf pack arrived languidly, and before ambushing. The 10 had taken special precautions to mask their scent and prevent the wolves from becoming alert. The Wolf King hesitated for a moment before leading the pack into the small valley. The 10 hidden above the ancient valley held their breath, fearful of making any sound that might disturb the wolves. 2 minutes passed, feeling unusually slow in the moment. Zhang Heng, concealed at the back of the group, began to steal his gaze, fixating on the most severely injured wolf at the rear of the pack. Zhang Heng aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 60. The mutated 6th grade move, came Fu Qigong's soft command through the earpiece. With a sudden burst, Zhang Heng surged forward from the back of the line, his speed rivaling that of a 5th grade warrior, leaving Qiao Yuming and the other 4 4th grade officers wide-eyed in astonishment. Fu Qigong, poised to ambush the Wolf King, smirked slightly, having anticipated this outcome when Number 1 assigned the severely injured target to Zhang Heng. That on the surface, Zhang Heng appeared calm and unbothered, yet he was fully committed to facing any opponent. Number 1 was momentarily startled, but he bore no disdain for such an arrangement, primarily to minimize Zhang Heng's risk of injury. After all, it was not right to let civilians take on risks when military personnel were present. Zhang Heng's explosive action was entirely instinctive. Years of survival beyond the walls had taught him never to underestimate any adversary, not even a domesticated chicken, let alone powerful beasts and humans. The moment the wolf pack was attacked, they reacted instantly. The Wolf King turned toward the intruder and howled in anger that if Xiao Wu were present, he would surely howl back in response. Zhang Heng and the 5 5th grade warriors simultaneously charged toward the wolves, with Zhang Heng leading by a distance of 4 to 5 meters ahead of the other 4 grade officers. With a swift draw, Zhang Heng unleashed a fundamental sword technique known as the draw cut. Quick, too quick. The wolf felt a flash of darkness sweep across its face, leaving it bloodied and mutilated. Zhang Heng provided no opportunity for the wolf to defend itself. This 5th grade early-stage wolf, which could only exert half its strength due to its injuries, was swiftly dismembered by Zhang Heng, targeting its limbs first, followed by its throat, waist, and abdomen, key vulnerable spots. The wolf yearned to unleash its final vitality and fight Zhang Heng to the death, but its current conditions simply did not permit it. Nor did Zhang Heng allow it such an opportunity. Thus, as Zhang Heng's blade pierced through the wolf's chest and into its heart, its life ultimately came to an end. This entire process transpired in a mere 30 seconds. And the severely injured 5th grade silver wolf lay dead before Zhang Heng. The silver wolf king, with its entire body covered in silver fur, let out an enraged howl upon witnessing the demise of its companion. Consequently, the remaining wolves grew frantic, particularly one before Qiao Yuming, which exhibited strength surpassing even that of a mid-level 5th grade beast. This is terrible. It's a mutated silver wolf. Zhang Heng, quickly assist, Fu Qigong shouted urgently. Zhang Heng had already taken action. He initially intended to support the 4th-grade officer in quickly resolving the battle, but the turn of events was too sudden, and he had to prioritize aiding Qiao Yuming. Qiao Yuming, create some distance, Zhang Heng commanded sternly. Seeing Zhang Heng rushing to his aid, Qiao Yuming decided to distance himself from the mutated silver wolf, facilitating Zhang Heng's engagement in mid-range combat. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng closed the gap, and with a heavy swing of his blade, struck the wolf's head. Duong. A tremor resonated from the blade to the handle, nearly causing Zhang Heng to lose his grip on it. However, the wolf's head only bore a shallow wound, as the mutated silver wolf had merely sustained a minor injury to its scalp. This is odd. It must have hidden strength, Zhang Heng deduced rapidly, feeling that the silver wolf before him was significantly more formidable than its current appearance suggested. You two, hold for another 5 minutes. I will strive to resolve the battle within that time. Old Lu's hoarse voice echoed. You four, move faster. Number 1 barked at the 4 fourth-grade officers engaged in combat. Avoid direct contact. I will maintain distance while you harass it. Zhang Heng immediately complied with Qiao Yiming's directive, retreating from close-quarters combat. Engaging with this strange wolf at such proximity was far too perilous. After withdrawing, Zhang Heng circled around, occasionally distracting the silver wolf to alleviate some pressure off Qiao Yiming. After several passes, Zhang Heng noticed an unusual phenomenon. All the silver wolves in this ambush were injured, and all sustained moderate injuries or worse. The silver wolf before him bore wounds as well. Yet its injuries appeared to have healed significantly, better than the others that I in the midst of resisting. Qiao Yiming suddenly made a remarkably decisive move to evade the wolf's head as it lunged for his throat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng swung his blade toward the wolf's waist. Qiao Yiming's spear initially struck true, piercing the wolf's throat, but then it faltered. Apart from leaving a blood mark, that was all it accomplished. Qiao Yiming immediately recognized the grave danger. At the same moment, Zhang Heng also sensed the impending crisis that as he aimed to slice the wolf's waist, his gaze fixated on the tail and hindquarters of the mutated silver wolf, which had not fully transformed into silver fu or to his shock. Amidst the patchy gray fur, there were strands of a deeper gray. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Heng swiftly adjusted his stance to prepare for defense. Just as Qiao Yiming shouted, "Be careful," Zhang Heng, without hesitation, Zhang Heng seized the moment when the Wolf King lunged at Qiao Yiming, pivoting to make his escape, while shouting, "It's a 6th grade," Zhang Heng's explosive power reached its zenith, his armor fully protecting his back. Qiao Yiming reacted even faster than Zhang Heng, quickly veering to the side, but still, a claw from the silver wolf tore through his armor, leaving a bloody scratch on his calf. Logically, Zhang Heng's position should have been relatively safe. However, the difference between his full-speed burst and a true 5th-grade warrior's full power release was palpable, and more terrifying was the sudden manifestation of the silver wolf's 6th-grade speed, which allowed it to turn and pursue Zhang Heng from behind. The wolf's claws landed heavily on Zhang Heng's back, and he distinctly heard the sound of his armor being torn apart, followed by a searing sensation as the flesh on his back was sliced, sinking deeper and deeper. "Little one," the anxious voice of El Xuanji echoed from a distance. She had been closely monitoring the situation between Zhang Heng and Qiao Yiming while supporting Zhang Heng. Just as Zhang Heng was about to slice through the bone, the wolf's claw abruptly halted, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Simultaneously, Zhang Heng felt the tactical backpack he carried grow heavier, as though the entire weight of the wolf's claw was pressing down upon it. That it was not only Zhang Heng who found this peculiar. Had he been able to see the expression in the mutated silver wolf's eyes, he would have noticed a glimmer of confusion, as it too was baffled by the material that seemed capable of withstanding its lethal talents. Zhang Heng would not squander this opportunity to escape. Seizing the wolf's momentary hesitation, he rolled forward to evade the deadly blow. At that moment, Fu Qigong and Number 1 arrived, having charged through the defenses the moment Zhang Heng shouted 6th rank. However, the speed of the mutated silver wolf was astonishing. The two could only watch helplessly as the claw pierced through the tactical backpack and punctured the armor, causing Fu Qigong's heart to leap into his throat. Zhang Heng could sustain injuries, but he must not suffer any grave harm. This was a direct quote from the chef, who had personally relayed this directive to Zhang Heng before he even joined the team. When Fu Qigong saw the claw breach the armor, a chill ran down his spine. Yet curiously, the Wolf King inexplicably halted its assault. Number 1 was equally tense, for when Zhang Heng swiftly dispatched the silver wolf in 30 seconds, Fu Qigong had already resolved to recruit Zhang Heng into the military. How could he not be anxious witnessing such a promising talent in peril? Chapter 61. A non-lucky but not unfortunate individual, as Fu Qigong and Number 1 confronted the mutated silver wolf. They swiftly unleashed their martial techniques, heavy mountain blade technique. With a fierce roar, Fu Qigong delivered a devastating strike to the wolf's head. Number 1 remained silent, his technique originating from the military, knowledge forbidden to outsiders. But his swift and brutal attack spoke volumes. Fu Qigong's blade shattered the wolf's skull, while Number 1's cut cleaved through the wolf's midsection. After their strikes, the mutated silver wolf staggered back, and the two attempted to pursue, only to be blocked by their original adversaries. Zhang Heng, Qiao Yuming, how are you? Fu Qigong bellowed. Kid, are you all right? Number 1 inquired with genuine concern for Zhang Heng, as for the others. By the time they turned around, Fu Qigong and Number 1 were already unleashing their ultimate techniques. After scanning the area, they discovered Qiao Yuming retreating rapidly from the battlefield and Zhang Heng tumbling away. Little friend, the Witch Queen El Xuanjie exclaimed, noticing what appeared to be blood on Zhang Heng as he rolled. Having distanced himself from danger, Zhang Heng quickly rose and replied, I'm fine, just a small injury. Qiao Yuming, limping, echoed, no problem. El Lao said nothing, but the lifeless body of the silver wolf, lying on the ground, attested to the fact that he had exerted himself to the utmost just moments ago. El Lao hastily approached the gravely injured mutated silver wolf and delivered a few fatal strikes, while Fu Qigong and Number 1 adjusted their tactics, targeting one silver wolf together, quickly gaining the upper hand. Once Zhang Heng and Qiao Yuming confirmed their physical conditions were sufficient to continue fighting, they re-entered the fray, joining the confrontation with the 4 fourth-rank officers against the silver wolf. The previously tense battle swiftly transformed into a one-sided rout. The ensuing combat became increasingly straightforward. Although Zhang Heng and the others had slightly inferior fighting prowess, their numerical advantage proved decisive, leading to a complete victory within mere minutes. Little friends, are you both all right? Let me check your wounds. As the battle concluded, El Xuanjie hurried over to Zhang Heng. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Zhang Heng and Qiao Yuming replied in unison. Hurry and tend to your wounds. We must prepare to retreat, Fu Qigong said sternly. Zhang Heng and Qiao Yuming's injuries were not severe. Qiao Yuming had a 2-centimeter deep cut on his calf, classified as a minor injury. Zhang Heng bore 3 claw marks on his back, the deepest of which had grazed his bone. Yet curiously, the wound on his waist had stopped short at its deepest point. Both parties retreated swiftly. However, as Number 1 departed aboard a military airship, he cast a long, contemplative glance at Zhang Heng, silently vowing, this kid is mine. On the airship carrying Zhang Heng and the others, Fu Qigong was the first to break the silence, having witnessed the wolf's claw halt in an inexplicable manner. Xiao Heng, what happened? Why did the claw stop? Had it not halted, you might have sustained severe injuries. Zhang Heng did not rush to respond, instead offering a mysterious smile before scanning Fu Qigong, El Lao, and El Xuanjie, and finally stating, let us see who dares to call me unlucky now. As he spoke, Zhang Heng slowly retrieved a piece that resembled a low-quality red jade sword hilt from his tattered backpack, which bore a noticeable crack down the middle. Indeed, this is the so-called low-quality counterfeit that experts identified as being from 200 years ago. Zhang Heng had initially intended to discard it in the trash after being mocked by Huang Zirwei and his companions. But Xiao Wu, intrigued, had insisted he keep it, leading Zhang Heng to find it in his bag every day. Although Xiao Wu typically did not play with it, she insisted it be placed in Zhang Heng's backpack. When Zhang Heng had planned to leave it behind for this mission, Xiao Wu had adamantly disagreed. Zhang Heng, take the stone, Xiao Wu had earnestly insisted, having studied Mandarin for nearly 4 months and now capable of simple conversations. All right, Xiao Wu, I'm on a mission. It's inconvenient to carry this stone, Zhang Heng had replied affectionately. Take it, you must. Xiao Wu's serious expression had been utterly adorable. Zhang Heng's heart softened. Fine, I'll take it. But you must listen to your 3 older brothers at school, he said, ruffling her hair gently. Xiao Wu will listen, definitely listen. She had beamed as Zhang Heng placed the sword hilt into his backpack. Zhang Heng could never have imagined that Xiao Wu's insistence would save his life in a moment of danger, nor that this so-called low-quality red jade was so remarkably resilient, surpassing expectations. Fu Qigong and the others stared blankly at the sword hilt they had mocked numerous times, momentarily at a loss for words. Qiao Yuming, who was unaware of the events, timidly inquired, what do you mean by unlucky? Xiao Heng, are you saying this object blocked the wolf's claw? Fu Qigong asked uncertainly, while El Lao and El Xuanjie regarded Zhang Heng with skepticism. That should be the case. You can give it a try. Zhang Heng replied, handing over the sword hilt. After rummaging through his tactical backpack, he lamented, "My tablet is cracked into 4 pieces. Can chef reimburse me when we return? ISNT, that's something you bought for yourself." Qiao Yuming could not help but smirk, then inquired further. Qiao Yuming had purchased all his current equipment, including his armor. Fortunately, he had gained fame at a young age and was not lacking in funds. Zhang Heng faltered, realizing he had never considered such matters, always assuming they were standard company provisions. Qiao Yuming was speechless. The disparity over the course of a year was staggering. Xiao, little friend, it's not like you were born into wealth and talent. When I joined the company, I probably didn't even have enough money for a meal at a small shop. El Xuanjie interjected as she examined Zhang Heng's sword hilt. I asked it all right if I give it a try with my knife. Xiao Heng, Fu Qigong appeared eager, of course. Zhang Heng responded. Fu Qigong gently drew his short knife and swung it forcefully. There was no change whatsoever. Fu Qigong tried again, applying more force. Still nothing. This time, he transitioned from a slash to a chop. Yet the red jade sword hilt remained unchanged. Not only were Fu Qigong and the others left dumbfounded, but so too were Zhang Heng and Qiao Yuming, although Zhang Heng had just been saved by it. This was the first time he witnessed its extraordinary durability. It seems the biggest winner last time was Xiao Heng. El Lao exclaimed with admiration. Little friend has silently picked up something grand. El Xuanjie chimed in. Its only function its hardness. The observant Qiao Yuming, though astonished, remained clear-headed. Ahem, I'll have to study it further when we return. It must have more than just hardness as its feature. Zhang Heng said somewhat awkwardly, realizing that if it were only hard, it would still not escape the label of unlucky. Author's note. Today is a wonderful day. I've signed a contract and received a recommendation. Chapter 62. A family more boisterous than Zhang Yonghe. Why are both sides of your backpack torn? Qiao Yuming remarked, glancing at the tattered bag in front of Zhang Heng. Isn't that obvious? In that situation, how could it not? Suddenly, Fu Qigong halted mid-sentence. Hey, the cuts on these 2 holes are remarkably clean. Did you do this, little friend? El Xuanjie curiously poked the impeccably neat openings on both sides of her backpack and inquired. Zhang Heng noticed it as well, yet he was equally perplexed and could only shake his head in bemusement. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Zhang Heng carried a new computer and fresh clothes in his hands while a new tactical backpack rested on his shoulder. As for the life-saving crimson jade sword belonging to Xiao Wu, he had cleverly concealed it within the easily accessible folds of his attire. However, at that moment, Zhang Heng's mood was far from cheerful. After tending to their wounds, the group returned to the small shop where Zhang Heng employed his most tenacious demeanor, persistently pleading with the chef for complimentary or discounted equipment. He lamented the burdens of supporting a family and managing a mortgage. Detailing his plight, yet the chef remained unmoved, dismissively stating that he would not yield to such appeals. A parting jab. The chef remarked that once Zhang Heng had the means, he would be expected to pay for the first batch of equipment. Ultimately, Zhang Heng found himself spending over 300,000 on new gear, with the repairs for his armor alone costing more than 200,000, leaving him quite distressed, as nearly all his recent rewards had been expended. While seated on the bus, contemplating the utilization of the Crimson Jade Sword, Zhang Heng received an urgent call from Xiong Enning. His brows furrowed. Under normal circumstances, Xiong Enning would only call at the agreed time. So this premature call likely signified trouble. Enning, what is it? Zhang Heng promptly answered the call. Xiao Heng, have you returned? There's been an incident. Xiong Enning's voice crackled with urgency over the speaker. What happened? Zhang Heng inquired. Xiao Wu hit someone. Xiong Enning explained. What? How could Xiao Wu strike anyone? Zhang Heng asked, perplexed. Having been a victim himself, he knew that even when Xiao Wu had just returned from the clutches of a wolf pack, she would never resort to violence, perhaps a playful nip at most. Have you come back yet? It's too complicated to explain right now. I'm heading to the security office. Xiao Rue, old Zhao. And Zhu, you are still inside. Xiong Enning urged that I'll arrive in 20 minutes. Zhang Heng replied. Make haste to the security office once you arrive. Xiong Enning concluded before hastily ending the call point 20 minutes later. Zhang Heng knocked on the door of the security office. Just as a formidable-looking man in a suit, a mid-tier martial artist, strode ahead of him, exuding an air of menace. Zhang Heng surmised that this was likely the assistance the other party had summoned. Together, they entered through the glass doors of the security office, where they beheld a teacher reprimanding Zhao Yu, Huang Zhu, Zhu Yu, and a bruised man. Upon seeing the suited man, the injured individual instantly brightened with excitement. The suited man, upon noticing the man's battered appearance, coldly declared, "Bo, come with me to the hospital for an examination. It was you lot who started this, right? We'll deal with you when we return." He cast a dark glance at Huang Ziru and the others. Bo, upon hearing this, promptly turned to leave. The security personnel, also possessing mid-tier martial arts prowess, were incensed by the stranger's blatant disregard for their authority and promptly retorted, "Who are you to interfere in our resolution of student disputes? And who granted you permission to exert martial energy in a public setting?" A mere office worker trying to assert dominance. Bo's injuries cannot be delayed. And you 3, no, 5, don't think you can escape. We will hold you accountable, the suited man boasted arrogantly, as if he were the strongest in the world. Truly a family of social infants. Zhu Yu exclaimed in indignation. "You?" Bo, enraged by the remark, prepared to retaliate. Zhang Heng, unperturbed by the standoff, made his way directly to Xiong Enning, who was seated nearby, cradling Xiao Wu. Xiong Enning promptly recounted the events that transpired. The story unfolded as follows. While accompanying Xiong Enning and others for breakfast, Xiao Wu encountered a Siberian husky, which perhaps reminded her of a wolf. She approached the dog for a pet. Unaware that its owner was the bruised Bo, unlike typical huskies known for their friendly demeanor, this one recoiled in fear upon seeing Xiao Wu approach, clearly terrified of strangers. However, Xiao Wu, experienced in interacting with canines, quickly calmed the dog. Bo, witnessing a young girl amusing his foolish dog, thought to play a prank and scare Xiao Wu. Yet, to his surprise, it was Xiao Wu who remained unfazed, causing the husky to urinate in fright. Xiao Wu, attuned to the dog's behavior, sensed the deep-seated fear it harbored towards Bo. Moreover, having noticed multiple injuries on the husky, it was evident that Bo had been cruel to it. Enraged by the owner's treatment of the dog, Xiao Wu boldly exclaimed, "You are a bad person," hitting the big wolf. Bo, who was already self-important and vain, felt humiliated that his prank had failed. And upon being called a bad person, he became infuriated, perceiving it as a slight in front of his peers. "Clearly, your parents failed to educate you properly. Since they neglected their duty, I shall educate you myself," Bo declared, raising his hand to strike Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu was not one to be bullied. After all, she was capable of easily subduing Xiong Enning. Caught off guard, Bo found himself swiftly brought down by Xiao Wu. Furious at being bested by a mere girl, Bo attempted to retaliate with greater force, but his actions were thwarted by the timely intervention of Zhao Yu and Huang Zhu. Zhu Yu, who happened to be having breakfast nearby, heard the commotion and the mention of a little girl. Immediately thinking of Xiao Wu, she dove into the crowd and spotted Zhao Yu and Huang Ziru engaged in combat. Understanding the serious repercussions of fighting at school, she intervened. However, Bo foolishly insulted Zhu Yu. "Where did this little brat come from? Get lost." Zhu Yu's temper flared, especially upon hearing that Bo had attempted to strike Xiao Wu. Thus unfolded a 3-on-1 confrontation, with Zhu Yu currently wielding her own mid-tier martial arts skills that a few minutes later, Bo lay bruised and battered, a sight that prompted the arrival of the security personnel. After Xiong Enning recounted the tale, Xiao Wu pointed at Bo and asserted, "Zhang Heng, he is a bad person. He hit the big wolf." Gently, Zhang Heng took Xiao Wu's hand and, with a tender smile, replied, "I am aware he is a bad person, but I have taught you not to point at others with your finger. Oh, Xiao Wu understands," she promptly responded, obediently. What relation do you have with this little wild child? Bring her over to apologize to my family member." Bo, the suited man glared at Zhang Heng, his aura pressing down ominously upon him. "What audacity! A family of social infants truly believes this place belongs to you." Zhu Yu retorted defiantly, her anger unabated as she had never endured such humiliation. The suited man, further incensed, cursed, "You little brat," before he brazenly struck out, disregarding the boundaries of a martial artist's conduct against a non-professional. His audacity revealed the extent of their arrogance. The teacher at the security office, having not engaged in combat for years, was caught off guard by the suited man's sudden aggression, and to his horror, he noted that Zhu Yu showed no intention of evading. Just as despair washed over him, a figure swiftly intervened, seizing the hand that was aimed at Zhu Yu's face. Chapter 63. The cost of speaking out of turn upon recognizing the newcomer. The suited man was taken aback. Previously, when observing Zhang Heng, he had detected no trace of martial energy. However, now, attempting to withdraw his hand in irritation, he found himself unable to do so, which only fueled his rage as he spat. "Kid, don't stir up trouble. You cannot provoke us." Zhang Heng's lips twitched. This family was indeed more boisterous than the loudest of them all. And why can't you be provoked? Because you operate a small convenience store and band? Zhang Heng replied matter-of-factly, having already researched Exenbo's family background in detail. The suited man was stunned that Zhang Heng had uncovered their details so swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu's eyes gleamed upon hearing the mention of band. "Conflicts among students should be resolved by us. As a martial artist, you should not interfere, much less resort to violence against an amateur martial artist," Zhang Heng asserted, his gaze fixed firmly on the suited man. A rare seriousness in his demeanor. "Fine, we concede this time. No apology is necessary. Ekenbo, let us go." The suited man attempted to retreat, realizing Zhang Heng was formidable. However, as he pulled his hand away, he discovered Zhang Heng still held fast. "You!" The suited man's incredulity deepened as he regarded Zhang Heng, believing that since they had taken a step back, Zhang Heng would do the same. My words are not yet finished, according to regulations. Exerting martial energy toward a martial artist can be perceived as provocation. That, if I recall correctly, you just pressured me with your energy, and most importantly, you should not have referred to Xiao Wu as a wild child. Zhang Heng's initial demeanor was rather unremarkable. Yet as he spoke, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. When the final wild child made his exit, Zhang Heng's right hand suddenly exerted tremendous force, unleashing the aura of a peak second-tier martial artist. Following the audible crack of shattered bone from the man's arm, Zhang Heng twisted to the right once more, causing the entire sleeve of the suit to burst apart, and his right arm contorted into a twisted shape. The suited man, feeling a piercing pain, was about to cry out, only to be horrified to find a fist already poised at his throat. With a sharp crack, the man collapsed to the ground. His face twisted in agony, his intact left hand unsure whether to support his mangled right arm or to grasp his speechless neck. Zhang Heng lightly brushed off non-existent dirt from his hands, stating, "There are consequences for misdeeds and careless words, especially for martial artists." At this moment, the chilling killing intent that had once surrounded him had dissipated. After completing this, he approached Xiong Yining, took a seat with Xiao Wu. And the ordinary Zhang Heng now seemed a stark contrast to the martial prowess he had just displayed. Xianbo was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. He had always regarded his uncle as a formidable figure. Yet he now found himself facing a peer who was capable of such overwhelming strength. He realized he had unwittingly crossed paths with such an individual, and it felt as if his world was crumbling around him. With a sudden outburst, the once arrogant Eximbo burst into tears, simultaneously losing control like his husky. Xiong Yining, Zhao Yu, and Huang Ziru stared in disbelief at the unfolding events, while Zhu Yu, though surprised, remained composed, contemplating how to deal with the Xianbo family. While Xianbo's insults were inconsequential, the fact that a second-tier martial artist had dared to assault her was significant. Her family's influence in Chuncheng was minimal. But in Banda, the situation was different. The security officer remained in a stupor for a moment before abruptly coming to his senses. This incident had escalated dramatically. What began as a mere student altercation had evolved into a conflict between martial artists. Although the battle was decidedly one-sided, the occurrence was undeniable. 10 minutes later, martial artists from the security bureau arrived, including the director himself, as a confrontation between two second-tier martial artists on a university campus was a major event. The process of handling the situation was quite straightforward. The security officer and several students unanimously claimed that the suited man, Xian Rui, had attacked an amateur martial artist, and Zhang Heng had merely injured him in an effort to protect his classmate. Director Wu Jiqiang recognized that these individuals were clearly attempting to shield Zhang Heng. Moreover, the justification for Zhang Heng's actions, as demonstrated by the surveillance footage, appeared somewhat tenuous, yet the suited man had indeed provoked a response. Consequently, Wu Jiqiang chose not to pursue Zhang Heng's culpability too rigorously, though he did take the opportunity to remind him to avoid engaging in such altercations in the future if he wished to expedite the removal of his security tag. For Zhang Heng and his companions, the matter concluded rather smoothly. However, for Exenbo, the repercussions were far more severe. His uncle had been rendered incapacitated due to his actions, and he himself had been so traumatized that he required hospitalization. Upon finally returning to school, he discovered that he had become a figure of notoriety, that a few individuals had conveniently recorded the entire episode of Xiao Wu, effortlessly taking him down and uploaded it online, swiftly garnering him fame. Though it was Xiao Wu who became the more prominent figure. Enraged, X and Bo sought revenge, only to receive a devastating blow. His family was on the verge of bankruptcy. This outcome was undoubtedly orchestrated by Zhu Yu, whose family was one of the top 3 enterprises in Banda City, making it a simple task to deal with a small-time businessman. Not long after, the school's disciplinary notification arrived. Zhao Yu, Huang Ziru, and Zhu Yu received reprimands, while Xi and Bo was placed under observation due to the severity of his actions against Xiao Wu. Upon returning to the dormitory that day, Xiao Wu suddenly confronted Zhang Heng, hands on her hips, visibly angry. This expression left Xiong Enning and the others utterly bewildered, and even Zhang Heng was momentarily perplexed. "Zhang Heng, you're bleeding. Have you been injured again?" Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily, pointing to the bloodstains on his shoulder. "Da-da, Xiao Heng, how did you get hurt again?" Xiong Enning also noticed the blood on Zhang Heng's back. Upon hearing Xiao Wu mention the injury, Zhang Heng recalled the sword hilt she had insisted he take, and he lifted her into his arms, planting several fervent kisses on her cheek, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, how did you know that piece of jade was valuable?" "I just knew," Xiao Wu replied proudly. "Thank you, Xiao Wu. However, missions inherently carry risks, and if it weren't for you, I might not have returned so soon," Zhang Heng said softly, his tone casual, as he brushed aside the hardships he had endured. "Let us go have lunch. It's on me that we should invite Zhu Yu and the others for a feast," Zhang Heng suggested, smoothly changing the subject, and Xiong Enning and the others eagerly took the opportunity to indulge him. A few days later, Zhang Heng received a new mission notification. Mission 5, Banda City Mission Objective. Ensure the smooth execution of the New Year's Eve event mission reward. Completion-based rewards, number of participants, 12 mission duration. From December 30th accept. Yes, wow. So many people this time, Zhang Heng remarked with surprise, as previous missions had always involved just 5 individuals, and this one had significantly more participants. Meanwhile, the end of the semester approached, and Xiong Enning and the others, typically fond of roaming, found themselves in rare quietude, engrossed in their studies, especially Huang Ziru, who was usually disinclined to read, but was now diligently preparing to avoid failing his courses. As for Zhang Heng, he found it unusual to rest due to his injury, allowing him to spend quality time with Xiao Wu. Observing her mischievous antics affecting Xiong Enning's intense memorization, he experienced a newfound sense of contentment in life. On the evening of the 30th, Zhang Heng boarded a bus to Banda City in accordance with the mission schedule. The operation was set to commence at 8 o'clock that night, and all team members were instructed not to interact with one another, simply to reach their designated areas at the appointed time, with provisions for food and accommodation to be self-managed by 10 o'clock that night. Banda's nightlife was just beginning to unfold. The ASA city of migration, the original site of Banda, was now overrun by 3rd and 4th tier beasts. Despite the change in location, the customs remained unchanged, especially as the influx of residents from various countries enriched the cultural tapestry. At 10 o'clock, the streets were alive with the sizzle of barbecues and the clinking of beer bottles, and Zhang Heng's designated area happened to be the renowned barbecue street. Upon entering the barbecue street, he realized that the difficulty of this mission far surpassed that of hunting exotic beasts. The cultural amalgamation made it challenging to discern any particular language. Yet Zhang Heng had spent 5 years in the company of individuals from various nations, allowing him to understand some of the languages spoken in the surrounding areas of Huagua. Understanding that to ensure the safety of this street during the New Year's festivities implied that someone would likely attempt to disrupt public safety amidst the celebratory atmosphere, he decided to take a stroll to identify any suspicious individuals. Xiao Wu would undoubtedly enjoy these delicacies. Although she can't indulge excessively, sampling a few times wouldn't hurt, he mused, contemplating the throngs of people and feeling a pang of melancholy at the thought of locating suspicious characters among such a crowd. Ah, the aroma is delightful. Banda's barbecues must certainly surpass those from Bian, Chung, that I must find Ma Xinjia and Chao Dong to join me for a feast sometime. Zhang Heng thought of his friends, who had all performed exceptionally well and enrolled in schools in the capital and the metropolis. The variety of languages around him was more complex than he had anticipated, with not only Mandarin, Thai and Khmer, but also Japanese and Korean dialects that I can't wander too far. Being alone makes me feel exceedingly out of place. Zhang Heng reflected, deepening his comprehension of the situation. This marked his first encounter with an urban mission and the second time he had seen such a large crowd. The previous occasion being during his visit to the center of Chuncheon. After an hour of leisurely exploring, Zhang Heng departed the barbecue street with a bag of skewers in hand. Having surveyed all the surrounding streets, food poisoning is also a possibility. This needs to be reported, he contemplated after finishing his bag of skewers, which he had purchased from various vendors. That night, Zhang Heng remained awake, seeking a nearby vantage point to carefully observe the terrain. This area had been developed for quite some time, boasting at least 40 years of history, with most buildings standing below 200 meters. Although urban surveillance likely covered nearly every angle, it was not impossible for someone to evade detection intentionally, meaning that even today's technology could not guarantee absolute security that on the night of the 31st. By 10 o'clock, the barbecue street was teeming with crowds, including many students drawn to the festivities. Zhang Heng found himself overwhelmed by the scene before him. Simultaneously, not far from the barbecue street, in a seemingly ordinary apartment, 3 individuals clad in black robes gazed intently at a notebook, speaking in hushed tones. Have the undercover agents from the Military and Security Bureau arrived? They have, just like in previous years. Not a hint of originality, replied one of the black-robed figures in English, that I asked there no involvement from any special forces. The first black-robed figure inquired. None. This time, our objective will surely exceed their expectations. Another individual spoke in English. Zhang Heng did not detect any suspicious persons on his side. Rather, he noticed a considerable presence of Military and Security Bureau personnel. The military personnel's demeanor, characterized by their rigid bearing, betrayed their allegiance, while the Security Bureau agents were discernible by the familiar glances of passers-by on the street. But if I can identify them as Military and Security Bureau operatives, then potential threats should be even easier to spot. Suddenly, Zhang Heng was struck by a terrifying thought. The Security Bureau chief in Ban City holds a 4th-grade initial rank, while most of the other high-ranking officials are around the 3rd grade. If they launched a simultaneous attack, especially at the raucous hour of midnight, Zhang Heng contemplated his combat strategy, resolving to act decisively. Although this notion seemed somewhat implausible, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Casually, while feigning interest in his phone, Zhang Heng shared his hypothesis with the chef, who promptly responded with an acknowledgement, but then fell silent. Though his expression remained neutral, Zhang Heng inwardly scoffed at the chef's terse reply. What does I gotta mean? What should we do next? Shouldn't I inform the Security Bureau officers of this? The time for the midnight fireworks display was fast approaching, and astutely, Zhang Heng discerned several anomalous individuals, all sharing a common trait. They were clad in black attire, exuding an aura of concealment that he mused that while much of their presence was obscured, a small fraction remained exposed, perhaps a result of their own nervousness. Unbeknownst to Zhang Heng, his conjecture was disseminated to the other 11 members of Master Fan's team within 5 minutes of his observation. Including subsequent handling strategies that as the countdown to midnight drew near, the crowd eager to witness the fireworks began to converge towards the viewing area. The few suspicious figures in black melded into the throng, causing Zhang Heng's brow to furrow. They had dispersed too widely, and their targets remained unclear. Meanwhile, the chosen target, the Security Bureau chief, felt a rising tension, yet in the midst of his anxiety, he remained oblivious to the imminent danger. His concern was merely for unforeseen events, never considering that he himself was the very anomaly. Zhang Heng moved with the crowd, continuing to scan for suspicious individuals. Thus far, he had identified 3 potential threats. At 11:59, with only a minute until the fireworks display, Zhang Heng had nearly confirmed that 2 of the individuals in black were middle-aged men and 1 was a young man, all possessing East Asian features. Their target appeared to be a middle-aged man with a pronounced beer belly. Zhang Heng compared this individual to all high-ranking officials in Band, but found no match. At that moment, he casually raised his phone to snap a photo, and 2 of the middle-aged men mirrored his gesture, while the young man stood aloof, hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. In the distant sky, a massive countdown projection began to materialize, as Zhang Heng's calm exterior concealed a heart racing with apprehension. Should he misidentify the target, the repercussions in the vicinity could be irrevocable. 3, 2, 1 whoosh, countless fireworks ascended into the air, prompting the spectators below to gaze skyward. In that instant, Zhang Heng's demeanor shifted to one of icy determination. Chapter 65. Sixth grade. At the very moment the fireworks erupted, the three individuals clad in black transformed from ordinary tourists into menacing assassins, their concealed warrior aura now unmistakable. Simultaneously, the security bureau chief, who had just looked up, along with other undercover officers and military personnel, instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the ominous energy. The three black-clad assassins leaped from the crowd, converging on the security bureau chief from three angles, with no time for rescue. The chief, unprepared for a simultaneous assault from three assailants, was helpless to fend them off. A similar scenario unfolded across various crowded locations in Band, where the targets were also members of the city's leadership. Just as the three attackers were about to strike, and the chief barely braced himself for defense, a well-proportioned young man in white and black clothing sprang from the crowd, wielding a red baton. This was Zhang Heng, armed with the peculiar sword hilt he had acquired. Given the stringent security measures in such settings, his most reliable weapon was this innocuous-looking hilt, which would leave no trace behind. The trio of assailants, each at the mid-level of 4th grade, had evidently been lying in wait in Band for quite some time. However, Zhang Heng was not intimidated by even 3 4th-grade foes, let alone those of lesser rank. Unbeknownst to the assailants, they had always been the targets, and with the arrow knocked, it was time to release. As the young man lunged toward his objective, he remained unaware of the vigilant gaze fixed upon his back. With a bang, as the fireworks erupted overhead, he plummeted to the ground, Zhang Heng's strike landing with considerable force. Though lacking a lethal weapon, the impact of the sturdy hilt was still painful. Zhang Heng did not need to incapacitate his opponent entirely. He merely needed to thwart the attack, as reinforcements would soon converge to apprehend him. The notion of suicide via poison was a relic of the past, rendered obsolete centuries ago. Having subdued the young man, Zhang Heng did not linger, but swiftly propelled himself toward the security bureau chief's side with astonishing speed, leaving the two middle-aged assailants in a state of disbelief. Their mission was now futile, as undercover military personnel had already begun to swarm the area. They could only seize the moment of the crowd's panic to make their escape, but Zhang Heng would not grant them such an opportunity. As they turned to flee, he targeted the more astute-looking one, while the other resorted to the ancient Chinese tradition of using hidden weapons, an art Zhang Heng had gleaned from martial arts novels. However, in this instance, he substituted the hidden weapon with a tracking device. The middle-aged man, now marked by Zhang Heng, could barely withstand the pressure for a mere 30 seconds before collapsing to the ground, where military personnel swiftly arrived to cuff him. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had already pursued the other target. Sprinting, he discreetly produced a pair of tactical glasses from his pocket and donned them, in no time. The fleeing middle-aged man's movements were displayed on the lenses. Though his pace was swift, Zhang Heng's was swifter. "Captain, I've got one in my sights, heading toward the old district, but I feel as though someone is watching me." He communicated with Fu Qigong and the others. "Xiao Heng, stay safe. We have your back," Fu Qigong replied, his tone lighthearted, making Zhang Heng wonder if he were merely on a vacation. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, a man clad in black robes hurled his computer to the floor in frustration, cursing, "All of it is a failure. Didn't you say there were only military personnel? Where did these 5th graders come from?" "William, it seems our plan has been compromised, that it's time to withdraw," a more rational voice interjected. The third individual remained silent, his expression dark and brooding. Minutes later, the trio descended to the parking garage, but as they exited the elevator, a clear voice rang out, "Since you've come, you might as well stay." Zhang Heng had been closely tailing the middle-aged man, who, realizing his cover was blown, dared not return to the rendezvous, but instead sprinted towards Band's most labyrinthine old district, a place teeming with all manner of people. Years of lurking had allowed him to forge numerous connections, including individuals capable of facilitating his escape from the city. He navigated winding routes specifically chosen to evade official surveillance. 20 minutes later, he burst into a jade shop, prompting Zhang Heng to raise an eyebrow at his choice. Why choose a jade shop of all places? As for the tracking device, Zhang Heng was entirely unconcerned. Crafted by Master Fan, it was a top-tier product, far superior to anything available on the market. "Captain, I've entered the old district and am now in a jade shop, heading underground," Zhang Heng reported. "Underground? This complicates matters. Just keep following. You need not worry about the tracking device that will be there shortly. Fu Qigong's voice came through the earpiece. 5 minutes later, as Zhang Heng continued to track the underground signal, a sudden alarm rang in his mind, prompting him to swiftly draw the concealed weapon he had retrieved from a barbecue street. With a clash, Zhang Heng's weapon met another, sending sparks flying, and he was violently thrown back that a chill swept over him. This adversary was no ordinary foe. Not bad. You managed to block my attack. A deep voice emerged from the shadows of the trees, and in the dim light, Zhang Heng discerned a tall man in a black robe, his katana gleaming ominously. Run! This is Zhang Heng's initial thought. Why waste so many words with you? Struggling to reach the 5th rank is one thing, but the individual before him is evidently far superior to any 5th rank. How can he fight? Preserving his life is of utmost importance. Quite decisive, I see. However, since you've uncovered my secret, how can I allow you to leave? The man in the black robe swiftly closed the distance to Zhang Heng and struck with a blade. It was too fast. Zhang Heng had no choice but to parry, his expression no longer calm. What could he do to buy time or escape? The disparity was overwhelming. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Heng contemplated the feasibility of various plans. Xiao Heng, hold on, we're almost there. Fu Qigong's anxious voice crackled through his earpiece. After being ambushed, Zhang Heng had uttered more than just a casual remark about the 5th rank. It was a testament to his surprise at the assailant's power and a report to Fu Qigong regarding his predicament. Indeed, your strength is unparalleled among the 4th ranks, but you remain merely of 4th rank. The man in the black robe swung his sword again. This time, Zhang Heng could not withstand the blow. The gap was insurmountable. Chapter 66. The terrifying might of non-human beings this time. The man's katana sliced through Zhang Heng's armor, grazing his chest. Had it not been for the resilience of Anmo, this strike could have claimed half his life. Not bad. That's a fine blade, the man remarked, moving with intent, seemingly intent on leaving Zhang Heng no room to breathe. The katana, glimmering with cold light, lunged once more. Although Zhang Heng was uncertain if he could block it, he nonetheless readied Anmo for defense. Just then, a brilliant light surged from the distance, racing toward the man in black at near sonic speed. The black-robed figure was taken aback, quickly raising his blade to block. After a violent clash, he was forced back several meters, and Zhang Heng caught sight of the source of the light, a stunningly ornate longsword embedded before him. This sword, a broad, heavy blade, was a dazzling blue and gold, its surface etched with the characters for thunder. Who? The black-robed man bellowed, astonished that just as he was about to eliminate the only knowledgeable witness, someone had intervened, and the newcomer's strength was no small matter. The man in black was, in fact, the owner of a jade shop, publicly engaged in the jade trade while covertly involved in human trafficking. However, this was not the most alarming aspect. The most frightening truth was that he was one of the strongest infiltrators of the Son of God in Nanlin. The middle-aged man being tracked by Zhang Heng felt a sense of unease upon entering. But the scanning devices discerned no abnormalities. Thus, he remained vigilant of the surroundings, only to discover Zhang Heng's pursuit, whose direction led to a place harboring his concealed secrets. This prompted him to adopt a lethal intent. Just as the black-robed man prepared to retreat after his furious shout, a white figure swiftly darted from the shadows, snatching the thunder sword embedded in the ground and charging at him. The newcomer, clad in white, bore a handsome visage, yet his refined features exuded an unusual ruggedness, and notably, he was quite young. Unexpectedly, you are the big fish. What a surprise today, the young man in white declared without hesitation, colliding with the black-robed man. Who are you, a dragon scion? The black-robed man questioned, somewhat flustered, as events spiraled beyond his control at a dragon scion. Zhang Heng, not far off, overheard but remained puzzled by the term's meaning. I am not one of those pampered weaklings, the young man in white scoffed. Zhang Heng, Li Mu has arrived, right? Quickly retreat to a safe zone. Someone is tailing your target. Fu Qigong's urgent voice resounded again. Safe at last. So his name is Li Mu. Zhang Heng exhaled heavily in relief. 1 minute later, Fu Qigong, along with Witch Queen and others, arrived, coinciding with Zhang Heng's group, including Xiao Yumi, although it seemed like an eternity had passed since Zhang Heng was attacked. In reality, only slightly over a minute had elapsed. Zhang Heng had merely endured 30 seconds against the black-robed man before being saved by Li Mu's flying sword, the disparity in strength akin to that of the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, the black-robed man fully realized that his affairs had been irrevocably exposed, that a sixth-rank operating a jade shop in Bandle was certainly too suspicious. His illegal smuggling activities would inevitably be uncovered, and his true identity might also be revealed, leaving him no choice but to flee. The Bandle City Guard and Safety Bureau had also arrived, as the sudden surge of assassins targeting the upper echelons of Bandle City had yet to be unraveled, and now two sixth ranks were engaged in combat, a situation likely to generate substantial uproar online. They needed to act swiftly to minimize the incident's ramifications. Just then, an even more formidable presence approached rapidly from the distance, startling both combatants, who were already deeply engaged in the struggle. There was evidently someone stronger than them in Bandle. However, the black-robed man's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. The approaching individual was undoubtedly not an ally. If not an ally, then they could only be an enemy. Must not remain. I shall break through at all costs. Blood-burning secret technique. The black-robed man gritted his teeth, resolutely opting to pay the steep price to escape the encirclement. Trying to flee, a figure darted past, leaving the onlookers in shock. Before the black-robed man could activate his secret technique, an elder seized him by the throat, and within moments, he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Heng stared in disbelief at the scene. Everything unfolded too swiftly. The strength of a sixth rank was utterly powerless before the elder. If a sixth rank can be so easily subdued, then this elder must possess at least the strength of a seventh rank non-human. Zhang Heng murmured to himself, entirely forgetting that he was still bleeding from his wounds, that Li Mu, closest to him, maintained his impeccably handsome demeanor. His thunder sword and Zhang Heng's Anmo were polar opposites. The former was a spectacle of brilliance, while the latter was steeped in ancient simplicity. Yet, Zhang Heng was slightly surprised by Li Mu's nonchalant reaction to the elder's formidable prowess. Upon reflection, it was not uncommon for sixth ranks to encounter seventh ranks, perhaps leading to a sense of familiarity. Soon, Zhang Heng was transported to the hospital. He lost count of how many times he had been admitted. But upon seeing his medical records, the doctors could not help but ask, "How many times have you visited the hospital in the past year, especially in the last few months? Young man, you must take better care of your health." Such was the reality in an era of nationwide information sharing. The following morning, as Zhang Heng awoke from his slumber, he was greeted by the cheerful visage of the Witch Queen, causing his heart to tighten. The Witch Queen's smile could only mean trouble. Zhang Heng couldn't help but mutter anxiously, though he still felt compelled to greet her. "Sister Xuanjie, the little one is awakened. You performed admirably last night." The Witch Queen, noticing Zhang Heng's stiff expression, couldn't suppress a chuckle. "What performance? If no one had come to my aid, I would have been done for." Zhang Heng recalled the terror of being at the mercy of the black-robed man. Shivering involuntarily, while silently vowing that this would be the first and last time he was so utterly powerless against an adversary. "We didn't anticipate that the suspect you let go would end up discovering such a place while fleeing. I commend you for your insight in recognizing that their operation was targeting the high-ranking officials of Bandle," Lu Xuanjie stated with rare seriousness, recalling how frightened she had been when Zhang Heng nearly perished the previous night. "Indeed, it was a sudden realization for me. However, why was the target I was observing not on the list of high-ranking officials?" Zhang Heng remained curious about the identity of the middle-aged man. "The target you observed was the head of the Bandle Safety Bureau, that a significant portion of their upper ranks were in disguise. Young man, you may not comprehend how terrifying modern makeup technology is. Be vigilant when choosing a girlfriend in the future," Lu Xuanjie advised. Though Lu Xuanjie jested, her expression bore a hint of gravity. They had failed to recognize the threat, yet this individual, disguised as the Son of God, accurately identified their target. A situation too perplexing to ponder. Fine, but what about that sixth rank?" Zhang Heng inquired, unable to fathom how he had attracted the attention of such an individual. Was he perhaps connected to the Son of God? Zhang Heng couldn't help but question himself. Chapter 67. Unexpected joy. You need not ask. I will tell you regardless. You have accomplished a significant feat. That sixth rank is named Tian Hao. His real name is Yeda Hao. A member of the Wa ethnic group, specializing in illegal smuggling. His operations are extensive, and the amounts involved are substantial, Lu Xuanjie explained, pausing before adding, "Moreover, with your peculiar blade, any fourth rank would struggle to endure even 30 seconds, let alone withstand the first strike." "And what of Li Mu?" Zhang Heng inquired, intrigued by the young man's formidable prowess that I don't know much about Li Mu, other than that he is exceptionally young and talented. He joined 2 years before you, and in just 2 years he surpassed us, Lu Xuanjie revealed, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes as she spoke of Li Mu. Haha, Xiaoheng has awakened. Come, see how much good stuff you've received. Qiao Yuming's mischievous voice echoed from the doorway, followed by the arrival of Elder Lu and Fu Qigong, with Li Mu in tow. Xiaoheng has awakened. Just in time for us to discuss the results, Fu Qigong stated, his tone slightly grave, evidently still shaken by the events of the previous night. Team leader, Elder Lu, and Xiao Qiao, you all have arrived. Zhang Hong greeted his companions, and after exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Li Mu and said, Brother Li, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention last night. Regardless of your youthful appearance, you are still no match for my age. It was you who saved yourself, Li Mu replied, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features, radiating warmth. However, after a brief pause, he looked at Zhang Hong with earnestness and remarked, You performed admirably. Few could have endured such a lengthy ordeal. Enough of this pleasantry between you two. Allow me to elucidate the events of last night to Xiaoheng. Fu Qigong interjected, unable to tolerate their mutual flattery any longer. Xiaoheng, the motive behind the assassination attempt you faced was likely the exposure of the smuggling activities of Yeda Hao, prompting him to silence you. Nevertheless, it was you who drew out this malignant force, thus earning the lion's share of the credit. Furthermore, your mention of potential targets during the mission may have stemmed from high-level suggestions within the Bander organization. Without such advice, the outcome might not have been so favorable. And again, your contributions were paramount. Fu Qigong spoke with gravity, but then added, However, Xiaoheng, while the circumstances were unforeseen, your actions were exceedingly reckless. Next time, fortune may not favor you as it did this time. He did not allow Zhang Heng the opportunity to respond. Understood. I will reflect on my actions from last night, Zhang Heng replied, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. Although he had surmised the enemy's intentions, he pondered what he would have done had the targets been ordinary civilians or if other unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Moreover, the organization known as the Children of God was behind the assault. Fu Qigong, aware of Zhang Heng's deep-seated animosity towards them, felt compelled to relay this information. Surprisingly, Zhang Heng's expression remained calm, that I sensed it last night. Even Yeda Hao, from the details of his confrontation with Brother Li, bore the unmistakable signature of the Children of God. Zhang Heng had discerned their influence long before the three engaged in combat. After stating this solemnly, Fu Qigong shifted to a lighter tone. Now, let me share some good news. Zhang Heng surmised it might pertain to a reward from the previous night. Behold this. Fu Qigong extended his phone towards Zhang Heng, displaying several photographs. Zhang Heng took the device. Examining the images, which seemed unfamiliar, yet appeared to be of considerable value. This is the spinal marrow of a 7th-grade deer. Li Mu interjected, eyeing the images. Such a rarity would be beneficial not only to Zhang Heng, but to anyone, including Li Mu himself. Though only one specimen was available, weren't you instructing us to pay attention to the spinal marrows of by Chonglu and high-grade beasts or exotic creatures? This is it. The previous silver wolf is no longer necessary, as this one is now yours, Fu Qigong stated, a hint of excitement and envy evident in his tone. For everyone covets such treasures. 7th grade? Zhang Heng's gaze momentarily dulled, realizing the exceptional nature of the find. This meant he would no longer need to search for exceedingly rare potions and wild herbs. I shall soon advance to the 5th grade. Zhang Heng's usual indifference was replaced with enthusiasm. Other concerns paled in comparison to this advancement. Xiao Qiao, I will catch up with you shortly. Zhang Heng humorously teased Qiao Yuming, casting a mischievous glance her way. Initially smiling, Qiao Yuming's expression stiffened at Zhang Heng's jest, leaving her momentarily speechless as she regarded the individual on the hospital bed, who was rapidly approaching her level. How old are you now? Li Mu finally broached the question that had lingered in his mind. Specifically, I am not certain, but according to medical assessments, I am nearly 19. Zhang Heng nonchalantly boasted that Li Mu suppressed a smirk. The slight shift in his expression belied the internal monologue criticizing the apparent innocence of those who harbor darker intentions. 19 and at the 5th grade? I must inquire with my grandfather where he found such a prodigy. That moment, Li Mu's grandfather, Li Ting, was in an office on the outskirts of Spring City. railing against an imposing figure clad in military attire, who appeared to be of a similar age. This man was Nyoza-chang, the commander of the Southwest Defense Zone and a prominent general of Huagua. Before him lay several documents, all bearing a common name. Zhang Heng, Nyoza-chang, what is the meaning of your inquiry into my affairs? Li Ting glared at the man opposite him, clearly agitated that I am Nyoza-chang. My memory may fail with age, but do not come here to embarrass yourself. Nyoza-chang calmly retorted. Bah, you are the one who is aging, with 3 or 4 documents sprawled on your desk. You still wish to bicker with me? I warn you, you may recruit anyone you wish, but my people are off limits. What is your interest in Zhang Heng? Li Ting snapped, his frustration palpable. Li Ting continued his tirade. But Nyoza-chang remained unmoved, gesturing towards the documents on the table. What is wrong with showing interest in exceptional talent? Besides, this young man has caused quite a stir over the past year. Did you not notice how he concealed his strength upon entering the city? Had he not assisted the Security Bureau in apprehending a 4th-grade expert, no one would have realized his true capabilities. Recently, it appears he has annihilated a base and possesses some highly significant artifacts. There are numerous other matters I have yet to mention. Preposterous. Only focusing on the negative. Everyone has their secrets. Regardless, you cannot touch my people. This lad was personally introduced by the old patriarch. Li Ting boasted proudly. Nyoza-chang's expression shifted, and no one truly knew the identity of the old patriarch, but all high-ranking officials were aware of the existence of an enigmatic figure on this planet who had lived for an indeterminate length of time, someone no one dared to provoke. Not even a federal officer. You still cannot act against him. Moreover, find an opportunity to remove that troublesome label. With that, Li Ting exited in a haughty manner, leaving Nyoza-chang behind, deep in contemplation. This caliber of talent must not be overlooked. What means can I employ to recruit him? Nyoza-chang mused. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a photograph from his early military days adorning the desk, and a spark ignited in his eyes, slapping the table. He laughed heartily. Oldly, I shan't pursue him, but if he chooses to come to me, what can you do about it? Chapter 68. The upset Xiao Wu on the morning of the 3rd. Zhang Heng was discharged from the hospital and hurried back to school. Although the hospital advised against it, he felt no adverse effects. Besides, if he delayed any longer, Xiao Wu would surely worry. Zhang Heng's recent mission had yielded bountiful rewards. Aside from the invaluable 7th-grade deer spinal marrow, he had also acquired various medicinal items. Though it had been an unforeseen circumstance, he had successfully lured out a formidable enemy and held on until reinforcements arrived, thus securing the primary credit for the operation. Naturally, all the best spoils belonged to him. The state primarily sought intelligence and data, and it was entirely customary for personnel with merit to receive appropriate rewards. Of course, the monetary compensation was substantial. Master Fan directly awarded Zhang Heng 10 million as a completion bonus, and while the official amount had yet to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly be no less than that of Master Fan. In addition to tangible rewards, the Security Bureau indicated that the low-risk personnel identification mark could be removed after 6 months, as the maximum observation period was 6 months. The events surrounding Bander soon ignited a media frenzy. Yet Zhang Heng and his companions were all censored by the authorities, rendering their identities unrecognizable. In the classroom, Zhao Ying, the agricultural sciences professor, was instructing her students when she suddenly noticed the usually obedient little girl. Xiao Wu leaped from her seat and dashed toward the door. Meanwhile, Xiong Enning and the others, who typically looked after her, showed no reaction. Teacher Zhao, it's because Zhang Heng has returned that Xiao Wu is so thrilled. My apologies for the interruption. Huang Zhiruwei was the first to react, rising apologetically. Zhaoying appeared puzzled, struggling to comprehend how they could be aware of Zhang Heng's return. She had a vivid memory of him. After all, every teacher was curious about a student with such exceptional grades that Xiao Wu can sense Zhang Heng's return from quite a distance that we are unsure how she does it. It is indeed quite remarkable. Xiong Enning explained as he had pondered this phenomenon extensively, attributing it to Xiao Wu's extraordinary abilities. However, what puzzled everyone was that Xiao Wu abruptly halted at the doorway, placing her small hands on her hips with an expression of indignation that left nearly 100 classmates in the room momentarily taken aback. Well, Xiao Heng has been injured again. Xiong Enning sighed in exasperation. Zhao Yu. Zhaoying. Huang Zhiruwei. What do you mean? The last time Xiao Wu displayed this behavior, Zhang Heng had sustained severe injuries. You all remember the incident from last month in the dormitory, don't you? Xiong Enning clarified. Zhao Yu considered this and nodded, recalling the event. Huang Zhuwei followed suit, affirming his recollection. Zhang Heng, how could you have been injured again? Xiao Wu, standing at the door, pointed outside with her small finger, her voice raised in annoyance as her words flowed effortlessly. Duh. Xiao Wu, how did you get out here? Zhang Heng appeared at the classroom door, looking somewhat embarrassed. Internally, he marveled at Xiao Wu's keen sense, as she had detected even the faintest trace of blood on him from afar. Umph. I won't play with you anymore for being so careless. Xiao Wu pouted and evaded Zhang Heng's attempt to embrace her, swiftly turning to enter the classroom, leaving Zhang Heng awkwardly half-bent with a flustered expression. Ha! The onlookers in the classroom could no longer contain their laughter. For Xiao Wu's antics had been irresistibly adorable and amusing. Even Zhao Ying, who was in the midst of a lesson, couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, she stepped into the classroom to bow to her classmates and teacher. Zhao Ying, apologizing for wasting everyone's time. After returning to his seat, Zhang Heng looked at Xiao Wu with an innocent expression and softly said, Xiao Wu, I was wrong. It won't happen again, I promise. Humph. Xiao Wu tucked her small hands away, indicating her unwillingness to forgive Zhang Heng. 5 minutes later, with a seemingly angry demeanor, Xiao Wu stealthily turned her head to glance at Zhang Heng, who was attentively listening to Zhao Ying's lecture on the exam syllabus. Another 5 minutes passed, and Xiao Wu could no longer hold back. She crawled onto Zhang Heng's lap and gently touched the bandage wound on his leg, her previous anger having dissipated, replaced by a look of concern. Zhang Heng softly patted Xiao Wu's little head and assured her, Xiao Wu, I'm fine, no matter what. I will always be there for you as you grow up. An hour and a half of class swiftly came to an end. And as soon as the bell rang, the trio from the dormitory along with Zhu Yu, Li Shujie, and Chen Li, who were all friends that usually showed concern, immediately gathered around. Xiao Heng, how did you get hurt again? The last injury hasn't even healed, exclaimed Xiong Enning. Xiao Heng, don't overexert yourself. You need to take breaks when necessary, Zhao Yu chimed in, while Huang Ziren nodded in agreement, silently showing his support. Xiao Heng, is your injury serious? Timidly inquired Li Shujie, who appeared somewhat bashful. Zhang Heng found it odd that this girl always seemed shy in his presence. Thank you all for your concern. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury from an accident. Zhang Heng replied, appearing quite at ease. You weren't injured during the recruitment process, were you? Zhu Yu remarked astutely. Zhang Heng looked at Zhu Yu in surprise and replied, yes, it indeed happened during the recruitment. You actually got hurt during recruitment. Everyone knows about the events there now. Xiong Enning exclaimed, pulling out her phone to browse as she spoke, that I asked Zhang Heng present. Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed in their ears. The group turned to look out the window, where a dashing officer, approximately 6 feet tall and dressed in military uniform, stood at the door. Hello, I am. Zhang Heng stepped out to respond. After receiving Zhang Heng's confirmation, the officer swiftly approached him and saluted, saying hello. Zhang Heng, I am Wang Tianzi from the Nanlin recruitment office. Hello. Zhang Heng replied politely, though he was unclear about the purpose of the recruitment office's visit. Zhang Heng, the primary purpose of my visit today is to introduce you to the favorable conditions for college student martial artists to enlist, which would be quite suitable for your current circumstances. Our military is in dire need of talents like you, Wang Tianzi stated directly. All right, thank you for coming all this way. I will certainly listen, Zhang Heng replied, recognizing the effort involved. First and foremost, your strength is impressive, making you an excellent fit. In terms of both strength and other qualifications. Of course, if any other classmates are interested, they are welcome to join us. Wang Tianzi elaborated on the recruitment conditions and benefits, casually including Huang Ziru and others in the conversation. Understood. Thank you for making the trip, but I currently have a little friend to take care of, so I cannot enlist at this moment. I apologize, Zhang Heng stated, glancing at Xiao Wu as he declined. Had it not been for Xiao Wu, or if he had not joined Master Fan, Zhang Heng might have seriously considered enlisting to shape himself. All right, you can take your time to think it over. Other classmates can also consider it. We welcome you anytime. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye, Wang Tianzi remarked, observing that Zhang Heng was indeed accompanied by a young girl. Bringing a child to school made it evident that enlisting at this time was impractical, especially since new recruits had already been sworn in. Okay, I will consider it. Goodbye, Zhang Heng replied courteously. Chapter 69. The Burden of Possession. Xiao Heng. You weren't noticed by some officer during the recruitment in Bander, were you? They came directly to the school. Zhao Yu asked Zhang Heng, astonished that it's quite possible. Since new recruits have already enlisted, it seems they are specifically seeking to recruit talented individuals. Chun-Li interjected unexpectedly as soon as Chun-Li spoke. Everyone turned to look at her, causing her to blush slightly under their scrutiny. What's with you all? My father is a soldier, she explained as, oh, that was it. A few days later, having successfully completed the final assessments, Zhang Heng's first semester of university life came to a close. Most of the time, Zhang Heng behaved like an ordinary student, attending classes and studying. While in his spare time, he focused on enhancing his skills that on weekends, he would undertake solo enhancement tasks or engage in group missions, participating 3 times a month that on the remaining weekends, he would take Xiao Wu back to the outskirts of the border city to visit her friends. Thus, Zhang Heng managed to accumulate around 70 to 80 contribution points and several million in rewards each month. Although a few million in earnings appeared substantial, it was merely average within the martial artist community. This amount was just barely sufficient for him to cover the down payment on a house. Despite the real estate company assuring him that there was no rush, Zhang Heng felt that having acquired such a significant discount, he could not afford to delay any further concerning the payment. Regarding the price of the house, others in Master Fan's circle expressed ignorance. Either they had not purchased from the same real estate company or were older acquaintances of Zhang Heng's. The decision to buy this house was not made lightly by Zhang Heng, that on one occasion, while returning from the border city with Xiao Wu, they passed by a villa complex, and Xiao Wu excitedly pointed at the villas, declaring that she wanted to buy Zhang Heng a large house like that in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's heart softened immediately, prompting him to decide to prioritize purchasing a large house for Xiao Wu before considering any other upgrades. As for the payment, Zhang Heng thoroughly researched the policies before opting for the villa, and out of concern for insufficient funds, he specifically borrowed 50 million from the Queen of Filth, Xiao Rue. Old Zhao, Xiao Heng, and Xiao Wu, let's go. If you have time, come over to my house. Xiong Yining waved her hand. All right, be careful, and remember what I said about the timing for moving into the new house. Zhang Heng replied. Remember, we will definitely come. Bye. Xiong Yining said excitedly before turning to board the bus. Xiao Heng, we are also leaving. We are in the same city, Huang Ziru added. Okay, drive safely. Zhang Heng responded. An hour later, Zhang Heng boarded the bus back to the border city. Xiao Wu, do you think I should get a driver's license? That way, I could buy a car to drive you back to the border city. Zhang Heng softly inquired. A car? Zhang Heng drives a car. That sounds wonderful. Our own car. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. Let's learn to drive once we return to the border city. It should take about half a month to get the license. Zhang Heng confidently declared, determined to acquire a driver's license and buy a vehicle for commuting, given that obtaining a license in half a month was entirely feasible for a second-tier martial artist. Especially with most modern vehicles being automatic, only a small minority still preferred manual transmission. 2 hours later, Zhang Heng held Xiao Wu's hand as they returned to the home of Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Grandma Huang immediately exclaimed, Xiao Wu has gotten even fairer. Indeed, she spoke the truth. When Xiao Wu was brought back from the border, she had been a little dark-skinned, but after several months of city life, she had lightened several shades. Grandpa and Grandma Huang were overjoyed to see Xiao Wu return home, treating her visit as if they hadn't seen her in ages, even if it had only been a month. Every time, they prepared an abundance of delicious food and fun activities, and Zhang Heng often felt that every visit resulted in Xiao Wu gaining a few extra pounds. The next morning, Zhang Heng decided to visit the bookstore to pay his respects to the old man. Although he was uncertain about the specifics, he knew that the old man had likely resolved many of his troubles. As soon as he entered the bookstore, the old man's voice echoed from upstairs. Come up when you arrive. Old man. Upon ascending the stairs, Zhang Heng was greeted by the same spirited old man he had encountered previously, even wearing the same outfit. Your progress in practicing the martial arts is a bit slow. Your arm strength has noticeably improved, but it still requires further enhancement. Your upper and lower body strength remains unbalanced, the old man remarked after sipping his tea. All right, I will strive harder, Zhang Heng replied without any surprise. Knowing that had the formidable Heya Yoshida encountered this old man, he could have easily subdued him with a mere gesture. Seek out an opportunity for advancement. You are almost ready. Make good use of the spoils of war. And show me that piece of red jade, the old man continued. Understood, Zhang Heng responded, retrieving the sword hilt from his bag and presenting it with both hands. The old man examined the sword hilt closely for a moment and remarked, "You truly are dense. How could you not comprehend this?" Zhang Heng was taken aback. After studying the item for some time, he had found it utterly incomprehensible and had decided to use it as a special weapon instead. It proved effective for striking opponents in places where weapons were prohibited. "Observe carefully. This is how you should use it," the old man instructed, then grasped the sword hilt with one hand, pointing it at Zhang Heng before applying a gentle force. Swish! Zhang Heng felt a sudden chill as every hair on his body stood on end at that moment. Nothing appeared before him, but as he drew closer, he discerned a long sword, transparent as glass, poised mere millimeters from his eyes. Observing this, the old man smirked slightly, stating, "I am uncertain where this came from. You shall have to decipher its purpose on your own." After taking a sip of tea, he continued, this crack. Just as Zhang Heng reached for the hilt on the table, he noticed that the previously singular crack in the hilt had now transformed into two, with one emanating a faint green hue. The old man remarked, "Once you master it, you shall witness its true form." Zhang Heng, intrigued by this peculiar sword, understood its potential as a formidable weapon. This unexpected blade could resolve myriad issues, far surpassing the utility of the first style of ammo. With determination, he grasped the hilt, mimicking the old man's grip. However, nothing changed. Ponder it slowly and remember, possessing a precious item incurs guilt, while the commoner bears no blame, the old man advised. The phrase "possessing a precious item incurs guilt" startled Zhang Heng, prompting him to gaze up at the old man, seeking affirmation. The old man remained silent, but nodded ever so slightly that a jolt of realization struck Zhang Heng. He had assumed that the sword's rarity might elevate it to the status of a national treasure. Yet the old man's words rendered the weapon in his grasp unbearably heavy, that "I will grow stronger." Zhang Heng silently encouraged himself, recognizing that if this item was indeed so precious, he must strive to become as invaluable as it. "Indeed, such courage is commendable," the old man affirmed with a nod. However, Zhang Heng's newfound resolve quickly waned. The old man seemed to read his thoughts effortlessly. Unbeknownst to Zhang Heng, such insight was unnecessary, compared to the seasoned veterans. He still struggled to mask his emotions, with even the slightest fluctuation easily detectable. Perhaps this old man was a master of nuance, having honed his skills over countless years, rendering it impossible for anyone to conceal their true feelings in his presence. Chapter 70. The True Battle After Visiting the Old Man. Zhang Heng returned briefly to Yuda Middle School before enrolling in a reputable driving school for his driving test. Regardless of advancements in artificial intelligence, complete detachment from human control was unfeasible. Thus, acquiring driving skills was essential. Later that evening, Zhang Heng's phone rang, revealing a group video call from Wan Huan and his companions. That a smile crept across his face as he answered. "Haha, I knew Xiao Hong would return." Wan Huan's boisterous voice boomed from the speaker. "Zhang Heng already told me." Li Ming shot a glare at Wan Huan through the screen, as he had previously inquired about Zhang Heng's return before the holiday. "Heng Ge, as a novice, I seek your guidance," Qiao Dong chimed in, his tone almost playful, startling Zhang Heng with the unexpected shift. "Qiao Dong, I suspect you've been influenced by the girls from the medical school." Ma Xinjia couldn't help but tease Qiao Dong. "Come on, I'm merely trying to convince Zhang Heng to assist us." Qiao Dong retorted, "I'm about to become a professional. I'm the big shot from the medical school." Their banter lightened, revealing the transformation college had wrought upon them. Yes, let's focus on the matter at hand. Getting out." Wan Huan exclaimed excitedly. "All right, tomorrow it is, but brace yourselves mentally," Zhang Heng stated with gravity, "that I'm going too." Chun Hao interjected. Early the next morning, Wan Huan, Qiao Dong, Li Ming, Ma Xinjia, Chen Hao, and Zhaoing picked up Zhang Heng and made their way to the city gates. The process of obtaining the necessary permits was straightforward. Wan Huan, Ma Xinjia, and Chun Hao were all certified first-tier professionals, while Zhang Heng held a second-tier status that as long as they remained within an 80-kilometer radius and included 2 ordinary individuals, they faced no issues. Moreover, Qiao Dong, Li Ming, and Zhaoing were all close to first-tier strength that as the city gates swung open, a verdant world unfolded before them. Wow! The world beyond the gates is indeed as beautiful as depicted in the videos. Zhaoing, being a girl, found it difficult to resist the allure of the scenery. That it is indeed quite lovely. Even more so than the parks in the city, Xiao Dong attempted to downplay his excitement, though the sparkle in his eyes betrayed him. Xiao Dong, I scoff at you clearly. We're not even in the same league. Li Ming shot a knowing glance at him. Enough. Beauty is but a fade. The more exquisite something appears, the more perilous it may be. From this moment forth, each of you must remain vigilant. Every corner of the forest may harbor danger. Even an ordinary wild animal could cost you your life. Once we enter, I shall provide no assistance. You are to explore based on your knowledge. Should your lives be threatened, I will intervene, Zhang Heng stated sternly, causing Wan Huan and the others to abandon their carefree thoughts and adopt a more serious demeanor. At 10 o'clock that night, Zhang Heng returned with his ragtag group, their faces pale and their clothes tattered. Apart from Chun Hao and Ma Xinjia, whose attire remained relatively intact, the others were in shambles. Zhaoying was draped in clothes Zhang Heng had thoughtfully prepared in advance, while he deemed it unnecessary to provide attire for the boys, believing it would toughen their resolve. Among them, Ma Xinjia fared the best, appearing only slightly fatigued. Like all newcomers, they had initially exhibited enthusiasm and fierce determination upon entering the forest. Yet after 4 hours of trekking, they had encountered nothing but an expanse of trees. Occasionally catching glimpses of small birds or squirrels that as they searched for wild or formidable animals to test their mettle, reality struck hard. The vast forest lay in eerie silence, devoid of visible creatures. Eventually, through the keen senses of Chun Hao and Ma Xinjia, they stumbled upon a herd of wild boars. Excitedly, they began to provoke the boars, but the outcome was predictable. Xiao Dong, Li Ming, and Zhaoying, still lacking first-tier prowess, were soundly defeated, managing to fend off only the weakest among the boars while utterly outmatched by the stronger ones. Although Wan Huan had attained first-tier status, he had never engaged in combat with a non-human entity. After several rounds of practice, he could barely hold his own against the strongest of the boars, which possessed a strength comparable to a 9th-tier amateur. Chun Hao, being slightly stronger and more resilient, initially struggled as well. While human sparring often allowed for restraint, the wild boars offered no such luxury that Ma Xinjia exhibited the best performance, having previously interacted with live animals. Yet he still faced challenges as the wilderness proved distinct from the confines of a cage. Observing their despondent expressions, Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he sought. He then discreetly retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Qinghai on the other end. Lu Qinghai was preparing for bed when he received a call from his life-est benefactor, Zhang Heng. Even after arriving in Spring City, Zhang Heng would occasionally procure exotic beasts that Lu Qinghai could not acquire, albeit for modest sums, fostering a friendship. After all, second-tier beasts were a mere trifle for Zhang Heng, who was engaged in solo trials. "Hello, Xiao Heng. Why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Qinghai answered promptly. "Qinghai, I apologize for disturbing your rest. As for the address, though I find it somewhat awkward, I acquiesce to your request." Zhang Heng replied that it's still early. "Have you come across something valuable?" Lu Qinghai inquired. "This time, I ventured out with friends to try the wilderness, so I have nothing of note, just a few wild boars and a wild pig," Zhang Heng informed him. "All right, I'll be there shortly. Just hold on a moment," Lu Qinghai replied eagerly. After Lu Qinghai finished speaking, he abruptly ended the call. 10 minutes later, he arrived, swiftly collecting all the items, including even the wild boar that appeared to have been thoroughly ravaged. Soon, Wan Huan and the others were hurriedly picked up by their anxious families, and on the way back, everyone was lost in contemplation about the day's extraordinary events, particularly the sudden departure of Chun Hao and Zhang Heng, which left them with a profound sense of helplessness. Then, unexpectedly, Zhang Heng reappeared, bringing back a frenzied wild boar, a creature on the cusp of the second-grade tier. Subsequently, Zhang Heng showcased a display of genuine combat, his decisiveness, ferocity, and wisdom leaving a significant impact on Chun Hao. The others felt similarly affected, though for Xiao Dong, Li Ming, and Zhaoying, their experience differed slightly. They struggled to comprehend Zhang Heng's fighting style, yet they gained a clearer understanding of true strength. Chapter 71. The bone marrow of Deer Shu. The new year passed swiftly, and this year, Zhang Heng found himself considerably happier than the last, thanks to Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu still struggled with fluent speech, she had ceased her earlier incoherent babbling. After the new year, Zhang Heng also acquired his driving qualifications. But he soon received a new task notification. Task 5, Short-Term Mission Objective. Short-Term Mission Reward. Completion reward number of participants. 1 mission duration. February 5th to February 20th acceptance. Yes, there were no hints regarding the mission location or content, nor any accompanying documentation. With only 2 days until departure, Zhang Heng resolved to advance to the 5th tier to enhance his competitiveness, sensing that this mission would entail greater peril. Early in the morning, Zhang Heng hurried to Chun City to retrieve the 7th tier deer, shoe, bone marrow, and other supplements he had stored in the bank, preparing to bring them back to Bian City. Prior to this promotion, the old man had advised him to take the necessary items when seeking advancement. That at 10 o'clock, laden with significant wealth, Zhang Heng returned to the bookstore, encountering a familiar face upon entering. "What is this?" Luo Ziqiang exclaimed, startled by Zhang Heng's large backpack, which altered her usual greeting. "Oh, these are some books I brought for the boss," Zhang Heng replied, not intending to deceive, but the importance of the items he carried warranted discretion. "Oh, thank you for your hard work," Luo Ziqiang said, her tone laden with an indescribable sentiment, though Zhang Heng remained oblivious to its nuances. "It's nothing, not a burden at all, that I'll head upstairs now," he replied, his mind solely focused on his promotion, leaving little room for the striking beauty before him. "Oh, all right. Wait," Luo Ziqiang called out suddenly, stopping him. What's wrong?" Zhang Heng asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing, just you've grown much stronger," she admitted, feeling a bit shy about her sudden comment, her gaze dropping. "Fortunately, you've grown stronger as well, quite a bit," Zhang Heng observed, noting her remarkable progress. She had reached amateur 9th tier. It seemed that Chao Dong and the others still needed to put in more effort. Luo Ziqiang nodded slightly. "Oh, you go ahead." Zhang Heng responded with a nod. "All right." Upstairs, the old man looked at Zhang Heng, burdened with a large backpack, and remarked, "The process will take some time. Start by using the basic supplements. Your foundation is solid, but your body has experienced some depletion that needs replenishing. You're not as youthful as your age suggests." "Understood," Zhang Heng replied. Despite being in his teens, his physical condition reflected over 25 years of wear, a consequence of 5 years of survival beyond the borders that had bolstered his strength, but also caused irreparable damage. Having said that, Zhang Heng retrieved all the basic supplements he had acquired over the past 6 months, most being 4th tier, with a small portion at the 5th tier, primarily rewards from his previous exploits and band. "Hey, let me see that," the old man suddenly interjected, pointing at a sealed box. "Oh, sure," Zhang Heng responded. Handing over the box the old man indicated that he recalled that this box was a hard-won trophy from over a year ago. When he had previously extracted it, he recognized everything else, but the contents of this particular box remained a mystery to him. After examining the box carefully, the old man turned to Zhang Heng and said, "This item is currently of no use to you and is dangerous. Return it to the chefs. They will know how to utilize it." "All right," Zhang Heng replied, trusting the old man's judgment, though curiosity gnawed at him, prompting him to ask, "Old man, what is this?" "It's better you don't know. Just focus on your supplements." The old man waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Heng said nothing further, obediently using the supplements suited to him. Generally, supplements are meant to be taken separately, but the old man had asserted that taking them all together would yield better results, a scenario that only occurred under his guidance. While Zhang Heng consumed the supplements, the old man retrieved a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket, pouring some water into a bowl. Then he took out a dark small vial and dropped a round, pitch-black pill into the bowl, resembling the elixir seen in films. Strangely, the moment the pill touched the water, it dissolved instantly, and even more astonishingly, the water remained clear and transparent after the dissolution. Why now? Zhang Heng had finished his basic supplements and awaited the old man's next instructions. "Swallow the deer shoe bone marrow," the old man said calmly. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng promptly retrieved the most securely sealed deer shoe bone marrow. Though a sense of trepidation lingered, he chose to place his unwavering trust in the old man. With fingerprint and iris scans, this was the standard procedure for safeguarding valuable items today. Click. The sound of the mechanical lock unlocking resonated. Gently, Zhang Heng lifted the lid of the sealed box, revealing a beautifully crafted jade box. The jade box itself was worth a considerable sum, not to mention the value of the deer shoe bone marrow contained within. As he took the jade box into his hands, it felt pleasantly warm, far more comfortable than the peculiar sword hilt he had previously handled. Upon carefully opening the jade box, he was met not with the dazzling spectacle he had anticipated. but rather with an irregular cylindrical piece of bone measuring approximately 15 centimeters in diameter and 25 centimeters in length. Holding the bone steady, it appeared substantial, yet it felt surprisingly light to the touch, bearing a similar texture to ordinary bones, albeit slightly cool. While the bone itself held little value, the marrow encased within was of great worth. As he turned the bone over, the marrow, occupying 2/3 of its diameter, was revealed. Unlike the plain exterior, the marrow inside was crystal clear, devoid of any impurities, resembling unadulterated jelly. After a moment of inspection, Zhang Heng confirmed the marrow as quality. While it may not have been the finest, it sufficed for his needs, and the old man, observing silently, offered no objections. Gently, Zhang Heng lifted the bone, aligning its open end with his lips. With a delicate bite, he punctured the outer membrane, which felt like solid film. At that moment, the marrow began to flow slowly from the opening. The sensation upon entry differed from that of jelly. Though gelatinous, it moved like water, akin to liquid in a vacuum. The taste was not reminiscent of jelly, possessing a faint fishy flavor, but otherwise, it bore no significant distinction from water. Zhang Heng could discern no notable taste. Before long, he had consumed the entirety of the marrow, preparing to meditate and absorb the nutrients and energy it would provide. However, the old man interjected, "The reason I instructed you to drink it all is deliberate. Come over and drink this bowl of water." I gestured towards the bowl on the tea table, which contained the mixture of water and the dissolved pill. With barely a sip's worth remaining, Zhang Heng did not hesitate. Knowing the old man had his reasons for this instruction, he picked up the bowl and drank it in one go. Without a doubt, this was the finest water he had ever tasted in his life. Words failed him in describing the sensation. Sweet, refreshing, and thirst-quenching, it encompassed all those qualities, along with a myriad of indescribable sensations. "Wow, this is delicious." After drinking the bowl of water, Zhang Heng felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria and could not help but exclaim in awe. Chapter 72. Promotion to 5th rank. After finishing the water provided by the elder, Zhang Heng settled into a cross-legged position, tightly closing his eyes to sense the transformations within his stomach. Just moments after consuming the spinal fluid, he still experienced a burning sensation in his stomach. However, upon drinking the elder's water, that fiery discomfort dissipated, replaced by a warm and comforting sensation, akin to a mother's gentle hand caressing his belly. Unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped from the corner of Zhang Heng's eye as he recalled the profound feeling of his mother from the deepest recesses of his memory. Although he possessed no recollections of his parents, the muscle memory within his body remained unchanged. Time passed slowly, and Zhang Heng's body gradually underwent transformation. The warmth began to radiate from his abdomen, enveloping his chest, thighs, neck, and calves, even permeating his pores. Soon, the sensation reached his feet and brain. The feelings in his feet and other body parts were akin, yet his brain was devoid of warmth, instead greeted by a refreshing coolness that suddenly awakened his mind with clarity. Zhang Heng felt as though his entire mind had been emptied. Apart from the physical changes, he sensed nothing else. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the alterations in his body. Zhang Heng distinctly felt the energy contained within the spinal fluid entering every single cell of his being, transforming the once ordinary cells into vibrant entities, as if each cell now possessed double the energy it had before. Once all the energy permeated the cells, he suddenly sensed a refreshing current flowing through his body, akin to a stream rushing through every part of him, leaving no bone untouched. Zhang Heng's promotion process persisted throughout the entire day. Before stepping out, he informed Xiao Wu and Grandpa Huang that he might be away for 2 days. Hence they refrained from disturbing him, with only Xiao Wu occasionally murmuring a few words. Zhang Heng's promotion experience was an exception. For most, the process of advancement was not nearly as intricate. Most individuals with peak potential naturally promoted themselves when the time came. Of course, the extent of promotion depended on one's innate talent, that a significant portion of individuals never achieved the first rank in their lifetime, while others struggled to break through to the first rank. Much like Zhang Heng's initial encounter with Jiang Han. After surpassing the first rank, there remained formidable thresholds between the 3rd and 4th ranks that obstructed many. The transition from the 4th to the mid-3rd rank resulted in a markedly slower promotion rate. And the barriers between the 6th and 7th ranks were the most daunting, a process that transformed one into something beyond human. Zhang Heng had no experience with this, nor did he comprehend what it meant to be above the 7th rank. The difficulty only intensified with each subsequent rank, and even upon breaking through to the 9th rank, relentless effort remained essential. Even among those at the 9th rank, significant disparities existed as for any publicly available information regarding breakthroughs beyond the 9th rank. None existed. The following afternoon, after feeling as though every inch of his body had been revitalized, Zhang Heng joyfully opened his eyes, but he had just sensed that the once unevenly sized cells in his body had become remarkably uniform, and his entire physique felt more coordinated. However, once the process was complete, Zhang Heng's mind returned to normalcy, losing the previous sensations and failing to perceive any subtle differences in his body, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. "All right, it's time to head home for a shower," the elder remarked with a faint smile. "Thank you for your assistance, senior," Zhang Heng replied, rising to deeply bow before the elder, fully aware that the rejuvenation of his body and the evenness of his cells was due to the water he had consumed. Go on, you're reeking. Hurry back and wash up," the elder said with a furrowed brow. "Huh." Zhang Heng responded, somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly realized, taking a moment to sniff himself, "Indeed, it smells dreadful. Elder, I shall take my leave now." With that, he packed away the sealed container in his backpack and hurried off. This is what it feels like to be at the 5th rank. Stronger and more stable. Zhang Heng couldn't help but throw a few punches in excitement after exiting. What's so thrilling about merely being an amateur 5th rank? A disdainful voice from a nearby 1st-rank martial artist in his 30s retorted. Zhang Heng ignored him and, for the first time, hailed a private vehicle. "If only I had possessed such talent back then, my master surely would not have left alone," the elder mused as he watched the exuberant Zhang Heng from the 2nd floor, upon arriving home and exchanging casual greetings with Xiao Wu and Grandma Huang. Zhang Heng dashed into the bathroom. Gazing at the grime and sweat on his body, he shuddered involuntarily, feeling as though he had never bathed in his life. A little over 10 minutes later, having completed his cleansing, Zhang Heng stepped out of the bathroom, only to find a bewildered Xiao Wu staring at him. "Zhang Heng?" Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, taking a few steps back. "Hey, Xiao Heng, what have you been up to? You've lost quite a bit of weight in just a day." Grandma Huang's concerned voice chimed in from a distance, as she returned from the fields, hoe in hand. Xiao Wu, unsure, took a few more glances before approaching Zhang Heng and sniffing him. "It is indeed Zhang Heng, but you seem different." "Xiao Wu, you can't even recognize me?" Zhang Heng exclaimed, picking her up in surprise. Then, recalling Grandma Huang's comment about his apparent weight loss, he mused inwardly, could it be that promotion also has a cosmetic effect? With that thought, he carried Xiao Wu to the mirror inside the house. Not much has changed, but my face does appear a bit more defined." After a thorough examination, he concluded that in truth, Zhang Heng's transformation was minimal. His once robust muscles had become more proportionate, and his previously handsome face now bore sharper angles, enhancing his attractiveness, though he remained distant from the realm of super handsome as for Xiao Wu's perception of a significant change. Zhang Heng speculated it might be due to her close association with him, rendering her more sensitive to his transformation. This what they call cleansing the marrow and purifying the body. Zhang Heng pondered, reflecting on his physical changes reminiscent of a novel's plot. The following morning, Zhang Heng arrived at the border city's airship base. Although he was unable to board civilian airships due to a warning label, he had no issues utilizing his company's hunter qualification. However, the staff at the border city's airship base were taken aback by Zhang Heng's youthful appearance, as it was their first encounter with such a young martial artist venturing alone to the outer station. The airship was expansive, far larger than those Zhang Heng had previously boarded, yet the number of crew members remained relatively unchanged. Nevertheless, the defensive armaments were plentiful, and even in the passenger area, Zhang Heng could spot weapons. The flight duration was brief, lasting around an hour, during which the airship experienced 3 or 4 significant jolts. Upon exiting the passage connecting the airship and the base, Zhang Heng immediately gazed toward the distant forest. Indeed, the closer one gets to the ocean, the more perilous it becomes, Zhang Heng remarked, observing the towering trees and the seemingly endless expanse of forest outside the base that Zhang Heng had noted. The forest here was markedly different from that of the 3 to 400 kilometer radius. The trees were taller, the forest more vast, and the beasts far more perilous, with the possibility of encountering monsters or extraordinarily powerful creatures. "Are you Zhang Heng?" Just as Zhang Heng was lost in thought, A melodious female voice rang in his ears. Chapter 73. Let's all join together. Hello, I am Zhang Heng, he replied promptly upon realizing someone was calling him, only to discover a beautiful female officer clad in military combat attire. I am Tang Miao, the vice captain of the second team of Group D at Triangle Base. I am here to escort you for your report. Tang Miao briefly introduced herself, her expression stern, though internally she couldn't help but criticize her captain for sending her to fetch such a young recruit, who appeared as if he had just graduated from university. Was he merely here to bolster his resume? Thank you for your assistance. Please lead the way. Zhang Heng responded courteously. Let us go, Tang Miao said somewhat brusquely, rolling her eyes as she turned away. What did I do to offend this beautiful woman? Zhang Heng mused internally, even as he sensed her subtle gestures. Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Zhang Heng concluded, feeling utterly perplexed by the emotions of any girl other than Xiao Wus. They proceeded. Tang Miao guided Zhang Heng past various training facilities, the combat arena, firearms training grounds, simulation experience rooms, and high-tier, third-rank, martial artist combat arenas, all the while discreetly observing Zhang Heng's reactions. The outcome was predictable. Zhang Heng exhibited no response whatsoever, aside from paying a bit more attention to the 3D simulation room. He merely glanced at the other areas, particularly the third-rank martial artist combat arena, which Tang Miao eagerly wished him to notice, barely garnered a fleeting glance from him. This stubborn fellow is putting on quite a show. Just wait until the training begins. I will make sure to give him a lesson for ruining my well-deserved rest days. Tang Miao had been internally criticizing Zhang Heng while simultaneously devising a plan for how to handle him during their training. After meandering for 20 minutes, Tang Miao brought Zhang Heng to the entrance of an office. Before she could speak, a strong-voiced young man, evidently a military figure, emerged from within. Captain, I've brought him here, Tang Miao remarked. Rolling her eyes, speak properly. Address him as group leader, for this is the military. The captain frowned at Tang Miao, his tone turning serious. Yes, group leader. Zhang Heng, I have brought you here. Sensing the captain's displeasure, Tang Miao quickly adopted a serious demeanor and replied earnestly. All right, you wait here while I get acquainted with Zhang Heng. The captain nodded affirmatively. Tang Miao stood confused, wondering why she wasn't allowed to return and rest, but since it was the captain's order, she could only step aside. The captain then saluted Zhang Heng, speaking with authority. Hello, Zhang Heng, I am Qi Lin, the group leader of Team D at Triangle Base. Welcome to the outer defense. Hello, group leader, I am Zhang Heng. Here to undertake a short-term garrison mission. Zhang Heng replied earnestly, understanding that this was Qi Lin's way of showing respect to an equal. I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Qi Lin exclaimed, his serious demeanor softening into one of admiration. You flatter me, group leader. There are many more outstanding individuals than myself, Zhang Heng responded humbly. The exchange left Tang Miao, standing nearby, utterly astonished that wasn't he a new recruit. Why was the captain being so courteous to him? Who was this young man? A multitude of questions filled her mind. Haha, both capable and humble. I have decided to befriend you. Qi Lin laughed heartily, then continued before Zhang Heng could respond. You must return for another opportunity. Qi Lin understood that Zhang Heng was merely here to broaden his horizons and would indeed return. Certainly, Zhang Heng smiled, though he was uncertain if he would come back. Come, Tang Miao, this is your acting team leader. Introduce him to your teammates and the requirements of your duties. Qi Lin beckoned to Tang Miao. Ah, Tang Miao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. What? This is your acting team leader. For the next half-month, he will lead you in defense and combat. Qi Lin frowned. Hello, Captain. I'll take you to meet the squad members. Tang Miao stammered, her mind swirling with questions about this unexpected turn of events. Would he seek revenge for the detour she had taken him on earlier? Little Zhang, I'll call you that. This is Tang Miao, the deputy leader of the second squad. For the next 15 days, you will be responsible for leading them in combat. Qi Lin briefly introduced Tang Miao. 10 minutes later, the other 11 squad members stared at Zhang Heng in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity as they glanced at Tang Miao. Though they were skeptical, Zhang Heng remained committed to his duties, but he easily discerned their strengths. Tang Miao and another deputy leader were mid-level third tier. 3 members were early third tier, while the remaining 7 were late second tier. The overall strength distribution was quite balanced and fitting for a team AS for the resting captain. He was mid-level 4th tier. Similarly dispatched for long-term garrison duty. This scenario was common across various bases, as even non-military warriors bore the responsibility of defending their homeland. While Zhang Heng familiarized himself with the work details alongside the 11 squad members. Tang Miao stood before Qi Lin, her expression one of disbelief. "Captain, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? A high 4th tier strength? How old could he be?" "Not yet 20. Is that possible?" Tang Miao blurted out, her heart racing with 5 disbelieving questions. The information she had only listed his name, gender, and strength. If she had questions, whom could she ask? However, the strength was indeed real, and despite the documentation stating he was a high 4th tier, her instincts told her he could certainly rival her. Qi Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, stop wasting time. You will meet his true strength soon enough." The following morning before dawn, Zhang Heng stood before the 12 members, clad in his combat attire. "Good morning, everyone," Zhang Heng stated calmly. "Good morning, Captain," the 12 chorused, though their tone suggested discomfort. "You think I'm too young, don't you?" Zhang Heng, perceptive as ever, noted the skepticism lingering among some of the squad members since their first encounter. "Yes," a few voices chimed in, including Tang Miao's "that I'll give you a chance. All of you, come at me together. If you can touch me, I'll leave immediately," Zhang Heng declared, his tone unwavering. "Captain Zhang, isn't that a bit arrogant?" Tang Miao challenged, struggling to believe Zhang Heng could indeed be a high 4th tier, despite Qi Lin's earlier assertion. "Interpret it however you wish, that if anyone wishes to test their strength, hurry up. Let us not waste time." Zhang Heng replied evenly, his demeanor appearing somewhat provocative. "Fine, but be careful." Tang Miao readied herself for the attack. Chapter 74, an unexpected turn of events. 5 minutes later, all the 3rd tier members and 1 2nd tier lay sprawled on the ground, while Zhang Heng stood as if he had never moved. How could he be this strong? What has he been eating? Was the collective thought echoing in everyone's minds that in those 5 minutes, the 6 who attacked had not even managed to provoke a response from Zhang Heng, let alone touch him. Their efforts were futile against his elusive movements and remarkable speed. That's sufficient now. Zhang Heng's calm voice reached everyone's ears. "That I'm sorry." Tang Miao's voice of apology drifted to Zhang Heng, who turned to see her bowing at a 90-degree angle in contrition. "That I accept your apology. Return to formation." Zhang Heng nodded, appreciating her forthrightness. Following Tang Miao's lead, the remaining 5 members also offered their apologies. From a distance, members of other squads training in a nearby field witnessed the entire event. Some couldn't help but ask their captain, "Captain, should we give it a try too?" "Get lost. You'll be doing extra training later. I'll personally accompany you." The squad leader shot a glare at the inquisitive member. "You all know I'm here on a short-term assignment from the company, so I will neither alter nor replace your training regimen. You will continue as usual, and I will only address any existing deficiencies." Zhang Heng addressed the now unquestioning group. "In a team, there could be disputes and competition, but there must be no doubt. If a fight can resolve misunderstandings, then why not?" Zhang Heng shared his philosophy. "Understood, Captain," they replied in unison. "Let us begin training." "I will join you," Zhang Heng said, and with that he marched in step with them, though his posture appeared somewhat awkward. So you have something you can't do too?" Tang Miao couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Heng's comical marching. "Haha, I feel much better now," a 3rd tier member, Bai Sheng, who had just been soundly defeated by Zhang Heng, chuckled that it looks simple enough. "Why do I look so clumsy doing it?" Zhang Heng pondered internally. That day, Zhang Heng trained alongside all the squad members. Although the training was not overly strenuous, it allowed him to experience the life of a military warrior. Next came their routine patrol tasks, where Zhang Heng was to lead the team in surveying the surrounding area of the base, preventing any beast tides or formidable wild creatures from encroaching. "Captain, would you like to take a firearm for close-range defense?" Tang Miao inquired, noticing Zhang Heng was unarmed. "Even if I had a firearm, its effectiveness would be limited. However, it could serve as a distraction in critical moments. Large weapons capable of injuring or killing formidable beasts, such as missiles, are impractical for warriors to carry," Zhang Heng replied. "Then I shall take one too. I'm just like you," he added. Zhang Heng responded. Firstly, he did not wish to create a misleading impression on others by foregoing defensive weaponry due to his own formidable strength. Secondly, he was curious to observe the process of wielding a firearm, once a symbol of authority on this planet. The acquisition of the weapon was straightforward. After submitting an application via his computer, a few minutes later, the firearms and ammunition would be dispatched to a designated area via a specialized conveyor system. The design of the weapon bore a significant divergence from the materials Zhang Heng had previously reviewed. Indeed, the current firearms resembled backpacks, only activating when required. Upon activation, they would transform into the idealized form of a weapon. Zhang Heng received a 12.7mm caliber rifle, specifically designed for martial artists. This caliber of firearm could inflict lethal damage on wild animals classified as first tier. As the strength of the beasts increased, the effectiveness of the weapon diminished in a tiered manner, rendering it merely a distraction against fifth-tier creatures. Moreover, unless faced with an absolute life-threatening situation, the use of firearms was generally avoided, a dilemma that plagued all martial artists and scientists alike. For reasons unknown, the more firearms were employed, the more ferocious the beast's retaliation became. The former superpower served as a stark cautionary tale. During the initial onslaught of the beasts, it resorted to an overwhelming arsenal of thermonuclear weapons in an attempt to establish a secure world through military might. However, the outcome was utterly unforeseen, as the extensive use of such weapons not only harmed the beasts, but also inflicted devastation upon themselves. Most alarmingly, the beasts retaliated, swarming from oceans, forests, and deserts in a relentless tide that as human resources dwindled. The military ultimately seized control of this superpower, declaring a nationwide relocation, leading to the decline of a regime that had dominated the world for nearly a century. Concurrently, as the world's oldest Eastern power, Huagua began to witness a surge of talent across various fields, including entertainment, art, cuisine, technology, and politics. Industry leaders began to emerge prominently along Taoyuan Road, directly or indirectly elevating the cultural and technological standards of the entire nation. This once humble street, now a sanctuary for extraordinary individuals, has been permanently protected by Huagua, transforming into one of the nation's most cherished tourist attractions. Commence the operation and exercise caution, Zhang Heng commanded, leading his second team swiftly onto an all-terrain vehicle, departing the base. Outside the base lay a transitional zone, 1 kilometer wide, devoid of tall trees to prevent stealthy beasts from encroaching too closely. The second team's patrol area spanned 100 kilometers, with the routes and locations dispatched to each member prior to departure to ensure relative safety and confidentiality. The initial patrol points were uneventful. However, upon reaching an area beyond 50 kilometers, conditions became less than ideal. The density of second and third-tier beasts in this region far exceeded the norm. The surveillance devices designated for monitoring the patrol targets, even encased in resilient titanium alloy, could not withstand the relentless assault of numerous beasts. All the creatures seemed to have conspired, exerting their utmost efforts to dismantle any equipment that dared to observe them, leaving only a select few that had managed to conceal themselves effectively from harm. Zhang Heng found himself powerless in addressing the concealment of these facilities. The strategies he could conceive had already been attempted by Tang Miao and others, with only a fraction yielding satisfactory results, as the beast's sensitivity to their environment far surpassed that of humans. The intensity of the patrol work was not particularly demanding. Occasional attacks had been repelled by Tang Miao and the others, while Zhang Heng remained vigilant for any signs of fourth or even fifth-tier aberrant creatures lurking nearby.